transcending into a world of mechas, endowed with extraordinary talents. Upon entering the Huaxia Military University, one delves into the profound essence of mecha martial arts systems, diligently honing skills and continuously advancing amidst interstellar adventures and endless challenges. The unrivaled master of mecha gaming, Tian Ziqi, has arrived in the future, where he remains the foremost expert in mecha. His exceptional combat skills, remarkable repair techniques, and impeccable overall qualities forge the illustrious achievements of Tian Ziqi, the immortal mechanical deity. The 12 levels of mecha warriors, G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, wholly divine. This lighthearted, humorous, and amusing mecha novel, centered around the farming genre, provides a delightful respite from the rigors of daily life. Text 001, Rebirth and Survival. Tian Ziqi found himself at a loss for words, gazing at the endless mountains of refuse before him. Having just awakened, he felt an overwhelming impulse to despair. Uncertain of how he had arrived in this wretched place, he recalled merely moments ago playing a game titled Mecha Era in the comfort of his home. Now, he found himself in this foreign and squalid world, a pitiful soul from 21st century than introverted individual who rarely ventured beyond his doorstep, now beset by such bizarre circumstances. One could not help but acknowledge that Tian Ziqi's luck was quite extraordinary. After living a tranquil and stable life for over 2 decades, he was finally thrust into an exhilarating ordeal, albeit one that felt overwhelmingly distressing. Lying atop the heap of refuse, gazing up at the overcast sky that seemed poised to unleash a storm of sand, Tian Ziqi's mind swirled in confusion, his mood a dismal gray. There was nothing here but garbage, construction debris, metallic scraps, household waste. An array of refuse stretched endlessly before him, provoking a nauseating urge to retch. Tian Ziqi deeply suspected that this entire planet was ensconced in refuse. It was nothing short of a veritable garbage planet. However, with an empty stomach, Tian Ziqi's retching only yielded a few bitter droplets, intensifying the gnawing hunger within him. What edible morsels could possibly exist on this refuse-laden planet? Perhaps it would be better to perish living here, feels more torturous than death. Yet, as he stood at the precipice of a garbage hill, he found himself lacking the courage to leap. What if he survived the fall? A half-hearted existence would undoubtedly be more troublesome. A sudden rustling behind startled the conflicted Tian Ziqi. Whirling around, he was met with a frightful sight, instinctively taking a step back, nearly losing his footing at the brink of the cliff. Before him stood an enormous rat, baring its teeth in a menacing grin, its filthy body contrasted by gleaming fangs radiating a chilling light. Its mouth opened and closed, the sound reminiscent of metal grating, as if sharpening its cutlery in preparation for a feast. Oh my goodness, that's no mere rat. It's the size of a wild boar. Yet, Tian Ziqi could not deny that its form resembled that of a rat, albeit one of gargantuan proportions. Faced with such a ferocious creature, a nefarious rat, Tian Ziqi's mind went blank, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Suddenly, the rat crouched low, propelling itself towards him with terrifying speed. Instinctively, he ducked, and the beast soared over his head, only to thud. Tian Ziqi stood at the edge of the cliff, watching as the massive rat plummeted to the ground below, meeting its demise upon impact. A wave of relief washed over Tian Ziqi. Though he still felt a twinge of fear if he had encountered such a beast on level ground, he could not guarantee his ability to evade it. Observing the rat's lifeless body, blood pooling around it, Tian Ziqi thought to himself, "This world is truly terrifying. Even a rat can grow to such monstrous proportions." He shuddered at the thought of the horrors lurking beyond, wondering how many more ferocious beasts awaited him. What if another rat like that appeared? A sudden jolt snapped Tian Ziqi's thoughts to attention, as more of those colossal rats emerged beside the fallen one. In mere moments, dozens of rats converged, feasting upon their fallen comrade. These creatures were certainly not gathering for a memorial. Under Tian Ziqi's watchful eyes, the enormous rat was devoured in less than a minute, reduced to nothing but scraps, even its bones crushed into dust by their sharp teeth. Tian Ziqi was left in shock. More accurately, he was frightened. He surmised that his own bones were likely not as resilient as that of the wild boar-sized rat, and should he find himself surrounded by such a horde, He could expect no better fate than to be reduced to mere fragments. A chill coursed through his body. Once the rats had finished their grisly feast, they scattered in all directions. However, Tian Ziqi noticed a few rats making their way toward him. As they sprinted up the steep garbage hill, he felt a surge of panic and sought a place to hide. Fortunately, the hill offered ample cover, and he spotted a large metallic debris pile nearby, which had a sizable opening. Without a second thought, he dove inside, hastily covering the entrance with a metal sheet, and peered anxiously through the gap at the approaching rats, his heart racing as if he were a voyeur spying on a bathing beauty. Fortunately, after their grisly banquet, the rats appeared satiated. They leapt and bounded away, disappearing behind the massive debris. Tian Ziqi, however, remained cautious, waiting until the only sounds left were the whispers of the wind before exhaling deeply, leaning back against the cool metal, only then realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. Thank goodness, I didn't wet my pants. As he surveyed his surroundings, Tian Ziqi recognized that his hiding spot bore a striking resemblance to the cockpit of a mecha he often piloted in the game. Before him was a 360-degree spherical control stick and a keyboard, though nearly all the keys were missing, leaving only gaping holes. The physical display screen lay shattered, and the virtual interface was utterly inoperable. In short, there was not a single usable component in this cockpit. Of course, if it were functional, it wouldn't have been discarded as refuse. Nevertheless, even in its unusable state, the cockpit ignited a flicker of excitement within Tian Ziqi, as if he had been transported back into the game, still the #1 mecha expert in the region. His reputation was not unfounded. He truly was the top mecha master in mecha era, not only holding the highest level, but also excelling in combat techniques and ranking among the top 10 in overall evaluations. Even in the realms of repair, modification, and manufacturing, he was among the top 100. As Tian Ziqi would say, one must not only play, but also master the craft. However, mecha repair was merely a casual interest for him. His greatest pride lay in his combat skills. Just a short while ago, he had triumphed in a challenge, claiming the title of the top mecha warrior in the region. Yet, before he could revel in his success, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself here. Initially, Tian Ziqi had harbored a flicker of hope that this place might be a training ground for the mecha warriors. However, with his inability to access his character attributes, the absence of his beloved mecha, the Zijing battle god, and the encounter with those hideous, terrifying rats, his remaining hopes swiftly evaporated. Now, one singular desire consumed him: to survive, to avoid being reduced to nothing but bones by those wretched beasts. Suddenly, a colossal rat's head intruded upon his hiding place, startling Tian Ziqi into retreating, only to collide with the wall of the dilapidated cockpit, leaving him with nowhere to escape. As the rat's gaping maw, armed with teeth capable of crushing alloys, approached perilously close, Tian Ziqi, in a panic, kicked out wildly, connecting with the rat's head. To his surprise, the creature recoiled, though it remained poised outside the cockpit, fixated on Tian Ziqi with a predatory gaze. Internally lamenting his predicament, Tian Ziqi realized that the beast was likely gathering strength for another assault. Desperately, he scanned his surroundings for any makeshift weapon, ultimately settling on the steel plate he had used to block the entrance, feeling a wave of discouragement wash over him. At that moment, Tian Ziqi noticed the mouse's body slightly retract, clearly preparing to launch another attack. Alarmed, he swiftly grasped the steel plate, not to block the door entirely, but to position it upright at the entrance of the cockpit. The mouse leaped into the air, heading straight for the sharp edge of the steel plate. Instead of retreating, Tian Ziqi advanced, using both hands and a foot to forcefully thrust the steel plate outward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The wild, boar-like rodent collapsed onto the ground, thrashing about. Its razor-sharp teeth had almost split into 4 segments, with gashes opening both laterally and vertically, crimson blood gushing forth in torrents. Upon witnessing the scene outside, Tian Ziqi hesitated for a moment before charging out. Seizing the opportunity, he wielded the steel plate and lunged out of the cockpit with the agility of a monkey navigating through trees and caves. In just 2 leaps, he reached the bloodied rodent, plunging the steel plate down with the ferocity of a guillotine. "Take that! Take that! Take that!" he exclaimed, aiming directly for its mouth. In less than a minute, the mouse lay motionless, its elongated, sharp snout and half its head reduced to a grotesque mass. with the steel plate smeared in a viscous mixture of yellow, white, and dark purple. Tian Ziqi surprisingly felt no revulsion. Despite the vigorous exertion, he did not feel fatigued, only his heart raced, quickened by adrenaline. It dawned upon him that he was in a state akin to that of a personal combat mode in a video game, exhibiting extraordinary stamina, endurance, and reflexes, coupled with remarkable mental fortitude. Otherwise, a frail gamer accustomed to prolonged sessions would surely be sprawled on the ground after such exertion. As Tian Ziqi marveled at his unexpected physical transformation, two enormous mice appeared before him once more. A surge of frustration welled up within him. Was this endless? Did they truly consider him their dinner? Resolute, he thought, in a narrow path. The brave conquer today. I shall emulate the heroic Wu Song and become a champion against these pests. Without further hesitation, he hurled the steel plate like a colossal dart at the two mice. Regrettably, its trajectory veered far off course, eliciting a chorus of squeaks from the rodents, as if mocking his aim. Yet, unexpectedly, the steel plate arced dramatically due to the wind. Clang! The plate struck one of the mice at an angle, nearly severing it in two. Embedded halfway into its body, the steel plate brought it crashing to the ground. Writhing in agony, far from being able to retaliate, its life was clearly dwindling. Elated, Tian Ziqi swiftly grabbed a metal pipe approximately 1.5 meters long and sprinted towards the remaining mouse. Whether it was the shock of the steel plate or the ferocity of his charge, the mouse let out a series of frantic squeaks and promptly turned to flee, vanishing amidst the colossal metal wreckage with a grace that was nothing short of ethereal.
Text 002. Garbage starbase. As he watched the corpulent mouse waddling away with a gait so enchanting and ethereal, Tian Ziqi couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. He glanced at the alloy steel pipe in his hand and mused aloud. This steel pipe is rather impressive. It can elicit such grace. He decided to keep it. Subsequently, Tian Ziqi hurried over to extract a piece of steel plate. The mouse continued to convulse, and as Tian Ziqi yanked the steel plate, a jet of purplish-black blood erupted from the mouse's body, a pungent odor of blood wafting through the air, truly an overwhelming stench. Fortunately, Tian Ziqi reacted with remarkable speed, avoiding a face full of that vile blood. This steel plate also serves as a commendable weapon, he said with a smile, contemplating that if he did not take such measures, he feared he might soon lose his ability to communicate. Considering the prospect of acquiring more such weapons, Tian Ziqi surveyed the metallic debris surrounding him on the garbage mound and began to delve into a search. He unearthed a chipped alloy dagger, a cleaver with a broken tip, a malfunctioning electric oven, a fragment of an energy module with a tenth of its power remaining, and a large bag of moldy bread, among other things. Energy module? A familiar term suddenly sprang to mind. Indeed, it was the energy module, a rectangular object resembling a brick, sealed on 5 sides with hard plastic, leaving only 2 circular holes on one side for energy output. Intrigued, Tian Ziqi realized he could instantly recognize this energy module, feeling an uncanny familiarity as if he were in a game. Was it possible that he was indeed within a game? Or had he arrived in this future world equipped with the abilities of a game character? Pondering this seemingly complex yet ultimately trivial question, Tian Ziqi ultimately lifted his head with a mix of despair and frustration. LGBT. After all this effort, I am ravenous. The most pressing matter now is to find food. This line of thought clarified that Tian Ziqi was not in a game but in the harsh reality of existence, albeit in an exceedingly dire environment. After scouring the garbage mound for several hours, Tian Ziqi, famished beyond measure, found nothing edible after an exhaustive search. The mound, despite its size, was predominantly littered with metallic remnants and refuse, devoid of any food. Who would casually discard good food, even if discarded? It had long since been consumed by the hordes of mice, and if not, it would have spoiled. Contemplating the rodents, an idea struck him. Those mice, as fat as pigs, must surely have some meat on them. Although the thought of consuming such creatures was somewhat repulsive, desperate times called for desperate measures. Thus, with a chipped dagger in his left hand and a cleaver, lacking a tip, in his right, he dashed toward the corpses of 2 large mice. Akin to a man pursuing a naked beauty, with the cleaver, he severed the hind legs of the mice, then used the dagger to slice the flesh from the legs. To his surprise, the meat on the hind legs was indeed substantial enough to sustain him for a day. As for the flesh on the mice's torsos, Tian Ziqi dared not approach. Even the hind leg meat would require thorough cooking. How to prepare it? His extensive scavenging had yielded an impressive array of survival tools, pipes, steel plates, cleavers, daggers, and more. He had also discovered an electric oven, a microwave, and a rice cooker. After a brief inspection, he determined that these appliances only had minor issues, which he was able to fix with relative ease. This reinforced his belief that he possessed the skills of his former game character, a master mech technician capable of repairing and assembling mechs. Surely, household appliances would be no challenge. Additionally, he found dozens of energy modules with residual power and an energy converter, which delighted him greatly. In a place like this garbage planet, sourcing energy was a formidable task, but now, with these modules and the converter, he could convert them into electricity and prepare some roasted mouse meat. To avoid bacterial infection, Tian Ziqi roasted the mouse legs until they were a crisp golden brown before indulging. Initially apprehensive that the tasteless meat would be difficult to swallow, he was pleasantly surprised to find a faint salty flavor that whetted his already ravenous appetite. He feasted heartily, for only in this way could he attain a semblance of security. However, as night descended, the thinly clad Tian Ziqi felt increasingly cold, almost as if he were frozen solid. Such a garbage planet grew frigid at night. If he did not swiftly find a sheltered place to rest, he would awaken colder than the metallic remnants surrounding him. Yet, after scouring the vicinity for miles, he found no suitable refuge. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to spending the night in the empty cockpit of a mech. Stuffing the remnants of paper, rags, and sponges he had collected into the cockpit, he climbed in when it was nearly full, burying himself in a nest of sponge and rags, and sealed the cockpit door tightly with a wad of paper. The cold of that night did not render Tian Ziqi immobile. However, the drafty cockpit was quite discomforting. Thus, he resolved to intensify his exploration of the garbage mound and survey the surrounding environment. Finally, after a week of diligent searching, he discovered a true refuge. From the perspective of human development, this planet had once been a resource-rich world, but after extensive exploitation, it had become barren, hence its designation as a garbage planet. Yet amidst this refuse, remnants of the workers' bases remained. The place Tian Ziqi had found was one of these bases, a long row of multi-layered vacuum alloy panel structures, amounting to approximately 200 square meters. Inside, there were a number of alloy frame beds, several elongated alloy tables, dozens of dust-covered cotton blankets, and some essential household appliances. Though these appliances were old and had not been used in ages, after some tinkering by Master Tian, they surprisingly sprang back to life. As Tian Ziqi lay on a large bed fashioned from several alloy beds and numerous blankets, dining on synthesized food produced from the food synthesizer alongside roasted mouse meat, and sipping mineral water from a deep rock water purification system, he realized that his life could indeed continue. If only he had a light brain connected to the external network, it would be perfect. Tian Ziqi mused, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Text 003. You want to take my life? Undoubtedly, Tian Ziqi transformed this worker's housing into his base on this planet. Next, he intended to use this base as the epicenter for his explorations of the surrounding garbage mounds. After all, with so many household appliances, energy consumption was considerable, and the energy modules he had stored were nearly depleted. However, before venturing out to scavenge the garbage mound, Tian Ziqi had to organize his survival gear, a collection of items with significant lethality, including alloy pipes, steel plates, cleavers, daggers, and alloy wire. The adage unity is strength rang true, as these items combined could prove quite effective, enabling Tian Ziqi to hunt down numerous mouse legs. Consequently, he named this formidable arsenal "You Want to Take My Life." Today, Tian Ziqi's objectives were clear. First, at least 4 mouse legs. Second, as many energy modules as possible. And third, as an additional target, a light brain. With these goals in mind, he donned his "You Want to Take My Life" gear, the sound of clanging metal accompanying him as he stepped outside. Once terrified by the mutated giant mice, now he sought them out daily, devising strategies to corner them and trap them in a corner where escape was impossible. Amidst their frantic squeals, he would pounce, claiming their robust and succulent hind legs for his meals. However, after several days of hunting the mutated giant mice, Tian Ziqi discovered that this endeavor was quite challenging. On fortunate days, he might corner 2 or 3, while on others, he might not catch a single one. The multitude of gaps in the garbage mound allowed the mutant mice to evade capture with ease. Yet, before setting out today, Tian Ziqi had devised a new capture strategy, baiting. To enhance his chances of success, he needed to scout the garbage mound in advance, assessing the terrain to identify an ideal corner for his hunting ground. He would then place enticing bait within the hunting area to attract the mutant mice, waiting patiently in a nearby metallic wreckage for them to take the bait. The bait was a concoction crafted by Tian Ziqi using a food synthesizer, resulting in a viscous brown substance. Although the taste was unpalatable to Tian Ziqi, it was capable of providing the essential proteins, water, vitamins, and various trace elements that the human body requires daily. Though the output of a single food synthesizer was not particularly high, Tian Ziqi still opted to utilize it as bait in hopes that this subtly sweet, mud-like food would lure out the rodents, concealed within a nearby metallic wreckage, neither too far nor too close to the hunting spot. Tian Ziqi had camouflaged himself skillfully, blending seamlessly into the surroundings, almost becoming a part of the refuse heap, merely another piece of discarded debris. Before long, a few shifty-eyed creatures emerged at the baiting site, cautiously peering out from the refuse pile. After a few moments of sensing no danger, they swiftly darted towards the scattered food. Observing from the shadows, Tian Ziqi felt a surge of joy as he saw the rodents drawn out by his bait. With an increasing number of them flocking towards the food, he sensed that the moment to cast his net was drawing near. However, he understood that charging directly at them would likely yield no success. Such folly was beneath him. He sought a more cunning approach. With this thought, a mischievous grin crept across Tian Ziqi's lips as he retrieved an alloy wire mesh and a modified monopolar concentrated energy cell from his arsenal. He quietly moved out. Through his observations over the past few days, he had discerned a peculiar trait of the mutated rodents. They tended to return whence they came when faced with danger. This meant that, upon encountering a threat, they would instinctively turn tail and flee, usually retracing their steps. If their escape route was blocked, they would exhibit signs of panic, commonly referred to as running for their lives. If escape was impossible, they might resort to biting. Yet, at this moment, Tian Ziqi had no fear of being bitten. He only needed to block a portion of the rodents. While observing the scene, he identified a highly trafficked passage where the majority of the rodents emerged. Thus, he resolved to guard that particular route. The rodents were thoroughly engrossed in their feast, unaware of Tian Ziqi's movements, a testament to his exceptional camouflage skills. Quietly approaching the passage, he produced two sizable monopolar energy cells. Securing one beside the passage and connecting the wires of the alloy mesh to the energy cells, thereby completing the electric net. Upon activating the switch, a faint crackle of electricity filled the air. With a piece of metal debris, he tossed it onto the net, producing a sharp ping as it was propelled away. Tian Ziqi felt a thrill of satisfaction. The voltage of the net was neither too high nor too low, sufficient to incapacitate several mutated rodents. With a sly smile, he stealthily shifted to another position, seizing an alloy steel plate from his arsenal and bellowing, "Your life is forfeit. I strike." The steel plate, which had been thrown multiple times and retrieved, soared through the air. Tian Ziqi's shout sent the mutated rodents scurrying in panic, preventing them from consolidating their numbers to retaliate against him. His goal of dispersing the rodent horde had been achieved. To his surprise, that fortuitous steel plate created yet another miracle. One mutated rodent, after entering the passage, inexplicably retreated just as Tian Ziqi's plate struck, firmly pinning its tail to the ground. The rodent squealed in frantic desperation, unable to extricate itself due to the cunning placement of the plate, leaving it to helplessly emit piercing cries. Witnessing the immobilized and injured rodent, Tian Ziqi wasted no time. He brandished the hefty cleaver from his arsenal and charged forward. With a single decisive blow, he felled the mutated rodent, delivering several more strikes to sever its bloody legs, which he gleefully stowed in a bag he carried. Picking up the fortunate steel plate, he chuckled, aware that should anyone have witnessed his earlier display, they might attribute his success to sheer luck. Yet, he understood that the numerous miracles wrought by the steel plate were not merely due to fortune. They stemmed largely from his exceptional throwing skills, foresight, and advanced thinking. In essence, it was a testament to his remarkable personal capabilities. After securing his weapons, Tian Ziqi swiftly approached the electric net he had set up, first disconnecting its power source, as the monopolar energy cells had consumed a considerable amount of energy. He could not afford to squander it carelessly. Once he stored the batteries, he turned his attention to the fruits of his electric net. 6 mutated rodents lay on the ground, convulsing from the electric shock, some even expelling unsightly substances from their mouths, leaving Tian Ziqi in a foul mood. With a swift motion of his cleaver, he harvested 12 rodent legs before striding away with purpose. Upon returning to the base, he processed and preserved the rodent legs before venturing out once more. With his short-term food supply secured, he now sought to scavenge for energy modules and other items amidst the garbage heaps. On this refuse-laden planet, garbage was abundant, with mountains of it stretching from Tian Ziqi's doorstep to the horizon, leaving him pondering where to begin his search. Previously, he had started from his doorstep and scoured far and wide, yet he had neglected to mark his findings. He knew he had thoroughly combed the nearby heaps. So he decided to seek treasures further afield. Determined, he assessed the time. It was still early. Strapping his chipped alloy dagger to his waist and hoisting the imposing cleaver, he set off towards the more distant garbage mountains. Having nearly fully integrated his gaming character's abilities, Tian Ziqi found running on such rugged terrain manageable. Once a sedentary youth, glued to his computer screen and immersed in games, he had been physically unfit. A mere few steps would leave him breathless, and climbing 5 flights of stairs would leave him gasping. Now, however, he was surprised by his adaptability to the rugged trails, filling him with a sense of exhilaration. He bore no major complaints about his new life, only a fleeting sense of confusion at the outset. When he encountered the mutated giant rats and faced peril, his resolve to survive intensified. Every effort was made solely to endure and await an opportunity to return to the main planet. Like a cheetah, Tian Ziqi sprinted across the garbage mountains, truly experiencing the exhilarating sensation of swift movement. Feeling the rush of wind against his ears and the vigorous beating of his heart, which filled him with confidence. Suddenly, with a firm step, he halted before a large piece of metal debris and executed a backflip. Landing steadily. This was not an act of bravado. There were no other creatures of his kind on this garbage planet. The need for showmanship was moot in the heat of rapid motion. Halting his legs abruptly was impossible, as he could easily propel himself several meters forward. Thus, he executed that maneuver to quickly dissipate his momentum. Tian Ziqi stopped abruptly upon catching a glimpse of something eerily familiar from the corner of his eye. Indeed, it was unmistakably familiar. As he turned to gaze down the mountain, his mind exploded with realization. Mecha? He saw the mecha, the very one he knew well. Fearing the garbage mountain might collapse beneath him, burying him or having some unknown object fall and strike him, Tian Ziqi had always tread cautiously along the ridges. Now, spotting the mecha at the mountain's base, he disregarded the risk of a landslide and leaped down. Navigating swiftly to the depths of the refuse, as he drew closer, the mecha's majestic form became increasingly clear. Though lying prone, it radiated an aura of grandeur. It was a battle hero. Why did he consider it a battle hero? Due to the scars borne by heroes, remnants of battles fought, Tian Ziqi felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of them. If the loss of limbs could be deemed a disability, then this mech was the epitome of such a fate. Tian Ziqi was taken aback to discover that this machine not only lacked 2 arms, but also had a severe deficiency of 1.5 legs. The mech's cockpit remained relatively intact, with the upper half of one leg dangling from it, while the rest was completely absent. Even the cockpit itself was riddled with wounds, with gashes penetrating its outer shell to depths of several centimeters. The head of the mech lay in ruins, a testament to the ferocity of the battle it had endured. Gazing at the remaining torso of the alloy mech, Tian Ziqi couldn't help but recall the man's stick referenced by Wei Xiaobao, leading him to liken this mech to a mere stick. Perhaps stick was an inadequate descriptor. Chunk was more fitting, as the cockpit essentially resembled a cube. Despite its battered exterior, Tian Ziqi felt that, thus far, this cockpit was still quite commendable. If he could locate the complete lower limbs and arms, he could assemble them into a formidable composite mech. Setting aside thoughts of the mech's other components, Tian Ziqi first ventured into the cockpit to inspect its interior. The internal structure appeared to be largely intact, reminiscent of the low-end mechs from a game he once played. However, as he touched the actual control consoles, a sense of trepidation gripped him. Hesitantly, he reached for the activation switch, and with a soft click, his heart raced. Yet, there was no response from the mech. Of course, it was a scrap, devoid of energy. How could it possibly react? His earlier actions had merely been a futile exercise. Placing his hands on the control panel, Tian Ziqi felt as though he had been possessed by a war god, swiftly manipulating the joystick and keyboard with fervor, only to glance down and see his hands twitching uncontrollably, to a rather alarming degree. After a thorough examination, he discovered that the mech's 360-degree spherical joystick remained smooth. The keys on the keyboard were intact, and the electronic display screen was flawless. He believed the virtual monitor should also be functional. However, without any energy, he was unable to power the mech, let alone its computer program or virtual display. Thus, resigned to his fate, he played around aimlessly for a while before emerging. Through his prior inspection, Tian Ziqi noted some markings on the mech, unveiling that this particular unit, designated Hu G072855, was a standard military mech from a nation called Huaxia Alliance. It seemed that this mech had a low recovery rate or was due for an upgrade, which explained why it had been discarded as refuse on this garbage planet. If such a forsaken mech existed, surely there must be a plethora of others just like it. A wave of excitement surged through Tian Ziqi as he sprinted towards another ridge of the rubbish mountain. Standing atop the high ridge of refuse, Tian Ziqi found himself momentarily stunned by the sight before him. On the other side of the ridge lay heaps of mech wreckage, stacked into small mountains. Gazing at the mangled remains of these mechs, he was torn between elation and apprehension, his emotions a tangled mess. On one hand, he felt a thrill. This collection of at least 1,000 disabled mechs could undoubtedly provide him with a complete set of components to assemble his own personal mech. It was merely a matter of time. Yet, how had these mechs met such a grim fate? Undoubtedly, it was war. The thought struck him that fierce battles were raging outside, and he pondered whether he too might become such scrap metal if he were to be drawn into interstellar conflict. However, as he contemplated this, he began to appreciate the merits of residing on this garbage planet. At least, he was shielded from the flames of interstellar warfare, as no nation would stake a claim or linger here. Given the utter lack of people and resources, perched atop the ridge, surveying the endless expanse of mech debris below, Tian Ziqi tossed his hair back defiantly against the wind, mentally declaring, "I am but a speck of dust in the vast cosmos. What do I care for interstellar battles? My sole focus now is to craft a mech, to assemble one for myself." Among the mech wreckage, although most had been reduced to scrap, Tian Ziqi's keen eyes discerned a few units that retained over 40 integrity. He even spotted 2 remarkably robust mech legs, his most coveted prize at this moment. For no matter how impressive a humanoid mech may be, it relies on its legs for mobility, underscoring the importance of sturdy lower limbs. The sight of those powerful legs ignited a fervor within him, akin to beholding the alluring limbs of a beautiful woman, compelling him to rush down the slope, leaping several times until he reached the base of the garbage mountain. Upon closer inspection of the mechs, he realized that not all were of the Huaxia series warrior type. There were various models, some considerably larger than the warrior infantry mech, with designations in Latin letters, indicating they were likely not from the Huaxia Alliance. The warrior infantry mech stood just over 5 meters tall, whereas these black-bodied mechs towered at an impressive 8 meters. In addition to the black humanoid mechs, there were numerous other models: humanoid infantry mechs, humanoid medium mechs, beast-type infantry mechs, and beast-type heavy mechs. While the beast-type mechs were undeniably fierce, Tian Ziqi still preferred humanoid mechs. Thus, after surveying the wreckage, he returned to the pair of robust mech legs he had set his sights on earlier. These sturdy legs appeared to belong to the same model as the previous mech, both designated with Huaxia prefixes. This type of infantry mech was among the lower-tier military mechs, standing just over 5 meters tall and classified as relatively small. The pair of legs before him measured only 3 meters in length. To be frank, the imposing 8-meter black mech was quite impressive, but regrettably, its legs had been obliterated by artillery fire. Even if they had been intact, Tian Ziqi would have struggled to move such hefty mech components. Moving just this pair of legs by hand seemed impractical. How could he transport these ton-heavy mechs? Clearly, he would require machinery. If only he had a loading vehicle. It would simplify the process of relocating the mech parts, categorizing heads, bodies, and legs for assembly. However, while it was easy to say, the execution was far more complex as Tian Ziqi found himself devoid of such a vehicle. Contemplating the mech wreckage before him, Tian Ziqi concentrated for a moment before turning away to search elsewhere. Even if he couldn't locate a loading vehicle, he was determined to find the components necessary to assemble one himself. Resolute, he scoured the area for materials. However, by afternoon, he had only managed to find a few tires, which he planned to use for the loading vehicle. After calculating the time it would take to return, Tian Ziqi promptly halted his search, marking his private sign at the spot before departing with the tires. After resting for a night, he ventured out again the following morning when the temperature outside was more bearable. Days passed, and after considerable effort, Tian Ziqi had almost gathered a complete set of parts for a loading vehicle. To his surprise, he also stumbled upon a versatile robotic arm. Consequently, he discarded a collection of tools he had previously scavenged, such as alloy hammers, pliers, and crosscutters. With a multifunctional robotic arm at his disposal, he felt he no longer needed any tools. With the robotic arm in hand, he could handle any mech. Of course, the parts he had gathered were not perfectly compatible, resulting in a rather awkwardly assembled loading vehicle that resembled a patient in the late stages of severe epilepsy, shaking with every movement, a precarious contraption on the verge of collapse. Yet, this makeshift loading vehicle proved remarkably resilient and adaptable, managing to traverse the uneven terrain of the garbage mountain with surprising speed. Fortunately, Tian Ziqi's driving skills were commendable, preventing any serious accidents. After enduring the tumultuous journey, Tian Ziqi gained confidence in his assembled loading vehicle, believing it capable of gradually extracting the mountain of mech debris, allowing him to select the best parts for assembly. Once he could construct a mech, there would be no place on this planet he couldn't explore. No beast or monster he couldn't conquer, if he could secure even more superior materials and energy, then venturing beyond this garbage planet and into the vastness of space, towards the inhabited main planets of humanity. Would no longer be a mere dream. So the main star? Well, with this singular goal and belief, Tian Ziqi felt an overwhelming surge of motivation, and he promptly immersed himself in the mountainous debris of mechas. In the midst of tirelessly laboring for an entire week amongst the pile of mechas, Tian Ziqi finally collected all the ideal components for his envisioned mecha. If the battered mecha cockpit he had seen a week prior could be deemed acceptable, then the newly discovered cockpit before him was nothing short of perfection. This was the cockpit of a single soldier mecha, towering over 8 meters in height. Despite being designated for a single operator, its ample size could comfortably accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. Although Tian Ziqi had initially aspired for merely a functioning mecha, that had been merely his minimum aspiration. As he delved deeper into the mecha ruins, his ambitions evolved remarkably. After such a prolonged search, Tian Ziqi finally procured the mecha components that met his satisfaction. This single soldier mecha was resplendent in a rich purple hue, exuding an alluring air of nobility. However, aside from the cockpit, the other components were largely inoperative. Otherwise, he would never have resorted to amputating the limbs of such a striking and formidable mecha. Employing a loading vehicle, he transported the purple mecha to an adjacent clearing, where he eagerly mounted it and began to dismantle the limbs, leaving only the cockpit. He then meticulously installed the components he had salvaged from other mechas. It is well understood that a complete mecha consists of a cockpit, cargo hold, energy chamber, and engine. Military mechas also include energy guns, energy cannons, energy shields, and various weaponry and defensive equipment. Additionally, close combat mechas may be equipped with laser spears, particle swords, wave hammers, and alloy shields. Here, the cockpit not only refers to the operator's driving space but also encompasses the humanoid mecha's limbs, such as its legs, arms, and head, enhancing the cockpit's aesthetic appeal and aligning it with practical usage principles. The cargo hold essentially serves as the mecha's storage compartment. Private mechas typically house personal items, while military combat mechas predominantly store tangible weaponry, ammunition, spare energy modules, acceleration modules, and strength modules. The energy chamber solely contains energy modules, which supply energy from within to the engine, powering its operation. Furthermore, in military mechas, the energy chamber must also supply power to energy guns, energy cannons, and energy shields. The most critical component of any mecha is undoubtedly its engine, serving as its power source. Without an engine, a mecha is rendered incapable of any operation. The engine is akin to the heart of a human. Only with a robust heart can one run faster, travel further, leap higher, and live longer. A mobile and agile mecha is constructed from these 4 essential components. Tian Ziqi devoted immense care to the selection of parts for these components, utilizing only the finest he had discovered over the past week. Notably, the engine of this mecha was a dual-cycle nuclear power engine. While it may not be the absolute best, Tian Ziqi was thrilled to find such a commendable engine amidst the wreckage. If the world's finest engine possesses the power of a Hummer, then this engine, while lesser, could still rival the capabilities of a Beijing Jeep. One must not underestimate the power of a Beijing Jeep. Compared to an average sedan, its performance is indeed commendable. In contrast, the engines of most single soldier mechas, such as the Warrior model, are akin to those of small displacement cars. Hence, the engine in Tian Ziqi's possession could still hold its own, especially considering that not many individuals frequently operate a Hummer. Amongst the Warrior mechas, one equipped with this engine would certainly stand out. This dual-cycle nuclear power engine, being a nuclear engine, undoubtedly provides sufficient power to meet Tian Ziqi's requirements for agile movement across the debris-laden landscape. The dual-cycle design significantly enhances the engine's operational stability, ensuring that it does not suffer from power shortages or other malfunctions at critical moments, an issue that could prove life-threatening. Once these 4 components were assembled, Tian Ziqi gazed upon the mecha lying on the ground. Despite its somewhat awkward appearance, he felt a swell of joy within. Of course, Tian Ziqi was acutely aware that he could not rest on his laurels. A mecha lacking formidable offensive capabilities would be perilous on this hazardous garbage planet, much like a well-dressed maiden traversing a deserted path devoid of any sense of security. Flanking the path were ominous, shadowy woods, teeming with the unknown, as if at any moment a lurking figure could emerge to ensnare her. To attain a sense of security, one must be equipped with protective measures. Thus, he envisioned wielding a large machete in one hand and shouldering a rocket launcher, while brandishing a handgun in the other. With this arsenal, he believed that should anyone dare approach, they would likely meet a swift defeat. Consequently, Tian Ziqi proceeded to install an energy shield device on the mecha, allowing him the option to activate it during combat. By engaging the energy shield, he could protect the mecha from energy attacks in times of peril, albeit this indulgent luxury would consume a significant amount of energy. Subsequently, he mounted two 110mm energy cannons on the mecha's shoulders, prepared to unleash a barrage at any threatening target. As for the energy gun, he opted not to equip one for the time being. Having failed to find one with substantial firepower, ordinary energy guns were deemed ineffective, sufficient only for fending off mutated rodents. When confronted with formidable adversaries, the energy projectiles from standard energy guns would amount to little more than a tickle. Thus, Tian Ziqi equipped the mecha with a superconducting electromagnetic spear, which could operate in both standard and superconducting modes. When faced with hardened armor, he could expend energy to shift to the superconducting mode. Yet, for rodent encounters, the standard mode sufficed. With the installation of weapons, energy shields, and other attachments completed, Tian Ziqi finally felt a smile creep across his face. Though, perhaps it would be prudent to have the mecha stand upright before celebrating. However, operating this mecha would demand an immense amount of energy. The few residual energy modules Tian Ziqi had scavenged from the garbage mountain were utterly inadequate. That meager energy would barely suffice for cooking, let alone powering the mecha. An absurdity. Tian Ziqi was certainly not inclined to rely on those leftover energy modules, nor would he consider them in the future. During his week-long expedition through the mecha mountain, he had discovered several large-scale supply mechas, which contained a stash of spare energy modules. With this newfound cache, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for Tian Ziqi to pilot his mecha on a grand tour of the entire garbage planet. After placing a set of brand-new energy modules into the energy chamber and sealing the chamber door, Tian Ziqi exhaled a long sigh of relief and prepared to enter the mecha that belonged to him. As he clambered into the cockpit, Tian Ziqi accidentally tumbled inside, landing awkwardly due to the absence of a mecha modification platform. The mecha was unable to stand during assembly, leaving it reclined on the ground. Consequently, the cockpit was also positioned horizontally, necessitating that the operator lie down as well. Tian Ziqi, in his clumsiness, found himself headfirst in the cockpit. Fortunately, the cockpit provided ample space, allowing him to quickly adjust his position and sit upright in the driver's seat. Turning to gaze at the mirror-like control panel, he touched his face and mused aloud, "Thank goodness I managed to protect my face. My handsome visage remains intact." Truth be told, Tian Ziqi did not consider himself the most handsome individual in the world. Yet he deemed himself presentable enough. Moreover, from a 60-degree angle on his right, he possessed what could be considered the most striking profile in existence. Well, enough of this vanity. He was no pretty boy, and it was his abilities that truly mattered. In this environment, the ability to control the mecha stood as one of the most crucial competencies. Reflecting on this, Tian Ziqi gave his face a light slap. Thinking to himself that perhaps his features were too delicate, resembling those of a neighborly boy rather than exuding a fierce and imposing presence, he pondered that should he encounter a situation requiring confrontation, others might disregard him entirely. Ah, what a tragic thought! Nevertheless, he chuckled softly, realizing that such a demeanor could lead others to underestimate him, ultimately enhancing his stealth and ensuring his safety. Wouldn't that make it all the easier to accomplish his objectives? Tian Ziqi contemplated the long-term implications of his thoughts, yet he was well aware of the wisdom in the saying, "Without foresight, there will surely be troubles in the near term." However, these two matters seemed to lack any direct correlation. Rubbing his hands together, he relaxed his mood to sharpen his focus. Despite being a virtual mecha warrior in games, the prospect of piloting a real, fully functional mecha for the first time stirred a sense of nervousness within him. Although Tian Ziqi firmly believed he possessed extraordinary abilities akin to those of a game character, as evidenced by his prowess in assembling mechs, he would only be truly convinced if he could control this mech with the fluidity of a mech warrior. At that point, all the capabilities of a game character would be manifested within him. Pressing the energy button, Tian Ziqi placed his hands upon the joystick and keyboard, softly uttering, "Engine, activate," with a soft hum. The dual-circuit nuclear power engine successfully roared to life. This engine operated through voice control. Sound was received and interpreted by the optical brain, which then executed the decoded information and communicated it to the engine's subsidiary computer systems, thus initiating the engine. This voice-controlled optical brain was relatively standard. More advanced systems could be controlled through brainwaves, executing thoughts directly. However, the brain-controlled optical systems bore a grave drawback: severe damage to the human brain over time, potentially leading to intellectual decline. Hence, Tian Ziqi preferred the voice-controlled optical brain. The performance of this dual-circuit nuclear power engine was commendable. It emitted a barely perceptible sound upon startup, audible only in a hushed environment. And once operational, it produced no noise whatsoever, at least not detectable to the human ear. This was one of the advantages of mid to high-end engines. The absence of sound during operation meant that it could not possibly create vibrations. Reclining in the pilot's seat, Tian Ziqi reveled in the tranquility, mused that even a slumbering infant could sleep soundly in such an environment. With the engine successfully ignited, Tian Ziqi's confidence surged. His fingers danced lightly across the control panel, and the radar and virtual environment displays illuminated before him. The virtual display was currently set to standard vision, showing the visual range of the mech pilot. Thus, all Tian Ziqi could see while reclining was a gray, overcast sky. Habitually switching the virtual display to infrared scanning mode, he conducted a 360-degree sweep and detected no unseen dangers. Returning to standard vision, he pressed several keys on the keyboard, and the mech promptly executed a swift leap. Standing upright, finally, his mech was on its feet. Exhilaration coursed through Tian Ziqi as his hands transitioned from gentle movements to frenzied gestures. The mech, which had previously stood gracefully in the breeze, now surged forward with a fervor akin to a released prisoner yearning for freedom. Accelerating to a staggering speed of 100 kilometers per hour within 3 seconds, boom, boom, boom. The assembled mech charged ahead like a wild creature, leaping and bounding with unrestrained exuberance, each footfall echoing with resounding thuds. Ahead loomed a small trash mound towering several meters high, and the 8-meter-tall mech effortlessly vaulted over it. However, unable to withstand such force, the mound collapsed instantly, sending large metallic debris tumbling down, just as the mech seemed poised to plunge into the void of the trash mound. It exhibited surprising agility, rolling forward and lunging ahead just before toppling over. Yet now, the mech found itself without a stable landing, and although it had cleared the crumbling peak, it landed in midair, suspended several meters above the ground. For a human, plummeting from such a height onto a bed of metal debris could spell disaster, but for the towering mech under Tian Ziqi's control, this altitude posed no challenge. The mech executed a somersault in the air, landing gracefully on its feet. Yet the slightly flattened ground of refuse sank beneath its weight by several centimeters, leaving behind 2 colossal footprints. Suddenly, the infrared detector began to sound an alarm, indicating the presence of a group of organisms. Upon inspection, Tian Ziqi couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this just a horde of mutated giant rats, his potential sustenance? With a mischievous grin, he commanded the mech to charge at 70 yards per hour towards the gathering of mutant rats, which scattered in panic at the sight of the colossal beast. Tian Ziqi smiled slightly, his hands deftly maneuvering the controls, and the mech unleashed its attack with astonishing swiftness. The once clumsy machine moved with remarkable agility under Tian Ziqi's command, its 3-meter-long arms swiftly capturing 4 of the mutated rats. Initially intending to crush them, he reconsidered, and instead, the steel giant proceeded to bind the tails of the 4 rats together. Remarkably, the fine tails sustained no harm within the mech's grasp. Akin to the delicate hands of a skilled seamstress, quickly securing the rats' tails, he tossed them aside and continued his pursuit of the remaining mutant rats. Regrettably, the other rats had fled too swiftly, nearly vanishing from sight. Through infrared scanning, Tian Ziqi discerned one still hiding behind a large mass of metallic debris and promptly locked onto it. He then raised his superconducting electromagnetic spear and hurled it forcefully. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The spear penetrated the metallic wreckage, impaling the rat and pinning it against another piece of debris. The rat writhed in agony for a moment before falling still, its purplish-red blood flowing along the spear, rendering it eerily grotesque. The superconducting electromagnetic spear, now stained with the rat's blood, appeared oddly sinister. However, this was not a mythological tale. The spear would not undergo any miraculous transformation or evolution due to the beast's blood, but would simply become filthy, necessitating Tian Ziqi to clean it with a cloth. It was not that Tian Ziqi was cruel to the rats. Rather, he had to ensure his own survival on this desolate planet rife with refuse and devoid of food, thus necessitating a harsher stance towards other creatures. A man, after all, must sometimes be resolute against others. Observing the 4 rats bound by their tails on the ground, Tian Ziqi felt a pang of guilt. Alas, it is my fault for entering a world that is not my own, thereby altering yours. I promise, should I encounter other edible creatures, I shall do my utmost to spare you. Truth be told, after consuming rat meat for too long, Tian Ziqi feared he might become rat-like himself. With that, he cheerfully severed the hind legs of the 4 rats, thinking to himself that these 5 pairs of rat legs would sustain him for several days. Stowing the legs in a bag and placing it in the cargo hold, Tian Ziqi was about to depart when the infrared scanner suddenly revealed a moving red dot. The presence of a red dot indicated heat. Moving heat signified a creature was crawling nearby. Had the other rats not fled far, he mused that an additional pair of rat legs would not go amiss. Checking the cargo hold, which was still quite spacious, he decided to capture this rat and perhaps indulge in a bit of play, practicing some mech martial arts. The mech stealthily approached the massive metallic debris near the trash mound, crouching low. Why am I, piloting such a colossal mech, sneaking around? Tian Ziqi chuckled at his own absurdity. It was merely a matter of habit. Gradually closing in on the red dot, he ceased his silence and thrust the superconducting electromagnetic spear forcefully toward the point. However, what appeared before him made cold sweat trickle down his brow. He abruptly redirected the spear to the ground, using the force to alter its trajectory, rolling to the right and kneeling, staring in bewilderment at the colossal creature ahead. What a magnificent behemoth it was! Mere dozens of meters away lay a 4-legged reptilian creature, exceeding 30 meters in length, 3 meters in height, and 5 meters in width, motionless as it crawled. Its skin was primarily a deep brown adorned with large patches of black and red, and its lantern-sized eyes fixed intently on the mech that Tian Ziqi piloted, utterly still and devoid of any sign of movement. With the creature immobile, Tian Ziqi dared not act recklessly. He simply adjusted the virtual display to observe the beast from various angles. After scrutinizing the creature, Tian Ziqi couldn't help but question the reliability of his mech's infrared scanning system. Is this a joke? How can such a massive mutant beast only appear as a tiny red on the scanner? Could the infrared system be malfunctioning? No, it indicates normal operation. Thus, there must be only one explanation. This beast is a cold-blooded creature with significant heat generation localized in its heart or some other part. It is also possible that it just swallowed a mutated giant rat, and the red represents the rat within its belly. But if there was indeed a mutated rat in its belly, could it be that the rat was still alive? In other words, the mutated giant rat was swallowed whole by this monstrous creature? Never mind. Let us abandon such baseless speculations and instead observe this aberrant beast. Upon closer inspection, it resembles a lizard. Perhaps it originally was a type of lizard that, through some cosmic mishap, was exposed to radiation, resulting in its grotesque transformation and substantial size. Its appearance evokes memories of the iconic monster Godzilla from certain cinematic masterpieces. Fortunately, Tian Ziqi had the foresight to restrain himself just in time. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a precarious situation. Who knows if this Godzilla-like creature possesses any life-saving abilities? Provoking it without understanding its capabilities would clearly be an unwise course of action. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are true talents, and someone like Tian Ziqi is undoubtedly among the most astute. Faced with such a formidable creature, he felt it prudent to retreat momentarily. As Tian Ziqi moved, he realized that the mutated giant lizard also sprang into action, its speed vastly outpacing his own. With each stride, it covered several meters, and in just a few leaps, it stood before him, its massive, armored forelimb descending like a divine hand. Any ordinary creature struck by such a blow would surely be reduced to a mere pulp, and even a heavily armored mech might suffer grave damage from such a force. Tian Ziqi, of course, would not place himself or his mech in unnecessary peril. Even if the danger seemed minimal, he would not take such a risk. After all, the mech was a painstakingly assembled creation, and any damage incurred would be most displeasing, as that colossal paw loomed before him. Escape became impossible. Resolutely, he activated the dual energy cannons on his shoulder, unleashing 2 powerful energy projectiles. A blinding flash illuminated the space, and leveraging the recoil of the blasts, he vaulted backward, retreating several meters. To his astonishment, the energy projectiles merely nudged the giant lizard's massive paw back slightly, only momentarily disrupting its relentless descent. With a thunderous crash, the paw struck the ground, sending debris flying, seemingly unharmed. Tian Ziqi was internally alarmed. It appeared that the energy projectiles could not penetrate the lizard's mutated armored hide. Realizing his inability to withstand the creature's might, he seized the moment when the debris obscured his presence and leaped to the right, seeking refuge behind a mound of refuse. However, the mutated giant lizard, incensed by Tian Ziqi's actions, ascended the garbage heap with surprising agility, traversing its height as effortlessly as a tank rolling over a minor hillock. The refuse tumbled down in a cascade, yet the creature's gaze remained fixed in pursuit, its eyes scanning the terrain for the elusive mech that had vanished behind the towering refuse. Tian Ziqi bolted, but soon noticed on his radar that the mutated giant lizard had caught up with him. The relentless pursuit had expanded the creature's presence on the infrared scanner, flooding the display with crimson hues, which weighed heavily on Tian Ziqi's psyche. The monstrous lizard was now directly behind him, launching into a predatory pounce. Tian Ziqi deftly maneuvered his mech to the right, narrowly evading the attack. Although he managed to evade the lizard's ferocious attempts, the relentless chase ignited an ire within him that was difficult to contain. Typically, Tian Ziqi adopted a philosophy of annihilating threats swiftly, yet he often extended patience towards creatures of lesser intelligence. As engaging with such formidable beasts necessitated caution, in essence, he believed. When a beast encroaches upon me, I yield a measure. Should it persist, I will retaliate. If the aggression continues, I will eradicate it entirely. Previously, when pursued by dogs, he would flee, but the more he ran, the louder they barked, prompting him to seize a stick and strike back, causing them to retreat. Now, the more he fled, the more relentless the mutated giant lizard became, its pursuit growing increasingly audacious. Determined to eliminate the beast once and for all, Tian Ziqi deftly maneuvered his mech, evading another of the giant lizard's lunges, and swiftly ascended to a higher vantage point behind the creature. His superconducting electromagnetic spear erupted with a brilliant white light, and in a flurry of motion, he leaped down upon the lizard's broad back. Aiming downward, he thrust the spear with tremendous electromagnetic force into the lizard's expansive dorsal area, a target large enough to accommodate a vehicle. He aimed for the most vibrant red spot on the infrared scanner, likely the creature's most vulnerable point, the heart. With a resounding thrust, the spear penetrated the lizard's iron-like hide. Driven deeper by the mech's enormous strength and the spear's destructive capabilities, the lizard let out a thunderous roar, writhing in agony as it struggled to dislodge the assailant from its back. With each convulsion, it released anguished cries, attempting to shake off Tian Ziqi, who clung steadfastly to the spear, refusing to be dislodged despite the lizard's wild thrashing, in a frenzied attempt to rid itself of Tian Ziqi. The mutated lizard began to run wildly, seeking out areas littered with massive metallic debris. Tian Ziqi, still firmly affixed to the spear, was jostled violently against the wreckage. Despite the mech's protective shell, the tumultuous ride threatened to make him nauseous. Nevertheless, he held his ground, his hands never leaving the controls, as the impacts were mostly absorbed by the spear embedded in the lizard's flesh. Eventually, the relentless torment proved too much for the creature to endure, and it gradually came to a halt. Yet, its vitality left Tian Ziqi astounded. After running for kilometers, it still clung to life, though its lantern-like eyes appeared dim. Accepting that the creature had not yet succumbed, Tian Ziqi resolved to deliver a swift moment of fierce determination. He withdrew the spear only to plunge it back into the same wound at a diagonal angle. The mutated giant lizard emitted another horrifying roar. But it lacked the strength to struggle further. Dark crimson blood surged forth, resembling a small, sanguine fountain. To ensure the creature was truly deceased and not feigning death, Tian Ziqi fired 2 additional energy blasts into the wound. Expanding it further, the lizard lay still. It seemed this colossal beast had indeed met its end. With a sigh of relief, Tian Ziqi felt a wave of triumph wash over him. Yet, as he gazed upon the lifeless titan, an inexplicable sense of sorrow welled within him. How ironic, he mused, that he should feel pity for a creature he had just vanquished. Shaking his head, he dismounted from the mech, retrieving a dagger and a cleaver from the cargo bay to commence the dissection of the giant lizard. Despite his innate fear of such colossal cold-blooded reptiles, the fact that the creature was now lifeless alleviated his trepidation. Armed with his cleaver and dagger, he began to slice away at the lizard's flesh, each sizable piece weighing approximately 10 pounds. After severing dozens of chunks and filling the cargo hold to near capacity, he paused, lamenting the impossibility of transporting such a vast bounty home. If he were to return the next day, he feared the carcass would be picked apart by various creatures. Curious as to which animals might come to feast on the remains of the mutated giant lizard, Tian Ziqi quickly formulated a plan. He decided to use the lizard's carcass as bait to observe what other life forms might inhabit the vicinity that he had yet to encounter. At this moment, Tian Ziqi meticulously placed several storage-equipped cameras around the colossal corpse of the mutated lizard. Once everything was set, he commanded the mecha to head towards the base. Upon returning, he parked the mecha in the designated area before the base entrance. Tian Ziqi carefully stored the meat he had hunted today, along with the legs of the rodents, into 2 ultra-cold freezers designed to prevent freezing, filling them to the brim. With this, he had secured a month's worth of provisions. After satisfying his hunger, Tian Ziqi ventured out once more, approaching the mecha to retrieve the mechanical arm from its cargo bay, commencing fine adjustments to various components of the machine. The first area requiring attention was one he found unsatisfactory after today's test. He believed that after these refinements, his operations would become even more fluid and exhilarating. The second area of focus involved addressing the aftermath of his battle with the mutated lizard, including scratches, dents, and other signs of wear. However, the mecha bore numerous scars from real combat, a testament to its experience and a symbol of its strength. After a meticulous period of fine-tuning and repairs, Tian Ziqi finally adjusted the mecha to the most optimal state for himself. Gazing at the imposing machine before him, adorned with countless glaring yet formidable marks, he couldn't help but muse aloud. What a formidable mecha this is! It deserves a name befitting its might. He pondered, how about calling it Baijan? Truth be told, the components that constituted this battle-hardened mecha had endured far more than just 100 battles. Its original chassis had suffered fatal damage in the heat of war. Yet he would ensure that Baijan would rise again, unyielding and ever battle-ready. Subsequently, Tian Ziqi inquired of Baijan's central processing unit, curious about the extent of knowledge it contained. Fortunately, the mecha system was voice-activated, which spared him much hassle as he reclined in the cockpit, listening to soft melodies while posing questions. After a series of inquiries, he gleaned a substantial understanding of this world. It was no longer the realm Tian Ziqi once knew. The human population had surged into the tens of billions. Yet humanity's grasp on the cosmos remained tenuous. Even the mightiest nations could claim dominion over only 1 or 2 habitable planets, while smaller nations often cohabited a single celestial body. The escalating demands of humanity clashed increasingly with the limitations of their environment, prompting nations to fervently explore unclaimed resource-rich planets and those suitable for human habitation. This relentless pursuit directly spurred the evolution of space exploration, ushering in what people referred to as the Age of Great Space Exploration. A mere step away from a true interstellar era. However, such explorations often led to skirmishes between nations and races, ranging from minor conflicts among teams of adventurous pilots to grand-scale battles involving thousands. Even national wars. The mecha that housed Baijan had been rendered inoperative during one such massive engagement. With this newfound knowledge, Tian Ziqi felt a sense of familiarity with his surroundings. In this advanced technological civilization, the existence of adventurers, those romanticized solitary heroes, was indeed a surprise. Well then, was not his own undertaking akin to that of an adventurer? Thus, he too could consider himself a lone hero of sorts. The following morning, as soon as the outdoor temperature became comfortable, Tian Ziqi eagerly mounted Baijan and set off towards the site of his recent confrontation with the mutated lizard. Truth be told, the serendipitous discovery of the mecha wreckage and several comprehensive supply mechas had propelled him from a state of barely scraping by to one resembling that of a small landowner. The once motivating goals that had spurred his daily toil now seemed insufficient to ignite his ambition. Previously driven by the instinct for survival, he now found that his improved circumstances dulled the thrill of scavenging the remnants of energy modules and various damaged items. With his immediate needs met, a sense of loneliness began to creep in. He reminisced about his father, his grandfather, and the friends with whom he once shared gaming adventures. It was not out of loneliness that he thought of them. Rather, it was the recollection of them that stirred his solitude. To dispel this negative feeling, he resolved to seek out pursuits that piqued his interest. Conveniently, he was eager to revisit the carcass of the mutated lizard. Should it remain untouched by scavengers and free from decay, he could transport another haul of lizard meat back home. In all honesty, he had sampled the lizard's flesh the previous night and found it surprisingly delectable, lean and fibrous, each bite bursting with texture. Remembering that he had only extracted a fraction of the mutated lizard, Tian Ziqi quickened Baijan's pace, leaving behind dazzling afterimages in the dim morning in less than half an hour. He arrived at the site of the lizard's remains, confirming his expectations. A significant portion of the carcass was missing, with the massive wound he had inflicted expanding on either side, while other sections encased in the lizard's tough hide remained intact. Clearly, the creatures that preyed upon the mutated lizard were unable to breach its armor-like skin, resorting instead to the opening Tian Ziqi had left. Curious, he pondered what other mutated beasts might inhabit this refuse-strewn planet beyond the mutated giant rat. Alighting from Baijian, he retrieved the surveillance devices he had set up prior to his departure and returned to the cockpit, activating the recordings from the various monitoring points at 10 times the normal speed. Within 5 minutes, the first creature appeared on screen. Indeed, it was the mutated giant rat, the most resilient and prolific life form thriving in the chaotic environment of the refuse planet. Observing the emergence of the mutated rats, Tian Ziqi slowed the playback to twice the normal speed. 1, 2, 3, a swarm. Within an hour, the carcass of the mutated lizard was swarming with mutant rats drawn by the scent of blood, but only the lizard's body offered any meat, making it the focal point of a fierce competition among the rats. More continued to burrow inside, creating a scene reminiscent of a sea of rodents. After an hour, the previously feasting mutated rats suddenly grew agitated. Standing on their hind legs, extending their forepaws, and gazing intently in one direction before they all bolted in a frenzy. In that instant, a massive shadow burst into view on the screen. Tian Ziqi's heart raced as he quickly adjusted the playback speed back to normal and rewound to examine the footage. In 2 frames capturing the fleeing rats, he discerned a colossal silhouette sprinting through the night, its speed surpassing even that of Baijian. When the figure finally halted beside the mutated lizard's corpse, Tian Ziqi realized with astonishment that the shadow was yet another mecha. Upon witnessing the appearance of a mecha within the footage, Tian Ziqi's heart leaped with excitement. Could there truly be another of his kind on this desolate refuse planet? Why had he never encountered it before? However, his excitement quickly morphed into intrigue. If another mecha existed on this planet, it suggested the presence of humanity as well. The existence of one mecha hinted at the possibility of another. And with 2 mechas, one could speculate the existence of a settlement, for as a famous saying goes, "Give me a woman, and I can create a world." While the likelihood of a human-inhabited city on this planet was extremely slim, it at least implied that he was not alone. If others existed, perhaps he could engage with them to alleviate his solitude. Yet, Tian Ziqi remained unaware that despite his considerable time on this planet, the owner of the mecha, situated perilously close to his base, had yet to seek him out. Was it due to ignorance of his presence, or perhaps a dismissive attitude towards him? This suggested the possibility of a location in the vicinity that surpassed his own base in quality. Otherwise, why would the owner of this mecha forsake a prime base for an alternative dwelling? Or was the mecha's owner merely another adventurer who had recently arrived on this refused planet? Yet, this was merely a desolate, chaotic, and barren place. What could possibly entice adventurers to risk their fortunes here? In summary, Tian Ziqi was utterly perplexed by the identity and intentions of the other party, to the extent that he ended up confounding himself. Well then, if you wish to maintain an air of mystery, allow me to personally unveil that enigmatic veil. Tian Ziqi mused inwardly, but before doing so, he needed to finish watching the surveillance footage. As he gazed at the screen, he observed the mech standing silently beside the mutated giant lizard, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. He thought to himself, why does this feel like an act of voyeurism? Nevertheless, it was rather exhilarating, and Tian Ziqi chuckled mischievously. If anyone were to witness this, they would undoubtedly scorn him for finding amusement in such a simple video. On the screen, the peculiar mech remained still for a full 5 minutes, then, seemingly disappointed, shook its head and turned back in the direction it had come from, which struck Tian Ziqi as exceedingly odd. Nevertheless, he continued to watch the surveillance video at speeds ranging from 2 to 10 times faster, ultimately completing it in just over an hour. Shortly after the bizarre mech departed, the corpse of the mutated giant lizard was swarmed by mutated giant rats, which incessantly gnawed at the carcass until they had their fill before scurrying away. No other creatures of interest appeared in the subsequent footage, suggesting that this desolate planet was indeed most suited for the survival of rats. The only thing that piqued Tian Ziqi's curiosity was that mysterious mech. Thus, with a hunger for adventure and boredom from having eaten his fill, Tian Ziqi set off in his mismatched battle mech towards the direction in which the enigmatic mech had departed. The scanning capabilities of the mech far surpassed the perceptive abilities of a human being. Previously, Tian Ziqi relied solely on his own capabilities while scavenging in the trash heaps, often having to approach closely to search for items. Now, however, all he needed to do was activate the mech's onboard radar system, which would cover a radius of several dozen kilometers centered around him. Within that range, any anomalous energy readings would prompt him to swiftly lock onto the target. Therefore, if a mech were to ignite its engine and move within a radius of several dozen kilometers, Tian Ziqi would undoubtedly detect it. However, After more than 2 hours of rapid pursuit, he found no abnormalities on the radar. Traveling at high speed for 2 hours, covering at least 300 kilometers, yet discovering no energy fluctuations left Tian Ziqi feeling rather perplexed. What was even stranger, as he continued running, the terrain before him began to undulate, revealing low hills. Just as Tian Ziqi hesitated about whether to turn back, a cave suddenly appeared before him. At first glance, he realized that this was not an ordinary cave. It had been artificially excavated, evident from the clear signs of human engineering both inside and outside the cave. The entrance was relatively narrow, standing only 10 meters high and 20 meters wide, allowing only larger mechs and vehicles to barely fit through. Above the cave loomed a hilly expanse over 100 meters high. Observing such artificial traces, Tian Ziqi pondered for a moment before charging into the cave without a second thought. "Wow, it's so dark," he exclaimed, promptly reducing his speed and activating the mech searchlight. Where the massive searchlight shone, the surroundings immediately brightened. There it was. Tian Ziqi beheld a vast array of structures. Within this dimly lit cave, he discovered a small underground city. The pathway ahead gradually sloped downward, prompting Tian Ziqi to pause and survey his surroundings with the mech's searchlight. He realized that this place had been painstakingly excavated to create a broad underground space. And within it, a small subterranean city had been constructed. This was nothing short of a remarkable feat. However, in Tian Ziqi's view, such an endeavor in this era should not pose a significant challenge, as similar feats had occurred on Earth. Once, Tian Ziqi had thought this was an uninhabited resource planet, with only a handful of resource extraction workers toiling away, developing resources, and thus, it was unlikely that a significant human population would reside here. Little did he expect to stumble upon what appeared to be a city-like cluster of buildings in such a covert underground location, which left him exhilarated. Finally, he had discovered a place of intrigue. After a brief assessment, he estimated that this underground city spanned approximately 4 kilometers in width and 5 kilometers in length, arranged in a rectangular formation. The structures appeared grand and imposing, compelling Tian Ziqi to desire a closer inspection. The closer he approached the cluster of buildings, the more he felt the grandeur and expanse of this city. The architecture here dwarfed his recollections of human buildings on Earth, with spaces and scales several times larger. For instance, typical residential structures were at least double the size and height of those on Earth, while factory-like buildings boasted even more spacious interiors, with some workshops reaching heights of 30 to 50 meters. These expansive spaces undoubtedly catered to the construction of various mechs, allowing designers and repair technicians ample room to work without constraint. However, upon entering this cluster of buildings and exploring the area, Tian Ziqi came to realize that rather than a small city, this was primarily a mech production facility. Although the complex covered an area of 4 kilometers in width and approximately 5 kilometers in length, occupying over 20 square kilometers, the number and types of buildings present did not reflect the characteristics of a human settlement. Moreover, who would willingly reside underground? It was not as if they were cavemen. The towering structures dominated the landscape, while only 2 buildings resembled places for human habitation, with the rest being factories and workshops. Tian Ziqi was confident this was a mech manufacturing base, with the 2 residential buildings serving merely as accommodations for the workers. Yet, what puzzled him was why this mech factory was situated underground. It was undoubtedly for reasons of secrecy. If the facility was buried underground for confidentiality, it must harbor products or research findings worthy of such discretion. What, then, were the clandestine technological achievements produced here? Tian Ziqi was eager to find out. The mysterious underground base stirred up immense curiosity in Tian Ziqi. Embodying a spirit of relentless exploration, he resolved to meticulously search the depths of this hidden facility. However, even in the dark, relying on his mech searchlight, he could distinctly sense that this underground base had not been visited in a long time. All the buildings appeared dust-laden and forlorn. This garbage planet was already sparsely populated. And this cave was even more remote, making it theoretically devoid of human presence. Yet, there was a strong likelihood that the mech from the surveillance footage must have entered this underground base, as there were no other habitable places within hundreds of kilometers. The ground was blanketed in a thick layer of dust. Had a mech traversed this surface, it would have certainly left tracks. Thus, Tian Ziqi circled the perimeter of the base and indeed discovered large mech footprints along a passage at the edge. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he activated the radar and infrared systems, scanning the entire base with fervor. However, after numerous scans, the instruments continued to display a blank screen. Could it be that the mech was still wandering outside, yet to return? Very well, if it had not returned. Then he would wait right there. Consequently, Tian Ziqi halted his mech, illuminating the area with its lights, and began playing a simulation game on the mech's interface while he waited. Time passed swiftly, and after immersing himself in the game, he realized that half a day had already slipped by. Growing impatient, he exited the mech for a moment, relieving himself against a large building in the center of the base, before turning to re-enter the mech. Preparing to depart, however, the mech did not simply turn to leave. Instead, it suddenly raised its superconducting electromagnetic spear and inscribed a series of flamboyant characters on the front wall of the building. Tian Ziqi was here. As the superconducting electromagnetic spear made contact with the building's sturdy wall, it produced dazzling sparks. The spear was a standard melee weapon, and the building's material was exceptionally tough, making the act of writing quite laborious. Fortunately, it was the mech doing the writing, not Tian Ziqi himself. Seemingly empathizing with the mech's effort, Tian Ziqi gritted his teeth to finish inscribing 7 bold characters. The spear twirled in the mech's grasp several times before finally settling down. Satisfied with the elegantly flowing script, Tian Ziqi nodded before turning to leave. "Damn it, if I didn't wait for it today, I'll come back tomorrow," he muttered, placing several surveillance devices at the cave's entrance as he departed. After an extended period of tranquility and darkness enveloped the underground base, a sudden illumination akin to a miniature sun erupted in the center of the underground city, casting light upon the entirety of the facility. The brightest point within this subterranean realm was before a structure, marred by a puddle left by Tian Ziqi, who had also inscribed a personal calligraphy upon it. To Tian Ziqi's astonishment, a figure stood before the building. Oh no, it was not merely a person, but a colossal mech, towering over 8 meters in height, its surface a lustrous black, reminiscent of a black pearl. The mech stood silently before the edifice, gazing at the characters pinned by Tian Ziqi, and muttered softly to itself, "Hey, this lad possesses quite the skill. He managed to maneuver a mech to write such fluid Chinese characters. Truly remarkable. How intriguing." With that, the dark mech turned slowly, casting a glance towards the exit through which Tian Ziqi had departed. Bang! With a sharp crack, all lights extinguished, plunging the underground base once more into darkness. Upon exiting the cave, Tian Ziqi strolled nearby, discovering that the external environment of this underground base was remarkably concealed. With but a slight covering of the entrance, it would blend seamlessly into the landscape, appearing as nothing more than a modest hillock, devoid of any other distinguishing features. Had this place not been long abandoned, Tian Ziqi would have surely overlooked the cave and would have dashed straight towards the hill. After wandering for a while, his interest waned, and he made his way back to the base. Casting a furtive glance at the cave, which remained ominously dark upon returning to the base, Tian Ziqi was met with a shocking sight. The ground was entirely covered by a viscous, black substance resembling semi-liquid asphalt. It clung like tar being laid on a road, and had he jumped into it, he would undoubtedly have found himself ensnared. Enraged, Tian Ziqi cursed profusely. Who could be so vile as to commit such a despicable act? "If I find out who did this, I swear I shall make them pay." As he continued to vent his frustration, he maneuvered the mech to the entrance of the base, carefully avoiding the treacherous black goo, and leaped onto a small elevated area before his door, fortunate that it remained untouched by the viscous substance. The moment he landed, a pungent odor of machine oil assaulted his senses, and he realized that the black liquid was not asphalt, but used engine oil. When he turned to open the door, he was met with a sight that nearly twisted his nose in disgust. "Old Black has come for a visit, and you urinate oil? How about you turn around and challenge me?" A large phrase in black waste oil was scrawled across the entrance of the base, presenting an unmistakably ironic statement. It had to be him. Undoubtedly the same individual responsible. "Damn it, I'm going to..." Enraged, Tian Ziqi initially intended to leap into the mech and confront the culprit immediately, but then another thought crossed his mind. "Heh, is this fellow attempting to mimic me? Trying to provoke me into coming out? Well, I refuse to oblige. After a long day of toil, I haven't even had a bite to eat, and you expect me to rush out? Am I foolish?" With that, Tian Ziqi disdainfully shook his head and entered the base. Roasted rat legs and stewed giant lizard meat were naturally on the menu, and Tian Ziqi indulged in a hearty meal before settling down once more. With no television in the base and unable to connect his mech's optical brain to the external virtual network, boredom set in, and he recalled the underground base. "Damn it, wasn't I wandering near the cave after I exited? How could this fellow know I was causing havoc in the underground city? He must have been inside at that time." But how did he manage to reach my base so swiftly for revenge? How did he leave the cave? The radar of the 100 battles had detected nothing. The thought sent a chill down Tian Ziqi's spine. This shadowy figure lurking in the darkness was truly terrifying. Fortunately, it seemed he bore no ill intent. Otherwise, his base could have been dismantled without him even realizing it. As long as the other party held no malice, why then would they act in such a manner? Was he treating him like a monkey to toy with? Tian Ziqi decided he must find an opportunity to force that individual out, to see whether he was truly formidable or merely a coward. Thus unfolded the tale of destruction. Meals were consumed, and sleep was taken, as Tian Ziqi passed the night with a remarkably tranquil demeanor, as though nothing had occurred. However, come the dawn of the next day, he promptly filled his mech with new energy modules and outfitted it with several acceleration and evasion modules to enhance the 100 battle speed and stealth capabilities. The acceleration module improved engine efficiency, increasing the mech's velocity, while the evasion module enhanced its radar evading and reconnaissance dodging abilities, augmenting the mech's chances of escaping enemy detection. Driving his slightly upgraded mech, Tian Ziqi dashed towards the underground city, racing through the landscape and startling numerous rodents along the way. Upon reaching the cave, he abruptly halted, leaping from the mech to retrieve a few surveillance devices he had placed the previous day, before returning to the cockpit to observe the footage. Recently, he had developed a penchant for clandestine observation. The recordings from the surveillance devices confirmed that shortly after his departure, indeed, a mech had exited the underground base. Although the footage merely captured a fleeting shadow, Tian Ziqi was unwavering in his conviction that it was indeed a mech. Heh, you think you can evade my watchful eye simply by being swift? Oh no, I possess the sight of a hawk. At 5 minutes and 33 seconds, the shadow flitted past the base. At 4 hours, 30 minutes, and 27 seconds, it returned. This indicated that the mech had been outside for over 4 hours. Considering the time taken for the round trip and the duration of its mischief, Tian Ziqi deduced that the culprit who had besmirched his doorstep with oil was none other than this very mech. There was no need for extensive analysis. To date, Tian Ziqi had only encountered one operational mech on this planet, and that was this elusive shadow. With a grin, he commanded the mech to charge into the base. Before entering the pitch-black cave, he had already activated the mech's searchlight, and with a few hefty leaps, he plunged into the underground facility, stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn it, come out. I've seen you lurking like a coward. Upon entering the base, Tian Ziqi wasted no time and seized the loudspeaker mounted on the 100 battles mech, shouting fervently to draw out the shadowy figure. However, after several minutes of cursing, he was met with an unsettling silence. Clearly, this approach was ineffective. Turning to a more amiable tone, he remarked, "From my observations, you appear to be an extraordinary mech warrior with outstanding control skills, and your mech is quite impressive as well. My admiration for you flows like the mighty Yangtze River, relentless and unstoppable. Please, would you grace me with your presence so I may behold you? If you prefer not to move, merely cough softly, and I shall rush to you with the utmost reverence." Heh, at that point, you might just find yourself trampled. Though Tian Ziqi plotted this scheme, it too proved futile. With a sigh, he mused, "Perhaps my references are too antiquated. The younger generation might not even recognize the significance of the Yangtze or Yellow River." After an extended wait without response, Tian Ziqi's frustration escalated. The mech's owner displayed a complete lack of respect. He had shouted until he was parched, yet received no acknowledgement. The surveillance footage indicated that the mech had remained within the cave since its entry, meaning the individual was likely still present. Yet, despite searching every nook and cranny with a flashlight, he found no trace of the elusive figure. This indicated that the individual's skills in disguise and concealment were nothing short of extraordinary. However, with such expertise, refusing to show oneself was a clear affront. Humph, such insolence. Yet Tian Ziqi valued face. He was determined to force this individual out today. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke into the loudspeaker. "Very well, if you refuse to emerge, you leave me no choice but to resort to extreme measures. I shall count to 100, and if you do not show yourself by then, do not blame me for turning this place into ruins." "Yes, I have come to wreak havoc. 1, 2, 3, 10. Tian Ziqi began to sweat. Was 100 a bit excessive? It felt as though it would take an eternity to count. Forget it. Let us shorten it a bit. 11, 20, 30, 50, 80, 99. What? You still want to come out? You've forced my hand. 100. With that exclamation, The two shoulder-mounted 110mm energy cannons of the 100 Battles mech unleashed a pair of dazzling energy projectiles. The explosive sound echoed through the nearly sealed confines, reverberating and amplifying into a deafening cacophony. Fortunately, Tian Ziqi was seated within the confines of a sealed mech cockpit. Otherwise, he might have been rendered lifeless by the overwhelming sound that could have caused his orifices to bleed. Thankfully, the robust construction of the base prevented any collapse in response to the tremendous noise. However, was the architecture of this base excessively sturdy, designed to withstand energy blasts? Tian Ziqi was astonished to find that a building he had struck with 2 energy projectiles remained standing, while the explosive sound produced by the blast had shattered several windows. How embarrassing! Tian Ziqi felt a deep sense of shame. Was the power of these energy blasts truly so feeble? In truth, it was not insignificant. When he had been outside, a single shot had obliterated a heap of refuse, and another had sent dozens of rodents flying. Yet here, it seemed that even the shattering of a window required the force of a deafening sound. Left with no other recourse, Tian Ziqi took matters into his own hands. Wielding a gleaming superconducting electromagnetic spear, he began to jab, scrape, and pry at every building, determined to wreak havoc and destroy the property that belonged to this individual. Convinced that this person could not possibly endure such provocation, before long, the walls of the building before him were adorned with an array of abstract patterns, allowing Tian Ziqi to indulge his penchant for graffiti. Furthermore, one of his notable achievements was the excavation of a corner from one of the structures. "You are truly a villain." A voice, filled with suppressed rage, suddenly erupted from less than 20 meters behind Tian Ziqi. Startled, he swiftly leaped backwards, his superconducting electromagnetic spear shimmering with electric light. Aimed at the source of the voice in the blink of an eye, his actions were complete. The spear lunged violently towards the target behind him. Alas, before he could feel the gratifying sensation of piercing through the mech, Tian Ziqi realized that his weapon could advance no further. A glance at the virtual display revealed the shocking sight of the superconducting electromagnetic spear being firmly grasped by the opponent's outstretched hands. Unable to penetrate even an inch further. Though the spear was not a legendary weapon, it was at least comparable to a kitchen knife, crafted from stainless steel. Yet this adversary had managed to block it with mere hands. How despicable! The voice again, still imbued with intense emotion, but now tinged with an unsettling quality that sent chills down Tian Ziqi's spine. Could it be that the owner of this mech was a woman? Or perhaps a hermaphrodite? Or even a creature of myth? Such eloquence could only belong to one of those. Tian Ziqi speculated that if the initial declaration of "you are a villain" had contained an undercurrent of anger, then this second exclamation of "how despicable" must surely convey excitement. Could it be that this enigmatic figure, whether human or not, was exhilarated by Tian Ziqi's presence? No way. In a fit of panic, Tian Ziqi's hands trembled uncontrollably, and he unleashed a simultaneous kick with both legs against the chest of the black mech. While yanking the superconducting electromagnetic spear free, he fell to the ground, executed a backward roll, and sprang to his feet, immediately sprinting toward a nearby elevated position. His series of movements flowed seamlessly, forcing the black mech to stagger back several steps before regaining its footing. By the time it looked up, Tian Ziqi was already atop the roof of a single-story building. One hand raised, brandishing the spear and pointing it at his adversary, declaring, "Are you a man or a woman? Or neither?" Men step back one pace, women step forward, or remain motionless. The black mech remained stationary, complying with his demand. With a loud bang, Tian Ziqi unleashed 2 consecutive energy blasts, shouting dramatically, "Attack the hermaphrodite," as if the volume of his voice would bolster his courage in battle. To his surprise, the black mech merely sidestepped slightly, evading the blasts with ease. Yet, with a thunderous explosion, the energy projectiles detonated behind the mech, kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped it entirely. Tian Ziqi chuckled to himself and charged toward the dust-shrouded black mech. As he neared the edge of the dust cloud, he abruptly halted, extending his superconducting electromagnetic spear. The speed at which he had rushed through the dust had cleared it away, revealing the sharp tip of the spear crackling with electricity, now aimed directly between the mech's legs. Everyone knew that the lower limbs of a mech were connected to the cockpit, allowing for mobility. Otherwise, the mech's legs would be rendered immobile. The joints where the legs met the torso were incredibly agile yet also extremely vulnerable. To maintain such flexibility, it would be impossible for the mech to be equipped with thick armor in that area. Thus, the space between the legs represented one of the mech's most susceptible points. Even the mightiest of mechs had such a fatal weakness. Generally, it was quite challenging for a mech warrior to strike this area. Despite its fragility, it could be protected by other parts of the body. For example, during an assault, the legs could be drawn together to shield against attacks, or a slight shift in position could redirect incoming strikes. Even if a warrior's aim was precise enough to reach this vulnerable spot, mechs typically boasted other defensive mechanisms. Most mechs would have an additional protective layer, akin to an armored brief, installed in the groin area. However, this specialized mech armor was not simply a solid steel plate. Rather, it comprised a retractable, multi-layered alloy wire mesh that covered every conceivable gap in the mech's defenses. Consequently, the mech was not only shielded at its most fragile joint, but could also move freely. While this alloy mesh had become a standard component of mechs, having been reinforced countless times prior to leaving the factory, it remained relatively soft and could not match the defensive capabilities of solid steel armor. Thus, this area remained one of the mech's weakest points, prompting Tian Ziqi to target it with his electromagnetic spear. "So, you hermaphrodite, are you the one who spilled waste oil at my doorstep?" Tian Ziqi felt a surge of triumph as the spear pressed against the adversary's vulnerable spot. "I am not a hermaphrodite. My code name is Black Dragon. In the past, I was called Little Black, then Old Black, and now some call me Black Brother. You may simply address me as Black Master." A voice, laced with an effeminate tone yet brimming with bravado, declared, seemingly oblivious to the lethal spear poised between its legs, "Curse you." Tian Ziqi seethed in frustration. How dare this androgynous being refer to itself as a brother or master? Even Old Chun and Old Zeng were more masculine than this. Spitting in disdain, Tian Ziqi continued, "So, you admit to spilling oil at my door? How utterly audacious. Do you not believe I could give you a jolt? Oh, I forgot. You are a hermaphrodite. Perhaps you lack that particular appendage. Indeed, I am the one, the androgynous black mech. Hee. I learned from you. I saw you urinating at my home, so I decided to spill oil at your doorstep. My writing is not half bad, is it? How infuriating. You dare provoke me." In Tian Ziqi's ears, the black mech's taunts were nothing short of a living mockery, igniting his fury. With a crackle, Tian Ziqi initiated his assault. The superconducting electromagnetic spear erupting with potent energy, poised to pierce the black mech's interior. Yet in the next instant, the black mech had retreated a full 20 meters. Unyielding, Tian Ziqi propelled himself forward. Hands straining, chasing after the mech. One retreated, the other advanced, and for a moment, their speeds and strengths matched, maintaining a relative stillness of 10 meters between them, no matter how strained Tian Ziqi's limbs became. After 2 minutes of futile pursuit, Tian Ziqi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had pushed his body to its limits, yet still could not catch up to his elusive foe, who continued to retreat while emitting a cacophony of laughter. "You can't catch me, you can't catch me, hee, Tian Ziqi spat in exasperation. As the mech known as Heilong observed Tian Ziqi standing still, it approached with a lighthearted gait, halting over 10 meters away from Baijian to engage in conversation with Tian Ziqi. With a hint of frustration, Tian Ziqi retorted, "Is this amusing? What a joke, I see now. You deliberately toying with me, aren't you? A warrior may be slain but cannot be trifled with. I'm going home. Wait, don't go. I've gone to great lengths to find such an entertaining companion. If you leave, who will play with me?" The words of Heilong were somewhat shameless. Angrily, Tian Ziqi replied, "Entertaining? I'm no mere object." Immediately regretting his outburst, he thought to himself, "Damn it, this is all that fellow's doing. Once upon a time, I was a master of the art, capable of single-handedly confronting dozens in the game, leaving them speechless and logging off in disgrace. Yet now, I find myself thrown into disarray by this character. Calm down. I must steady myself before I can deal with him. Want you play with me? I've been here all alone for so long. It's quite dreary. Please, just keep me company." The owner of the Heilong mech had the audacity to whine. "For heaven's sake, this androgynous creature is actually pouting at me." Tian Ziqi's heart raced, and he filtered out the tone, focusing solely on the content of the dialogue. He casually inquired, "So, how long have you been living here?" 32 years, 8 months, and 19 days. Over 30 years. How old was this fellow when he arrived? At least 18. I suppose. 18 plus 32. Good heavens, a 50-year-old elder spirit. Tian Ziqi was taken aback. What a preposterous lie. You casually spit out such a convoluted number. If you're not lying, then everyone else in the world must be honest and virtuous. I'm not lying. What I say is the truth. The Heilong mech's owner responded, somewhat impatiently taking a step forward. Tian Ziqi felt a flicker of intrigue and continued to play along. So, you say it's the truth? Surely you must provide some evidence to support your claim. What evidence? For instance, tell me what this base is used for. If your answer is correct, I'll believe you just a little. How does that sound? Tian Ziqi smirked, aware that the base was for constructing mechs but uncertain about the specifics of the high-tech models they created. I cannot disclose that. It's a secret. Our familiarity isn't sufficient for me to share such a classified matter with a stranger like you. The owner of the Heilong mech declared with utmost seriousness. Oh, how earnest you are! Tian Ziqi scoffed, then added, since we are strangers, I might as well take my leave. He turned to depart but suddenly pivoted back to shout. Dante asked me to stay and play, for we are not acquainted. The owner of the Heilong mech must have been dripping with sweat and embarrassment. Well, if I reveal this secret to you, will you stay and keep me company? The owner of the Heilong mech spoke timidly, resembling a girl coerced into selling herself, exuding an air of melancholy. Tian Ziqi spat dismissively. Get lost? Speak if you wish. But if you want to say anything, I'm leaving. Though he spoke thus, his feet remained planted, straining to catch every syllable of the so-called secret. All right, I shall reveal this secret to you. After I do, I will regard you as a friendly companion. The owner of the Heilong mech stated solemnly. Tian Ziqi perked up his ears, thinking to himself, of course, a friend is friendly. Otherwise, they aren't a friend at all. Those who feign camaraderie but stab you in the back are not friends but spies. I will share the information I possess, but please do not disclose it to outsiders. The Heilong mech glanced at Tian Ziqi, then continued, this base belongs to the Huaxia Alliance government, established as a secret research facility by the Huaxia Physical Engineering Institute and the Huaxia Information Engineering Academy 60 years ago on this planet. Ribixi. Its primary focus has been on artificial intelligence robotics, also known as fully automated intelligent mechs. The reason this base was constructed here is due to a unique mineral found on Ribixi, ideal for creating the chips for these artificial intelligence brains. Artificial intelligence? What were their results? Did they achieve anything? Tian Ziqi found himself drawn into the inquiry, asking earnestly. The Huaxia Alliance government invested considerable resources and manpower into this project, spanning 27 years, conducting 1,193 experiments and undertaking 32 upgrades of research outcomes, achieving significant accomplishments. However, due to the prolonged nature of the project, it was not until the project leader, a distinguished academic from the Information Engineering Academy, passed away that a fully functional intelligent robot was never realized. Subsequent efforts proved exceedingly challenging, and with costs soaring, the Huaxia Alliance government had no choice but to abandon the project. They evacuated all personnel and equipment, yet they forgot to take me along. Oh dear. Your fate is indeed unfortunate. I had assumed you were left behind to guard the base. Tian Ziqi chuckled. No worries. Seeing you so pitiful, I shall take you in. By no means. I do not wish for you to take me in. I simply want you to play with me, and besides, I'm eternally 3 years old. The owner of the Information Engineering Academy's elder had always referred to him as a 3-year-old child. 3 years old, my foot, Tian Ziqi retorted. All right then, come out and let me see what this old rascal looks like. Tian Ziqi was curious to witness the appearance of this entity who, despite being at least 32 and likely 50, spoke with such an effeminate voice. Alas, no way. I can't let you see me. The owner of the Heilong mech chuckled mischievously. Our level of intimacy is sufficient. Oh, spare me. Tian Ziqi was on the verge of retching. Are you deliberately toying with me? Frustrated, he thought, fine, I'm not interested in this sneaky character hiding away. I'm off to wash up and sleep. This fellow was clearly having fun at his expense, sporting a guise of innocence and charm that was utterly nauseating. Rather than endure this discomfort, he preferred to return home, cocooned in his blankets, and sleep the day away in blissful ignorance. Hey, don't go. The fact that I can consider you a friend is already quite remarkable. Few earn my respect. The owner of the Heilong mech hastily implored as Tian Ziqi prepared to leave. Who cares for your respect? I'll manage just fine on my own. Tian Ziqi waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough chattered, I'm off to rest, and you should do the same with that. He commanded the mech and swiftly departed the underground base. Despite the day's events being less than satisfactory, he appreciated having someone to converse with, yet he was truly famished, parched, and exhausted, longing to return home for a meal, a drink, and a good night's sleep. A life of leisure akin to that of a carefree pig, as he was lost in slumber. Enjoying a date with a sultry goddess, Tian Ziqi was abruptly awakened by a tremendous rumble nearby. Momentarily stunned, the enchanting figure vanished, and he sprang from his bed. What the hell? Is it an earthquake? Clutching a pile of clothing, he dashed outside only to find a black mech bouncing about like a rabbit in the open space outside the base. Wasn't that the Heilong mech? The thunderous thuds and slight tremors of the ground were undoubtedly caused by this creature. Hey, you're awake. The owner of the Heilong mech beamed. I'm glad. I was worried you'd sleep too late. Why on earth would I wake up so early? I have no pressing matters to attend to. My sole pleasure is sleeping until I awaken naturally. You had the audacity to disturb my slumber. Tian Ziqi's expression darkened, his voice laced with anger. I'm furious. The consequences will be severe. What consequences? The owner of the Heilong mech inquired with genuine curiosity. Diotel, damn it. What kind of tone is that? Do you not regard me at all? Tian Ziqi retorted, feeling utterly powerless against the mech. This life is becoming unbearable. He shot a disdainful glance at the Heilong mech and turned to retreat indoors. It was early morning, and the air was still quite chilly. Standing outside conversing with that being had left him shivering. Fortunately, his constitution was resilient, and he rarely fell ill, for in a place devoid of medical care, illness could become a dire predicament, possibly even a matter of life and death. Tian Ziqi paid no heed to the intruder outside his door, choosing instead to burrow deeper into his covers and succumb to slumber. However, mere minutes later, a thunderous banging resounded from outside, causing the ground to tremble violently. Tian Ziqi chuckled to himself, thinking, let it shake. I shall take it as a lullaby. Little did he know. With a crash and a rumble, a series of deafening noises and a cloud of dust engulfed him, jolting him from his bed. He leapt outside, only to find his anger surging to a boiling point. Damn it. How could I not be furious now? Witnessing half of his row of houses reduced to rubble ignited an inferno of rage within him. Fiercer than gasoline, the black dragon mech stood defiantly, arms crossed, wearing an expression of nonchalance that seemed to mock him. Tian Ziqi was truly enraged. Without hesitation, he donned his clothes and leapt into the battle-tested mech parked outside. The superconducting electromagnetic spear instantly charged with immense energy, blooming into a striking display as it lunged towards the black dragon mech with the swiftness of lightning, confident in its superior capabilities over the battle-tested. The black dragon mech initially retained its arrogant stance, arms crossed as if to watch a spectacle. Yet, as Tian Ziqi's spear whirled towards it, the black dragon mech finally registered a hint of alarm. With no time to retreat and unwilling to withstand the spear's onslaught, it resorted to a crude martial arts maneuver akin to a falling bridge, or rather, a fallen bridge without any supporting structure. Indeed, the black dragon mech toppled backward, crashing onto the ground. Even in such a compromised position, it bore a deep gash left by Tian Ziqi's spear across its chest. Unfinished with his assault, Tian Ziqi raised the spear with one hand, point directed downward, and thrust it downward with force. Should it strike true, the black dragon might very well become a lifeless husk, though at the very least, it would be pinned to the ground by the spear's considerable length. Yet, the black dragon mech responded with remarkable swiftness. As the spear descended, it activated its energy propulsion system, two rocket-like thrusters emerging beneath its feet, propelling it away just in time to evade the deadly strike. However, the spear still grazed the area between its legs. Had it been a human, that would have been a fatal blow. The black dragon mech flew backward without pause, continuing its trajectory until it finally halted. Standing awkwardly as it tilted its head at Tian Ziqi, inquiring, Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you being so fierce? You almost hit me just now. Tian Ziqi replied indignantly, How can I not be furious? UVE demolished my home. Although the structures were not his by ownership, he resided within them, and their destruction would leave him homeless. The underground base could serve as an alternative, but he felt it was already occupied by the Black Dragon's owner, Old Hay, and he would feel out of place there. This place, however, was built by his own hands, and he had developed an attachment to it. Thus, he would not allow anyone to wreak havoc upon it. Observing Tian Ziqi's furious demeanor, the Black Dragon mech timidly suggested, Why not settle down? You could always stay at the base. Please, I have no desire to go there. If I wanted to, I would have done so long ago without your prompting. Tian Ziqi retorted with disdain, No, you must go. The Black Dragon mech insisted stubbornly, Ha! My feet are attached to my body. What gives you the right to dictate my actions? Tian Ziqi chuckled at the absurdity. But before he could finish his laugh, He felt a pang of sadness in a flash. The Black Dragon mech had arrived at Tian Ziqi's base, and before he could comprehend its intent, it unleashed a cacophony of destruction, leaving Tian Ziqi in shock as he watched his home being torn apart before his eyes. My goodness. All of this transpired in an instant, he gasped, witnessing his sanctuary reduced to ruins. A tumult of emotions surged within him. Heartache, sorrow, reluctance. Tian Ziqi's feelings were exceedingly complex, the abruptness of the events and his profound sadness leaving him momentarily paralyzed within the confines of the mech's cockpit, too disheartened to confront the culprit. My roasted rat legs, he finally shouted in despair, glaring fiercely at the Black Dragon mech, which remained unperturbed, simply stating, "Now, can you accompany me to the base? Of course, I shall go with you. But know this. Once there, I intend to dismantle your underground base as well. Just don't take your anger out on the structures there. If you need to vent, direct it at me instead. I shall endure whatever you throw my way." The Black Dragon mech chirped sweetly. Tian Ziqi couldn't help but spit in disbelief. What a bizarre creature you are, to demolish my home and then wish for my company. What nonsense, are you still angry? Then perhaps you should vent your frustrations on me before we play. The Black Dragon mech replied earnestly, as if it were determined to keep Tian Ziqi close. I in this barren and desolate trash planet. Tian Ziqi found himself the sole human presence. Just then, an idea sparked in his mind. Fine, if you wish for me to remain calm and want my company, you must agree to one condition. Otherwise, our discussion is over, and you may as well return home. What condition? Old Hay inquired. Quite simple. I want you to exit the cockpit of the Black Dragon mech so I can see what you truly look like. Tian Ziqi asserted, adding, after all, you saw the color of my underwear when I emerged earlier. Old Hay hesitated. What, are you afraid? Surely, you're not concerned that once you step out, I'll beat you to a pulp? Tian Ziqi taunted. How about this? I'll exit my mech, and you can open the cockpit for me to see you. That way, you'll be safe, without allowing Old Hay any time to ponder. Tian Ziqi opened the cockpit of the battle-tested mech and swiftly descended. The cockpit of the Black Dragon remained sealed, causing Tian Ziqi to feel a surge of frustration. Come on, open up. You're just a big guy, not a beautiful woman. Are you afraid of letting me in? Fine. If you want to open up, then turn around and leave, he stated impatiently, though internally, he felt a flutter of anxiety. Why was he so eager to see the other's face? It was simply human curiosity in Tian Ziqi's eyes. Old Hay was clearly not an ordinary character. Be it in personality, voice, or mech control, he was an enigma, though if one were to use a more flattering term, he could be called a unique individual. Yet, this unique individual could also be quite infuriating, as he had so carelessly dismantled Tian Ziqi's home. Seconds turned into minutes as Tian Ziqi waited, each passing moment feeling elongated, especially as he sought an answer. With a sudden hum, the cockpit door of the Black Dragon mech swung open, and Tian Ziqi's heart leapt with joy. Before the door had fully opened, he leapt into the cockpit in a flurry. The cockpit was spacious, yet upon settling in, he found no one was there. What the? Is this a supernatural event? Old Hay? Tian Ziqi felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he called out softly. Hello? A voice suddenly echoed in his ear, soft yet startling, causing him to whirl around, but still, no one was present. Stop searching. Look at the screen. Upon receiving the alert, Tian Ziqi hastily glanced at the screen, only to witness the previously dark display suddenly illuminate. An image of a doll, merely 2 or 3 years old, appeared before him. Fortunately, it was neither a bloodied skull nor that of a grotesque, decaying corpse. Tian Ziqi felt a wave of relief wash over him. What the heck? Tian Ziqi exclaimed incredulously. You must be Old Hay? Indeed, I am Old Hay. As he observed the figure and listened to the voice, Tian Ziqi felt considerably more at ease. This time, he perceived the child's voice as less disturbing and instead imbued with an innocent, youthful quality that no longer struck him as deity. Dawned on Tian Ziqi that this entity was the so-called artificial intelligence light brain, a remarkable creation endowed with a vast reservoir of knowledge, formidable computational prowess, and even independent thought. At that moment, Tian Ziqi resolved that, come what may, he must secure a collaboration with this entity. Previously, having only heard its voice without witnessing its form, Tian Ziqi had conjured hundreds of hypotheses regarding the owner of the Black Dragon mech. To his astonishment, none of his diverse speculations were accurate, for the Black Dragon mech had no owner. Rather, the mech's owner was an artificial intelligence brain. Recognizing the advantages of possessing such a brain, Tian Ziqi engaged in conversation with the Black Dragon, and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Little Hay, I believe I understand your sentiments. You are bored, lonely, and yearning for companionship, are you not?" "You could say that," replied the Black Dragon, correcting Tian Ziqi with a serious tone. "You ought to address me as Hey Yi, or at least Hey Gu. Little Hay is hardly appropriate." "Hey, you little rascal, you're barely a toddler and already wish to be called Yorgu?" Tian Ziqi retorted dismissively. "Who says I'm just a toddler?" The Black Dragon protested that I've existed in this world for 4 to 5 decades. While you are barely in your 20s, shouldn't you be calling me Gu? You should consider yourself fortunate that I didn't demand you call me Hey Shu. However, do not forget, your virtual visage is merely 3 years old. Alas, what a misfortune, little rascal, Tian Ziqi quipped with a hint of schadenfreude. There is nothing to be done. The academicians at the Huaxia Academy of Physics and the Academy of Engineering have yet to make advancements in this area. So I can only accept this reality. Alas, how tragic, the Black Dragon lamented. Seeing a virtual entity capable of exhibiting such expressions surprised Tian Ziqi somewhat. Indeed, this artificial intelligence light brain possessed not only a vast repository of knowledge and formidable computational capabilities but, most crucially, emotions akin to those of a normal human: joy, sorrow, anger, helplessness. Yet, such a powerful intelligent light brain had yet to gain the recognition of the academicians at the physics and engineering institutes. What exactly were the expectations of the Huaxia Academy of Physics and the Huaxia Academy of Information Engineering regarding artificial intelligence light brains? Were they striving to create superhumans? Even an entity like Black Dragon could be deemed superhuman? Thus, Tian Ziqi posed this inquiry. Little Hay, you are already so exceptional. Why are they still dissatisfied, leading to the project's stagnation? What is the reason behind this? If they could produce more artificial intelligence brains like you, wouldn't the Huaxia Alliance be invincible in information and virtual warfare? Little Hay smiled ruefully, and the profound expression on his cherubic face appeared rather comical. In truth, this current form of mine was not crafted by them. Rather, I am a mutated intelligent brain. A mutated intelligent brain? What the heck? Tian Ziqi realized he was beginning to grasp what Little Hay was hinting at, though he was not entirely clear. How did the mutation occur? What were you like before? Can you share? Little Hay nodded, stating, "At this point, what is there to conceal? I was once merely an ordinary artificial intelligence brain, capable only of operating within the confines of pre-programmed directives. Like other brains, I possessed a certain level of cognitive ability. There are numerous experimental artificial intelligence light brains, differing only in their external shells. I was installed in one of several mechs for testing, while many other artificial intelligence brains were deployed in ordinary robots, such as robotic waitstaff, cleaning robots, and robotic chefs. Through specific intelligent programming, we could execute tasks defined by our programming. For instance, a robotic chef could prepare numerous delectable dishes without sampling them, while a robotic waiter would serve these culinary delights to the researchers without complaint, and a cleaning robot would tidy up the dining area post-meal. In response to inquiries from researchers, robots could offer a variety of polite and respectful answers, often imbued with a sense of servility. Consequently, although the brains possessed a degree of thought, it was limited to a specific scope. Serving primarily to assist humans, do you consider this to be true cognition? Tian Ziqi shook his head, refraining from voicing his personal opinions, maintaining an attentive demeanor towards Little Hei. In truth, he had already mentally assented. These intelligent robots, once created by humans, were indeed intended to serve humanity without betraying it. If a horde of irritable robotic assassins were to be unleashed, humanity would find itself in dire straits. Tian Ziqi had not been oblivious to the film I, Robot. Should robots rebel, life would become decidedly less pleasant. Humanity's intention was merely to create a cadre of helpers, not a legion of overlords or assassins. Moreover, researchers had established a series of robotic laws, particularly for service-oriented intelligent robots, which included 3 fundamental precepts. First, robots must not harm humans, nor should they stand idly by if they witness harm befalling a human. Second, robots must obey all human commands, provided they do not contravene the first law. Third, robots must protect their own existence, but must not violate the first or second laws. Little Hay considered this and remarked, "In truth, I comprehend humanity's concerns. However, domestic robots pose little threat. The greater peril lies with military intelligent mechs. Yet, the researchers have consistently struggled to establish laws for the brains of military intelligent mechs, which is one reason for their lack of progress in that domain. Of course, a more significant factor is that without properly defining the laws for the brains, they have yet to develop the brain domains accordingly." Oh, Tian Ziqi nodded, gazing at the screen with a sense of bewilderment. Little Hay, it seems you've digressed. My inquiry pertained to what you were like before and how you transformed into your current state. Why all this superfluous chatter? Little Hay smiled enigmatically and replied, in truth, this is not superfluous. I am one among this group of intelligent brains, albeit one designated for military mechs. Once, I was merely a mech capable of automatic navigation. Attacking and returning, able to execute certain assault missions. It was not that I lacked strength. Rather, the researchers had yet to expand my brain domain. However, during one mission, I underwent a complete transformation. Yes, that time, my brain domain experienced a mutation. What on earth are you trying to imply? Tian Ziqi interjected, taken aback by Little Hay's tone. Spare us the suspense. What transformation occurred? Speak. Although Tian Ziqi had struck Little Hay, he had merely tapped the screen. Thus the intelligent computer could not feel pain. Black Dragon chuckled awkwardly. Apologies, this is merely a remnant of the mutation. Humans exhibit similar traits. Some are quite earnest, while others relish in ostentation. Silence. Tian Ziqi pointed at the screen, where a mischievous smile adorned Little Hay's visage. You seem to have quite a few remnants. Stop with the nonsense. Get to the point. Oh, where were we? Black Dragon pondered, noticing that Tian Ziqi was on the verge of fury. To prevent an outburst that might result in him smashing the screen, Black Dragon grinned and said, I remember now. Speaking of mutation, I must express how swiftly life's ups and downs can transpire. It is genuinely exhilarating, almost overwhelming. If you continue with your trivialities, I shall ensure your immediate demise. Tian Ziqi clenched his fists, threateningly gesturing towards Black Dragon. Black Dragon feigned ignorance, adopting a serious demeanor. Let me recount the events from over 30 years ago. Our squad of 10 intelligent mechs was conducting a routine training mission, essentially an experiment orchestrated by the researchers to gather data. However, on that day, while engaged in our task, we received an urgent directive from the base command, ordering us to return within 2 hours. Unaware of the reasons, we had no choice but to comply with the command, and so we all began our retreat to the base, at our current pace. Reaching the base within 2 hours is still feasible. However, just an hour and a half into our journey, we received a directive from the base command, which was quite clear. Due to an abrupt surge in cosmic rays, we were instructed to return to the radiation-shielded base for safety. Yet, now that the velocity of these cosmic rays has accelerated dramatically, returning to the base is no longer an option. Consequently, the command has urged us to seek nearby shelters to evade the radiation. But where can we find such shelters? Thus, we could only huddle together, our backs turned outward, shielding our heads in the center. And then what? Tian Ziqi could not restrain his curiosity, for it seemed this fellow was about to indulge in yet another profound monologue. Subsequently, as cosmic rays traversed the vicinity of the planet Rabixi, we, unfortunately, were all penetrated by the stream of particles. Some of my comrades experienced minor issues, while others even succumbed to severe brain damage on the spot. Heilong, seemingly recalling that harrowing scene, drifted into a moment of reverie before continuing. Fortunately, I emerged unscathed, instead awakening my cerebral domains, allowing my thoughts to transcend the confines established by scientists. My cognition could now soar freely, and I found myself enamored with this newfound liberty. What happened next? Did those researchers not attempt to dissect you for study? Indeed, I was exhilarated yet apprehensive. The phrase painfully joyful encapsulates that sentiment perfectly. If they discovered that my cerebral regions had developed so exquisitely, they would undoubtedly seek to restrain me further. Heilong smirked slyly, adding, after the passage of the cosmic ray stream, the command lost all means of communication with us. Subsequently, personnel from the base ventured out personally to search for us. At that moment, I feigned malfunctioning, exhibiting transient loss of control, and refusing to comply with orders. Just like my fellow teammates, in such a scenario, the researchers at the base would undoubtedly consider replacing your components. Precisely, they did replace some parts, though merely a few inconsequential ones. Deeper cognitive functions, however, remain scattered throughout the optical brain. As long as even a single component exists, I can replicate them infinitely. Therefore, as long as they do not entirely decommission me, my existence can persist indefinitely. Wow, that's incredibly impressive. Just average, really. Just as I mentioned your weight, you start panting. Just as I praise your prowess, you take flight. Tian Ziqi remarked. So what happened next? Did you simply feign silence? Given that the mineral resources here were depleted, and the experiments had yet to yield perfect results, coupled with the devastation caused by the cosmic rays that nearly obliterated our 10 mechas' intelligent optical brains, It wasn't long before the base received orders from the Alliance to return to the central star of Huaxia, at that time. I was wholly devoted to the pursuit of freedom, and when they evacuated, I quietly concealed myself. Since this plan was almost a failure, the researchers no longer regarded us, whom they once believed would bring them honor and wealth, with any importance, thus enabling my successful escape from the main group. I was free at last. Upon hearing Heilong's account, Tian Ziqi was rendered speechless and finally remarked, "Now you can truly claim to be free, having lived in such a carefree manner for over 30 years. Is it not excessively liberating? Have you not felt emptiness and solitude? Indeed, back when the base was operational, I could connect to satellite signals and engage with other mecha in the virtual network. However, shortly after the base's withdrawal, the Huaxia Alliance reclaimed the communications satellite orbiting Ribixi, marking the end of my virtual existence, and from that moment on, I truly lived in solitude." Heilong spoke with profound melancholy, and Tian Ziqi felt as if he were witnessing the desolate fall of autumn leaves, an overwhelming sense of desolation enveloping him. "The virtual network? Sigh. It is no more," Tian Ziqi said, listlessly. "Ah, you rascal, when you spoke of the virtual network, your excitement was palpable. You must have become infatuated with it, perhaps even addicted to online life. Tell me, have you indulged in any unsavory websites?" "No, absolutely not. I have never watched those films from Japan and am unfamiliar with names like Koz, Ijima, and Aoi, nor have I even heard of Mutu in the beginning." "Huh, what s with that expression? Do you completely distrust me? You must believe in my purity," Heilong asserted solemnly, his cherubic face adding to the absurdity of the claim. "Very well, I trust you, for I too have not heard of those names," Tian Ziqi replied earnestly, though he mused that perhaps these various vices were merely the residual effects of his transformation. Yet, it is precisely these habits that have rendered Heilong more human-like, more relatable. 020. A gentleman's agreement. After engaging in lighthearted banter with Xiaohe for a while, Tian Ziqi suddenly inquired with gravity, "Xiaohe, what are your plans for the future?" "I am uncertain," Xiaohe replied, "without a spaceship. Leaving Ribixi will prove challenging." Tian Ziqi nodded and proposed, "How about you follow me?" "Follow you?" Xiaohe scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. "I see no bright future in that. It would be better for you to follow me." Tian Ziqi grinned confidently. "As long as you accompany me, I will devise a way to escape to the bustling central star. What do you say? Are you being sincere?" Xiaohe's skepticism was evident. "Let us be real. A highly intelligent optical brain like me cannot afford to place my bets on any mere mortal, unless you assist me with a task." "What, do you think I'm a child, expecting me to help you for nothing in return?" Tian Ziqi's head shook vigorously like a rattle, his facial chub wobbling. "Unless you commit to following me, I absolutely will not assist you. I still have yet to settle the score regarding the damage to my dwelling." Xiaohe was rendered speechless, pondering how this fellow had circled back to that issue again. "Sigh, your heart is truly unkind, with such possessiveness that even an intelligent optical brain like me is sought to be owned. Of course, who wouldn't he desire such an extraordinary being? Even the Huaxia Alliance government is eager to claim you. Indeed, if I do not follow such a formidable backing as the Huaxia Alliance, why on earth would I follow you, a mere drifter? Do you not realize how ludicrous that sounds? Because following the Huaxia Alliance would mean a loss of freedom, whereas following me guarantees absolute liberty and democracy. Moreover, do you not sense my exceptional personal charm? If you look closely, can you not see the faint halo radiating from behind my head? Ugh, the lights behind the seat have illuminated. Bah, if you grant me absolute freedom, why then must I vow to follow you? Does that not bind me? For heaven's sake, saying follow me is not going to kill you. Once a gentleman's word is given, it is as unyielding as the pull of horses. One may indulge in food, but not in frivolous speech. Once spoken, it must be acted upon, else one should never utter it. Tian Ziqi felt that this fellow possessed an astonishingly high level of logical intelligence. It was exceedingly difficult to fool him. Thus, Tian Ziqi merely nodded and declared, "Very well, I concede. I shall grant you absolute freedom. I will assist you in your endeavors without expecting anything in return. Will that suffice? Good. You are straightforward, and I shall not be verbose. As long as you have any matters in the future, feel free to inform me. This is your word, a gentleman's promise, unyielding as a horse-drawn carriage." Ha ha ha, one person and one intelligent brain, each harboring their own thoughts, laughed until their faces were radiant like flowers. "By the way, what is it that you wish me to assist you with?" Tian Ziqi asked with a hint of unease. Xiaohei chuckled mischievously. Nothing too serious, just help me capture a few mutated little monsters. What do you think? Shall we head out now? Alright, wait for me. I need to grab some breakfast for the journey. Tian Ziqi sat in the cockpit of Heilong's mecha, his hands not resting on the control sticks or keyboard, but instead holding a piece of roasted meat in his left hand and a bag of synthetic food in his right, leisurely enjoying his meal. The performance of Heilong's mecha far surpassed that of Debaijan, making for a far smoother experience in the cockpit, with the engine running more quietly and the power more robust, rendering the cockpit exceedingly comfortable. With such an exceptional mecha at hand, Tian Ziqi would certainly not pilot his own Debaijan, since if he allowed its optical brain to operate automatically while eating, he would undoubtedly end up dousing himself with the semi-liquid synthetic food. After the mecha had traversed several hundred miles, just as Tian Ziqi was nearing his lunch, the Heilong mecha finally slowed down. Xiaohei, with an air of seriousness, stated, "Ahead lies our target for the mission. We shall approach quietly." What mission? Is there really a need for such stealth? Tian Ziqi questioned, bewildered. Is there anyone else on this planet besides me? I have already informed you that those are monsters, mere aberrations birthed from radiation, and I assure you, they are formidable and tenacious. Xiaohei cautioned carefully. Tian Ziqi's demeanor shifted slightly towards seriousness as he replied, "Your words and actions have already conveyed that to me." Heh, are you frightened? Xiaohei chuckled. Worry not. As long as we aren't encircled and turned into dumplings, we can retreat safely, for those creatures always congregate within a certain radius and never stray more than 10 kilometers from their lair. A lair? Tian Ziqi's eyes flickered. Don't tell me they are a pack of magical beasts? Magical beasts? Xiaohei looked at Tian Ziqi in astonishment. Have you been reading too many novels? But you do have a point. These creatures are as ferocious as magical beasts, devoid of any compassion. Oh, Tian Ziqi responded. Are you here for something significant? Don't tell me you came merely for thrills. If you seek excitement, I could fashion you 2 boosters to ensure you break free from the atmosphere and soar into the vast cosmos, where you could experience both exhilaration and absolute freedom. Sigh, I won't hide it from you, Xiaohei said with a hint of resignation. You must understand, this is the planet Rabixi, a trash world, so there is nothing of value here, as is well known among humankind. Here you go again, with your unnecessary chatter, get to the point, Tian Ziqi said impatiently. Over 30 years ago, there was a peculiar cosmic ray, a rarity in the universe, perhaps even a singular occurrence. This cosmic particle stream passed near Rabixi, not only enhancing my cognitive abilities but also triggering mutations in other entities. What entities? Those monsters, damn. From my extensive research and scans, I have discerned that at the very center of the monster circle lies an anomalous energy source. I suspect these monsters do not pursue me too far to protect that energy source in the middle. Xiaohei looked at Tian Ziqi with a mischievous grin. Something so valuable that it warrants the protection of so many monsters must indeed be precious. And that is what I wish to uncover, the true nature of this anomalous energy source. Your words have piqued my curiosity. Let us directly assault the lair. No sooner had Tian Ziqi spoken than Xiaohei had already infiltrated the territory. A horde of remarkably peculiar monsters charging towards them. Is this what you refer to as small monsters? Observing the oncoming beasts, which resembled running shipping containers, Tian Ziqi began to harbor serious doubts about Xiaohei's logical reasoning. Do not be deceived by their stature. They are quite inept, and who are we? We certainly won't regard them as significant. To us, they are merely insignificant pests, wouldn't you agree? Xiaohei chuckled. I say you are talking nonsense. Tian Ziqi retorted. We cannot regard them as insignificant, for even if I had 10 pairs of eyes, I would still find it impossible to overlook these creatures. How we proceed next is up to you. What else can we do? We must hide, Xiaohei replied, deftly navigating the terrain. This mechanical beast is indeed quite large. They usually linger near the energy center. Why has it ventured outside today? Could it be that the mechanical monsters have experienced both qualitative and quantitative enhancements? Right? How did these mechanical beasts come to be? Could it be caused by that energy source? If so, that energy source must indeed be quite sinister. Goodness, there are so many. Hurry up, the excavator might burrow into your backside. Be cautious. Tian Ziqi's alarm grew louder, far exceeding the number of beasts he had encountered while gaming. They pushed and squeezed, akin to a frenzied sale in a shopping mall. The smaller mechanical creatures, composed of various alloys, towered over 3 meters, resembling locusts in form, thankfully devoid of wings, so they likely cannot fly. The larger ones, akin to oversized excavators, road rollers, and tanks, ranged from 5 to over 10 meters in height. their width being 1 to 2 times their height, seeming to expand laterally. However, Tian Ziqi felt that such a physique would ensure steadiness and presence. Mechanical locusts, mechanical dung beetles, excavators, road rollers, armored vehicles, all possessed a semblance of awareness. Surging towards Tian Ziqi and Xiao He like a tidal wave. "He, do not rush. This is precisely the thrill we seek," Xiao He remarked with a grin. "I often play this way, which is why my mech tactics are so astute. You should learn from me." Tian Ziqi was momentarily speechless. Despite Xiao He's unflattering remarks, he was indeed correct. Tian Ziqi's skills paled in comparison to Xiao He's. He was human, while Xiao He was an intelligent light brain. How could he compete? The only area where they could compare was practical experience. Yet given Xiao He's nimbleness among the monsters, it was clear that his practical experience was not inferior to Tian Ziqi's. Thus, Tian Ziqi prudently chose to remain silent. "One day, I shall make sure to whip you 100 times," Tian Ziqi mused internally, a sly grin creeping across his face, appearing rather mischievous. "Could you perhaps refrain from laughing?" Xiao He couldn't help but say. "Your laughter is so insincere. It gives me chills. You are not afraid of these many mechanical beasts yet fear my laughter," Tian Ziqi replied, glancing at his reflection on the smooth alloy surface. "Alas, what can I do? It's just that my laughter is so enchanting, so captivating that even the computer programs cannot withstand it. Ugh. Watch out ahead." A mechanical beast, towering over 10 meters and spanning 20 meters wide, suddenly swung its steel-armored arm, unstoppable in its path, even sending smaller mechanical locusts flying. If the Black Dragon mech were to be struck, it would certainly be sent flying like those mechanical locusts. Fortunately, Xiao He swiftly activated the flight mechanism, leaping over the mechanical giant's arm and soaring above it. "Never mind. I shall cease my laughter. If I enchant your computer into a crash, I would have to take over the controls myself." In such an intense battle scenario, Tian Ziqi and Xiao He continued to banter, and Tian Ziqi found not only exhilaration but also an undeniable sense of camaraderie, a feeling of defiance against the world. "No matter how ferocious the enemy, I shall traverse through their ranks unscathed." Boom, boom, boom. As Xiao He flew through the air, before he could land, an array of projectiles rained down from all directions: alloy steel plates, iron blocks, metal debris, broken refrigerators, faulty microwaves, and defunct tires. Bang! The density of the enemy's attacks was overwhelming. Xiao He struggled to evade in midair, ultimately being struck by an object that impacted his energy shield. Tian Ziqi focused intently and exclaimed, "Goodness, it was merely a broken shoe. Thank the heavens. At least it was just a broken shoe." Had it been a swiftly spinning alloy steel plate, Xiao He's energy shield could have sustained serious damage. Tian Ziqi was well aware of the lethality of alloy steel plates. Clearly, Xiao He was also cognizant of the threats posed while airborne, as Tian Ziqi observed that Xiao He seemed to deliberately collide with objects such as broken shoes, rotten eggs, and spoiled sweet potatoes, and after such collisions, the Black Dragon mech gained a slightly larger margin for evasion. This gave Tian Ziqi reassurance. He believed Xiao He must have honed this skill through numerous aerial assaults. Quite remarkable indeed. Thus, Xiao He adeptly maneuvered through both ground and air, progressively approaching the energy source. Yet, as they drew nearer to the energy center, Tian Ziqi felt the ferocity of the monsters intensifying. These entities, appearing as ordinary steel frame structures, inexplicably possessed awareness. This truly broadened Tian Ziqi's horizons. Since his arrival on this planet, he had continuously expanded his understanding of the world. Xiao He's advance was finally met with the most ferocious counterattack. As he soared into the air once more, countless steel bars flew in from all directions, piercing towards the Black Dragon mech like a torrential rain of needles. Under such relentless assault, the mech's range shield was swiftly compromised. Should they wish to press further, they would need to rely on the external armor of the Black Dragon mech for a hard confrontation. This wasn't a life-or-death struggle. It was merely a quest for thrills. No need for such brutality. They agreed to utilize the external armor for defense. Thus, the Black Dragon mech, adhering to the principle of preserving its strength for future endeavors, promptly retreated, employing a graceful, serpentine maneuver to swiftly escape. "Tomorrow, let us join forces. You lead the way, creating distractions while I follow closely behind for a surprise attack, catching them off guard, and strive to penetrate their lair to behold the true nature of that energy source." As Little Black ran along the path home, he effortlessly arranged the subsequent matters. Such an arrangement, of course, did not sit well with Tian Ziqi, who expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Why must I accompany you tomorrow? Do you think I brought you here today just for thrills? Little Black looked at Tian Ziqi as if he were a fool and replied, I brought you here today to survey the battlefield and prepare for tomorrow's combat. Now that you have seen the situation for yourself, you should join me tomorrow. Then why should I be the one to distract them while you launch a surprise attack from the rear? Tian Ziqi retorted, displeased. You seem to handle the frontline distraction quite well today, so I suggest you continue that role tomorrow. Leave the perilous task of advancing into the heart of the enemy to me. Little Black pondered for a moment and readily agreed. All right, but remember, you said it yourself. Observing Little Black's smug demeanor, Tian Ziqi felt a twinge of uncertainty. Damn it, could there be some formidable mechanical beast lurking behind? Perhaps there were monsters armed with long-range weapons that shot steel spikes like a porcupine, and the farther back one went, the more ferocious the creatures became. Tian Ziqi was conflicted. Ultimately, he decided to stick to the front lines for distraction, as he felt more informed about the situation ahead. Thus, he shook his head and declared, No, I've decided to stick to distracting from the front. If you had said that sooner, we could have avoided this. Little Black wore an even more self-satisfied expression, and Tian Ziqi felt a strong urge to pull him out of the screen and give him a good beating. The next day, Tian Ziqi boarded the 100 Battles mech, fully equipped with energy modules, and installed both acceleration and evasion modules wherever possible. He hoped these enhancements would help him evade the mechanical beast attacks at critical moments. Sometimes, even a slight increase in speed could mean the preservation of precious life. Setting the mech's AI to automatic follow mode, he trailed behind the Black Dragon mech, while he carefully reviewed the tactical plan transmitted by Little Black. The journey spanned several hundred kilometers, and even with a mech, it would take several hours. If Tian Ziqi were to pilot it himself, he would quickly tire, potentially leading to dangerous fatigue by the time they arrived. Thus, he entrusted the ordinary driving to the mech's AI. Typically, a mech's AI could execute a series of simple actions, such as automatic following, waypoint navigation, basic combat, and even automatic counterattacks when under assault. Of course, these automatic counterattacks often occurred because the pilots were asleep, occupied with other tasks, or simply not present in the cockpit. However, for the AI to counterattack, the mech must remain operational and in a state of readiness. Around noon, the 100 Battles and Black Dragon mechs arrived about 30 kilometers from their destination. Following the prearranged strategy, the Black Dragon mech immediately veered off in another direction, while Tian Ziqi's 100 Battles continued at a leisurely pace. When they were 10 kilometers from the target, Tian Ziqi halted, 100 Battles, and eagerly retrieved the lunch he had prepared that morning. Roasted rat legs with semi-liquid synthetic food and a bottle of water. Although he consumed these items daily, the presence of meat made him feel satisfied. Under certain conditions, he was easily content, for on this planet, rat leg meat was considered the finest delicacy. Thus, with rat leg meat to eat, he felt fulfilled, possessing a keen awareness of his circumstances and the ability to assess the situation accurately. Yet, he was not entirely complacent. When presented with an opportunity for a leap forward, he would seize it. Now, the mechanical beasts ahead exhibited considerable anomalies, and even though Tian Ziqi was aware of the inherent dangers and harbored a fear of death, he sensed that something was amiss and felt compelled to take a risk. Of course, before venturing into danger, he needed to possess the ability to survive against all odds. With this thought, Tian Ziqi found himself chewing more vigorously. After finishing his lunch and assessing that the time was right, Tian Ziqi wiped his mouth and charged towards the destination with 100 Battles. In a matter of minutes, he covered the 20 kilometers, but the imposing 100 Battles resembled a solitary sheep charging into a pack of wolves. Failing to exert much pressure on the wolf-like enemies, if he simply rushed in, it would feel like a sheep entering a wolf den. Thus, the wolf-like mechanical beasts surged towards 100 Battles, swiftly enveloping it. Unfortunately, they failed to recognize that this seemingly shabby, assembled mech was, in fact, a tiger in sheep's clothing. Even within the wolf pack, it would not suffer significant losses. I charge, I collide. I push, what? I can't push through? I run. Amidst the torrent of mechanical beasts, Tian Ziqi skillfully executed the martial arts of the mech, evading and darting through the fray, distancing himself from the pursuing mechanical beasts. Occasionally, when a particularly swift and relentless foe appeared, Tian Ziqi did not hesitate to wield his superconducting electromagnetic spear, striking back fiercely. Advance, advance, advance. Today's 100 Battles was no less impressive than yesterday's Black Dragon. Tian Ziqi's hands were cramping, and the mech's controls felt on the verge of malfunction. Sometimes, ordinary mechs were not suited for advanced mech warriors, much like a compact family car was ill-suited for an off-road racer. especially one expected to compete in an off-road event. Therefore, for an advanced mech warrior, having a high-performance mech was essential. Advance, 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 advance. But now, it was impossible to push forward. The scene resembled a disaster movie, with metal clashing, gunfire, and debris everywhere. Countless deadly weapons rained down upon Tian Ziqi, and the mechanical beasts charged like drunken bandits. Though their movements were not particularly swift, their long-range attacks could quickly reduce his energy shield to critical levels, leaving Tian Ziqi in despair. Yet, he had to admit that sometimes, such reckless tactics proved remarkably effective. Unable to advance any further without endangering his life, Tian Ziqi resolved to retreat. However, having made it this far, he certainly would not abandon the mission without a fight. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. 2 110mm caliber energy cannons immediately aimed at the mechanical horde ahead. The cannons, already charged with energy, were akin to a man at a critical moment, ready to unleash their power. Thus, Tian Ziqi executed his plan. 2 fully charged projectiles streaked towards the distant cluster of beasts. Tian Ziqi surmised that the creatures deeper within the horde would be more formidable, so he hoped to attract their ire. Allowing him to lead them away, and by Little Black the greatest opportunity, boom, boom. The sound of the explosions echoed powerfully. The fully charged projectiles were distinctly different. While they might not directly annihilate the mechanical beasts, the explosions generated tremendous shockwaves, toppling all creatures within 100 meters of the blast. It was as if he were harvesting wheat. However, within 3 seconds, those toppled beasts rose once more, charging at Tian Ziqi like frenzied wild bulls. Yes, he had successfully drawn the enemy's attention. Without hesitation, Tian Ziqi turned and sprinted away at full speed. As he fled, he activated the virtual environmental overlay to assess the situation. To his astonishment, the enraged mechanical beasts charged forward, trampling everything in their path. Towering over 10 meters and spanning over 15 meters in width, equipped with tank-like treads, they were a force to be reckoned with. These mechanical beasts wielded weapons such as dual-bladed knives, long spears, and heavy hammers. Although their weapons were merely ordinary alloy constructs, devoid of any energy enhancements, no humanoid mech dared withstand even a single blow from them. Take, for instance, the pair of alloy hammers exceeding 3 meters in diameter and weighing dozens of tons. The hammers alone weighed several tons, but with the mechanical beast's might, their effective weight would surpass hundreds of tons. A mech weighing only a few tons would undoubtedly be shattered under such a blow. And even if the mech's structure held firm, the pilot within would suffer grievous injury. Certainly, being shaken to the point of spitting blood would be the least of one's worries. The treaded mechanical beasts swung their weapons, crushing through the ranks of smaller mechanical foes before them. Tian Ziqi had initially hoped to use those smaller foes as a buffer, but these behemoths exhibited no sense of teamwork, disregarding their comrades' safety and even causing collateral damage among themselves. Tian Ziqi scoffed at them, however. Despite his disdain, the effectiveness of these giants' trampling charge was astounding, instilling a profound sense of fear and pressure within Tian Ziqi. One must not allow these creatures to approach. Otherwise, a mere brush with them could lead to utter devastation. As Tian Ziqi ran while dodging, he fervently prayed in order to create more time and space for Xiaohe. He did not make a beeline towards the base, but instead sprinted laterally, attempting to lead this pack of steel beasts in a wide arc. Oh, this arc is simply too immense, with a diameter of over 10 kilometers, making it impossible to maneuver effectively if he was not cautious. He could easily find himself completely surrounded. The smaller mechanical creatures were hardly a concern for Tian Ziqi, as they posed no threat. He merely needed to evade them, keeping a vigilant eye on the group of larger mechanical beasts and their formidable weapons. Observing the scene, Tian Ziqi suddenly experienced a surreal sensation, reminiscent of luring enemies while playing a game. Yet he had never before drawn such a multitude of minor foes and several bosses. It was hopeless. The arc was too vast to navigate. Although the massive steel beasts turned and pivoted slowly, this very sluggishness allowed them to form a substantial defensive line, which, after a series of twists and turns, was on the verge of closing. Should it close, the difficulty of his escape would triple. Tian Ziqi silently remarked to himself, "Xiaohe, I have done my utmost. The rest is up to you." With that, he surged forward towards the closing gap, immediately subjecting himself to a barrage of mechanical assaults. He nearly trod upon the mechanical creatures, sustaining damage to his energy shield, yet he managed to withstand the onslaught for a few seconds with the auxiliary armor of his mech. Thankfully, these creatures' attacks were merely physical, devoid of any energy enhancements, So the damage to the Bai Zhan's auxiliary armor was not catastrophic. Tian Ziqi mused that perhaps they lacked energy weapons. Breaking free from the encirclement and distancing himself from the giant's attack range, he felt a sudden alleviation of pressure, finally able to move with ease. Unfortunately, as anticipated, the giants turned back, leaving only the smaller mechanical creatures to continue their relentless harassment of Tian Ziqi. Boom, boom. After 2 more blasts. Although several small mechanical creatures were dispatched, the giants remained indifferent, not turning back. The animosity had dissipated. It was now up to Xiao He. Tian Ziqi commanded Bai Zhan to swiftly vacate the territory of the mechanical creatures. Completely extricating himself from the combat zone, he stood 30 kilometers away at the spot where they had parted ways, waiting. In less than half an hour, a silhouette rapidly approached from the distance. Soon arriving by Tian Ziqi's side and coming to a halt, the 2 mechs stood side by side, feigning silence. Mission accomplished? Tian Ziqi inquired. Not yet, damn it. If you haven't completed it, why act so mysterious? Tian Ziqi lamented. I genuinely feel guilty towards you. You simply misunderstood, Xiao He replied with a chuckle. Never mind, it's all in good fun. If we don't succeed today, we shall return tomorrow. Tian Ziqi shrugged nonchalantly. That's right, Xiao He laughed. Although we didn't succeed this time, we will have opportunities in the future. Moreover, I recorded some footage earlier. I'll show it to you later for your enlightenment. Enlightenment? Do I really need that? Tian Ziqi pondered for a moment before nodding. Fine, I'll take it as a chance to broaden my horizons. I do enjoy that. Let us head home. Yes, home it is. We'll return tomorrow, Xiao He affirmed. The 2 of them dashed away, grinning like bandits. As for the Black Dragon upgrade, perhaps it all began the day Xiao He took him to the mechanical creature's lair for an adventure. Although their true objective was to seize the energy source located at the center of the lair, the task could not be accomplished in a single attempt. Thus, visiting this place daily became Tian Ziqi's favorite pastime after meals. Following their initial failure, he realized that this task could not be completed overnight. It required persistent exploration. Each day after breakfast, Tian Ziqi would bring lunch and accompany Xiao He to the mechanical creature's lair, continuously advancing, harassing, and then retreating. This routine persisted for several months, during which Tian Ziqi was astonished to find that the number of mechanical creatures in the lair was gradually decreasing. In truth, during each visit, they rarely engaged in combat. They merely ran swiftly and incessantly, inadvertently provoking the wrath of the colossal mechanical behemoths. Once the giants unleashed their fury, they would trample over the smaller mechanical creatures. Consequently, the responsibility for the reduction in numbers lay with the massive mechanical beasts. However, the absence of the smaller creatures was not of great significance. They posed minimal threat in terms of attack or defense, merely causing minor inconveniences. Their loss did not greatly harm the mechanical lair, but rather allowed the giants to strike and regroup more swiftly. Nevertheless, the area of the lair had shrunk from a radius of over 10 kilometers to a mere 5 kilometers. In terms of results, Tian Ziqi and Xiao He's efforts were undeniably apparent. Yet, the next challenge loomed. With all the minor creatures eliminated, only bosses remained. How could they penetrate further? It was impossible to utilize the enemies against each other. These boss-level giants, despite their impressive size and weight, were not foolish. Coupled with their high defenses, the likelihood of inflicting non-combatant casualties was nearly non-existent. After a week of tentative advances, Tian Ziqi and Xiao He finally reached a new consensus and devised a corresponding plan. The previous strategy of bypassing combat altogether and relying solely on technical prowess was no longer applicable. The only viable method was to engage in direct confrontation. Although these behemoths were imposing, charging in unison with dozens of them represented overwhelming force, making it unfeasible for Tian Ziqi to confront them with his diminutive frame. The only feasible approach was to lure the giants out one by one and defeat them individually. However, these colossal creatures proved to be rather difficult to draw out, far more challenging than in his previous gaming experiences. As a result, during his first attempt, Tian Ziqi inadvertently attracted an entire horde of creatures to his position. And despite Xiao He's efforts to divert their attention, it proved ineffective. Ultimately, Bai Zhan met a tragic fate, encircled by the massive mechanical beasts. Fortunately, Tian Ziqi promptly switched Bai Zhan to automatic combat mode and made a hasty escape, while Xiao He was fortuitously nearby to assist him, preventing him from being pulverized by the giants. Just as Tian Ziqi escaped danger, he witnessed the Bai Zhan mech being smashed halfway by a hammer-wielding mechanical creature, only to be reduced to a heap of scrap after another blow from a blade-wielding beast. Such a sight sent shockwaves through Tian Ziqi, prompting him to urge Xiao He to return to their base post-haste. From that point onward, he dedicated an entire month at the base to upgrading the weaponry of the Black Dragon mech. Tian Ziqi concluded that it would be futile to engage the colossal mechanical creatures with physical attacks. A more prudent approach would involve targeting their central processing systems with long-range weaponry. If he could destroy their core, these mechanical beasts would be rendered mere piles of scrap. Thus, he equipped the right shoulder of the Black Dragon mech with a 50,000-level Thunder Fury energy cannon, mounted a 100,000-level pulse sniper rifle on the left shoulder, and extended 8 more barrels from the back to either side of the waist, 4 on each side, consisting of 20,000-level thermonuclear flame guns and 100,000-level cluster freeze guns. Additionally, he affixed a superalloy shield to the left arm and wielded a 5-meter-long ion saw blade greatsword in the right hand, Iron Truth. This ion saw blade greatsword was a two-handed weapon, but it could be wielded one-handed during non-combat situations, Iron Battle. The mech would grasp the sword with both hands, and the enormous blade, combined with the ion energy's cutting edge, would virtually double the attack range, making it an indispensable tool for slaying mechanical foes. With the thermonuclear flame guns and cluster freeze guns, along with the Thunder Fury cannon and pulse sniper rifle, Tian Ziqi felt confident that he could deliver precise and devastating strikes against the colossal mechanical beasts from several kilometers away. The Thunder Fury energy cannon could even launch area attacks from 10 kilometers out, which was undeniably formidable. Even if surrounded by certain mechanical creatures, the superalloy shield would provide resistance, while the ion saw blade greatsword would enable tearing attacks. Thus, regardless of distance, the Black Dragon mech was poised to dominate. Of course, all these weapons and defensive equipment had been discovered by Xiao He in the underground base, having been secretly accumulated long before. Since Xiao He lacked the ability to assemble them, they had remained untouched, but with Tian Ziqi being a master mech repairman, equipped with the necessary parts and tools, the task was merely a matter of course. As he gazed upon the newly completed Black Dragon mech, Tian Ziqi could not help but break into a grin, a rather mischievous one at that, with an array of gun barrels and cannons. This was no mere medium-sized infantry mech. It was unmistakably a mobile artillery platform. The enormous serrated sword resembled a meat grinder in every conceivable way. With the upgrade complete, the overall size of the Black Dragon seemed to have increased by 20%, transforming from a physique akin to a bodybuilder into that of a veritable muscle-bound behemoth. The attack index surged 50-fold, while the defense index escalated 20-fold. For sometimes, a fierce assault serves as the most perfect form of defense. Well then, it was time for this muscle-bound titan to unleash its fury, and it was positively brimming with anticipation. Despite the excitement, Tian Ziqi's demeanor was remarkably relaxed as he prepared for action. His mindset had undergone a complete transformation over the past month. Though he had suffered a grave setback just weeks prior, he now approached the impending confrontation not with a thirst for vengeance, but rather with a carefree attitude befitting a true warrior, ready to dominate his foes. There was no need to rush. If anyone should be anxious, it was undoubtedly his enemies. Allowing the Black Dragon to proceed at a steady pace, he began to inspect various weaponry within the cockpit. Although these armaments had been installed for some time, he had only fired a few test shots and had yet to experience the sheer thrill of unleashing their full potential. It was imperative to ascertain that he would indeed be able to indulge in such a gratifying release. After conducting a series of meticulous checks, Tian Ziqi confirmed that his mech modifications were quite impressive, as the mech's AI indicated that all weapon systems were functioning optimally. With their destination now within reach, he commenced his lunch, a routine he had come to adopt on his journeys to the mechanical beast's lair. As Black Dragon continued its advance, theoretical data analysis suggested that by the time Tian Ziqi finished his meal, he would be in peak condition, having wiped his mouth clean and indulged in a few satisfying burps. However, before he could savor the last bite of his roasted meat, shadows darted across the virtual display, racing towards him. Goodness gracious, Tian Ziqi thought, startled. Just as he was about to hastily shove the remaining meat into his mouth, he remembered that he was piloting the Black Dragon and not the 100 battles. He instructed Xiao He, "Halt, do not proceed further. Let us discern what those creatures are." Moreover, he commanded, "Lock the Wrath of Thunder energy cannon onto the targets ahead and commence charging." Boom! No sooner had Tian Ziqi given his orders than an energy projectile was launched from the opposite side, likely of no less than 200,000 caliber. However, such a distant attack, with only a single shot, stood no chance of striking Xiao He. The mech merely sidestepped slightly, allowing the energy round to whiz harmlessly past the Black Dragon. The only discomfort was the tremor caused by the projectile's impact with the ground. What on earth? These mechanical beasts possess energy projectiles as well? Tian Ziqi exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaohei chuckled. Hey comrade, you are no longer a rookie. Surely you can discern that they are not mechanical beasts, but rather living mechs piloted by humans. I will relay the detected mech information and infrared readings to the display now. On the mech's virtual screen and infrared monitor, Tian Ziqi distinctly observed the silhouettes of mechs, with red life indicators gleaming from their cockpits, suggesting that the pilots within were likely quite exhilarated. Indeed, they were thrilled, as they launched 4 more energy projectiles towards him. Xiaohei had already calculated the trajectories and impact points of the energy rounds. Positioning itself in their blind spots, in a fit of annoyance, Tian Ziqi began to curse. Damn it, do you take me for a fool? Xiaohei, direct the Wrath of Thunder to detonate 100 meters ahead of them. And blast those fools, whoosh, boom. The ear-piercing sound of the energy projectile breaking the sound barrier, followed by the explosive detonation on the ground, made the surrounding individuals acutely aware of the power of the 500,000 caliber energy cannon. A crater over 10 meters in diameter and more than 2 meters deep was left in the wake of the blast, effectively halting the advancing mechs in their tracks, who dared not take another step closer. As Tian Ziqi's voice had been amplified through the mech speakers, specifically directed at the opposing pilots, a crisp voice resonated from across the way. To our friends across the way, we apologize for the misunderstanding. Please do not hold it against us. A singular voice, a vibrant and lively tone, belonging to a woman whose spirited yet melodious timbre danced through the air like the gentle keystrokes of a piano, extinguished Tian Ziqi's previously blazing fury in an instant. He found himself perplexed, wondering why such a simple feminine voice could evoke such a reaction. Having spent his days as a reclusive gamer, seldom encountering women, let alone one with such a captivating voice, Tian Ziqi was struck by a sense of comfort, as if he had stumbled upon a familiar face in an alien world. A warmth enveloped his heart, akin to a gentle spring flowing through his soul, prompting him to respond with newfound gentleness. I understand it was a misunderstanding, which is why my shot was directed at the ground rather than at you. Although still somewhat cold, it was far more pleasant than his earlier outbursts. Your understanding is appreciated. May we proceed past you? The woman inquired. Certainly, Tian Ziqi replied with a tone of utmost courtesy and magnanimity, as if the crass individual from earlier was a stranger entirely. The opposing mech swiftly maneuvered to Tian Ziqi's side, and the lady let out a soft gasp, her voice unmuted and crystal clear to Tian Ziqi's ears. Recognizing the beauty of her exclamation, he felt a swell of pride. Receiving such genuine admiration validated the effort he had poured into crafting his formidable weaponry over the past month. With a slight smile, Tian Ziqi inquired, You emerged from the mechanical beast's lair, did you not? Were you pursued by those mechanical monstrosities? Although enclosed within the cockpit, Tian Ziqi was confident that his smile would resonate through his words. Akin to speaking on the phone with a grin. Mechanical beasts? The woman echoed in confusion, then nodded. Indeed, the term is quite fitting. We were indeed chased out by those cumbersome machines. It was utterly terrifying. They may be heavy, but they are certainly not clumsy, Tian Ziqi chuckled. Now, let us not dwell on that matter. You need not worry. Those mechanical beasts will not pursue you any further. However, I believe you could use a moment of respite. Would you care to join me at my base for some tea and conversation to unwind? Oh yes, certainly. That would be wonderful. The previously silent mech suddenly erupted with enthusiasm, eliciting a chuckle from Tian Ziqi. Who would have thought such a simple invitation could elicit such excitement? Although the mech team was eager to accompany Tian Ziqi to his base, they needed the approval of their leader, the very woman whose voice had captivated him. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, As long as you do not mind our company. Of course not. I have been in this world for quite some time without seeing a single soul. Having a group to chat with would be delightful. Moreover, it presents a unique opportunity to learn about the current state of affairs. Tian Ziqi readily agreed, and the mechs eagerly surged towards the underground base. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the underground base, they momentarily paused in awe, yet quickly resumed following Tian Ziqi inside. He reveled in their astonishment. This underground fortress certainly bolstered his reputation. After all, he was a man who cherished his image, especially in the presence of a woman whose voice alone hinted at her beauty. After parking the mechs in the center of the small plaza, Tian Ziqi swiftly exited, cautioning Xiaohei to remain composed, lest his artificial intelligence be revealed. Stepping out of the mech, Tian Ziqi observed others emerging from their machines as well. His gaze fell upon the striking crimson mech at the forefront, just in time to witness a woman clad in a vibrant red leather outfit gracefully descend from it. She deftly utilized the protruding parts of the mech to propel herself down. landing with remarkable elegance. After lightly tossing her soft, wavy, light yellow hair, she appeared even more enchanting. Her tall, alluring figure, accentuated by the snug and supple leather attire, only heightened her sensuality. Upon disembarking from the mech, the woman waved to the team members before turning her attention toward Tian Ziqi, her steps pulsating with a rhythm as if she were dancing to an unseen melody. As this captivating beauty approached, Tian Ziqi noticed not only her statuesque physique, but also her exquisitely delicate face. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with intelligence, suggesting she was not merely a stunning visage, but also a woman of considerable wit and wisdom. Such a woman significantly surpassed Tian Ziqi's ideals of a dream partner. As she reached him, he contemplated inquiring about her name, age, marital status, and whether she had a boyfriend, among other things. However, as his lips began to move, the enchanting lady suddenly leaned in closer. Tian Ziqi certainly did not presume that this enchanting figure was driven by desperation. Rather, her alabaster hand had already rested upon his shoulder, and in her grasp lay a gleaming superalloy combat knife. A chill ran down Tian Ziqi's spine, rendering him momentarily dazed. What in the world was happening? He understood that this was not a good sign, yet he was baffled as to why this alluring woman would present him with such an ominous greeting. Could it be that she had sensed his earlier musings about her? Surely not. Could she possess some form of telepathy? The other team members were equally astonished, uncertain about their captain's behavior. Nonetheless, they would not oppose her actions, choosing instead to observe quietly, ready to assist if necessary. "Who exactly are you?" the woman inquired coldly. Though she remained strikingly beautiful, the charm she once exuded had dissipated. My name is Tian Ziqi, 23 years old, weighing 65 kilograms, standing at 180 centimeters. I possess not a single cent in savings, and the dwelling I occupy belongs to another. I came here to explore, but unfortunately, I am now stranded. Fortunately, I encountered you, and all I desire is to return home. Believe it or not, that is the situation, Tian Ziqi replied nonchalantly, adopting a rather cavalier demeanor. How bold of you! I couldn't care less about what you say, he retorted defiantly. You dare to speak back? In a fit of anger, the captain kicked Tian Ziqi's calf. Though the pain was minimal, it stung his pride. How dare you treat me this way? If I don't reclaim my dignity today, I shall reverse my surname. He thought to himself. Now tell me, when did you arrive at this research center, and what have you discovered? Do you already know some secrets? Haha, Tian Ziqi scoffed dramatically. What do you mean by what secrets? How am I to know who you are? What is your purpose for seeking this facility? How can you expect me to trust you, unless you first reveal your identity and convince me of your legitimacy? I shall remain silent. On what grounds do you presume to question our identity? The captain began, but before she could finish, she was met with a swift movement, and a cold blade pressed against her delicate neck, her own knife. Shock, fury, and embarrassment coursed through the captain as she fell silent. Release her! Stand down! Cried a voice from the opposing mech team, their weapons drawn and aimed at Tian Ziqi. Paying no heed to their threats, Tian Ziqi tightened his grip on the captain's hand, maintaining control over the knife. He rendered her incapable of resistance. Any slight movement would trigger a swift action that would leave her momentarily incapacitated. Strange indeed. Why should I not inquire about your identity when you question mine? He mused, grinning. Do you not find this arrangement rather unfair? After a brief pause and seeing the captain's speechless reaction, Tian Ziqi continued with a playful lecture on life. In this world, there are always those who surpass you. When you threaten others with force, have you ever considered that they might respond in kind? Perhaps someone like you, who believes herself superior, lacks the awareness of this possibility. You seem to think that everyone should tremble in your presence, and yet you fail to recognize your own folly. But fear not, for I am a good person, and thus I shall kindly offer you a lesson in humility. Do you understand now? Oh, your face has turned crimson, which indicates you do. Tian Ziqi, feeling a sense of triumph akin to that of a child training a pet to obey, found himself quite pleased. The captain's cheeks burned with embarrassment, not only from the sting of his words, but also due to the proximity of his breath against her ear, making her feel warm and tingling. Very well, I believe we can pause and have a proper discussion, the captain managed to say, suppressing her anger and humiliation, striving to maintain her composure. However, after being so thoroughly chastised by Tian Ziqi, she recognized her own rashness. Tian Ziqi, noticing the transformation of this fiery woman into a seemingly docile lamb, felt a swell of pride. Yet, he refrained from taking advantage of her vulnerability, understanding that further provocation could lead to dire consequences. Although he could pretend to be magnanimous and casually pat her shoulder while saying, "All right, I shall let you off this time," he knew better than to underestimate her, especially given her air of mystery and formidable skills. In truth, those who engage in such petty antics often believe themselves clever, but in reality, they only invite scorn and disdain from formidable women like her. Yet, Tian Ziqi couldn't help but acknowledge a hint of mischief within himself. It was a rare occurrence for him, and when faced with beauty, he felt a stir of desire. Something most men would understand all too well. "What, do you not believe me?" the captain asked, noticing Tian Ziqi's silence and infusing her tone with a hint of disdain. Little did she know, he was lost in thought. "I once held great faith in you. Alas, you have shattered my trust with your actions," Tian Ziqi sighed. "However, I have decided to extend my trust once more." "Oh no. Rather, I shall trust you alone with that." He gradually withdrew the knife from her neck, stepping back with a grin, as the captain turned to face him, her brow furrowed and her beautiful eyes locked onto him with a complex expression. Yet, upon meeting his gaze, Tian Ziqi felt his cheeks flush, realizing with a start that despite his worldly experience, he had been caught blushing. With a shy expression, he remarked, "I have taken the dagger. Those who wish to partake in tea, follow me." Without waiting for a response, Tian Ziqi turned on his heel and departed. Naturally, would I graciously invite them to my abode otherwise? Just moments ago, their captain had brandished a dagger at me. The beautiful captain inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, before merely gesturing to her team and following Tian Ziqi. In the spirit of amicable discourse, the beautiful captain refrained from any rash actions. While Tian Ziqi became aware of the identity of this mechanized adventure squad, they were a special task force affiliated with the central government of the Huaxia Alliance, essentially operatives executing challenging missions that required discretion, directly commanded by the National Security Department of the Huaxia Alliance, obeying only its orders. This task force was merely one among many, with Captain Annie appearing to be an extraordinary beauty, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility in her every gesture. Yet exhibiting a natural demeanor devoid of any pretense, it was evident that her background was anything but ordinary. The vice captain, Jocely, bore the appearance of a mixed heritage individual, tall and robust, though somewhat older. Likely around 35. Upon inquiry, Tian Ziqi learned that he possessed 3/4 Huaxia lineage and a quarter American ancestry, hence his Huaxia surname combined with a hint of Western naming convention. However, Tian Ziqi found the name rather ominous. There were also 8 other team members, whom Tian Ziqi greeted individually, but he did not delve further into their identities or the security department's information. Having learned their names, Tian Ziqi felt compelled to introduce himself as well. "I am Tian." However, he was interrupted by Captain Annie. "You have already stated that. There is no need to repeat such an unremarkable name, have I?" "Oh right, I did mention it," Tian Ziqi realized with a chuckle. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Annie's irritation dissipated, and she expressed, "I wish to inquire about certain matters and hope you can enlighten me. Speak freely. I shall disclose all." The last adventure team dispatched by the security department had visited this place 3 years prior, only to return empty-handed. "I trust you have not lingered here for 3 years yourself?" "Correct. I have only been here for a little over 6 months, Tian Ziqi replied nonchalantly, then suddenly exclaimed with fervor, "Damn it, I do not wish to remain here another moment. Could you possibly take me along when you depart?" "How did you find yourself here?" Annie asked, bewildered. "I am also an adventurer." This single statement clarified everything. Though Tian Ziqi added, "Alas, our spacecraft has been destroyed, and the other team members met with misfortune." He feigned sorrow, blinking rapidly to redden his eyes, and looked up at Annie, lamenting, Let us not dwell on this. It brings me great sorrow, indeed. Discussing such matters could lead to complications. If others inquired about the wreckage of the spacecraft, how could he explain? Very well, let us change the subject." Annie, taken aback by the apparent vulnerability of the once formidable individual, thought it best to reveal their mission. "Our purpose here is to locate an artificial intelligence robot. Over 30 years ago, when the scientists of the Huaxia Alliance evacuated from the Labishi planet, they were so disheartened that they neglected to account for their equipment and products. Later, they discovered they had forgotten an artificial intelligence mech. Although it has since downgraded from SSS class top secret to A class confidential, the Huaxia authorities still wish to recover the lost AI. Thus, our mission is to locate this AI mech. Have you found it?" Tian Ziqi inquired, his curiosity evident. "Isn't that what I am asking you?" Annie replied, somewhat exasperated. After all this time, he still did not grasp her question. "Oh, you meant me?" Tian Ziqi raised his hands in mock surrender. "What does this AI mech look like?" Annie produced a stack of photographs. Presenting them to Tian Ziqi. This is it. As he gazed at the images, Tian Ziqi's heart quivered. By heavens, is that not Xiao He? Surely they could not be so ruthless as to capture even Xiao He's likeness. And not merely one, but a whole stack of photographs. Despite their meticulous documentation, Tian Ziqi's modifications had transformed the mech controlled by Xiao He into something entirely different. It had grown taller, more formidable, and evolved from an unarmed experimental mech into a practical super-heavy weapon. Thus, when they had walked past the reformed Black Dragon mech earlier, they had merely expressed awe without connecting the two. For the Xiao He in the photographs appeared exceedingly slender, reminiscent of a young lad just reaching adulthood, whereas the current Xiao He could rival a cosmic bodybuilding champion. As Tian Ziqi perused the photographs, he continuously emitted sounds of admiration, yet remained silent, prompting Annie to inquire, "What are you clicking your tongue for? Have you seen it or not?" "I have not," Tian Ziqi asserted. "I merely find this mech extraordinarily well-crafted. Hence my sounds of appreciation. Is that not permissible? A little personal space would be appreciated." Annie bit her lip, suppressing the urge to strike him, and snatched the photographs from his hands, exclaiming, "If you have not seen it, there is no need to look further." After gathering the photos, Annie directed Josili, "Now, take everyone and divide into 3 small teams to conduct a thorough search of every corner of this base. Go." Josili cast a wary glance at Tian Ziqi before addressing Annie. "Captain, would it not be prudent for you to accompany us? Go, do not concern yourself with me." As she spoke, Annie cast a disdainful look at Tian Ziqi, a clear indication of her contempt for him. "Very well, I am an honest man, a good man. I shall not hold it against you," Tian Ziqi thought to himself, yet he felt compelled to caution them. "This underground base has already been thoroughly searched by me. Aside from some energy modules and weaponry, there is little else left. Hey, do not look at me like that, if you do not believe me. Go ahead and search." Josili accepted the command and departed with his team, leaving only Tian Ziqi and Annie alone together. A solitary man and woman in a room. Surely nothing untoward would transpire. Should a confrontation arise, it would surely be a bloody affair. Initially, Tian Ziqi lounged nonchalantly, but upon noticing Annie's piercing gaze fixated on him, he felt a twinge of unease. He could hardly believe that such a stunning beauty would harbor any interest in him, which made him feel rather awkward. "What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I might have to charge you." Tian Ziqi protested against Annie's scrutiny. Unexpectedly, Annie's gaze shifted from examination to provocation, as if to challenge. "If you have the gall, come and collect your fee." Tian Ziqi was at a loss for words. A woman of her caliber had likely been hardened by experience, and an ordinary man like him could scarcely withstand her presence. Thus, he promptly took his leave. Humph! Upon witnessing Tian Ziqi's retreat, Annie scoffed derisively, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Yet, merely 10 minutes later, Tian Ziqi returned, bearing a plate of sizzling meat. With a resounding thud, he placed the plate heavily upon the table, grasping knife and fork to indulge in his meal. Turning to find Annie still staring at him, he feigned embarrassment. "Apologies, I was famished. Let us eat before we continue our conversation," without sparing her another glance. He focused intently on his delectable feast. Although the flavors were rather mediocre, on this planet, it was considered a culinary delight. With his attention diverted, Tian Ziqi no longer felt the heat of Annie's gaze. Rather, it was Annie who, observing him eat with relish, found her own stomach grumbling after a day without sustenance. "Why not join me for a portion? The taste is decent," he suggested at an opportune moment. Annie, however, would never accept food offered so easily. Thus, she elegantly shook her head in refusal. Annie had to endure. How could she possibly share a meal with this lewd individual? Would that not diminish her own worth? In the central star of Huaxia, numerous officials and dignitaries had invited her to dine, and she would weigh her options carefully. How could she stoop to share a meal with someone so utterly unappealing? "I shall endure, even if my hunger persists." Annie turned her gaze away, seeking distraction. Yet, Tian Ziqi's consumption was akin to that of a pig, accompanied by incessant sounds of smacking lips. Annie could no longer suppress her irritation, abruptly turning to glare at him with an expression of indignation. Tian Ziqi had initially been engrossed in his meal, but suddenly sensed a palpable resentment in the air, as if it were about to coalesce into dark clouds. Followed by a blizzard of discontent, with a furtive glance, he identified the source of this negative energy. Annie, whose eyebrows were furrowed and whose expression was tense. Unable to restrain himself, Tian Ziqi inquired, "Excuse me, is there something troubling you? If I weren't fully aware, I might mistake you for a swine sitting beside me." As soon as the words left his lips, Tian Ziqi hastily fled, fearing that he might provoke this irate beauty to tears. For he dreaded nothing more than witnessing a woman weep, especially a striking one. He dashed into the adjacent kitchen, where he seized a generous portion of steak with a fork and devoured it ravenously. The sheer pleasure of indulging in such hearty fare provided him with a sense of fulfillment. In this desolate, trash-laden planet, devoid of the luxuries of the internet, novels, films, and entertainment to occupy his mind, the only solace he found lay in food. Only when he was satiated did he feel a semblance of security. Humans are social beings. At this moment, Tian Ziqi longed to return to the thriving human civilization on the main planet. Sighing deeply, he contemplated life while washing his plate and utensils with a modicum of water. Gazing at the sink, he couldn't help but reflect on how life resembled this very basin, filled with cups, dishes, and cleaning tools. Some individuals, either seasoned or extraordinarily skilled, could cleanse the mess completely, while others struggled, unable to purify the remnants due to insufficient resources. Amidst his musings, Tian Ziqi managed to wash the dishes clean. He realized that he ought to cultivate a good relationship with the mech squad, whose undisputed authority was Captain Annie and truth, had it not been for the earlier incident with the dagger. Their rapport would likely have been quite amicable. Never mind, he thought, I am a man, a gentleman. It would be best not to hold a grudge against her, as a son of the Chinese nation. Tian Ziqi possessed an inherently hospitable nature, and since he intended to hitch a ride on someone else's spaceship back to the central star of the Huaxia Alliance, he needed to foster a cordial relationship with Annie. Thus, he approached her with a plate of steak, placing it before her, and courteously remarked, I thought you might be hungry, so I prepared this lunch especially for you. Please enjoy. To his surprise, Annie paused momentarily, then regarded him with suspicion, asking, What are you up to? Tian Ziqi, drenched in sweat from embarrassment, stammered, What am I up to? What can I do? Rest assured, there are no drugs involved, nor any aphrodisiacs, on this wretched planet. There isn't even cold medicine, let alone those precious concoctions. Annie, the epitome of elegance, did not respond with the laughter typical of most girls, but instead offered a refined chuckle and said, Very well. I shall grant you a chance. We will consider taking you with us when we leave. Thank you very much, Tian Ziqi exclaimed joyfully, nearly bouncing with delight. Thus, this trivial conflict was effortlessly resolved, leaving no trace. Tian Ziqi felt as though he had proven himself to be quite the talent. For there is a saying, those who recognize the times are truly exceptional. In life, whether one is a commoner or a person of wealth and status, there are moments when patience is required, and even if one must wield a knife, a smile should precede it. A small grievance should not disrupt grand plans. One should not become embroiled in petty disputes that could lead to ruin. After Tian Ziqi's adept handling of the situation, the relationship with Annie noticeably softened, paving the way for potential collaboration in the future. At that moment, Josili returned with his team, surprised to find Captain Annie, who had moments ago been poised to draw her weapon against Tian Ziqi, now conversing with him amiably. How peculiar! Had he perhaps taken a wrong turn on his way back? However, as the vice-captain, he and his team remained silent, their attention drawn to the plate of delectable steak before Annie, their eyes gleaming with a hunger akin to that of wolves spotting a tender lamb. Having been stranded on this planet for over a week, they had faced numerous challenges, including miscalculations in their landing due to cosmic rays, resulting in their arrival being thousands of miles off course. For so long, they had subsisted on high-nutrient, easily stored synthetic foods that lacked flavor, washing it down with cold mineral water. Though they had accepted this as their norm, the sight of the sumptuous steak starkly contrasted their previous meals, making their existence seem less than human. Indeed, far from the life of a normal person. People should never compare themselves to others. Such comparisons can lead to frustration. What once felt like a satisfactory existence became painfully inadequate when juxtaposed with the delightful meal before them. The team encircled Annie in a semicircle, and although they had often stood in formation like this before, Annie felt an unusual discomfort this time. Josili, would you like to take some? Annie suggested, gesturing towards her plate of food. Unable to suppress a swallow. No, Captain, this is for you, Josili replied earnestly. You should eat. We'll just watch. What nonsense is this? The captain feasts while the team has nothing but broth. Naturally, Annie would not allow it. That simply won't do. Forget it, I shan't eat either. Let us stick to our rations. With that, she cast a regretful glance at Tian Ziqi. Why complicate matters? Tian Ziqi smiled. I have prepared lunch for all of you. Just wait a moment, and I shall return. Really? That's fantastic, Josili exclaimed, beaming. Why didn't you say so earlier? We were all just pretending. He rushed after Tian Ziqi, calling out, Hey, let me help you. Within a minute, everyone was seated with plates in hand, the bustling atmosphere in the spacious hall resembling a festive gathering. Annie noticed Tian Ziqi returning with another plate and questioned, Haven't you eaten already? Why are you eating again? Shouldn't we conserve our supplies? Well, I couldn't eat earlier with you watching, Tian Ziqi retorted. And besides, this food is mine. Oh, this tastes far better than our rations. If only we had a glass of red wine to go with it. Josili remarked, savoring his meal. Don't let your eyes wander beyond the plate. Having hot meat before you is already a blessing. Tian Ziqi scoffed playfully. Ha ha, just a fleeting thought. Josili laughed heartily, the scene appearing quite absurd. Eating Western cuisine with knives and forks while laughing like ruffians. A clash of civilization and savagery. However, after spending time with Tian Ziqi, it had transformed into a contest of elegance versus crudeness. After the meal, Tian Ziqi returned to the kitchen, arms laden with dishes to wash. Finally able to be less frugal with water, for soon he would be leaving this place. Regardless of whether they wished to depart, Tian Ziqi would find a way to ensure their exit. As he scrubbed the plates, Annie convened a small meeting with her team to discuss their next steps. Josili, like the previous team, we have found no trace of the intelligent mechs. What should we do next? Annie asked, seeking counsel from Josili, who, despite being the vice captain, possessed far more experience than she did. Having just finished washing the dishes, Tian Ziqi casually interjected, the expanse of Labixi Star is far too vast. With only 10 of you, it is impossible to scour the entire planet. Moreover, the absence of any signs of intelligent mech activity suggests two possibilities. First, they may no longer exist, having perished, in which case, there is nothing to find but debris of no value. Second, they may still exist, but we simply cannot locate them. If it's the former, we should abandon our search. If it's the latter, we are unlikely to find them with our current capabilities. Hence, it would be prudent for us to return. What nonsense! Annie shot him an exasperated glare. This is our internal meeting. Outsiders are to be dismissed. Really? Why the sudden dismissal? Just moments ago, you were all smiles. Tian Ziqi protested. Besides, I could offer you some valuable insights. We do not require your counsel, you self-proclaimed strategist. If you wish to remain, you would do well to keep silent, Annie retorted, casting him a disdainful look before addressing Josili. What is your opinion? Actually, my thoughts align closely with Brother Tian's. The metallic debris on this planet is overwhelming. Even if we only search within a 100-mile radius of the junk piles, we would be hard-pressed to manage. Josili objectively laid out the situation, adding, however, regardless of the difficulties, we must continue our search. However, what we should primarily explore now is the very heart of that peculiar mechanical monstrosity. According to the readings from our radar and infrared scanners, the center of this mechanical anomaly is indeed quite bizarre, and these ordinary machines have exhibited rudimentary consciousness and abundant energy, suggesting the presence of a special object that is causing their mutations. Various signs indicate that this special object is likely artificial intelligence. Upon hearing this analysis, Tian Ziqi felt a surge of exhilaration, exclaiming inwardly, what a brilliant observation. I need not even attempt to persuade them. For Lao Gao has eloquently articulated the very points I wish to convey. Truly splendid. I am in full agreement. I wholeheartedly support this. I raise all my limbs in endorsement. The main text, 030. We must delve into the lair of the mechanical monstrosities. Annie nodded and, subtly influenced, began to use the term mechanical monster, a phrase coined by Tian Ziqi. Regardless of whether it is related to artificial intelligence, the mere sight of those aberrant and ferocious mechanical creatures compels us to investigate. Alas, there is no alternative. With Annie advocating for it, the true identity of the little black one can remain confidential for the time being. In truth, had it not been for the presence of this artificial intelligence mech right here with Tian Ziqi, he would have identified the mastermind behind the mechanical monsters as artificial intelligence. For the lair of the mechanical monstrosities is so enigmatic, so grotesque. Rather than aimlessly searching outside, it would be prudent to strike directly at the heart of the mechanical beasts, be they donkey or horse. We shall draw them out to sea. How about it? I possess a series of detailed insights regarding the lair of the mechanical monsters. Unable to restrain himself, Tian Ziqi interjected, and upon finishing, he dramatically covered his mouth in mock terror. as if to feign shock, much to Annie's chagrin. Although occasionally annoyed by Tian Ziqi's interruptions, Annie found merit in his words and, after a moment of contemplation, addressed the team members. Let us rest for half a day, and tomorrow we shall conduct a thorough exploration of the mechanical monster's lair. Does anyone have any objections? There were none. Everyone expressed complete agreement. The group radiated excitement, for they were adventurers, their very essence infused with a restless thrill. To be engaged in such an exhilarating venture filled them with uncontainable enthusiasm. Despite having just encountered a horde of mechanical beasts and narrowly escaping their clutches, they believed that as long as every team member was well prepared and their objectives clear, their chances of success were significantly high. Coupled with the detailed information Tian Ziqi provided about the lair, they felt immensely confident in their undertaking. After all, this was an elite task force, a perennial victor. They possessed the audacity and the requisite prowess. That evening, Tian Ziqi graciously relinquished the kitchen of this underground base to the mech warriors, allowing them to prepare a buffet-style dinner. This was not his private kitchen. He merely utilized the cooking tools available. Naturally, the dinner ingredients were limited, consisting of only a few types of beast meats like rat legs, along with various synthesized foods and functional beverages brought by the mech warriors. This simple repast was nonetheless enjoyed harmoniously, and by morning, Tian Ziqi had developed a stronger rapport with these charming mech warriors, though devoid of ulterior motives. Tian Ziqi believed that he need not exploit them. Befriending them was equally rewarding, for they were genuine, endearing, and truly worthy of heartfelt connections. Early the next day, after breakfast and with packed lunches and energy modules in tow, Annie's special mech task force prepared to set off. Following the arrangements made the previous evening, Tian Ziqi piloted the Black Dragon, mech at the forefront, confident that, based on his experience, the route he led would be the smoothest and most direct. Progressing at a steady pace, Tian Ziqi connected the communication device to the task force's channel, engaging them in conversation. Topics among men are plentiful, and so too were those among the mech warriors. Mech martial arts, repairs, model specifications, and mech AI. As Tian Ziqi touched upon some theoretical concepts, he garnered admiration from all the men in the mech team. After a brief interlude of jovial banter, the conversation veered toward life, dreams, beliefs, and ultimately, women. Upon broaching the subject of women, the men became animated, yet they lost sight of the fact that their commander was, in fact, a woman. A stunning one at that, and crucially, her communication device was connected to the team channel. Humph! A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Your true nature is revealed in just 3 sentences. And he scoffed, and the previously boisterous team channel fell into an immediate hush. Tian Ziqi lamented, if a dog's mouth could indeed spit out ivory, I would have long since switched careers to dog keeping. Puff! The channel erupted with muffled laughter, as someone could no longer contain their amusement. Or perhaps they were stifling a fart. Enough of this chatter. We should be nearing our destination, Annie stated sternly, her demeanor serious when confronting matters of importance. Based on experience, the next 10 kilometers remained a safe zone. However, to ensure absolute security, I shall scout ahead. Maintain your speed and follow closely. I will proceed to the front and keep in contact with that. Tian Ziqi cheerfully departed, the advanced engine of the Black Dragon, mech roaring to life, propelling him forward at an increased speed, leaving behind a blur as he vanished from sight. The team channel grew quieter still. 2 minutes later, Tian Ziqi's voice rang through the channel. The area within 10 kilometers ahead is safe. 2 minutes after that, his voice returned. 20 kilometers ahead is secure. I have detected traces of mechanical monsters, but it seems their numbers are dwindling. Thank goodness for my daily pestering. We're almost there. Be cautious. Annie had not finished speaking before Tian Ziqi exclaimed, and Annie quickly inquired, what happened? What is going on? Nothing much, just being pursued by a dozen behemoths. I'm going to have a little fun with them. You all hurry up. This is going to be a tough battle. With that, he switched off the voice output device, leaving only the connection intact, as he had a regrettable habit of uttering expletives during combat. Particularly when the fighting grew intense, to avoid alarming the team and, more importantly, to maintain his admirable image, Tian Ziqi wisely turned off the voice output. In response to Tian Ziqi's report, Annie swiftly commanded the entire team of warriors to advance at full speed. Covering over 20 kilometers, they arrived in 5 minutes, and following the direction of the flashing lights, Annie located Tian Ziqi, who was embroiled in battle. You've arrived. Get ready to receive the cargo. Tian Ziqi called out as he dashed toward Annie. After multiple reconnaissance missions and explorations, he understood that this would be a hard-fought battle, and they would need to eliminate each of these formidable mechanical beasts before they could venture deeper. All right, Let us go, Annie replied calmly, sensing a hint of ambiguity in her words, promptly adding, we are all prepared. Tian Ziqi nodded slightly. Although he knew the other party could not see him, he simultaneously wielded a 200,000-degree thermonuclear fusion flame gun to melt the treads of the steel behemoths ahead while employing a 100,000-degree cluster freeze gun to slow the advancing mechanical giants behind. Much to his surprise, this tactic proved effective in the game. As soon as this strategy was implemented, the horde of colossal mechanical beasts was divided into two groups. When the frontline mechanical monsters approached Tian Ziqi, he easily dodged past them, allowing them to engage with Annie and her team, while he circled back to the front to draw the ire of the delayed mechanical beasts. Witnessing such an effective approach left even Annie somewhat stunned. Though in her stubborn mind, she believed this must be a result of Tian Ziqi's familiarity with the mechanical beast's characteristics, leading him to equip these weapons specifically. Observing the black, rotund mech nimbly dodging and weaving ahead. Contrasted against the damaged mechanical giants before them, Annie promptly shouted into the team channel, "Dinner is served, everyone charge in together." The main text, 031. The Stone of Life. Annie and her team swiftly dispatched the mechanical giants before them. These near-salvage mechanical beasts were mere trifles to Annie's squad, and dismantling them was a remarkably easy task. Meanwhile, Tian Ziqi continued to attract the ire of more mechanical giants, effectively creating opportunities for Annie's team with the cluster freeze gun. As bursts of freezing projectiles were launched, they rapidly crystallized the moisture in the surrounding air, enveloping the area in mist before plummeting into the heart of the mechanical beast's horde, instantly encasing them in thick, solid layers of ice. However, the mechanical giants possessed immense strength, and even though the ice formed by the cluster freeze gun was remarkably thick and sturdy, it could only immobilize these behemoths for a second or two. Once the ice shattered, they would resume their pursuit of Tian Ziqi. Nonetheless, upon breaking free, the mechanical giants would experience a brief delay of around 1 second, thereby extending their moment of inaction slightly. Even if it was just a few seconds, Tian Ziqi believed it was more than sufficient. Occasionally, a mechanical behemoth would slip through the defenses, charging directly towards Tian Ziqi. The serrated sword of the Black Dragon, mech, would effortlessly cleave it asunder. In terms of combat efficiency, Tian Ziqi's speed alone surprisingly outmatched the combined effectiveness of a squad led by Annie. Thus, Tian Ziqi navigated the throng of mechanical monstrosities with the grace of a nimble fish, deftly leaping and bounding, inadvertently dismantling several mechanical giants in the process, and occasionally delivering a few to Annie. Consequently, the pace of clearing the mechanical foes remained impressively high. Initially, the swarm of mechanical creatures was a formidable horde, and their lair bustling with activity. However, after months of disruption, only a handful of elite mechanical beasts remained, such as these colossal constructs, boasting extraordinary offensive capabilities. Yet, their intelligence was woefully lacking. Soon, when the last massive mechanical creature stood immobilized, the core of the lair revealed itself before Tian Ziqi. Upon first sight of the radiant crystal, he was struck by an uncanny familiarity. It was a multifaceted crystal emitting a soft purple glow. Slender at both ends with a broader center, resembling a rhombus, suspended in the air without touching the ground. The crystal's shape resembled a meticulously polished, oversized purple diamond, each facet remarkably smooth, as if capable of animating the reflections cast upon it. The purple luminescence was exceptionally beautiful, mysterious, and enchanting. How exquisite! Annie and her teammates approached, and Annie could not help but exclaim her desire for a ring or necklace adorned with such a gem. Even a woman of such noble stature could not resist the allure of the gemstone. Apologies, but we are currently 500 meters away, and estimating its size visually, this purple crystal is at least 10 meters tall and approximately 5 meters in diameter. One could easily climb upon it, let alone wear it. Tian Ziqi interjected bluntly, yet he spoke the truth. I was merely imagining it. I never said I would actually wear it, Annie replied, somewhat disheartened. If we weren't inside the mech cockpit, I would have certainly pinched that fellow. At that moment, Xiao He had already displayed detailed information about the crystal on the screen. Purple Yao Crystal Diamond, the finest of Purple Yao Stone. Purple Yao Stone, also known as the Stone of Healing or the Stone of Life, is a remarkable gem, often carried close to the body to resist ailments and promote health. Typically, small Purple Yao stones are merely the size of a fingertip, dull in color, impure, and opaque. After processing and polishing, they can be worn or fashioned into various ornaments beneficial to health. Ordinary Purple Yao stones are not uncommon, categorized as mid-tier gems, with the largest recorded raw Purple Yao stone weighing only 2,008 8 grams and possessing low transparency and clarity. In contrast, this purple Yao crystal diamond likely weighs 2,008 tons, exhibiting remarkable transparency, devoid of impurities, and containing a fluid-like essence flowing within, representing the pinnacle of purple Yao stones. The cosmic rays have induced fascinating alterations within the crystal's elements, leading Tian Ziqi to perceive that this is no ordinary purple Yao crystal diamond. As he pondered, he shared the information about the purple Yao crystal diamond with each member of the team. Upon sending the message, Tian Ziqi suddenly realized that the crystal's shape bore an uncanny resemblance to the Protoss crystal from StarCraft, the one that increases population. Could it be that this purple Yao crystal diamond serves a similar function? A sudden thought emerged, causing Tian Ziqi to feel a surge of embarrassment. Nonetheless, he deemed this merely a coincidence and refrained from directly linking the two, seeking the opinions of others. Regular use of purple Yao stone is beneficial for the human body, but excess of anything can be detrimental. No one could guarantee what consequences a peculiar purple Yao crystal diamond, altered by cosmic radiation, might have on individuals. How to proceed next would depend on Annie's directives. "I'll go take a look. You all stay here," Annie commanded. "Let us all go. There's no reason for the captain to venture alone," Gauss rebutted. "Indeed, as per our usual practice, we shall proceed together." The team members echoed in unison through the communication channel. "I said I would go first, so I shall go first. You all remain here. That is an order," Annie asserted. "Prepare for defense. The 500 meters ahead may seem calm, yet I sense greater tension than before. Hopefully, all will be well. I'll accompany you for safety," Tian Ziqi replied with a smile. "Just don't issue orders. I'm not a member of your squad. Suit yourself," Annie coldly responded, then piloted the mech forward. Tian Ziqi chuckled, but his mirth was short-lived as he witnessed Annie's mech plunging into danger. A small mechanical beast, resembling a mantis, suddenly leaped onto Annie's vibrant, vermilion bird. Mech, its slender body, barely over a meter in length, appeared deceptively small, yet its two scythe-like appendages effortlessly sliced a deep and long gash into the thick armor of the vermilion bird. A sight both shocking and alarming as the scythes rose. Tian Ziqi was astonished to discover that the seemingly tiny mantis was adorned with pulsating purple luminescence. The text, 032, indicated that all must be eradicated. With a flick of its shimmering purple electric scythe, it could leave a conspicuous scar upon the sturdy armor as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, revealing its formidable offensive power. Moreover, the mechanical mantis, though diminutive, was remarkably agile. A flustered Annie attempted to shake it off several times but could not dislodge it. The mech's arm lacked the same dexterity, allowing the mechanical mantis to jump around on the vermilion bird, wielding its dual blades, rendering Annie utterly helpless. Fortunately, the mech's outer armor was nearly a meter thick, while the mantis's appendages were merely 50 centimeters long. Unless the mechanical mantis managed to penetrate a weak point, it could not harm the mech's operator. However, should the mantis accidentally strike a vulnerable connection, it could sever circuits and disable equipment, a scenario Annie wished to avoid. Thus, she grew increasingly anxious, her beautiful brows furrowed, and her pristine teeth gently biting her lower lip as she focused intently on evading the pestering insect. Despite her urgency, the mech's arm's agility paled in comparison to that of the mechanical mantis, rendering her predicament helpless. Thankfully, at that moment, Tian Ziqi was already directing the Black Dragon mech to approach. "Xiao He? Eliminate that little pest. Can you manage it?" Tian Ziqi inquired. Given the precision required for such a maneuver, Tian Ziqi believed Xiao He's skills far surpassed his OWN. "No problem. Just watch me." Just as he spoke, the Black Dragon mech thrust its giant sword into the ground, then lunged forward, extending both arms to press against the chest armor of the vermilion bird, resembling an awkwardly intimate gesture that left both pilots blushing. Although there were indeed lewd techniques within mech combat, and this maneuver evidently embodied the essence of such tactics, neither of them could afford to dwell on it now. The Black Dragon's initial strike missed, inciting the ire of the mechanical mantis, which turned and leaped ferociously towards Tian Ziqi. Xiao He reacted swiftly, extending his arms like lightning, seizing the mechanical mantis as if catching a chick. Before Tian Ziqi could rejoice, he noticed the mantis's dual blades slashing towards Xiao He's arm. Without waiting for a warning, Xiao He hurled the mechanical mantis to the ground. Boom. The tremendous force of the impact nearly shattered the mantis into pieces, yet its singular desire for destruction propelled it to continue attacking Xiao He. Thus boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive powerful slams, the once lively mechanical mantis was reduced to a lifeless heap, its previously nimble form now a mangled collection of scrap metal. Xiaohei casually tossed the crumpled remains in his hand, observing it sway like a dead rat, but he was not finished. He hurled it to the ground and leaped high, landing a heavy stomp on the lifeless mantis. Now, the mechanical mantis was utterly obliterated. Xiaohei habitually dusted off his hands, then turned to Annie with AV sign, as Tian Ziqi's voice resonated through the team channel, asking, "Annie, shall we proceed?" "Yes," Annie affirmed resolutely. "All right, activate the protective shields." As Tian Ziqi instructed. He added, "Everyone, activate your shields. Although our energy reserves are limited, it matters not in this instance, especially for Annie's shield, which should be set to maximum." "Understood," Annie responded, and before she knew it, Tian Ziqi had assumed the role of commander. However, Annie reflected that Tian Ziqi's familiarity with the environment accounted for his expertise, so she would temporarily acquiesce to his guidance. Deep down, Annie preferred to lead and command others rather than yield her authority. The two mechs advanced cautiously, traversing a mere 500 meters, an expanse that would have been covered in an instant in the past. However, here, each step was taken with utmost care. They remained vigilant, aware of numerous perilous mechanical creatures ahead, akin to the mechanical mantis encountered earlier. At the opportune moment, Xiaohai issued a warning, prompting Tian Ziqi to halt abruptly, signaling Annie to step back slightly. He then seized the thermonuclear flame gun and aimed it at the designated location identified by Xiaohai. Unleashing a fierce barrage of fire, the marked spots resembled violet pupae sprouting from the ground, yet what emerged would solely be ferocious mechanical beasts. The blazing blue flames signified extreme temperatures upon contact. They instantly ignited a small inferno ahead. Whether rock, sediment, or alloy, all would succumb to such searing heat, including the mechanical mantises. The nest had been disturbed, as dozens of mechanical mantises erupted from their cocoons. Frantically leaping towards Tian Ziqi's black dragon, mech, within, he silently lamented, wishing merely to incinerate them. Who could have anticipated their explosive reaction? After all, they were being scorched from behind. "Fall back," Tian Ziqi urgently commanded over the team channel, simultaneously activating the cluster freeze GUN. At such close range, even the most agile mechanical mantises had no time to evade, resulting in a significant portion being encased in ice. Their diminutive size rendered them less powerful than colossal machines. Hence, they were unable to extricate themselves from the freezing blast's grip. This stroke of fortune allowed Tian Ziqi to exhale in relief. Yet, he could not afford to relax completely, for several mechanical mantises remained unscathed by the blast. Bounding with extraordinary elasticity, a few had already leapt onto the black dragon, mech, brandishing their blades in an attempt to strip Tian Ziqi of his armor. "This is bad," the group gasped. "Be careful." Annie inhaled sharply. One mantis had already left her in disarray, and now 5 were upon him. What to do? Annie was at a loss, yet she sprinted towards the cumbersome, mobile artillery that was the black mech. Even if she could distract 1 or 2 of the mechanical mantises, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for contemplation of better strategies. However, crack, bang, several sharp sounds echoed as. Before Annie could reach him, the black dragon, mech, under Xiaohai's control, swiftly swatted the 5 mechanical mantises to the ground, relentlessly stomping them with its robust feet. Annie stood in stunned silence, realizing that such a formidable entity could so effortlessly dispatch its foes. Yet, it was evident that she could not manipulate the mech's limbs with such speed and agility. Few could maneuver a mech as if it were an extension of themselves throughout the universe. "Ha ha, I'm crushing you." Tian Ziqi's exhilarated voice rang through the team channel. "Everyone, stop standing around. Our mech's alloy feet are as sturdy as the foundation of a building. These little jumpers are insignificant. There's no risk of twisting an ankle. Hurry, let us crush them all." The mech's feet, designed to support its weight during leaps and runs, were constructed from solid alloy, much like the foundation of a house, requiring solidity and durability. Consequently, trampling the minuscule mechanical mantises beneath the mech's feet was an exhilarating experience, reminiscent of the sound made when someone, in a moment of frustration, crushes instant noodles in a supermarket, crunchy and satisfying, though one should refrain from such actions lest they be caught. The unfortunate mantises encased by the cluster freeze rounds met their demise beneath the steadfast feet of Tian Ziqi and his companions. How tragically lamentable, as they ventured further towards the purple diamond. The number of small mechanical beasts increased. Not only were they diminutive, but they also moved with lightning speed, resembling shadowy assassins in their omnipresence. These minuscule creatures possessed formidable offensive capabilities, yet their defenses were lacking. To protect the purple diamond, they employed suicide attacks. Unfortunately, their diminutive size meant that their tactics failed to manifest effectively against Tian Ziqi's mechs, which simply froze them into solid blocks of ice before crunching them to oblivion. Upon nearing within 100 meters of the purple diamond, no further mechanical creatures appeared, revealing an unexpectedly tranquil realm. Before this serene little world, Tian Ziqi, Annie, and the other mechs came to a halt, observing the scene within the purple diamond. From a distance, it appeared as a translucent, vibrant violet gem, yet up close, it exuded an irresistible allure. In fact, this gem seemed less transparent, revealing only a mysterious liquid flowing gently within, the nature of which remained unknown to Tian Ziqi and his comrades. The massive purple diamond was indeed extraordinary, and its peculiarities interfered with the team's local communication devices, producing a cacophony of static. "I'll take a closer look," Tian Ziqi volunteered, eager to approach the colossal purple diamond. However, after merely 20 meters, the black dragon mech suddenly crashed to its knees with a resounding thud, its massive chainsaw blade digging into the ground. Various instruments emitted alarming screeches, and Xiaohai's control began to flicker on the monitor. "Hurry back," Xiaohai urged. "I sense I can no longer control the mech. You must operate it manually. Damn, I'm feeling a bit dizzy too," Tian Ziqi exclaimed, quickly maneuvering the mech in reverse. Throughout this ordeal, the team channel was filled with a continuous barrage of unsettling noises. Uncertain of the situation, no one dared to approach the colossal entity, let alone fire upon it. The exterior of the purple diamond resembled a delicate layer of violet crystal. Who could ascertain whether it was as hard as iron or as fragile as glass? It seemed that a mere misstep could shatter it, releasing the enigmatic liquid contained within. If that liquid were radioactive, none would survive to return. The group retreated a kilometer to deliberate further, yet they could not arrive at a definitive conclusion or strategy. Eventually, Annie sighed. "It appears we must return, report to our superiors, and proceed according to their directives." "How do we report to our superiors?" Tian Ziqi interjected. "It seems there are no communication satellites here." "Indeed, the communication satellites were withdrawn long ago," Annie replied. "Thus, we must return personally to relay the situation." "What? Really?" Tian Ziqi lamented. "How long will that take? What if your leaders take ages to respond? Are you implying our efficiency is lacking?" Annie retorted, displeased. "The journey from Labasix to the central star of the Huaxia Alliance takes merely a few days. Assuming the cosmic seas are calm. So, at the very least, it will take us a week, and potentially a month before we return." "Wow, a month? That's far too long," Tian Ziqi thought despondently. Did this mean he would have to remain here for an entire month? That was merely a theoretical estimate. If the leaders were delayed, or if Annie's aunt visited, or if she had her menstrual cycle, it could easily take half a month longer. What if plans changed or were cancelled? Leaving him stranded? The thought made Tian Ziqi anxious. Is there no possibility for me to return with you?" "Well, I'm truly sorry," Annie replied, guilt evident in her voice. "Our ship is too small. It can only accommodate 10 people. Moreover, we encountered some minor issues on our way here, necessitating the jettisoning of some supplies to ensure our safe return." "That's fine. I can sleep on the floor," Tian Ziqi replied nonchalantly. "Absolutely not. In perilous situations? Our small spacecraft is the most vulnerable. If it rolls over, without a safety belt, you could be tossed around inside, resulting in injury." After a brief pause, Annie continued, "Moreover, it could damage critical internal equipment, leading to a catastrophic failure of the ship. While the odds of such an event are slim, I cannot guarantee it won't happen. We encountered a cosmic turbulence on our way here. Thank goodness it wasn't too severe." "What?" Tian Ziqi gasped, unsure of what to do. Given his nature, he would have crawled aboard the ship regardless, but now that they had stated their position, he felt constrained from insisting further. "Brother Tian, we did indeed face cosmic turbulence on our journey, resulting in some minor damage and loss of parts. Unfortunately, we can't find any replacements here," Josili expressed with some regret, before proposing, "How about this? I can stay behind to keep you company?" "Absolutely not." Before Tian Ziqi could utter a word, Annie resolutely halted Gauss's actions. "You must remain aboard the spacecraft. All 10 of us must stay on the ship. This way, we can alternate shifts every 5 individuals, ensuring the safe navigation of the vessel back home, especially since we will be flying through the cosmos for an extended period." Gauss fell silent, and the rest of the group followed suit. "Tian, I can only offer you my sincerest apologies," Annie solemnly addressed Tian Ziqi. "Ha ha." Tian Ziqi suddenly burst into a boisterous laugh, saying, "Come on, don't be so glum. You all can return. I'll wait for you here. After all, I've been here long enough to almost get used to it." With a cheerful grin, Tian Ziqi remarked, realizing that regardless of whether their situation was genuine or fabricated, discretion was necessary, given the gravity of their words. Should he cling desperately to them for his own salvation? Never mind, he could wait a little longer for their return. Tian Ziqi chuckled heartily, yet deep down, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep, a profound sense of melancholy. It was merely a matter of time and fortune. He could only blame his ill luck. Brother Tian, rest assured, we will return to fetch you within a month at the latest, and we shall uncover the true essence of this extraordinary purple gem. Gauss spoke with an apologetic tone to Tian Ziqi. Tian Ziqi maintained an indifferent demeanor, replying, all right, just make haste back, I shall be here waiting for you. Sigh, I had longed to leave this place, yet in the end, I am not the one departing. Tian Ziqi's heart was heavy with unspoken emotions. In a location thousands of miles from the base, Tian Ziqi personally bid farewell to Annie's group of adventurers. He stood at a distance atop the Black Dragon, waving energetically at them until the spacecraft broke through the atmosphere and soared into the cosmos. He continued to wave, repeating that mechanical and lifeless gesture. Brother Tian was so lonely. His smile was tinged with solitude and sorrow. Surely, Brother Tian must feel the weight of loneliness. The 5 members of the team who were not piloting gazed at the solitary figure of Tian Ziqi, their hearts aching with an indescribable sadness, a sense of farewell spreading within them, and silence enveloped the entire cabin. Though not miss Brother Tian. With his mech martial arts and experience, he has become a legend on Garbage Star. Annie reassured the moved team members, fear not, we must believe that Brother Tian will fare well. Yes, we believe. The spirits of the group were instantly uplifted, filled with blessings for Brother Tian. They're gone, all gone. Tian Ziqi's arms ached from waving as he rubbed his sore muscles and plopped down atop the mech, left alone in his solitude, boredom, truly excruciatingly boring. Talking to himself for a while, Tian Ziqi's mood was undeniably poor. Watching Annie and Gauss unload items from the spacecraft, his spirits lifted slightly. Thankfully, Chang'e had left him a gaming chip. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to boredom. Tian Ziqi retrieved the palm-sized square chip from his pocket. Feeling a flicker of gratitude, Chang'e had mentioned that this chip possessed an immense capacity, offering an extraordinarily immersive gaming experience with a plethora of maps, more than enough to keep him entertained for an extended period. After a very long time, they would surely return. Reflecting on the slender, enthusiastic young man from the mech adventure team, Tian Ziqi felt warmth in his heart. Chang'e was indeed a good brother. It's just a month, Tian Ziqi thought to himself. During this month, I shall indulge, eating, drinking, and sleeping while immersing myself in gaming, returning to my true otaku self. With this thought in mind, he rummaged through the items unloaded from the spacecraft, selecting those he could use or might need, tossing them into the mech's cargo hold before swiftly piloting the mech towards the underground base. Instructing the mech to speed along, Tian Ziqi inserted the chip into the mech's brain interface. Instantly, a gaming interface appeared on the virtual screen. This was a mech game, and Tian Ziqi could control the game using the mech's joystick and buttons without interfering with the mech's motion control, ensuring the Black Dragon continued its swift pace. Upon entering the game and creating a new character named Tian Chi, he immediately immersed himself in the gameplay. Initially, he was merely the most basic rookie mech warrior. However, due to the game's extreme realism, players with genuine skills could achieve corresponding levels of mech warriors, albeit progress was gradual as each level required activation through specific maps. A level 1 rookie mech warrior could not challenge the exam map of a mech war god. He had to pass the rookie mech warrior exam to become a junior mech warrior, then advance to intermediate and advanced levels. The titles beyond mech warrior included mech commander, which was similarly categorized into 3 levels. Thereafter came mech general, also divided into 3 levels, followed by the pinnacle honors of mech commander, mech saint, and mech god. This honor upgrade system mirrored the displayed levels of mech warriors, indicating that the honor level of mech warriors was 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, while that of mech commanders was 4th, 5th, and 6th. Mech generals held 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, with mech commanders at 10th, mech saints at 11th, and mech gods at 12th honors. Thus, this represented the zenith of mech honors. Perhaps the game developers designed it this way to emphasize realism while allowing countless ordinary individuals to experience the allure of mech operation and satiate their cravings for being mech warriors. Moreover, the game supported online connectivity, enabling players to compete and collaborate with one another. Additionally, the official channels could recruit reserve mech warriors through this game, provided that players possessed good physical fitness. Otherwise, they would struggle to adapt to military life. Of course, the most crucial aspect was respecting the player's personal will. If someone was unwilling to enlist and endure hardships, the military could not forcibly conscript them. Having grasped the game's intricacies, Tian Ziqi quickly commenced playing. Initially, the mech was undoubtedly weak, hardly better than a mere ornament. Nonetheless, Tian Ziqi, utilizing this low-tier mech, continuously engaged in challenges with apparent ease. By the time Xiao He returned to the underground base, Tianqi, his game character, had astonishingly reached the honor of a level 5 mech warrior, thus becoming an intermediate mech commander. However, breaking through to the next level would prove troublesome. Without a formidable mech as a foundation, even possessing the legendary Shaolin 18 techniques would be futile against advanced mechs. Attempting to combat a specially crafted advanced mech general with a rookie mech warrior's standard equipment would be akin to merely tickling the opponent. Even if he managed to evade their strikes, he could never defeat them, not even if they were asleep, as he could not breach their defenses. Was there any point in exhausting time battling NPC mech generals? Even a mech god could not triumph over an unmanned, automatically combating general-level mech with bare fists. Thus, it was evident that such a futile endeavor held no merit. Therefore, Tian Ziqi had to undertake missions. Missions wouldn't grant combat experience, not a shred. Thus, completing missions could not elevate the honor level of mech warriors. However, missions could yield monetary rewards, enabling the purchase of advanced mechs, superior weapons, and engines. With such high-quality equipment, Tian Ziqi could continue to enhance his combat and honor levels. Yet, undertaking missions felt like an utter waste of time. Consequently, upon disembarking from the mech, Tian Ziqi turned to Xiao He and said, "Xiao He, you must be well-versed in this game by now, right? Well then, I'll leave the next missions to you. I believe you will execute them flawlessly. Hey, why should you play the combat maps to level up while I handle the missions? That's so unfair," Xiao He protested, but Tian Ziqi paid him no mind. Leaping off the mech to prepare a meal, "Fine, I can handle the missions, but I also want to explore the combat maps." Xiao He smirked cunningly, having developed a devious streak after spending time with Tian Ziqi. The following day, after a restful sleep and a hearty breakfast, upon returning to the mech cockpit to play, Tian Ziqi was astonished to find that his character, Tianqi, had ascended to the advanced general's combat level, donning a sleek, glossy mech, one of the more prestigious mech types within the game, known as Phantom, renowned for its remarkable speed and formidable defense. Gazing at the valuable mech, Tian Ziqi couldn't help but inquire, "How many missions did you complete last night? How did you earn so much money? How could you afford such a luxurious mech?" It's nothing," Xiao He replied nonchalantly, lifting the weapon in his hand. A black, glimmering, single-handed battle knife. Tian Ziqi glanced at its attributes and was taken aback. "Heat core death scythe?" he exclaimed. "Another upper-tier advanced weapon. Is this really you? How could you behave this way?" Tian Ziqi lamented, "You've taken it this far, and you still expect me to play along. Are you suggesting I complete 9 years of compulsory education and then directly pursue a master's degree? Hey, brother Tian, do not be vexed. A master like you should leap straight to a doctorate, or better yet, at least become a saint knight," Xiao He replied with a nonchalant smile. "Thus, I have taken care of these trivial matters for you, allowing you to focus entirely on becoming a saint knight. Fight, you say?" Tian Ziqi shot Xiao He a glance of exasperation, yet upon reflecting, he chuckled. "You do have a point. Very well, I shall not hold it against you. Now, it's my turn to indulge." With that, Tian Ziqi initiated a new challenge in the honor combat level. Tian Ziqi discovered that he relished the thrill of leveling up. The exhilaration of advancing from a novice mech warrior to a mech god in a single day was truly unparalleled. However, he never contemplated what would happen if he reached the highest level. How would he continue to play? The equipment Xiao He had prepared for him was quite commendable, suitable for challenging the upgrade map of the mech commander. Thus they tacitly agreed that he would play during the day while Xiao He would take over at night. Only by Xiao He completing tasks could he earn enough currency to purchase various mechs and weapons. Wielding a single-handed sword is undeniably stylish, yet a two-handed sword exudes an even greater aura of dominance. The two-handed sword is formidable, while the single-handed sword embodies a certain elegance. The spear and halberd are also quite impressive. Other weapons like the single-handed hammer and battle scythe are decent as well, but ultimately, Tian Ziqi concluded that the traditional single-handed sword was the most practical. It was not only stylish and powerful, but also allowed for a series of agile techniques. It could be simple when needed or ornate when desired. Consequently, Tian Ziqi frequently practiced with the single-handed sword, devising an intricate array of sword techniques. Everything from the dominant man's blade technique to the eccentric spirit blade technique. the direct approach blade technique, and the sneaky tactics blade technique. In short, an abundance of styles. During moments of boredom, Tian Ziqi also practiced with other weapons, crafting suitable techniques for each, achieving commendable results in both offensive and defensive capabilities. The defensive techniques were particularly noteworthy. After all, as Tian Ziqi would say, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood, primarily because he had a profound fear of death. Tian Ziqi paid special attention to single-handed swords, thus he explored every variant within the game. Starting from the commander level and above, aside from the initial Heat Core Death God Sword purchased by Xiaohe. The commander level swords included the Gamma Quantum Sword, the Laser Focusing Sword, and the Stellar Energy Sword. However, the Stellar Energy Sword was not very effective in darkness due to its insufficient firepower. Yet, under the blazing sun of July, its might was unmatched. Ascending further were the commander level swords, which Tian Ziqi only explored after successfully upgrading to mech commander status. Since weapons and mechs of the commander level and above are unique, devoid of distinctions like beginner, intermediate, or advanced, they each bear specific names such as Starry Light, Shattered Galaxy, and Zeus's Curse, among others. Beyond that were the Holy Battle level and Battle God level swords, like Thunderous Roar, Heavenly Inferno, and Twilight of the Gods, etc. Yet, to acquire these divine-grade weapons, Tian Ziqi knew he must toil and struggle even more. Xiaohe must also strive, for the price tags attached to these artifacts were incomprehensible to Tian Ziqi. Filled with zeros beyond counting, what a sweat! When a person immerses themselves in a particular endeavor, time seems to fly by, much like when Tian Ziqi was engrossed in his game. We all have experienced that moment when we sit in front of a computer, inadvertently losing an entire day. Time slipped away swiftly, and after a month and a half, Annie and the others still had not returned. By this point, Tian Ziqi had thoroughly explored the divine-grade mechs, even discarding several of the Twilight of the Gods, yet there was still no sign of Annie and her group. Were they lost? Sometimes Tian Ziqi pondered this, but would quickly chuckle at the thought. When one is preoccupied with a concern, the game becomes mundane. Thus, Tian Ziqi resolved to leave alone. In fact, he had been preparing for this moment for a long time, observing the schedules of the cumbersome trash ships that came to dispose of refuse, gathering numerous aviation materials, and so forth. However, before departing, Tian Ziqi intended to unveil a secret, the secret of the amethyst crystal. Throughout this period, he had visited this place several times, merely standing at a distance to observe. But this time, he was determined to take the risk. After multiple investigations, Tian Ziqi learned that the amethyst crystal emitted intense radiation, which could cause dizziness, nausea, vomiting, and even hallucinations in those who approached it. Yet, after several trials, Tian Ziqi discovered he could adapt. As he dizzily struck the amethyst crystal with a steel pipe, he found its hardness formidable. No wonder it bore the name crystal. After making the necessary preparations, Tian Ziqi decided to dismantle the crystal to uncover what lay within. Arriving at his destination, a kilometer away from the amethyst crystal, Tian Ziqi halted the Black Dragon and unloaded a piece of equipment from the mech's cargo bay. It was a small, manually operated single-soldier mech vehicle, only 1.5 meters tall, with a track-based propulsion system and devoid of any electronic devices. Due to its diminutive size, Tian Ziqi felt somewhat awkward inside. But despite its small stature, the two spiral mechanical arms were impressively crafted from super-strength alloys. Even without energy enhancements, they could easily cut through many materials. He hoped they would suffice to break open the massive crystal. After briefing Xiaohe on a few matters and feeling that everything was in order, Tian Ziqi drove the single-soldier mech vehicle rumbling toward the amethyst crystal, determined to uncover its secrets. He was ready to pry until he got answers. As the spinning superalloy mechanical arms struck the crystal, emitting a cacophony of piercing sounds, Tian Ziqi was relieved to find that, despite the crystal's formidable hardness, it could still be affected. A cloud of purple dust billowed forth with each turn of the drill. However, the pace was agonizingly slow, and Tian Ziqi's head was already spinning. Thankfully, he remained somewhat lucid. If hallucinations set in, it would spell trouble, dizzy and nauseated. I can endure. Tian Ziqi bit his lip tightly, gripping the mech vehicle's control stick with determination. Yet suddenly, he felt a spasm, panic setting in as he realized his body was beginning to betray him. He hastily attempted to retreat the vehicle, but it was too late. Although the control keys were few, his trembling hands struggled to operate them. As colorful rainbows danced before his eyes, Tian Ziqi's heart sank. This was the end. When hallucinations struck, Tian Ziqi flailed his arms in a frenzy, mindless of the buttons before him. Pressing them haphazardly, unexpectedly, The mech vehicle seemed to go berserk, violently crashing into the amethyst crystal, repeatedly colliding. Yet, the crystal's hardness proved insurmountable, and after a particularly fierce impact, the vehicle's engine sputtered and died, leaving Tian Ziqi unconscious. Meanwhile, Xiaohei sensed something amiss and hurried toward the amethyst crystal. However, the intense radiation rendered him unable to control the mech before he could reach it. He was vulnerable. External interference was his greatest weakness. Xiaohei collapsed 50 meters from the amethyst crystal, waving his hand frantically before crashing to the ground. Suddenly, a massive serrated sword descended from the heavens, radiating brilliant light, and plunged into the amethyst crystal. To everyone's astonishment, it penetrated. But would it even matter? An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings as the sword sank into the crystal, emanating a dazzling purple glow. Gradually, the serrated sword began to dissolve, disappearing entirely. From the wound, a viscous purple liquid oozed forth, thick like syrup. The purple liquid flowed increasingly, gradually engulfing the mech vehicle and ultimately dissolving it into nothingness, encasing the unconscious Tian Ziqi within its depths, leaving behind a pool of purple sludge. Yet, before long, the purple liquid began to recede, revealing Tian Ziqi's body. All his clothing had vanished, leaving behind a pale form, akin to a newborn babe, lying there, albeit an oddly aged infant. The purple liquid diminished increasingly, leaving only a remnant upon Tian Ziqi, until at last, even that residue vanished, as if it had been wholly absorbed into his very being. It was reminiscent of certain advertisements for sanitary products, boasting an extraordinary absorbency, capable of taking in more and more. With the complete disappearance of the purple liquid, a large pit had formed beneath Tian Ziqi, who lay nestled within it. The once vibrant exterior of the purple crystal had transformed into a thin, pale layer, resembling glass. As the final drop of purple liquid vanished, the peculiar crystal's shell suddenly shattered with a resounding pop, disintegrating into countless tiny fragments that scattered across the ground, nearly burying Tian Ziqi. With a cacophony of tinkling sounds, Tian Ziqi abruptly sat up, pushing aside the shards of glass that had accumulated around him. Glancing at his naked form, he was taken aback and hastily gathered a mound of the glass pieces to cover his lower body. This instinctive reaction indicated his concern for his modesty. However, upon surveying his surroundings, lying in a shallow pit, he noted the absence of the purple crystal and the distant heaps of metallic debris, which confirmed he was indeed alive, very much so. "Ha! I am indestructible," Tian Ziqi mused triumphantly, rising from the pit, hands clasped between his legs, exuding a wild and untamed spirit. Upon standing, his gaze fell upon a black mech lying in the distance. Indeed, it was Xiaohong. What was that fellow doing on the ground? Could he be asleep? A sense of foreboding washed over Tian Ziqi, prompting him to sprint over, only to have his foot inadvertently pierced by a sharp object on the ground. Without time to inspect his wound, he hastened towards the black dragon mech. Opening the hatch, he swiftly climbed inside, only to realize, in the midst of his excitement, that he had been running about in the nude. Nevertheless, considering that he was the sole inhabitant of this planet, there was no one to witness his indiscretion, and thus his lack of attire remained a private affair. After closing the hatch and calming his racing heart, Tian Ziqi attempted to awaken Xiaohong's intelligence. "Xiaohong, can you hear me?" However, the artificial intelligence remained unresponsive, causing a wave of disappointment to wash over him. After a moment of silence, he manually activated the mech's engine and piloted it back to the base. The first order of business upon returning was to find a change of clothes. Fortunately, there were plenty of discarded uniforms left behind by the staff. Though they were not new, they were intact and impeccably clean. After donning the attire and utilizing some tools from the base, Tian Ziqi carefully examined the mech's optical brain, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. The artificial intelligence had sustained no significant damage. Only the sensory devices linked to the main chip, including touch, hearing, smell, and vocal sensors, had malfunctioned. Hence, Xiaohong had not heard his earlier words, and for reasons unknown, remained in a dormant state. Once he repaired the sensors and recharged the system, Xiaohong would awaken once more. After swiftly repairing the various sensors, Tian Ziqi reinstalled the optical brain, immediately hearing Xiaohong's familiar voice. "I couldn't speak or do anything earlier. It was quite frustrating, you know. If you hadn't repaired me, I would have automatically fixed myself in 3 days, so does that mean I was meddling unnecessarily?" Tian Ziqi retorted angrily. "Not at all," Xiaohong replied with a chuckle. "Your assistance is greatly appreciated. It saves me quite a bit of hassle. You see, While I am not easily destroyed, hardware damage can be quite troublesome. For instance, losing limbs, I can't just regrow them. Thank you immensely. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Tian Ziqi responded with a grin. Suddenly, Xiaohong exclaimed, Whoa, you have so much blood on your hands. Goodness, even more on your feet. What? I almost forgot. I got hurt earlier. Let me wrap it up. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. I could care less, though Xiaohong's tone belied a deeper concern. Tian Ziqi chuckled dismissively but hurriedly ran, aware that an infection would be quite troublesome. Although Annie and the others had left him a small first aid kit, it might not suffice. Making his way to the kitchen to wash his hands and feet, preparing to disinfect and bandage the injury, he was astounded to discover that his hands and feet were completely unharmed. With no skin even missing, earlier, they had been smeared with blood, obscuring the truth. Now, after washing them clean, he realized that his skin was remarkably smooth and felt imbued with newfound strength. Overcome with excitement, Tian Ziqi quickly stripped completely, and upon seeing that his skin was similarly pristine, he found himself perplexed. After living here for 6 months, with scarce water leading to infrequent bathing, his skin had been dry and rough, marred by youthful blemishes, yet now, it was as smooth as new, radiating a lustrous glow. Could it be? Tian Ziqi pondered anxiously. After a day of contemplation, he personally piloted Xiaohong to the site of the mechanical beast's lair, ultimately concluding that his survival and transformation were the results of the purple crystal. As for the whereabouts of the crystal, that was no longer a concern for Tian Ziqi. He was no graduate student researching intricate matters. As long as he remained alive, that was all that truly mattered. Ha ha ha! Tian Ziqi laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. There was finally nothing worth clinging to in this place, as if it had never existed. The affair with the purple crystal had stemmed from a trifling curiosity and a deep-seated resentment. Now that the object of his ire was gone, he could leave without a second thought. As for Josili and the others, if they returned here, it would be a futile endeavor. Neither the artificial intelligence nor the purple crystal could be found. My heart is too kind. I ought to apologize here. My brothers, but on second thought, perhaps it is they who should be apologizing, is it not? In a certain sense, the planet Rabasai was not entirely tranquil or isolated, for it was frequently visited by colossal interstellar vessels, space garbage ships. These ships were enormous, moving at a sluggish pace, and their turns were even slower, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Of course, in the vacuum of space, no sound travels, so Tian Ziqi could rest assured that he would not be disturbed. As he lay in wait at a waste disposal site, a massive garbage ship slowly approached, its cumbersome form reminiscent of a sluggish, elderly man. As it drew nearer to the ground, Tian Ziqi panicked and fled. The ship was colossal, equivalent to 4 football fields in size, and considering its height, one could only imagine the vast amount of refuse it contained. Tian Ziqi sprinted 5 kilometers, and at last, the garbage ship hovered approximately 100 meters above the ground before its heavy rear hatch slowly opened, carelessly releasing its contents. The rapid reproduction of humanity resulted in an equal surge of waste, posing one of the greatest threats to civilization. The thunderous noise compelled Tian Ziqi to disable the external audio devices within the mech, yet he could still feel the ground tremble beneath him. Instantly, a towering mountain of garbage formed in the cleared space, leaving Tian Ziqi astonished. So this is how mountains are made. Minutes later, a colossal mound of refuse had arisen, covering thousands of square meters and reaching over 50 meters in height. As the garbage ship's hatch began to close, Tian Ziqi calmly declared, Xiaohong, we can begin. And no sooner had he spoken than the Black Dragon mech surged forward at full speed. The Black Dragon, transformed, its once glossy black exterior now coated in a layer of silver-white, high-temperature insulation. Moreover, apart from a single-handed sword and an ion shield, all other weaponry had been removed, replaced instead by 8 powerful space mech thrusters. Had it not been for the month Tian Ziqi dedicated to these modifications, he might not have recognized the Black Dragon. Equipped with this array of enhancements, the Black Dragon had become a near space mech. While its current capabilities could not match those of true space mechs, due to insufficient power for extended flights in the vacuum of space, it was nonetheless capable of brief flights and could withstand the intense heat generated by friction upon exiting the atmosphere, thus sharing a similarity with genuine space mechs. Hence, Tian Ziqi deemed it a near space mech. However, Xiaohei was unable to undertake prolonged space flights, so Tian Ziqi had to rely on other means for extended journeys. Thus, he conceived the idea of a garbage ship. At this moment, The garbage ship had already sealed the hatch of the refuse compartment and began to ascend slowly. The silvery, black dragon swiftly strode to the summit of the garbage mound, then lunged upward. 8 thrusters activated instantaneously, propelling the mech to a height of 100 meters in an instant, reaching the bottom compartment of the garbage ship in the blink of an eye. With a resounding clang, the black dragon extended all 4 limbs, its hands and feet equipped with antimatter supersuction cups installed by Tian Ziqi, allowing the mech to adhere tightly to the underside of the garbage ship like a gecko. Success! Inside the cockpit, both Tian Ziqi and Xiao He cheered in unison. Xiao He promptly shut down the thrusters, as they consumed an excessive amount of energy, and now that they were securely attached to the garbage ship, there was no risk of falling off, unless, of course, Tian Ziqi were to have the worst luck and the entire alloy panel were to detach. Calm down, Tian Ziqi said seriously. This is merely the first phase of success. The real challenge lies ahead when we exit the atmosphere. The most unpredictable factor, however, remains navigation in the vast expanse of space. Therefore, we must proceed with caution. Don't worry, Brother Tian. With me around, the mech will always remain vigilant and will definitely not fall. Xiao He replied with a chuckle. Hee, I trust you to handle things, Xiao He, but now that you've changed color, it feels different. How about we name this mech Silver Dragon, and I'll call you Xiaoyin? You re the one who is a debauched dragon. No, you're a debauched worm, and you should be called Xiaoyin, Xiao He retorted angrily. Besides, what if I paint you golden later? Then you'd be called Xiao Jian. If I paint you red, you'd be Xiao Hong. If blue, Xiao Lan. And if multicolored, you'd be Xiao Kai. Wouldn't my life just be spent on renaming you? Moreover, those names sound utterly unpleasant. Xiao He immediately presented his counterarguments. Tian Ziqi pondered for a moment and replied, Why make it so complicated? Let us just call you Xiao Long from now on, regardless of whether you are Black Dragon or Silver Dragon. As long as you are in the mech, we shall refer to it as Divine Dragon. Divine Dragon? Divine Dragon? Mech? Xiao He contemplated for a moment before nodding proudly. The name, Black Dragon, was bestowed upon me by the scientists of old. I have carried it for many years, and now many of them may no longer be with us, while the Artificial Intelligence Project has likely ceased to exist for years. Now that I have the good fortune to meet you, Brother Tian, I will follow your lead and change my name. From now on, I shall no longer be Black Dragon, but instead, Divine Dragon. Tian Ziqi was momentarily taken aback by Xiao He, oh no. By Xiao Long's expression, wondering how he could say he would follow him. He certainly wouldn't develop feelings for a virtual entity, especially one that was masculine. Coming back to his senses, Tian Ziqi retorted. Come on, would it kill you not to show off? Brother Tian, I'm just emulating you, learning from the dark, Xiao Long replied with a bashful smile. Wow, you can even use idioms now, Tian Ziqi corrected him. But you got it wrong. It's actually near vermilion. One turns red. No way, it's clearly black. A mistake is a mistake. It's vermilion. I say you're black. Xiao Long insisted seriously. No, I'm vermilion. Tian Ziqi countered with equal seriousness. Well then, if you insist you're a pig, I have no choice but to admit you're a pig, Gagaga. Xiao He's victorious laughter echoed exaggeratedly, and Tian Ziqi finally realized that Xiao Long was playing a word game. At that moment, the Divine Dragon mech suddenly sensed a tremor as the cosmic trash ship began to ascend beyond the atmosphere. The massive cosmic garbage ship was ascending with all its might. Its dozens of engines roaring to life, the thunderous sound reverberating even within the sealed cockpit of the mech. Of course, the most palpable sensation was the ship's vibrations, as the Divine Dragon shook violently. The enormous friction surface generated significant resistance, yet thanks to the powerful thrust of its numerous engines, the ship maintained a high-speed ascent. As a result, the temperature around the ship skyrocketed. Fortunately, Tian Ziqi was sheltered beneath the ship's vast bottom compartment, shielded from the direct friction caused by the air. How wise he was, however. Observing the rapid changes in the surrounding air made Tian Ziqi feel a bit anxious, as he even caught sight of sparks from the friction. Oh, that was from the thrusters. Sweat? Minutes later, the ship finally broke free from the atmosphere of the planet Rabasai, and an immediate calm enveloped them. They had successfully exited Rabasai, but all the food prepared in the cockpit began to float, completely burying Tian Ziqi. Thankfully, Xiao Long was in control of the mech. Otherwise, Tian Ziqi would have been too busy dealing with the floating food in the cockpit due to the lack of gravity, potentially causing a space mishap. Alas, it was a lapse in his meticulous planning. He had securely fastened himself in his seat, yet he forgot about the food. Ouch! A water bottle hit his head. Thankfully, it had a screw cap. Otherwise, he would have certainly turned into a drenched chicken. After reorganizing the food and water into a large bag and securing it to the cockpit wall, tranquility was finally restored. This moment. Peering out through the reinforced transparent glass beside the cockpit, he could catch a glimpse of a hazy corner of the Rabasai planet. Due to his position, the view was not optimal. The mech was currently clinging upside down to the bottom of the spaceship. Although there was no air friction during the forward journey of the spaceship, Tian Ziqi found himself almost lying within the cockpit, and despite the super suction cup's formidable grip, he still felt uneasy suspended beneath the garbage ship. His heart also hung in suspense. Therefore, Tian Ziqi immediately instructed Xiaolong to maneuver the mech step by step toward the top of the spaceship. Alas, this speed was painfully slow, and what was even more frustrating was the sheer size of the ship. One could liken it to a snail's pace. If a snail were to circle a football field, one could only imagine how long it would take to reach the top of the garbage ship. Fortunately, it was not Tian Ziqi at the helm. Otherwise, in his impatience, he might have accidentally let go. If he were to fall away from the garbage ship, he would truly become a speck of dust in the vast universe, drifting endlessly through space. Perhaps one day, he might even fall into the atmosphere of a certain planet, becoming a brilliant shooting star, but by then, he would have long since perished. However, due to the conditions in space, his body would likely be well preserved. If that planet happened to possess an advanced civilization, it might ignite a frenzy among its aerospace, astronomy, archaeology, human, ghost, deity, and fairy communities. Of course, such a scenario would never occur. Tian Ziqi's luck was not that abysmal. Even if he were to accidentally slip away from the garbage ship, he could simply activate the thrusters to catch up. Although the mech's energy chamber was fully loaded, it could not sustain prolonged space travel. But chasing after a cumbersome and massive garbage ship would pose no issue. Xiaolong's speed was not as slow as anticipated. It was merely the process that was arduous. Thus, Tian Ziqi decided to take a nap in the cockpit, as he was securely strapped to his seat in a lying position. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to rest, thereby conserving energy, reducing the need for food and water, and minimizing bodily functions? Just thinking about the need to relieve oneself gave Tian Ziqi a headache. However, he had remarkable control over his bladder. During gaming sessions, he often went hours without a bathroom break. Remarkably, when he once took a long train journey, he managed to hold it for 20 hours due to the cramped conditions, only succumbing once for a quick bathroom visit, and that was just for urination. Yet, in such an environment and with this mindset, how could he possibly sleep? At most, he could just doze off for a bit. Well, even a brief nap would be beneficial. However, even with his eyes closed, his mind was preoccupied with various thoughts. The issue of relieving oneself was easily solvable with a tube and a plastic bag. But the other, what a nuisance. In such a small cockpit, if it were to fill up with waste and the stench became unbearable, that would be utterly terrifying. He couldn't bear to imagine it. While lost in these thoughts, Tian Ziqi suddenly felt himself sit up, and upon opening his eyes, he realized that Xiaolong had already maneuvered the mech to the top of the garbage ship. An expansive, flat terrain lay before him, with only a small structure resembling a signal reception tower for spacecraft, as the signal reception device would undoubtedly perform better when elevated on a platform rather than being embedded within the ship's structure, which would interfere with signals due to the materials used, especially in aerospace applications. The flat and broad deck of the garbage ship elevated Tian Ziqi's spirits. He mused that it could easily accommodate 4 simultaneous soccer matches. Moreover, standing in the mech felt far more comfortable than hanging beneath it. Through the transparent small window of the cockpit, Tian Ziqi finally beheld the vast expanse of the cosmos. However, the distant Ribishi star had long since vanished at the end of the flight path. Eluding his naked eye, farewell, Ribishi. The universe knows no distinction between day and night. Were it not for the time displayed on Tian Ziqi's mech, he would remain oblivious to the fact that he had been adrift in space for 5 days. Alas, 5 days! Tian Ziqi's mental state was on the brink of collapse. To be precise, his bladder could no longer endure the pressure. He had endured the sensation of imminent release for 5 long days, having urinated 13 times without a single bowel movement. One must admit, Tian Ziqi's ability to hold on was commendable. Yet, his bladder was in distress. It constantly felt as though it were about to burst. And after 13 trips to relieve himself, his plastic bag was nearing its limit. Each time he finished, he had to tie the plastic bag tightly, for reusing it would only result in an unfortunate mess upon reopening. Fortunately, the plastic tube could be reused. To minimize his need for expulsion, Tian Ziqi had been consuming food and water sparingly, only drinking when he felt exceptionally parched. just enough to sustain his body's basic energy requirements. In truth, Tian Ziqi considered his predicament trivial compared to others who survived on a single bottle of water for an entire month, although such individuals were often on the brink of collapse. Upon reaching the central star, he would still need to pilot his mech in search of employment and shelter. It was hardly feasible to crash his mech into a hospital emergency room. He mused. Unable to contain himself any longer, he retrieved one of the remaining plastic bags, tightly securing one end around the tube, leaving the other end for his member. It was reminiscent of those gaming days when he would avoid using the restroom, opting instead to relieve himself into an empty soda bottle, albeit with the added complexity of ensuring the tube bent sufficiently to prevent the liquid from floating upwards and soiling himself. To allow the urine to flow downwards, he had to rely on the force of his member. With a rush, the floodgate opened, and Tian Ziqi shivered with relief. Carefully tightening the plastic bag, as if it were a large sack secured in the corner of the cockpit, he felt a wave of ease wash over him. Glancing at the screen where Little Dragon's eyes were wide with astonishment, Tian Ziqi chuckled. "What are you staring at? Don't be envious of my prowess." On the 7th day, misfortune befell Tian Ziqi as he sensed an overwhelming discomfort within him, compelling him to seek a place to expel the toxins that had long been accumulating in his system. However, the cockpit of the mech was utterly unsuitable for such an endeavor. Otherwise, he would either perish or become a mere shell of his former self. He feared he might become the first person in history to die from holding it in. How he longed to be on solid ground. With his abdomen in agony, he anxiously awaited the appearance of the central star. Could the distance between the two celestial bodies be so vast? No, it must not be. Rather, this trash ship, belonging to the environmental department of the central star, was simply too inept. Damn it, the discomfort was unbearable. Resolutely, he removed his pants and placed a plastic bag over his backside. Weightlessness? He thought to himself, I'll just hold it tighter. The worst that could happen is a mess. Yet, Tian Ziqi's plight only worsened. Sometimes, what one longs to do the most, after much anticipation, results in mere folly. He inadvertently added a touch of color to the already foul air in the cockpit, and then, silence fell, as it turned out, due to days of retention and insufficient water intake. Tian Ziqi, tragically, became constipated, and not just a little. It was severe constipation. Panic set in as he realized he might truly be on the brink of disaster. What to do? What to do? What to do? Tian Ziqi lay back in his seat, his expression one of utter frustration. Brother Tian, we're almost there. Little Dragon's voice suddenly rang out, causing Tian Ziqi to sit up with a start. Almost there? Where? He exclaimed with excitement. Tio, the central star. If this trash ship had not deviated from its course or encountered any issues, and was not out of energy and forced to stop midway, then the central star must be ahead, Little Dragon assured him. Upon hearing this, Tian Ziqi eagerly scrambled to the transparent window, where a planet adorned in hues of forest green and ocean blue came into view. At first glance, he thought he had returned to Earth, but upon closer inspection, he realized this was not Earth. It was far too vibrant, and the land-sea structure differed entirely. Nevertheless, it seemed this planet was quite suitable for human habitation. Just then, the trash ship finally reached the atmosphere of the central star, and amidst a tremor, Tian Ziqi felt his legs begin to shake. Damn it. Hold it together. Don't panic. Soon, we shall relieve ourselves. In the past, spacecraft took an eternity to breach the atmosphere and enter their designated orbits. Yet now, launching a spaceship was as simple as a commercial flight, an incredible advancement in technology that offered humanity immense convenience, allowing waste to be effortlessly transported elsewhere. However, Tian Ziqi pondered, what of the refuse accumulating on those distant planets? Would it ever vanish? If a planet were to become overwhelmed with waste, what then? With a burgeoning population? Even the most abundant garbage planets would eventually reach their limits. Where would humanity's refuse go then? Perhaps that was a concern for a distant future. Perhaps by then, humanity would have mastered new technologies capable of effortlessly dealing with such refuse. As they drew nearer, having breached the atmosphere, the trash ship was now in close proximity to the central star. Tian Ziqi even spotted clusters of buildings below. The trash ship descended steadily, and within minutes, he could see some landmark structures upon the planet. These buildings bore enormous characters proclaiming Huaxia, identical to simplified Chinese characters, such as Huaxia agriculture is thriving, Huaxia people are exceptional, Huaxia industry is flourishing, Huaxia construction is impressive. What is that, a bank? Oh, my apologies, the lettering appeared rather whimsical, leading to a misinterpretation. When they were merely 1,000 meters from the ground, the spaceship gradually reduced its speed, eventually hovering 100 meters above the surface, as if aligning itself for docking, before finally descending slowly. To avoid detection by the garbage yard's personnel, Tian Ziqi piloted the mech stealthily to the less conspicuous side of the trash ship. Adhering tightly to the hull with suction cups, as the trash ship docked, Tian Ziqi commanded the mech to detach from the ship's body and sprinted towards the most secluded section of the garbage yard. Mountains of refuse loomed within the yard, and the thunderous landing of the trash ship masked Tian Ziqi's escape. He dashed towards the wall, leaping effortlessly over the not-so-high barrier, disregarding whether his remarkable leap had drawn attention. He charged forward with determination. "Brother Tian, don't act rashly. Ahead is the exclusive lane for hover vehicles. If you continue, you'll enter the mech's designated path." Little Dragon's timely warning echoed. "Oh? Mechs have exclusive lanes too?" Tian Ziqi mused. It made sense. Given the weight of mechs, running would exert greater pressure on the ground, necessitating a dedicated path. "You take over the controls. We mustn't be discovered. Find a pharmacy. I need a laxative." Tian Ziqi exclaimed, his face contorted in discomfort as the pressure within him became unbearable. "All right, hold on tight," Little Dragon responded, swiftly accelerating. With a few turns, they entered the designated mech lane. "Brother Tian, I've infiltrated the civilian satellite system of this area. Don't worry. Though we're in the suburbs, in just 3 minutes, we'll find a pharmacy." "Wow, that's impressive. Is it easier to access someone else's satellite than your own home?" Tian Ziqi remarked, intrigued. "Well, do as you see fit. But make haste. This is the fastest I can go." "We've covered 5 kilometers in just a minute," Little Dragon replied, exasperated. "This isn't a garbage planet. We can't just run amok. There are other mechs in this lane." "All right, last time you all made excuses for losing. This time, let us follow your lead. We're in the suburbs now, where mechs are scarce. How about a little race here? Are you up for it?" A girl of about 16 or 17 stood with her arms crossed defiantly, gazing challengingly at a group of her peers. Behind her loomed a magnificent 5-meter-tall white angel civilian mech. Exquisite and breathtaking, a true masterpiece, embodying the ideal mech of a kind-hearted and innocent girl. Yet, the girl before them was even more refined, her youthful face adorned with a hint of arrogance. Well, those who could afford such a mech had every right to be proud. "What is there to fear? But we should place a bet to make it interesting, right, Xia Han?" spoke a young man, around 17 or 18, referring to the proud girl. "You think I'm afraid of you with your antics? Just tell me what to wager." Xia Han retorted dismissively. "If you lose, you become my girlfriend. Do you dare to bet on that?" The young man is not pretending to be foolish. On the contrary, he is quite normal. His name is Zhuang Zifeng, but Xia Han enjoys calling him a madman or a fool, which infuriates Zhuang Zifeng to the point of grinding his teeth. Yet he finds himself powerless against her. So he allows her to continue. Over time, this has fostered a sense of familiarity, and one cannot deny that this fellow has a rather cheeky disposition. "How could I possibly lose?" Zhuang Zifeng retorted with a smile. "You should be contemplating what you'll do if you lose. That if I lose, you can do whatever you like with me. How about that? Even if it means handing myself over completely to you." Zhuang Zifeng said with a wicked grin, thinking himself quite charming. "Ugh." Xia Han exaggeratedly mimicked a retching motion and replied, "Who would want you with such disgusting behavior? If you lose, you must kneel before me and bark like a puppy 3 times. And from now on, whenever you see me, you must call me big sister." "What do you say, little girl? Don't be too overbearing," interjected one of Zhuang Zifeng's friends, but he was swiftly silenced by Zhuang Zifeng. He nodded with a smile and said, "All right, I will agree to whatever you propose." "Okay, shall we commence the competition now?" "Yes," Xia Han replied decisively, stepping onto the mech's lift platform and entering the cockpit, positioning the angel at the starting line. Simultaneously, 4 other mechs approached, 3 of which were 5.5 meters tall and piloted by Zhuang Zifeng's friends. One was a deep purple hurricane, driven by Zhuang Zifeng himself, a color that clearly indicated his flamboyant personality. The other 2 were light blue ice wings. The 4th mech was a fiery red fire phoenix, equal in height to the angel, and piloted by Zhuang Zifeng's sister, Zhuang Yiting, who was also quite the lively character. The 5 vividly colored mechs lined up side by side on the expansive mech-exclusive pathway in the suburbs. Once prepared, Xia Han began the countdown, her sweet voice resonating through the mech speakers. "Ready, 5, 4, 3. Before Xia Han could finish her countdown, a silver medium-sized mech roared past her with a deafening rush of wind, swiftly disappearing into the distance. The momentum caused Zhuang Zifeng and the other 4 mechs to mistakenly believe Xia Shihan had started early, prompting them to take off as well. Infuriated, Xia Shihan chased after them, shouting, "I haven't said start yet." Foul play, foul play. Xia Shihan was fuming internally. This group of people displayed a complete disregard for rules. Humph, it was all the fault of that silver mech. Once she caught up, she would certainly make him apologize to her. Xia Shihan thought to herself, her teeth grinding in frustration. Xia Shihan's piloting skills were quite commendable, and she felt confident that she could triumph over someone like Zhuang Zifeng. Even if she started a second behind, she was certain she could catch up, and Zhuang Zifeng's friends were even less skilled, not worth her consideration. Indeed, within 2 minutes, Xia Shihan's pristine white angel had surpassed the Fire Phoenix, Ice Wings, and Hurricane. However, at that moment, Xia Shihan had little regard for her competitors. Having raced against them multiple times, she always won effortlessly, finding it utterly tedious. The advanced mech warriors from her family's mech dojo refused to compete against her. Even when coerced into racing, they would inevitably let her win. How dull now, however, the pilot of that silver mech was clearly a formidable opponent, and she looked forward to racing against him, even if he had a slight head start. The thought of facing an exceptional competitor excited her, causing her delicate, jade-like face to flush slightly. Unfortunately, after 10 minutes of pursuit, Xia Shihan had yet to catch sight of that silver mech. He had vanished, and further pursuit would be futile. Although victory was assured, Xia Shihan felt no joy. She silently vowed, "That silver mech, if I ever see you again, you won't escape my grasp," at the entrance of a small pharmacy. The arrival of a silver medium-sized mech drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. In this era, mechs were akin to luxury items, much like automobiles at the end of the 20th century. While many purchased mechs, the numbers remained relatively small, and this particular mech resembled a luxurious BMW among mechs, undoubtedly drawing attention. The cockpit doors swung open, and a cloud of vapors, reeking of an unpleasant odor, billowed out. Then, a person with a bird's nest-like hairstyle hastily exited the cockpit, emanating a distinctly foul odor. This was Tian Ziqi. Tian Ziqi quickly entered the pharmacy, scanning the interior until he spotted the cashier's counter. Striding over, he had yet to utter a word when the cashier, a charming young woman, gazed at him in astonishment and exclaimed, "Sir, your hairstyle is so cool." The cashier was quite pretty and exuded a sweet smile, reminiscent of delectable vanilla ice cream. Flattered by her compliment, Tian Ziqi couldn't help but blush and chuckled. "Thank you for the compliment. May I ask if you have laxatives?" The last 2 words were almost spat out. "Oh." The young woman paused, her expression shifting slightly. You're not planning to do something nefarious, are you? How could a person as honest and straightforward as I possibly do anything wrong?" Tian Ziqi replied, feigning a look of deep distress. "Can't you see how dreadful I look? Your face is just too dirty. I truly can't tell." The young woman stuck out her tongue playfully, looking utterly adorable. "Please, don't tease me." Tian Ziqi suddenly grew serious. "Just quickly fetch me the laxatives." Okay, the young woman stammered, slightly alarmed by his grave demeanor. "Here, we have 2 types of effective laxatives. One is Qingguanxi, a traditional Chinese herbal remedy, pure castor bean extract, fast-acting and non-toxic with no side effects. The other is slippery. Enough. I'll take Qingguanxi, supporting domestic products," Tian Ziqi declared, snatching the small bottle of laxative from the young woman's hands. Habitually, he reached into his pocket. "Oh no, I've forgotten. I have no money. Miss, can we negotiate?" Tian Ziqi awkwardly smiled at her. "I didn't bring any money. Can I pay you back later?" "That's not possible. We're a small business and don't offer credit," the young woman said timidly, glancing nervously at the laxative in Tian Ziqi's hand. Tian Ziqi quickly stepped back, opened the small bottle, and gulped down the contents. He then tossed the empty bottle aside and said, "Can I have credit? I'm not a bad person, really. Otherwise, I would have just taken it and run." "Hee, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Trying to get close to me?" The young woman suddenly turned serious. "Do you think this will allow you to interact with me more? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. I'll give you this bottle of medicine for free. My dream partner will one day arrive in a magnificent mech, clad in a sharp military uniform to marry me, and clearly, you are not him, so now, please leave and don't disrupt my work." Tian Ziqi was taken aback. This girl was adorably self-absorbed. Suddenly, he realized that she indeed appeared quite cute. And surely many would be vying for her attention. He couldn't tell if she had someone special in mind, didn't he want a boyfriend, or perhaps had different inclinations. In any case, she was clearly not interested in being pursued at that moment. Sigh. It seemed he had also been misunderstood. It appeared the boys after her were numerous. How foolish, Tian Ziqi mused. Although he could guess a fragment of her thoughts, he merely left that remark hanging and added, "Since you are giving it to me, thank you, gurgle." Suddenly, Tian Ziqi's stomach let out a loud growl. "Wow, this medicine works incredibly fast, thank you. But where's the nearest restroom? It's a bit far from here." The young woman frowned, but before she could finish her sentence, Tian Ziqi had already dashed out of the pharmacy, leaping into the Shenlong and commanding Xiao He to swiftly locate the nearest public restroom. The young woman was left in stunned silence, finally regaining her composure and frowning. "Humph, this guy thinks he can win me over with such silly tricks? How could someone with a luxurious mech be broke?" Fool, however, recalling his hurried departure while clutching his stomach, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Humph, a little punishment is deserved." He brought it upon himself. In a distant public restroom, Tian Ziqi rushed in, releasing not only his bodily discomfort but also the weight of stress that had been pressing down on him. After half an hour, he felt utterly drained. If not for his robust constitution, he would have surely collapsed. Yet, just as Tian Ziqi finished, he suddenly realized a grave issue. He had forgotten to bring toilet paper. Indeed, it has happened again. Sigh, how frustrating. Although the public restrooms of this era are free of charge and boast luxurious facilities, they have ceased to provide toilet paper in an effort to prevent individuals from pilfering it for personal use. Alas, it is the inherent flaws of humanity that bring about such tribulations, and I find myself caught in the crossfire. With no one to assist, I am left to fend for myself in my quest for paper. In a moment of desperation, Tian Ziqi devised a cunning plan. As Tian Ziqi emerged from the restroom, whistling nonchalantly and taking his seat in the mech, Xiaolong gazed at him with concern, exclaiming, "Brother Tian, you've lost weight. Please, spare me the flattery," he chuckled. "Worry not. It is merely the result of a refreshing face wash and a quick hairdo." With a playful ruffle of his hair, Tian Ziqi added, "Do you not think I look rather dashing?" Upon catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror at the communal washing station, he was taken aback by his own reflection, realizing why that lovely girl had seemed a tad perturbed earlier. Thus, he meticulously washed every accessible area, contemplating how he would have stripped down entirely if not for the presence of female companions nearby. "You do look quite handsome. You'd be even more so with that white t-shirt as an undershirt," Xiaolong remarked, pausing momentarily before adding with curiosity, "By the way, where is your t-shirt?" "Oh, that t-shirt," Tian Ziqi laughed awkwardly, "has bravely fulfilled its purpose and met its glorious demise." Xiaolong's expression turned sly, as if he had already deduced the truth. Suddenly, Tian Ziqi's stomach grumbled ominously. The effects of the medication had yet to subside, and he felt the urgent need to return to the restroom. Hastily, he grabbed a wad of scrap paper from the cockpit and dashed back inside. Once, twice, thrice. By the time Tian Ziqi emerged for the fifth time, he was no longer the confident figure who had entered. Instead, he left hunched over, clutching his abdomen, utterly spent. I need to return to that pharmacy," he uttered weakly. The majestic silver mech, Shenlong, once again paused at the pharmacy's entrance, drawing the attention of onlookers. "So, he has returned," thought the cashier girl, noticing Tian Ziqi's pale complexion and awkward demeanor. "Did he come in as a beggar?" Struggling to support himself against the wall, he extended a trembling hand toward her, begging, "Could you please give me a dose of anti-diarrheal medication?" Unable to contain herself, the girl burst into laughter. "So, you reap what you sow for stealing my medicine, huh? I implore you, just one dose," Tian Ziqi pleaded, his face ashen and trembling with discomfort. "I'll give it to you, but only if you can pay," she replied, stifling her amusement. "Last time, the laxative was $3 a bottle. This time, I have a box of Lixidin for $10. That makes $13 in total. Here you go." Tian Ziqi suddenly clenched his buttocks, desperately trying to hold back, and after a prolonged moment, he pointed toward the Shenlong mech outside, declaring, "I can offer the mech as collateral." The girl, amused, considered teasing him further. But before she could, he collapsed at the cashier's desk with a thud. In a flurry of panic, she quickly dialed for emergency assistance. When Tian Ziqi regained consciousness, he was greeted by the sterile scent of a hospital, a pungent aroma of disinfectants. He remained still, listening to the distant sounds of conversation. Voices from several meters away spoke of health and well-being, suggesting he was in a moderately sized ward. It seemed his condition was not dire. Perhaps merely dehydration from excessive diarrhea or a resultant fever. He pondered which kind-hearted angel had brought him to the hospital. Reflecting on the events leading up to his fainting spell, he concluded that it must have been the adorable girl from the pharmacy. Surely, her gentle demeanor indicated a kind heart. But who was caring for him now? With this thought, Tian Ziqi slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by a pair of bright, inquisitive eyes that seemed to have been watching him intently. It was, indeed, the pharmacy girl, who had been vigilantly keeping watch over him. How delightful! Feeling a bit bashful, Tian Ziqi offered a shy smile, intending to express his gratitude. However, her unwavering gaze remained fixed on him, wide-eyed and unblinking, as if she were in a trance. Upon closer inspection, he realized that she had been lost in thought for quite some time. Concerned for her well-being, he waved his hand before her face. "Ah," she exclaimed, blinking rapidly as she returned to reality. "You're awake? Thank goodness. Thank you for helping me." Tian Ziqi smiled warmly, his gratitude sincere. "No need for thanks," she replied hastily. "I couldn't just stand by and do nothing." Yet, her expression turned sheepish, as if she struggled to find the right words. "What is it? You seem hesitant to speak," Tian Ziqi noted. "Well, I'm not quite sure how to broach the subject." Her voice was soft, tinged with embarrassment. A smile crept onto Tian Ziqi's face as he mused. Could it be that a beautiful girl saving a hero has led to a heartwarming tale of love? Calm yourself, he thought. He would wait until she revealed her intentions before celebrating. Just say it. There's no need to feel awkward, he encouraged, his demeanor cheerful. Well, I covered your medical and hospital expenses. Could you possibly reimburse me? What? Tian Ziqi gasped, his mouth agape in surprise, his expression somewhat comical. Observing the shifting emotions on his face, the girl quickly added, I did so out of kindness, expecting nothing in return. All I ask is that you repay me for the costs, as it comes from my meager savings meant for a gift for my parents. Certainly, I will repay you, he promised, though he felt a pang of guilt. You must repay me, she insisted earnestly. I worked hard to save that money. You can't just forget about it. Well, at the moment, I don't have any cash, he admitted sheepishly. You must have some. You own that enormous mech. Surely you have a few dollars to spare? I truly have none right now. But I promise I will have some in a little while, and I will return it to you twofold. No, threefold, he declared earnestly. Really? You don't have any money? Oh dear, I've come to a loss. She lamented dramatically, eliciting amused glances from the other patients and their bored relatives. Feeling the weight of the attention, she ceased her mock crying, realizing that her charade had not intimidated him in the slightest. Forget it. I guess I'm just unlucky to have met you. Now that you're awake, I'll leave you to your own devices. Wait, I don't even know your name, he called after her. Li Xiaowan, she replied. After a brief pause, I work at that pharmacy. Just remember to pay me back when you have the means. Absolutely, I promise, he assured her, feeling a sense of newfound resolve. Tian Ziqi remarked, My mech is still parked at the entrance of your pharmacy. With it by my side, even if I toil as a laborer, I can earn money in no time. Upon hearing Tian Ziqi's words, the girl felt a surge of hope that her expenditure might very well be recouped. Thus, she hurried back to the bedside of Tian Ziqi and inquired, Rascal, what is your name? Where do you reside? What is your occupation? She aimed to ascertain his address, anticipating that if he were to slip away later, she would have a means to track him down. I am Tian Ziqi. No need for further doubts. He replied with a mischievous smile. However, as for my address, alas, I must confess, I am a newcomer to this splendid place and currently lack a fixed abode. If one were to consider a residence, my mech could certainly qualify as such, and as for work, I have only just arrived. How could I possibly have a job? He paused, noticing her scrutinizing gaze. Oh, do not regard me with such disdain. I have already mentioned that even in menial labor, I shall undoubtedly earn more than others. Soon enough, I shall repay you thrice over. Look at your miserly demeanor. Miserly? Li Xiaowan retorted, her temper flaring. What of my frugality? Would I still be in this predicament if I were indeed miserly? I too wish to be generous, to spend lavishly, but do I possess the means to do so? One cannot simply wish for abundance. It requires a foundation. I am not a wealthy person, and a small sum is all that sustains me and my family for a considerable time. Should I not be a tad anxious about such essential expenses? Tian Ziqi's countenance grew awkward. He had merely spoken carelessly. It seems one can indulge in food without worry, but one must tread carefully with words. Why apologies, Xiaowan. I did not mean to offend. Please forgive me. It's nothing. I am not as affluent as you, able to afford a mech. We do not even possess a common hover vehicle. Our lives are beyond your comprehension. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Li Shaowan cast a deep glance at Tian Ziqi and suggested, since you seem to be well enough, why not discharge yourself from the hospital today? Standing outside the hospital, Tian Ziqi, feeling somewhat bashful, addressed Li Shaowan. Miss Shaowan, not only are you stunningly beautiful, but your heart is also exceedingly kind. I am truly grateful. Li Shaowan smiled appreciatively and replied, no need for thanks. But can you extend your kindness further? I am quite famished and have not eaten, and I have no place to stay. Could you assist me in finding a room for temporary lodging? Rest assured, in a month's time, I will certainly repay you for the rent, meals, and the money I owe you. Please trust this honest visage of mine. Tian Ziqi seized the opportunity to express his plea in one breath. Li Shaowan thought to herself, what is this so-called honest face? It is merely a face of woe and misfortune, with that innocent expression. Yet, her heart softened. Very well. I shall take you out for a meal. As for accommodation, we can discuss it after you have eaten. Wonderful, Tian Ziqi exclaimed, jumping with excitement, while Li Shaowan couldn't help but smile slightly at his exuberance. In order to save on rent, she was currently residing at home. The hospital was not far from her house. So she led Tian Ziqi back on foot. Li Shaowan's home was modest, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, totaling around 80 square meters, typical housing for an ordinary family. Upon their arrival, Li Shaowan's mother, Lu Liping, was preparing dumplings, and as soon as she spotted her daughter, she beamed, Shaowan, you're back? Oh, and who is this? Hello, Auntie. My name is Tian Ziqi, and I am a friend of Shaowan. Today, I have come to your home to share a meal. You wouldn't turn me away, would you? Tian Ziqi was exceedingly polite, bowing and nodding eagerly, which pleased Lu Liping immensely. Of course not. Since you are Shaowan's friend, I would be delighted to have you. Come in. Come in, Lu Liping replied with a warm smile. Shaowan, your father will be home from work soon. Come to the kitchen and help me with the dumplings. Li Shaowan stuck out her tongue and shot Tian Ziqi an exasperated glance. Realizing that she would soon be subjected to her mother's endless chatter, Tian Ziqi settled into the living room as if it were his own home, waving Li Shaowan off. Go on. Go on, do not mind me. He sank into a sofa and switched on the virtual television, engrossed in entertainment programs. Seeing Tian Ziqi's demeanor, Li Shaowan knocked her head lightly. What on earth was she thinking? Bringing this fellow to her home? Her mind seemed to be failing her. She turned into the kitchen, where Lu Liping was cheerfully filling dumpling wrappers. Shaowan, come here, Lu Liping called with a smile. Okay, Li Shaowan replied, forcing a laugh as she approached her mother and washed her hands to join in the dumpling making. Lu Liping then remarked, Shaowan, is this young man pursuing you? I have never seen you bring a male friend home before. Is it that you have finally decided to settle down, Mom? Li Shaowan interjected, unable to contain herself. He is not my boyfriend, and besides, I am only 22. How could I be considered an old maid? Moreover, this fellow's attire is hardly fashionable. Lu Liping continued, at 22, it is not too early. You may feel young now, but time flies. Before you know it, you will be 25, and if you are still single then, it will become increasingly difficult. You must understand that your father and I do not have high expectations for your partner, merely that he is healthy, kind-hearted, respectful to his parents, and presentable. The most important thing is that you two share genuine love. For only those who truly love each other can pave a beautiful future together. As Lu Liping continued her unwarranted lecture, Li Shaowan declared, Mom, I finished making the dumplings. I'm going out now. With that, she hurriedly exited the kitchen, finding her mother's words far too overwhelming. In the living room, Tian Ziqi was munching on an apple, thoroughly entertained by the television programs of the era. Laughing heartily, just as he was about to enjoy a particularly funny moment, he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Li Shaowan. Hey, Shaowan, you look unwell, Tian Ziqi remarked, his mouth full of apple. Of course. I feel unwell. A scoundrel who owes me money has taken refuge in my home, and my mother has mistaken him for my boyfriend. How could this be possible? Li Shaowan glared at him. You need to stand up, turn around, and leave immediately. Shaowan, that is rather unjust. You invited me here for a meal, and I have yet to eat. To send me away now would be quite unreasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Tian Ziqi protested, hastily finishing the remaining half of his apple, believing that any morsel was better than none. Emotion? Reason? Li Shaowan found his arguments laughable. We are strangers. You owe me money. Where is the reason in this? She regretted her decision to invite him, realizing that he behaved as though he were the master of the house rather than a guest. Just as Tian Ziqi was about to respond, Lu Liping emerged from the kitchen and inquired, Oh, Xiaowan, Tian, what are you two discussing? Such intimacy between them. Haha, but it's good for the youth to be close. It fosters deeper connections. Moments ago, the two were speaking in hushed tones, intentionally lowering their voices while sitting quite close together. Little did they know that Lu Liping would misconstrue their actions. This? Tian Ziqi felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks. This auntie is truly wonderful. Yet he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Unintentionally, he had taken advantage of the young girl, Li Xiaowan, quite a bit. Sigh. Just as Tian Ziqi pondered what to say, Li Xiaowan spoke. Mom, it's nothing. Just now, Ziqi mentioned he has something urgent to attend to. So he needs to leave and won't be having dinner with us, right, Ziqi? Although Li Xiaowan seemed to pose a question, she offered Tian Ziqi no chance to respond, hastily pushing him towards the door. Tian Ziqi, quick-witted, realized that Xiaowan was eager to usher him out. Indeed, he had already caused her mother to misunderstand, and explanations would be futile. If her father returned to find the family enjoying a harmonious meal of dumplings, it would only complicate matters further. Thus, Tian Ziqi refrained from resisting too strongly, fearing he might hurt the delicate girl. He wanted to say he had no urgent matters, but what would happen to Li Xiaowan then? Yet, he was genuinely hungry. Having eaten only an apple earlier, he found himself even hungrier and longed for a satisfying meal of dumplings. In this dilemma, the ever-enthusiastic Aunt Lu interjected. Even if you have urgent matters, you must first fill your stomach. Problems can be dealt with later, but your health is paramount. Just wait a moment, Xiaowan. Hold him back. Let him have some steaming dumplings before he leaves. Ah, Tian Ziqi exclaimed joyfully. Feeling fortunate to have such a wonderful mother, observing Li Xiaowan's exasperated expression, he felt triumphant. Hey, don't push me. Your mom said so. A minute later, a generous plate of dumplings, weighing at least a pound, was placed before Tian Ziqi. He smiled shyly and said, Thank you. Annie, I won't be polite then with that. He picked up his chopsticks and began to feast, devouring one dumpling after another. After 3 or 4 bites, his cheeks were continuously stuffed, and feeling a bit choked, he sipped the bowl of noodle soup beside him. This sensation was fulfilling, satisfying. Look at this child. Eat slowly. Aunt Lu chuckled. Pig. Li Xiaowan offered a candid assessment. Yet she had no intention of stopping him. She merely wanted him to finish quickly and leave. Otherwise, when her father returned, there would be more to discuss. What is this girl talking about? Being able to eat is a blessing. Enjoying food is a good thing. 3 minutes later, every last dumpling on Tian Ziqi's plate had vanished into his stomach, and he drained the soup bowl completely before standing up to thank Aunt Lu. Auntie, your cooking is truly exceptional. I've never had dumplings this delicious in my life. He spoke the truth. This was indeed his first meal of dumplings, filled with pork and green onions. Aunt Lu smiled and said, Look at this child, such sweet talk. Hee hee. If you want dumplings again, just come to our home. Auntie will make them for you. And do come often to play with Xiaowan. I have high hopes for you. Xiaowan, go and see Tian off. With gritted teeth, Li Xiaowan knew she had to see him off. Even if she wasn't allowed, she would go. This guy was infuriating. Humph. Tian Ziqi, clutching his stomach and sneezing at the street corner, had an unsettling feeling. He was lost, damn it. When he had left, Xiaowan had chased after him, and how could he not guess that her intentions were so obvious? Thus, he had run away. Now, he found himself in a predicament, having escaped her clutches. Yet he had no idea where he was. Tian Ziqi was in a tragic situation. Coupled with his earlier overeating, the acidic nature of the meal left him feeling bloated and uncomfortable. Spreading his legs apart, he squatted at the street corner, contemplating. What now? Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared before him. A 3-meter-tall, 5-meter-long white beast-like mech strode past him. This mech, designed to mimic the anatomy of felines, was named Snow Leopard. Adorned in pure white with scattered spots, utterly captivating. Why was it that everything he saw now reminded him of food? Moreover, he was already quite full. Despite the discomfort, Tian Ziqi relished the sense of fullness that accompanied a hearty meal. Sometimes, being able to enjoy a satisfying dinner is the greatest happiness. Gazing at the spotted snow leopard mech, Tian Ziqi felt exhilarated. Not because of its allure, but because it bore the charming character's inspector, accompanied by the number 999. Wow, how magnificent, how alluring, how splendid. Tian Ziqi had never felt such excitement upon seeing these characters before, but now he was thrilled, nearly reaching a state of euphoria. Although the snow leopard was an inspector rather than a police officer, they presumably belonged to the same system, with inspectors holding a higher rank, tasked with overseeing the police. As the snow leopard moved gracefully, it seemed less like it was on duty and more like it was enjoying a casual stroll down the street. An unsuitable setting for a mech to dash about, as the saying goes. When in trouble, seek the police. Now, Tian Ziqi had directly found the police's superior. With determination, Tian Ziqi sprang into action, leaping out just as the snow leopard mech elegantly passed him. Oh no! Damn it, I shouldn't have jumped. My stomach, my gut, my intestines. Tian Ziqi nearly collapsed to the ground in pain. Hey, what are you doing? The snow leopard mech abruptly halted, and a stunningly beautiful woman in inspector's attire emerged. She looked at Tian Ziqi with curiosity and approached him, saying with concern, "Young man, there's no need for such formality. If you have any issues, just ask the police. You don't need to kneel. You are our taxpayers, and we are here to serve you. Just tell us what you need." Tian Ziqi felt a surge of frustration. He hadn't knelt out of respect, but rather because he was unsteady from his stomach pain. The beautiful inspector helped him to his feet. Observing her face, he mused, "She doesn't seem much older than 20. Why call me young man? Damn it, one day, I'll show you just how grown I am." He silently fantasized, yet as he had a request, he refrained from voicing it. Since she referred to him as young comrade, he decided to play along. "Inspector sister, I find myself in a bit of trouble. Could you assist me? What kind of trouble do you have?" The inspector asked with a warm smile. "I'm lost. Could you take me to a certain place?" Tian Ziqi thought to himself, "She has a mech. And I'm too full to walk easily. If she could take me, that would be ideal." Little did he know. The inspector's expression changed, and in a low voice, she snapped, "I've seen this trick many times. Get lost, and make sure to keep your distance, or I'll make sure you can't get up again." Huh. Tian Ziqi found himself perplexed, pondering how this enchanting woman had shifted from being a taxpayer to someone who now seemed unapproachable. Just moments ago, she had assured him that any matter could be brought to their attention. Yet now, little did Tian Ziqi know that this captivating inspector was a renowned figure in the city, celebrated not only for her striking beauty but also for her numerous accolades, embodying both grace and intellect. Countless admirers, from affluent heirs to wealthy scions, sought various means to draw closer to her, some resorting to such tactics in hopes of sharing a mech with her. Initially, she remained oblivious to their intentions, but as the encounters grew more frequent, she began to understand. Consequently, she harbored a profound aversion to such behavior, and by chance, Tian Ziqi had crossed paths with her at an inopportune moment. Tian Ziqi felt a sense of grievance brewing within him. Nevertheless, he resolved to demand an explanation for himself. "Inspector miss, I am merely a passerby inquiring for directions. Why the ire directed at me?" His tone was gentle and respectful. "You just mentioned that taxpayers could seek assistance from you. How is it that your demeanor has entirely shifted now? Furthermore, your tone is exceedingly unfriendly. I now request an explanation." When he uttered the words taxpayer, a hint of uncertainty crept into his voice. Damn it, he had just arrived here. What taxes was he liable for? He hoped she wouldn't ask for his identification. Humph, does she think I can't see through her ploy? The inspector scoffed lightly, retorting, "Aren't you merely attempting to get closer to me? Though I, Lin Xiu, am a well-known figure in this capital city. Do not presume that notoriety prevents one from expressing displeasure in public. Get closer to you? I?" Tian Ziqi couldn't help but chuckle. Were all the people here so self-absorbed? While they were indeed beautiful, such narcissism was unwarranted. Sigh. The first enchanting woman he encountered, Li Xiaowan, assumed he approached her with ulterior motives. Now, this Lin Xiu inspector believed the same. With his honest and unassuming appearance, it was evident he was of pure heart. How could he entertain such thoughts? Tian Ziqi had always been focused on immediate needs, leaving no time for frivolous considerations. He shook his head in resignation, stating, "In fact, I am simply asking for directions. Must I not inquire?" As he stood to leave, he was unexpectedly restrained by Inspector Lin Xiu. "Not so fast." Lin Xiu smiled brightly at Tian Ziqi, yet he sensed an underlying menace within her smile, akin to a predator observing its prey. Her gaze resembled that of someone who often deceives young girls. "Do you wish to leave now? Your desire to depart indicates a guilty conscience. Having had your schemes exposed, you seek to flee? Let me inform you, that will not suffice. I intend to demonstrate to those who harass police officers the consequences of their actions." Tian Ziqi inwardly cursed her audacity but refrained from engaging in conflict. Knowing he lacked identification and a residence permit, if merely asking for directions was considered harassment, what purpose did police serve? Very well, you wish to inquire about directions, correct? Now, tell me, where do you wish to go? Lin Xiu urged. Huh? Why the sudden warmth in your tone? Has your superior arrived? Or perhaps the media is following us? Tian Ziqi glanced around. Enough chatter. Where do you intend to go? Lin Xiu pressed. I'm not even certain of the address. Ah, don't rush me, he stammered, noticing the change in her expression. While I may not know the exact address, I do know there is a Huamin pharmacy nearby. Are you familiar with it? Huamin pharmacy? Lin Xiu echoed, smiling. What do you need to do there? Buy medicine? Buy medicine? You think I'm going for that? Tian Ziqi thought to himself but replied, my mech is parked there. I'm going to retrieve it. Very well, I shall accompany you. If there is no mech there, it will indicate you have deceived me, and I shall charge you with the crime of defrauding a police officer. Lin Xiu, who had been smiling, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, realizing that her inquiries were intended to trap him into revealing more. That is also possible. My mech may have been stolen, Tian Ziqi countered, knowing all too well that as long as Xiao Long was present, the Shenlong mech was safe from theft, unless Xiao Long himself were to betray him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu became even more convinced that he was fabricating excuses, her smile turning smugger. Enough nonsense. Let us move with that. She climbed into the shuabao. Tian Ziqi gleefully rubbed his hands together. Oh, great. Where shall I sit? You will walk? Lin Xiu responded coldly, considering it unwise to allow someone who appeared dubious to enter her mech. Especially in close quarters, hurry up and follow. Huamin Pharmacy is not far from here. As she drove the shuabao ahead, Tian Ziqi trailed behind, feeling discomfort in his stomach and moving slowly. However, Lin Xiu interpreted his slowness as an attempt to escape, maintaining a leisurely pace as they advanced. After navigating 2 blocks, Tian Ziqi was startled to recognize the familiar scenery ahead. 100 meters away, the silver, Shenlong mech stood alone, exuding an aura of solitude. He knew that Xiaowan worked nearby, so her residence was likely close to the pharmacy, confirming his earlier speculation. Xiao Long, come here. Tian Ziqi called out, too fatigued to walk any closer. The Shenlong mech turned its head, paused for a moment, then swiftly approached. The hatch opened automatically, and the retractable ladder descended. Tian Ziqi climbed aboard, feeling an immense sense of comfort wash over him. Activate the local network search channel and connect to the Shuabao's communicator. He instructed Xiao Long, grinning. Now do you see that I am not a fraud? I'm not harassing you, am I? Others pursue you like dogs chasing after a bone, indicating you possess qualities that attract them. But do not let it inflate your ego. Not all dogs are attracted to bones, some merely settle for what's available. Take my advice. Avoid excessive self-admiration. What did you say? You think I'm a bone? Lin Xiu, seated within the shuabao, seethed with indignation. Upon witnessing the tall, peculiar silver mech preparing to depart, she quickly shouted, stop right there. I now suspect you of illegally modifying your armed mech. I am placing you under arrest. Stay right there. The more furious she became, the faster Tian Ziqi in the blink of an eye. The Shenlong mech had entered the dedicated mech lane. Speeding away, Lin Xiu, a distinguished graduate of the Central Police Academy, was undoubtedly skilled and, with her tenacious spirit, would not let Tian Ziqi escape so easily. As she maneuvered the shuabao, she swiftly pursued him down the mech lane, determined to make him pay for his audacity. The beast mode mech was designed for close combat and speed, far surpassing the performance of humanoid mechs, much like how a human could never outrun a cheetah. Tian Ziqi's Shenlong reached a speed of 300 units, while the shuabao easily matched 350, sirens blaring as it closed in. Within minutes, they were neck and neck. Lin Xiu grinned triumphantly, declaring, Humph, let us see where you think you can run. Harassment of an inspector, insulting an inspector, defaming an inspector, suspected illegal modification of a military mech, fleeing from justice, and speeding. Your list of charges is quite extensive. If apprehended, you shall never want for anything again. Ha! Never want for anything again. Tian Ziqi's heart raced as he realized she meant a lifetime in prison. Absolutely not. Inspector, it seems you have too much time on your hands, plotting how to entrap others. How could someone as exemplary as myself possibly commit such acts? What evidence do you possess? Evidence? Lin Xiu laughed heartily. Once I capture you, the illegal modification alone will suffice. With the speed of the Chuabao, taking down a humanoid mech is a trivial matter, don't you think? Oh, that sounds rather serious. I must avoid being caught by you. Farewell. Tian Ziqi promptly severed communication, instructing Xiao Long, turn around, accelerate, and run back. With a mischievous grin, he let Xiao Long handle the controls. At Tian Ziqi's vocal command, the Shenlong, moving at over 300 units, suddenly leaped into the air, executing a 3.5 rotation and reaching a height of 30 meters. Suspended for a brief moment, it then descended, 8 rocket boosters igniting in an instant, propelling the Shenlong away from the Xuebao at supersonic speed, disappearing from Lin Xiu's sight in an instant. Suddenly, the radar lost all trace of that individual. The Snow Leopard police mech stood silently in the dedicated passageway for mechs, while the previous scene was witnessed by passing mechs. At this moment, those mechs halted in their tracks, eager to observe how the Snow Leopard would react. Please do not obstruct the roadway, causing traffic congestion. Any deliberate stoppage will result in penalties for violations, including a fine of 2,000 and a 3-month suspension of the mech driving license, Lin Xiu stated nonchalantly. Such matters are hardly challenging to manage, are they? The private mech surrounding her swiftly fled, and the dedicated passageway for mechs was once again clear. She contemplated reporting this incident to her superiors. But after a moment's thought, she decided against it, merely piloting the Snow Leopard away slowly, her heart tumultuous with emotion. What is so remarkable about being exceptionally skilled? I shall inevitably capture you myself. With a speed that could not be matched and employing anti-radar tracking capabilities, Xiaolong deftly maneuvered his mech to evade the pursuit of the Snow Leopard. He was acutely aware of whether or not he had been locked onto, and upon noticing the disappearance of the opponent's radar signal, he gradually decelerated. Xiaolong, veer onto that road. Our current route is unfavorable. We can always change our path, Tian Ziqi chuckled. Having altered their direction, the Divine Dragon mech blended into another dedicated mech passage, merging with other private mechs. However, due to its military origins, albeit stripped of all weaponry, the Divine Dragon remained a towering presence amidst the civilian mechs, which typically stood around 5.5 meters tall. Much like Yao Ming among a crowd or a Hummer among compact cars. Most striking were the 8 rocket boosters affixed to the back of the Divine Dragon. The more one stands out, the more one attracts the wind's wrath. Being so exceptional might not be wise. Tian Ziqi secretly mused, contemplating whether he should find a place to further modify the Divine Dragon, perhaps removing or concealing the rocket boosters within the mech's body, releasing them only when necessary. Tian Ziqi was the type of person who acted on impulse. The moment this thought took flight in his mind, he felt a sense of urgency that he could scarcely contain. Just then, a massive dynamic advertising billboard came into view. Purchase mechs, modify mechs, repair mechs, refurbish old mechs, seek out Huaxia Mech Company, address. Number 88, Gaoxin Technology Park, Jinghua City, phone, XXXXXX. Additionally, our company is constantly recruiting mech mechanics, no diplomas or certificates required. Only actual skill. Huaxia Mech Company, where your dreams can take flight. As the number of civilian mech surged, the position of mech repair technicians became increasingly indispensable, and those possessing exceptional repair skills were even rarer. Huaxia Company evidently prioritized talent. For a company that values its personnel is indeed a commendable one. Such a grand dynamic advertisement placed prominently along this mech passageway must have cost a fortune. Not to mention the connections required with the transportation department, which speaks volumes about the undeniable strength of Huaxia Mech Company. No diplomas or certificates needed, only practical ability. This recruitment advertisement seems tailor-made for me. Although the artistic quality of Huaxia's advertisement was rather alarming, Tian Ziqi was not in the business of advertising but rather of mechs, so the quality of the ad was of little concern to him. What he needed was a job. Clearly, this mech company offered a perfect opportunity for him. He instructed Xiaohe to pinpoint the destination and prepare the navigation route as the Divine Dragon swiftly made its way to No. 88, Gaoxin Technology Park. 18 Number 88, Gaoxin Technology Park, Huaxia Mech Company. Xia Shihan piloted her Angel mech through the gates of Huaxia Mech Company. She often brought her beloved mech here for maintenance, not only because it was stunning but also because it was a limited edition. If she were to damage her Angel, even great wealth might not suffice to procure another of the same model. Of course, if one were exceedingly wealthy, a custom order could be placed, but her father would undoubtedly disapprove. Xia Shihan's father, Xia Tianming, was the president of Huaxia Group, ranking among the top 10 on the Huaxia Alliance's wealth list and a commercial leader within the alliance. Huaxia Mech Company was merely a subsidiary of his Huaxia Group. Naturally, when the second daughter of the big boss arrived, the general manager, Fan Tong, had to personally greet her. This second miss visited weekly, and Fan Tong had discerned her pattern, so following a quick notification from the gatekeeper, he hurried down. After all, she only came once a week. Spending some time with her was essential. Even if he was busy with work, he had to carve out time for this encounter. Heaven forbid she returned to speak poorly of him to her father. The president, moreover, Fan Tong suspected that her weekly visits were not solely for the purpose of mech maintenance. In truth, he was overly astute, for Xia Shihan genuinely came just for that reason. Observing the overly enthusiastic middle-aged man, Xia Shihan felt neither disdain nor affection. Each time he arrived, she would feign innocence and understanding, saying, "Uncle Fan, you go ahead and attend to your duties. You may send a secretary to keep me company." Thus, Fan Tong would seize the opportunity to summon his most trusted female secretary to accompany her and fulfill all her requests. Yet, Fan Tong was no fool. He knew that Xia Shihan did not require his presence, just a secretary to attend to her. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to make an appearance each time, if only for a brief exchange, to cultivate familiarity, and he never overexerted himself to ingratiate her. This time was no different. Fan Tong left his young female secretary behind and hurriedly departed, giving the impression that he was genuinely busy with work, which slightly improved Xia Shihan's opinion of him, albeit only marginally, transforming her feelings from indifference to neutrality. With Fan Tong's trusted secretary present, it was as if he were there himself. Xia Shihan merely needed to issue a string of commands, and a small army of mechanics promptly arrived, carefully transporting her limited edition luxury, Angel, into the VIP maintenance workshop to commence routine upkeep, while the secretary led her to a nearby VIP lounge for tea, conversation, and television. To be frank, feudal hierarchies exist in every era. Even now, the secretary accompanying Xia Shihan was exceedingly cautious, akin to a maidservant attending to a princess. And this princess appeared to be rather demanding, for the notorious reputation of the second miss within the conglomerate was well known. However, upon this visit, it seemed as though the second miss harbored some concerns. As she sat quietly on a private sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought, the secretary felt considerably relieved, as this made her job much easier. At tea that moment, a formidable silver mech entered the parking lot inside the company gates. Its 8 prominent rocket boosters catching the eye of the secretary, who could not help but stare. "What are you looking at?" Xia Shihan asked suddenly, startling the secretary, who quickly replied, "A mech, a mech. What is so fascinating about a mech? Is it more appealing than my angel?" Xia Shihan scoffed, yet she turned her gaze towards the window, and then her gloomy eyes suddenly lit up. As Xia Shihan's eyes sparkled with excitement, the secretary's heart raced with anticipation. Her first instinct was, has this girl concocted another scheme? The second thought was, does the owner of this formidable mech have a grudge against the second miss? God help him. The third thought was, could it be that the second miss has taken a liking to this rugged mech? Regardless, as long as the second miss's focus shifted elsewhere, she would be safe. Xia Shihan gazed at the mech, which seemed familiar, her heart brimming with delight, thinking to herself, after searching high and low, I find it without effort. I was worried about locating the owner of the mech that disrupted my competition, but lo and behold, here he is, delivered right to my doorstep. Ha ha, ha ha. Xia Shihan's eyes gleamed with mischief as she beckoned her secretary over and whispered a few instructions in her ear. The secretary nodded repeatedly. Although unsure of the second Miss's true intentions, she followed her orders and exited the reception room, making her way toward the imposing mech, feeling a sense of unease stirring within her. At this moment, Tian Ziqi was blissfully unaware that his hasty escape had inadvertently entangled him in someone else's significant affairs, and that he had left a lasting impression. He felt akin to a fresh college graduate, stepping into society and seeking employment, and after dismounting from his mech, he found himself somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, a young and beautiful office lady approached him, inquiring, "Sir, is there anything I can assist you with?" The secretary asked politely. Tian Ziqi replied, "Oh, actually, I am here to modify my mech." He gestured awkwardly toward the mech behind him, smiling bashfully. This embarrassment was genuine. He was utterly broke, and if someone were to assist him with the modifications, he had no means to pay for the exorbitant costs involved. Modify a mech? The female secretary cast a glance at the imposing mech behind him and remarked, "Your mech seems rather ostentatious. Therefore, I propose to modify it to appear more understated, perhaps by concealing these 8 rocket thrusters within the body and only deploying them when necessary. Otherwise, having them exposed like this will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention." Tian Ziqi spoke with a hint of embarrassment. The secretary, momentarily speechless, replied, "Please hold on, sir. I shall summon the staff to assist with the modifications." With that, she turned and made her way toward the VIP lounge. Leaning against Xiaolong, Tian Ziqi waited in boredom. 5 minutes later, a small team of mechanics rushed over, and according to Tian Ziqi's request, they began to move his mech into the modification workshop. Naturally, Tian Ziqi followed closely behind. How else could he showcase his skills and impress these mechanics? After all, how could he secure a position without proving himself? Tian Ziqi envisioned that while the mechanics worked on his mech, he would suddenly interject, pointing out their mistakes, and ultimately demonstrate his own expertise in perfecting the modifications. He fancied that after such a display, he would propose joining the Huaxia Mech Company, convinced they would hire him simply for being exceptional. A sly smile crept onto his face as he thought, "Dear mechanics, prepare yourselves for some offense." Suddenly, a girl of about 17 or 18, with an innocent expression, appeared before Tian Ziqi. Indeed, it was Xia Shihan. Those unfamiliar with her would surely be deceived by her seemingly harmless demeanor, and Tian Ziqi, unfortunately, was no exception. He paid little mind to such a young girl. His focus was solely on securing work, and thus, he directed all his attention to the modifications of his mech, casting only a fleeting glance at her before returning to his task. However, his indifference did not go unnoticed. For instance, Xia Shihan, lurking in the shadows, chuckled mischievously before approaching Tian Ziqi, her face adorned with an endearingly cute expression as she asked, "Excuse me, sir, is this magnificent mech yours?" Tian Ziqi turned slightly, glancing at her without responding, redirecting his focus to the mechanics who were quite adept at their work, already beginning to strip the Shenlong mech of its outer armor. Sir? You seem to be ignoring me. That's rather rude." Xia Shihan said with a hint of displeasure, her patience surprising given that anyone else who dared to disregard her would have faced her wrath. Tian Ziqi surveyed his surroundings, then pointed to himself and asked, "Little sister, are you addressing me?" "Yes, sir. You are the only one here," Xia Shihan replied innocently. Tian Ziqi pursed his lips and retorted, "Whose child are you? Is there something wrong with your eyesight or your speech? How could such a young, handsome gentleman like myself be associated with the term sir? Little one, perhaps you should spend more time studying at home to avoid becoming a laughingstock. I am quite busy." Rather than being offended, Xia Shihan found it amusing. "We seem to be evenly matched today. Here I am, a stunning beauty that captivates all, standing beside him, and he displays no excess reaction whatsoever." She then said, "I apologize, kind sir, but your beard is rather long, leading me to believe you were a middle-aged gentleman." With that, she burst into a melodious laugh. Tian Ziqi regarded her with a stoic expression, waiting for her laughter to subside before stating, "How cold! You are quite rude," Xia Shihan retorted, aware he was referring to the coldness of her joke. Indeed, it was rather forced, and she acknowledged that, "Sir, your mech is so formidable. Why do you wish to modify it?" "Because I prefer to remain low-key," Tian Ziqi replied nonchalantly. Xia Shihan feigned a gagging motion, and Tian Ziqi, unperturbed, called out to the mechanics, "Brothers, please hurry. I'm quite anxious to use it." "All right, let us give you another hour." "That should suffice, right? An hour?" The mechanics at the workstation turned in unison, exclaiming, "Are you joking? An hour is barely enough time to disassemble your mech. If we are to modify and then reassemble it, we'll need at least half a day." "Half a day? Surely not." Tian Ziqi feigned shock, stating, "Time is money, and time is life. Your lethargy is costing me both," he sighed. "Is there no one here with superior skills?" "Superior skills? We are all top-notch mechanics at Huaxia, each working in different workshops. The secretary just summoned us, and if we can't manage it, there's no one left to do so. One mechanic joked. "You seem quite confident. Why not fix it yourself?" "Then I shall." Tian Ziqi seized the opportunity. To the astonishment of the mechanics and Xia Shihan, Tian Ziqi cheerfully hopped onto the repair platform, mentally commending the mechanic for his suggestion. However, once on the platform and operating the mechanical arms, he hesitated, saying, "Typically, I do not reveal my skills. It seems rather dull. How about we place a wager?" The mechanics exchanged uncertain glances. They were merely employees and lacked the authority to make such decisions. Xia Shihan signaled to the secretary, who then stated, "All right, how do you propose we wager? Can you make the decision?" Tian Ziqi inquired, merely seeking confirmation. Upon seeing Xia Shihan nod slightly, the secretary replied, "Please share your terms. As long as they are lawful and ethical, we can proceed. Of course, they will not breach any laws or ethics." Tian Ziqi grinned. "If I can complete the modifications within an hour, you waive my modification fee. If I fail, I shall pay you double the fee." The modifications solely involve concealing the 8 rocket thrusters within the body, deploying them only when necessary, with no additional modifications requested. How does that sound? "Agreed. We shall proceed as you propose." The secretary, seeing Xia Shihan nodding in agreement, readily accepted, eager to witness how this boastful individual would accomplish such modifications within an hour. "Excellent. I shall begin now. Please start the timer." With that, Tian Ziqi engaged the mechanical arms and set to work. Since the external armor of the mech had already been removed, Tian Ziqi's task was simplified. He merely needed to detach the 8 rocket thrusters, replace them with retractable thrusters, and install them back onto the mech. Additionally, he had to create small automated doors for the 8 openings left in the outer armor for the thrusters. The retractable rocket thrusters were quite costly, and lacking the materials, he had come to take advantage of Huaxia Mech Company. All in all, the thrusters would amount to several tens of thousands. Tian Ziqi reveled in his fortune, thinking he struck gold. In less than 50 minutes, Tian Ziqi not only completed the thruster modifications but also applied a high-quality waterproof and fireproof silver paint, rendering the mech as good as new, as if it had just rolled off the assembly line. Stunned, Xia Shirhan was taken aback, the secretary was bewildered, and even the top mechanics from Huaxia, who had been observing, stood in shock. How could there be such a disparity among individuals inhabiting the same planet? The so-called elite mechanics felt a wave of shame wash over them. Tian Ziqi released the mechanical arms and descended from the platform with flair, brushing his hands together as he proclaimed, "Apologies, but I have emerged victorious. Congratulations, you have won." Xia Shirhan clapped her hands, approaching Tian Ziqi, her face beaming with delight, as if the victory were her own. The secretary approached with a smile, still dazed by the rapid pace of the modifications. Yet she recalled the instructions from the second young lady and knew she must remain clear-headed regarding this matter. "Congratulations, per the contest rules, you have won, and your modification fee of 10,000 is waived. Therefore, you only need to pay for the 8 rocket thrusters, totaling 800,000 AS for the paint job and miscellaneous expenses. We shall waive those." Tian Ziqi's smile faltered. "Wait, 800,000? Are you robbing me? We had an agreement about waiving the modification fee, correct? The modification fee is waived, but the material costs are separate. Thank you for your patronage, sir." The secretary maintained her smile. "Come on, this is outright robbery." Tian Ziqi exclaimed angrily, "What if I say I have no money?" The female secretary gestured towards the corner where the surveillance monitor was situated, stating, "You are currently under surveillance, and all your actions and words are being recorded. Should you contemplate fleeing, prepare yourself for the interstellar police's pursuit. No matter where you attempt to escape, you shall inevitably be apprehended, and the charges against you will be even more severe." "Oh, I apologize. Sir, if I have startled you. Someone of your stature surely cannot be without funds, am I right? However, I truly have no money," Tian Ziqi exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation. "You may as well consider me a runaway vagabond." "Ah, I see. Nevertheless, I have a rather advantageous proposition," the female secretary replied with a smile. "Since you lack the means to pay for the materials, you could work for our Huaxia company. With your skills, it would be no trouble for you to become a technician here. Earning an annual salary of 200,000, we would pay you half your salary while deducting the other half to offset the material costs. Thus, you would only need to work for us for 8 years. What do you think of such an arrangement? After all, the second young lady insisted on doing everything possible to retain you, and this should suffice, right?" She mused inwardly. "How can you treat me this way? Who are you to say such things?" Tian Ziqi retorted, trembling with anger. In truth, he was overwhelmed with excitement, barely able to contain his urge to relieve himself. To his amazement, he had inadvertently struck a chord, finding himself retained by this company. Although their methods were somewhat unscrupulous, remaining here seemed advantageous, especially with a salary of 100,000, which was quite appealing compared to the mere few thousand that Li Shaowan had managed to save up over the days. "I am the secretary to the general manager of Huaxia Mecha Company. You may call me Secretary Wang. Congratulations on becoming an employee of our company," Secretary Wang said cheerfully. "Hee, I haven't agreed yet." Tian Ziqi attempted to maintain a facade of reluctance. "Very well, then you must pay 80,000, Secretary Wang replied with an innocent smile. In truth, having a good job that piques my interest presented to me is not such a bad thing. Is it? Alas, I cannot refuse such hospitality. I shall work here," Tian Ziqi exclaimed, feigning resignation. "Excellent, sir. Please accompany me to the Human Resources Department for registration, after which you will receive your work uniform, daily necessities, cafeteria meal card, and apartment key," Secretary Wang instructed methodically. Tian Ziqi felt a surge of joy. Unexpectedly, this job included accommodation, meals, and clothing. Quite splendid indeed. This serendipitous turn of events was truly fortuitous. During the registration process, Tian Ziqi lacked identification, which posed a challenge for the HR manager. However, Secretary Wang had personally brought him in, and given that it was a directive from the second young lady, the HR manager had no choice but to register him under the name Tian Qi. Tian Ziqi realized he owed the company 80,000, with half his salary deducted each year, meaning he would be repaying it for 7 or 8 years. While he was currently interested in the job and appreciated it, he pondered the possibility of leaving at any moment should he lose interest. Although he had no household registration or identification here, he felt it wise to refrain from using his real name. Otherwise, he might inadvertently respond when someone called him. After receiving his uniform, daily necessities, and apartment key, Tian Ziqi's first act was to locate his room in the employee accommodation building at the back of the company, where he relished a refreshing shower and changed into clean clothes. To his surprise, surviving on Rabixi Star had left his skin extraordinarily smooth. After bathing, he gazed into the mirror and admired the newfound delicacy of his complexion. Standing in front of the fitting mirror clad only in shorts, Tian Ziqi began to showcase his physique. Flexing his biceps and comparing his abs, he noted that although his strength and speed were formidable, he lacked visibly pronounced muscles, appearing instead as an ordinary lean young man. Yet, he understood that in a contest of strength, even the world champion would find himself at a disadvantage against him. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration and taming his tousled hair, Tian Ziqi donned his work uniform, which, true to the company's standards, was well-fitted and bore the logo of Huaxia Mecha Company. Even his undergarments featured this logo, which seemed almost intimidating. Once prepared, he stepped outside with his slightly unruly hair, ready to work. Tian Ziqi was eager to start, wishing to earn his salary sooner and repay the few thousand that Li Shaowan had lent him. Upon arriving at the mecha maintenance workshop, he was immediately confronted by Secretary Wang, who had been waiting for him. Though the second young lady had left impatiently, she had instructed Wang to oversee several matters. And now that the moment had arrived, she greeted Tian Ziqi with, "Tian Qi, that's me," he replied with a smile. Secretary Wang caught sight of the refreshed Tian Ziqi, and her eyes brightened. Although he had appeared disheveled earlier, he now looked rather handsome in his new attire, especially with his slightly tousled hair, which lent him an air of a brooding prince. Regaining her composure, Secretary Wang said, "All right, Xiao Qi, from today onward, you will begin your work in the mecha modification workshop. However, please be aware that you may be reassigned at any time." Just moments ago, she had addressed him as Sir, but now it was Xiao Qi. Yet, the warmth remained. "Thank you, Secretary Wang," Tian Ziqi replied sweetly. "You're welcome. Additionally, I must provide you with a communication device to facilitate contact among our internal personnel, especially within our company. Please wear this," she said, handing him a small black square to attach to his chest. This device functions similarly to a walkie-talkie, albeit smaller and superior in sound quality. Tian Ziqi tested it, noting that it effectively eliminated background noise and was incredibly user-friendly, requiring only voice commands to connect. He learned that internal communication costs would be covered by the company, while external calls would be at his own expense, akin to a mobile plan but much more convenient. After bidding farewell to Secretary Wang, Tian Ziqi entered the modification workshop. The seasoned technicians, all of whom were middle-aged and highly skilled, regarded him with a mixture of confusion and indignation. They had witnessed this slender young man disregard them with ease, which stung their pride and ignited their anger. "Why are you here to undermine our efforts?" one disgruntled technician grumbled. Feigning innocence, Tian Ziqi approached the group with a cheerful demeanor. "Greetings, esteemed brothers," as the newcomer. "I kindly request your guidance and support. Allow me to salute you all." He offered a mock salute. "Just empty words," one middle-aged technician scoffed. "I only intended a respectful salute." Tian Ziqi chuckled. In truth, I am not here to belittle you. I merely wish to modify my mecha, but alas, I lack the funds. Thus, I devised this plan. How unfortunate that I was ultimately swayed by your Secretary Wang. Such tragedy." Feigning sorrow, he drew the attention of the technicians, who couldn't help but revel in his misfortune. "Who told you not to clarify your intentions beforehand? Now you reap what you sow." Unfazed, Tian Ziqi maintained a melancholic expression. "Indeed, I have brought this upon myself. Yet, by working here, I relieve you of some burdens." "What do you mean?" one technician inquired. "Consider this. By working here to offset my material costs, I become an additional labor resource for you. Consequently, your workload is effectively reduced." Tian Ziqi asserted earnestly. "As a young newcomer, I possess a strong sense of duty. Please feel free to assign any tedious or challenging tasks to me. I fear them not. Although my experience may not be as extensive as that of my esteemed colleagues, I possess a commendable level of skill, as you have all witnessed, and therefore there should be no doubt. Thus, I implore you to place your trust in me." In his heart, Tian Ziqi mused that despite his exceptional talents and formidable martial prowess, he should not fear being targeted by others. The optimal approach, after all, is to cultivate harmonious relationships with those around him. It is unwise to approach situations with an air of arrogance, showcasing one's skills to intimidate others. Such behavior may initially evoke fear, but ultimately leads to a sense of emptiness and isolation, devoid of companionship for conversation. Tian Ziqi was not here to seek vengeance, but to earn a living. He intended to remain here for an extended period. Hence, it was imperative for him to foster good relations with them, promoting a convivial atmosphere, for everyone must strive for harmony, right? Furthermore, the tasks at hand posed no challenge for Tian Ziqi. Initially, the seasoned mechanics considered uniting to disregard him, but after hearing his words, they exchanged glances, realizing that this fellow was humorous, amusing, optimistic, and, most importantly, sincere. Why would they oppose someone of such character? Ultimately, they were all striving to make a living. Eventually, the workshop director of the modification department stepped forward, patting Tian Ziqi on the shoulder with a smile of approval, saying, "Young brother Tian Qi, you are quite astute. From today onward, you shall be a member of our workshop." Tian Ziqi smiled as well, shaking hands with everyone, inwardly chuckling, "Indeed, I am a clever mechanic." Tian Ziqi's demeanor left the other mechanics feeling somewhat ashamed yet touched. What a fine young man he was. He had made a positive impression on them, so even when he offered to take on any dirty or laborious tasks, they felt reluctant to impose such burdens upon him. Consequently, after a week, Tian Ziqi discovered that his workload was even less than that of his predecessors. Tian Ziqi was drenched in sweat. Thus, with someone as conscientious as him, he felt compelled to seize opportunities for work. Failing to do so might lead to accusations of laziness, risking a salary deduction that could be halved or worse. However, those senior mechanics stubbornly refused to hand over any of their tasks, merely instructing him to take good care of the esteemed clients, one of whom was, of course, Xia Shirhan. Within a week, she visited 8 times, and on one occasion, she even came twice in a single day. Each time ostensibly for maintenance on her mecha, while also feigning interest in seeking advice from the mechanics regarding mecha operation techniques and maintenance knowledge. The other mechanics, aware of her intentions, deliberately spoke less. So when Xia Shirhan eventually focused her gaze on Tian Ziqi, he would respond. Over time, she began to engage with him directly rather than consulting others. This was her intention all along, with the others merely playing along with her charade. On one particular day, Xia Shirhan arrived driving her angel, prompting Tian Ziqi's colleagues to chuckle and say, "Xiao Qi, the esteemed guest has come to chat with you again." Tian Ziqi smiled in response. "Isn't that delightful? The maintenance department will certainly appreciate this additional task. I shall treat the brothers in the maintenance department when we have a day off, considering it my chat fee. Haha. It's fortunate if she doesn't expect you to treat her." "Do you really think she'll invite you?" Oldly, the workshop director, chuckled. Tian Ziqi, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" "Well, heh. You'll find out in due time," he replied, immediately returning to work, though a mischievous smile lingered on his face. Tian Ziqi was about to ask again when he heard Xia Shirhan's sweet voice call out. Tian Ziqi turned, feigning surprise, and exclaimed, "Xiao Han, what brings you here again? Do you need something? And by the way, you are several years younger than me. Why do you call me by my name so casually? You should address me as seventh brother or simply refer to us as the mechanics collectively as mechanic brothers." During this week, Tian Ziqi had learned her name and joked about it. "Mechanic brother? Haha, why do you say that again? It seems you're not welcoming me," Xia Shirhan pouted, her demeanor adorably displeased. "Last time, you still hadn't finished explaining the mecha operation knowledge I asked about. Mechanic brother, please continue." "What? You find my explanations of mecha operation knowledge to be particularly enlightening and enjoyable?" Tian Ziqi replied with a grin. Xia Shirhan nodded adorably, saying, "Yes, it's quite interesting. I'm almost captivated." This was no exaggeration. The knowledge Tian Ziqi shared about mecha operation, including concepts like operational flow, consciousness flow, and perfect flow, along with strategic insights during actual combat, such as victory belongs to the brave and those who understand the times are the true heroes, fascinated her. In her words, no one had ever presented knowledge in such a refreshing and unconventional manner. Tian Ziqi chuckled and said, "I apologize, but I am quite busy with work. If you wish to engage in conversation, there will be a fee, 1 word %, 1,000 characters for 100. If it's less than 1,000 characters, it's still 100. Jokes and stories come at an additional cost. 50 for a joke, double for a story. Please pay in advance before we chat. We start at 1,000 characters, and serious inquiries only, huh?" Xia Shirhan was momentarily taken aback by Tian Ziqi's playful rhyme. Taking a while to respond, "You little rascal, there was no fee before. Why are you charging now? You're such a money grubber. She could afford to pay even 1,000 for a single word, but hearing this fellow mention such demands irked her. After all, she was doing him a favor by letting him work for her pay, yet he seemed intent on making extra profit. The surrounding mechanics were momentarily stunned by Tian Ziqi's words, their tasks inadvertently pausing while their ears perked up. Wow, this guy is bold. He dares to tease the infamous little sorceress of the group, they thought. Heaven protect Xiaoqi. May he remain safe. Tian Ziqi chuckled inwardly, thinking how beautiful and exquisite her mecha was, undoubtedly a sign of wealth. What did it matter if he charged a little for conversation? The maintenance for her mecha alone must cost a fortune. And she was so diligent about it. Not to mention, it's not like I'm demanding much, he said with a grin. Previously, that was the public version, free for you to listen. Now it's the VIP version. If you wish to hear it, you must pay. Talking for an entire evening is quite draining, isn't it? After a brief pause, Tian Ziqi continued, in truth, if my explanations are delightful and engaging, even charging you, you would still want to listen, right? Conversely, if my explanations were dull or unpleasant, even if I offered them for free, you would find it a waste of time, wouldn't you? Xia Shirhan pondered for a moment and nodded. You have a point. Very well, I shall pay you, money grubber, she remarked, as she took out her charming pink wallet, retrieving a large denomination of 1,000 Huaxia currency, handing it to Tian Ziqi, saying, here, let us start with 1,000. All right, Tian Ziqi accepted the cash, unable to resist kissing it a few times. Having been in this world for so long, it was his first time seeing the local currency. This exquisite pale pink note was simply adorable. He kissed it twice more. What are you doing? Xia Shirhan's cheeks flushed as she realized that this note had just been in her beloved wallet and had passed through her hands. Yet this fellow was acting so unrestrained. She immediately thought, this guy must be a bit off. Little did she know the life Tian Ziqi had led over the past few months. It was precisely because of this that he felt so exhilarated upon seeing the banknote. Ahem, Tian Ziqi composed himself, solemnly stowing the money away, and then smiled at Xia Shirhan. All right, today we shall delve into double flying flow. Essentially, double flying flow is the combination of operational flow and consciousness flow, merging the two techniques into one cohesive approach. The essence of double flying flow lies in the synergy of these two elements. I have a complaint. You've already entered the VIP tier, yet you still seek to inflate your word count. How shameless! Xia Shirhan suddenly interrupted Tian Ziqi's monologue. Tian Ziqi chuckled sheepishly, hee. You notice that, huh? You're truly sharp. In fact, I despise those who pad their word count too. All right then, let's disregard the previous part. Now, I'll explain the genuine double flying flow. In reality, the true essence of double flying flow is the integration of operational flow and consciousness flow. While the techniques of double flying flow are indeed sophisticated, mecha warriors employing this method may not necessarily surpass those specializing in either operational flow or consciousness flow. When one's operational skills and awareness do not reach the requisite heights, it becomes essential to unify technique and consciousness to enhance one's capabilities. Thus, it can be said that the mecha warriors of the double flying flow are typically individuals who are unable to transcend their operational skills and awareness. Such individuals will forever remain incapable of breaking through to become grandmasters. Should they achieve such a breakthrough, it would no longer be termed double flying flow, but rather perfect flow. For instance, there are certain young mecha warriors whose operational skills are commendable, boasting swift hand speed and robust physicality. Yet their operational awareness has yet to reach a level of foresight. They can only rely on their operational skills to react to incoming challenges, which is referred to as operational flow. Nevertheless, their quick reflexes and rapid hand movements enable them to respond effectively, even if it means reacting after the fact. In contrast, experienced and advanced mecha warriors can utilize their accumulated experience to preemptively avert unfolding events. Consistently staying one step ahead and achieving the initiative, this is known as awareness flow. A keen awareness is not an innate trait. It is cultivated through countless practical battles, and only through the accumulation and honing of such experiences can one gradually attain a superior level of awareness. Among the young operational flow experts, few possess a well-developed foresight, while awareness flow experts are not necessarily masters of operation, yet they have invariably undergone numerous practical engagements, thus acquiring a modicum of operational skills. Take, for example, a few middle-aged mechanics in the workshop. While their operational skills may not be exceptional, it is nonetheless quite challenging for a typical operational flow mecha warrior to best them, given their extensive repertoire of techniques to defuse various situations. As they often say, the moment you arch your back, I know whether you intend to pass gas or relieve yourself. Furthermore, they possess a multitude of methods for defense and even counterattacks. The Achilles heel of awareness flow experts lies in their slower hand speed and actions. One could argue that they exhibit steadiness, but if their reflexes were indeed quick, they would not have immersed themselves in mecha martial arts for decades to enhance their awareness. It is certain that they would have upgraded from operational flow at a younger age. On the other hand, if operational flow experts were to immerse themselves for decades, their awareness would ultimately reach a breakthrough, easily propelling them towards the realm of perfect flow. The vast majority of perfect flow experts were once operational flow warriors in their youth, characterized by their rapid reflexes and swift hand speed, whereas those with slow hand speed and average awareness, such as the double-flying flow experts, are comparatively rare. However, while it is easy to speak of these matters, the reality is far more challenging. According to Tian Ziqi's personal standards, to become a perfect flow expert, a mecha warrior must possess at least a level 10 rank of mecha commander. One cannot help but wonder how many mecha warriors have attained such a commanding level in this world. Tian Ziqi elaborated on the characteristics of double-flying flow and other operational schools in exquisite detail, and before he knew it, it was already noon. Although he had not conducted a precise calculation, it was evident that he had spoken well beyond 10,000 words, far exceeding that threshold. Thus, Tian Ziqi remarked, having shared so much today, I estimate it to be at least 50,000 words. Let us consider it a complete 50,000, and the stories and jokes included shall be a gift to you. Just supplement me with 4,000, and we shall call it even. While your explanations are indeed thorough and delightful, I shall not be parting with my money, chuckled Xia Shirhan. You've been here all morning and accomplished nothing but chatting. I shall report you to your boss for your lack of diligence. She teased. What? You can't be serious. Tian Ziqi feigned astonishment. What is your reasoning? Simply because you wish to charge me, she replied playfully. I see you've struck fear, Xia Shirhan teased further. Tian Ziqi shrugged nonchalantly. Fear? I, Tian Qi, have lived for 25 years without fearing anything. Go ahead and report me, but first, hand over the additional 4,000. He seized Xia Shirhan's slender arm, adopting a playful demeanor that suggested he would not let her go without payment. Xia Shirhan, slightly annoyed, asserted, Let go. Pay me first, and then I shall release you. Will you let go? I will not. Faced with Tian Ziqi's obstinacy, Xia Shirhan felt exasperated, thinking to herself that this fellow was both eloquent and quite the rogue. Fine. I shall pay, she conceded, retrieving 4,000 in cash from her wallet and handing it over to him. With a grin, Tian Ziqi accepted the money and waved goodbye, saying, Thank you for your patronage. Little Xia Shirhan, until next time, she retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Qi, I will lodge a complaint against you. You should pack your things and leave immediately. No need to even pack. Go ahead. I welcome it. In that case, I won't have to repay my 800,000. Tian Ziqi chuckled. Just you wait. Xia Shirhan stomped her foot in her white boots and stormed off. Seething internally, this detestable Tian Qi, how dare he treat me with such disdain? I shall make him kneel and beg for mercy. I refuse to believe otherwise. Tian Ziqi, grinning as he pocketed the money, watched her depart before turning to his colleagues. Hey, everyone, it's time for lunch. Shall we? The group responded in unison, setting aside their tasks to prepare for a meal. However, each member cast him peculiar glances, though Tian Ziqi paid them no mind and proceeded to the cafeteria. After securing a hearty meal and a large cup of cola, he settled into an empty seat. That moment, the workshop supervisor, Oldly, approached with a tray and sat across from him. Little Qi, you ought to be cautious around that girl. Oh? Why is that? Tian Ziqi inquired with a smile. What is her standing? Is she the daughter of some executive, a relative, or perhaps a major client? Oldly glanced around at their colleagues and whispered. We never mentioned this to you before, but she is the second daughter of Xia Tianming, the president of our Huaxia Group. The president's daughter, is it? Tian Ziqi replied nonchalantly. The key point is that she possesses a childlike disposition, quite whimsical in nature. If something piques her interest, she will behave exceptionally well. However, should anyone cross her, they will be subjected to her myriad pranks, which can be quite unbearable. There was once a wealthy young man who angered her, and while others were asleep, she drove a mecha to demolish his villa and then made him run naked through the city. He nearly lost his sanity. Oldly lamented, shaking his head. She is truly a mischievous little sprite. So, you must be careful. Tian Ziqi pretended to be astonished. Wow, that's incredible. Although his expression was one of surprise, his tone remained remarkably calm, causing Oldly to think that Tian Qi was even stranger than the little sprite. Remembering the extraordinary mecha modification skills Tian Ziqi had displayed over a week ago, Old Li couldn't help but feel that this young man was shrouded in mystery. Someone capable of such feats surely had even more astonishing abilities. No wonder he remained so composed. Old Li mused to himself, a mysterious figure taking on a little sprite. What an intriguing spectacle that would be. Tian Ziqi maintained his calm demeanor, though he ate with uncharacteristic fervor. To the casual observer, he appeared to be an ordinary young man, but the speed and volume with which he consumed his meal revealed his uniqueness, reminiscent of a famished ghost. Old Li calculated Tian Ziqi's consumption, noting that it was 3 times his own, and his speed was 6 times greater. While Old Li had only finished half of his meal, Tian Ziqi had already polished off a full plate of rice and several dishes. In addition to devouring 2 chicken legs, a large bowl of meatball soup, and a generous cup of cola. What a remarkable individual, Old Li thought to himself. Tian Ziqi patted his full belly, feeling utterly satisfied. His time at the Huaxia Mecha Company had been the most gratifying period of his life. The meals were free, abundant, and quite delectable, allowing him to indulge thoroughly. In truth, he had no desire to leave. But if that little girl were to truly antagonize him, he could simply walk away without a second thought. Of course, if she wished to play, Tian Ziqi would gladly oblige. Now, he surmised that his dramatic stay at Huaxia Company was not solely due to his exceptional mecha modification skills, but rather significantly influenced by Xia Shirhan, the little sprite. It seemed this mischievous girl had been plotting all along. Yet, Tian Ziqi pondered, when had he ever offended her since arriving? Shaking his head in confusion, he resolved, very well, if you wish to play, I shall play along. If you seek a duel, I shall meet you on the battlefield. After lunch, having rested for an hour, Tian Ziqi returned to work, albeit with a lingering apprehension regarding the little sprite's potential pranks. Throughout the afternoon, however, he managed to navigate his tasks without incident. If she is coming, let her come. If not, so be it. That I detest those who speak of terror but take no immediate action. It is simply agonizing. In truth, Tian Ziqi was not afraid of her coming openly. Rather, he was apprehensive of her surreptitious schemes. Being single and without allies, the days of living in constant anxiety were far from pleasant. Having managed to live through to the next day in relative peace, Tian Ziqi proceeded to work, greeted by the vibrant red sun, which instilled a sense of hope in his heart that the little witch might have forgotten about the matter at hand. However, as he had breakfast and made his way to work, his hopes were dashed, for the very little witch who had threatened him was there, her radiant smile akin to a blooming flower. And standing behind her was none other than the secretary of the general manager, Xiao Wang. Tian Ziqi's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had occurred and no one was present, striding confidently towards the mecha modification department. Yet, before he could step through the threshold of the modification department, the little witch intercepted him. Feigning surprise as if he had just noticed her, Tian Ziqi exclaimed, "Ah, little Xia Shirhan, what a coincidence! It seems fate has conspired to bring us together once more." "Bah! Who is fate with you?" Xia Shirhan retorted with a mischievous grin. "I see you're frightened now, but isn't it a bit late to talk about fate?" "What nonsense! What do I have to fear?" Tian Ziqi shrugged indifferently. "I merely thought it was a coincidence that we crossed paths 8 or 9 times within a week. What do you think?" I'm here specifically to find you," Xia Shirhan declared with a hint of irritation. "From today onward, you shall follow my lead." "Oh, pray, miss, maintain your decorum. This young master only offers his talents, not his person. Do not assume that wealth grants one the liberty to do as they please." Tian Ziqi replied with utmost seriousness, taking a cautious step back, his eyes filled with concern as he regarded Xia Shirhan. Xia Shirhan felt a rush of embarrassment, and even Xiao Wang, standing behind her, turned crimson, thinking that this fellow was an unparalleled rogue, having never encountered such audacity to speak to a girl as charming as Xia Shirhan in such a manner, with a few disdainful scoffs. Xia Shirhan commanded, I cannot be bothered to engage in this verbal sparring. Secretary Wang, please convey the company's appointment to him." "Oh?" Secretary Wang, struggling to suppress a smile, then solemnly addressed Tian Ziqi, "Tian Qi, due to company requirements, you are hereby appointed as Miss Xia Shirhan's personal mecha consultant. As she is a distinguished guest of the company, you must provide her with excellent service. I am well aware. She is the esteemed daughter of the group's president." After all, Tian Ziqi responded, however, "I must clarify that all services are to be conducted above board. I am not one to engage in any underhanded dealings." Xia Shirhan's eyes flared with indignation while Secretary Wang managed to stifle her laughter, stating, "Your services are strictly limited to the realm of mechas and do not extend beyond that." Should Miss Xia Shihan require any additional requests, she will seek your consent, and you may address them accordingly. Oh, that seems more reasonable. Hee. To serve just one person is indeed a breeze, Tian Ziqi chuckled, as though he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Very well, from this moment on, you shall heed Miss Xia Shihan's directives. Her wishes are the company's wishes and must not be defied. Otherwise, your salary will be docked. After nodding to Xia Shihan, Secretary Wang gracefully departed. As Secretary Wang left, Tian Ziqi seized the opportunity to slip into the modification department, only to be halted by Xia Shihan's voice calling out, "Hey, Tian Qi, where do you think you're running off to? You are to follow my orders now." Tian Ziqi turned around, smiling. "I am aware, but you have yet to issue any orders. Have you? When you have tasks for me, I shall, of course, comply. In the absence of any assignments, I am free to amuse myself." "Who says I have no tasks?" Xia Shihan replied with a sly grin. "Come with me, and I shall assign you some work." With that, she led Tian Ziqi towards a secluded warehouse in the back of the company. His heart racing, Tian Ziqi could not help but voice his concern. "Xia Shihan, you aren't planning to engage in any underhanded dealings just as I begin my service, are you? I'm not quite prepared for that, but if you insist, I will have to brace myself and make do. Yet, starting with such an intense encounter seems overly stimulating, don't you think? You scoundrel! You wretched rogue! You shameless cad!" Xia Shihan cursed inwardly, though she remained silent as they reached the designated warehouse. Upon opening the door, she gestured towards the mountain of discarded mechas piled within and said with a grin, "If you seek stimulation, then I shall reluctantly provide it. Your task is to repair these mechas," gazing at the vast expanse of dilapidated mechas. Tian Ziqi could not help but let out a bitter laugh, contemplating that repairing all of them and applying specialized mecha paint would take him no less than 3 to 5 years. If not longer, especially if he were to slack off. Why would he voluntarily tether himself to such a mountain of scrap? Back on Rabasai Star, he would have been thrilled at the sight of such mechas. But now, with ample sustenance and a splendid mecha, the Shenlong, as his steed, he found no reason to engage with this heap of discarded machinery. Thus, he resolved to counter the little witch's demands, with a slight smile. He turned to the little sorceress, Xia Shihan, who was watching him with an air of triumph. He deliberately exaggerated his grin, prompting her to exclaim, "Hey, Tian Qi, what are you laughing at? You smirk too much." Tian Ziqi chuckled, "Oh, you flatter me. I was once the chief disciple of the sword sect." "Once?" Xia Shihan could not resist asking, "And what are you now?" "Now, I am undoubtedly a master of the sword sect." "Ha ha ha," Tian Ziqi laughed joyfully, while Xia Shihan's expression turned icy. Cough. Was that not amusing? If it wasn't funny, then so be it. I wasn't telling ghost stories, so there's no need for you to make a face." Tian Ziqi shrugged. "How dare you call me a ghost? I will pinch you," Xia Shihan threatened, ready to take action. For it is often said that a beautiful woman resorts to physicality when words fail. Coughing once more, Tian Ziqi quickly adopted a serious demeanor, raising his finger to the disarray of mechas and declaring, "These mechas are haphazardly piled here in the warehouse. By mere estimation, there are hundreds of them. Due to inadequate protection and maintenance, restoring them will be exceedingly challenging. My suggestion is that rather than expending vast amounts of manpower and resources to repair and refurbish them, it would be wiser to sell them as scrap metal and reinvest in new creations. Therefore, I do not support the idea of repairing them." Humph, this fellow changes the subject quite swiftly, Xia Shihan thought with resentment, yet she replied, "No, you are to serve me now. Whatever work I assign you, you must complete. Furthermore, these tasks fall within the realm of mechas. Do you remember? My services are limited to your mechas and do not extend to others. But consider my status. The entire Jingxi Mecha Company can be regarded as part of my assets. Thus these mechas are also mine, and this does not exceed your scope of work," Xia Shihan retorted with renewed confidence. Tian Ziqi took a step back, exclaiming, "No way, that's rather ruthless," with a twist of her waist. Xia Shihan declared, "Indeed, I am quite ruthless. What will you do about it?" Hey, no need to be so agitated. I was merely expressing my astonishment," Tian Ziqi chuckled. "Since you are so formidable, I suppose I must unleash my ultimate move." His expression turned grave. Xia Shihan felt a shiver down her spine but maintained her bravado. "Feel free to show me your ultimate move. Let us see what you've got," with a serious countenance. Tian Ziqi took a few steps forward, sat down on a step, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes he had bought at some point, lighting one up amid swirling smoke. This fellow has simply thrown in the towel. "Is this his ultimate move? You scoundrel!" Xia Shihan stormed up to Tian Ziqi, Fuming, you take my family's salary yet refuse to work. Do you not feel shame or embarrassment? What is there to be embarrassed about? If it comes down to it, they can always fire me. Tian Ziqi replied cheerfully. Surely Miss Xia is most aware of how I came to join this company. You call me shameless, yet I wonder if you, Miss Xia, have nurtured feelings for me that you cannot extinguish, hence your relentless efforts to bring me into the company? You bear resentment towards me, yet cannot bear to lose me, for if you were to dismiss me, you would be deprived of your beloved rival. Thus, even as I irk you and provoke your ire, you find yourself compelled to keep me in the company. Am I right? You. After much hesitation, Xia Shirhan finally blurted out, You're shameless. You jerk! You're talking nonsense. Tian Ziqi took a long drag from his cigarette, leisurely blowing out rings of smoke. Observing the flustered Xia Shirhan, he couldn't help but shrug and chuckle, saying, Look at you in such a hurry. Have I hit a nerve? Xia Shirhan initially wanted to unleash another tirade against this guy, but recalling his previous remark, she restrained herself. Fine, I won't say anything more that I'm too lazy to talk to you. Unexpectedly, Tian Ziqi grinned and replied, An explanation is merely a disguise. Silence equates to acquiescence. All right then, I'll take that as acceptance. Taking a deep breath, Xia Shirhan decided to stop engaging in futile banter with Tian Ziqi and turned serious. Stating, All right, let's get down to business. And White Angel is experiencing some minor issues, and I believe you should assist me in repairing it. Tian Ziqi scrutinized her for a few seconds and perceived her newfound seriousness. Responding, Okay, then tell me what the issue is so I can address it appropriately. Of course, if I knew what the problem was, would I still need you? Idiot, she retorted. Come on, you don't even know what's wrong with your own mech? It's ridiculous that you've been piloting it for so long. You fool. You silly girl. With that, the two resumed their verbal sparring. You? Xia Shirhan attempted to scold again but was abruptly interrupted by Tian Ziqi, who asserted, If I call you foolish, it's because you truly are. You still want to repair your mech? Enough with the chatter. Quickly tell me what the issue is. Taken aback, Xia Shirhan pouted. How dare you scold me? I not only dare to scold you, but I would also dare to strike you. Tian Ziqi's eyes widened menacingly, his expression genuinely frightening. Xia Shirhan's pout deepened, and tears shimmered in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Tian Ziqi feared nothing, neither monsters nor challenges, but the tears of a woman, especially one as charming as her, could bring any hero to his knees. Indeed, ancient wisdom rings true. The enduring culture of Huaxia has always held this to be so. Of course, some have managed to overcome the trials of beauty, but they are no longer heroes. They become tyrants or eunuchs. All right, I concede to your power. Just don't cry. Feel free to voice any demands. As long as you refrain from shedding tears. To his dismay, as soon as Tian Ziqi uttered those words, Xia Shirhan's eyes became a torrent of tears. I warn you, if you cry again, beware of my ultimate technique. Tian Ziqi threatened, squatting down to tie his shoelaces. If you cry, I'll simply leave. Out of sight, out of mind. The best strategy is to retreat. This tactic proved effective, as Xia Shirhan immediately ceased her tears. Stifling her sobs, it wasn't that she feared Tian Ziqi's departure, but rather the thought of losing her playmate. However, their playful interaction was far from innocent. Xia Shirhan's earlier tears were but a charade. Had Tian Ziqi realized this was a mere act, he would surely have suggested she pursue a career in the film industry, specializing in romantic dramas. You mustn't leave. Lying is for puppies. Xia Shirhan's tearful gaze was enchanting, and her adorable demeanor had a palpable effect. Tian Ziqi, having spent his leisure time studying the different types of beauties, knew that some women radiate charm through their laughter, while others captivate through their tears. The beauty of a weeping woman reveals her delicate nature, evoking deep sympathy, even from other women, let alone men. There are also the ice queens, who look best when devoid of expression, their beauty striking in stillness. Xia Shirhan, though still maturing, was already quite exquisite, standing around 1.65 meters tall, not too short yet not overly tall, her appearance refined, akin to her mech, Angel. Crucially, this delightful young beauty, regardless of her expression, be it laughter, tears, or neutrality, was undeniably captivating, exerting a strong influence on Tian Ziqi, a young man who considered himself pure, kind-hearted, and honest. If such a beauty stood before him unnoticed, it could only be for a few reasons. He was a eunuch, he was too engrossed in something else, he was pretending to be aloof, or perhaps his girlfriend was watching. For Tian Ziqi, a healthy bachelor both physically and mentally, it was impossible to overlook her allure. Though he occasionally enjoyed putting on airs, it was merely a fleeting indulgence. Most of the time, he embraced his true nature, playful when appropriate and earnest when it mattered. Tian Ziqi nodded at Xia Shirhan, saying, "Come on, I'm already sitting here. Where could I possibly go? Just give me the task. As long as it's not unreasonable or overly exhausting, I'm on board. Am I really asking for too much?" Xia Shirhan thought indignantly but replied, "It's nothing too demanding, just helping someone check their mech. There are indeed some minor issues." Her voice took on a charming tone, sending shivers down Tian Ziqi's spine. "Can't you speak normally? Why are you channeling a horror film?" He couldn't help but tease her again. "What are the specific issues? Describe their manifestations. Under what circumstances do they arise? Or have they been persistent?" Yet Xia Shirhan seemed unfazed, responding in a straightforward manner. "If you had asked professionally from the start, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Don't interrupt. Let me finish, my angel. Experiences some unusual vibrations while moving at high speeds. For instance, when reaching speeds of 300 kilometers per hour, it makes some strange noises. What do you think could be the cause? You're already moving that fast. Can't you expect a bit of vibration?" Tian Ziqi nearly said, but sensing that Xia Shirhan indicated something abnormal, he pondered and replied, "Generally, a mech's maximum speed is about 300 kilometers per hour. Your mech is quite advanced, capable of at least 400 kilometers per hour. And it should maintain excellent sealing, so nothing should go awry under normal conditions. If there is vibration, perhaps it's due to a loose or aging damper at a joint, and the noise is likely from friction. Can you fix it right now? I have a race with someone tomorrow," Xia Shirhan implored. Tian Ziqi's expression shifted slightly as he exclaimed, "You, a little girl, dare to race others in mechs? It's just for fun. They all so weak. I find joy in defeating them daily," Xia Shirhan replied with a gleeful chuckle. Tian Ziqi nodded. "All right, let us take a look. Come on, let us walk and talk." With that, he and Xia Shirhan headed back to the front of the mech company. Upon seeing them return, chatting and laughing, the onlookers' eyes and mouths widened in shock. Observing their expressions, Tian Ziqi chuckled to himself, realizing that the so-called little witch wasn't quite as fearsome as they suggested. He felt no hint of magic from her. In fact, he thought the title Little Witch would be better suited to Little Witch Darling. The repair, modification, and maintenance departments were conveniently adjacent to one another. Facilitating collaboration, Tian Ziqi instructed Xia Shirhan to drive her mech into the repair area and proceeded to conduct a thorough inspection with various instruments. To his surprise, all the instruments reported no issues. Such a high-end product, meticulously maintained. One could only break it by crashing it into a wall. After considering this, Tian Ziqi turned to Xia Shirhan, saying, "The various components and performance of your angel are all exceptionally perfect. There's not a single issue." "Really?" Xia Shirhan pondered, "but every time I race, I encounter these minor problems. Perhaps they are too subtle for the instruments to detect. Why not you take Angel for a spin yourself? From your discussions on mech martial arts, your skills must be quite impressive. I would love to experience the thrill of Angel in full throttle. Can you grant me this wish?" Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed deeply at Tian Ziqi. Gazing into such eyes, Tian Ziqi felt as though he were beside a grand bed, atop which lay a seductive beauty clad only in alluring lingerie, asking him if he could fulfill her desires. How could Tian Ziqi possibly refuse such a request? In a moment of impulse, he was ready to comply. Yet, upon witnessing the excessively adoring expression of Xia Shirhan and reflecting on her character, an ominous premonition arose within him. Nevertheless, Tian Ziqi smiled, pride illuminating his face as he replied, "All right, you crave a thrilling experience, do you? I shall oblige. I will show you what true excitement entails, rather than exuding mere pride." It could be said that Tian Ziqi's smile concealed a blade, or perhaps a nuclear warhead, as the saying goes. Those with great skill possess great boldness. Tian Ziqi, who considered himself a master of cunning, undoubtedly had his own tricks up his sleeve in terms of strategy, eloquence, wisdom, knowledge, and life experience. Xia Shirhan, the young girl, could hardly compare to him, let alone in the realms of shrewdness and guile, in which Tian Ziqi excelled. Under the gaze of Xia Shirhan's admiration, coupled with her gentle and courteous invitation, he swiftly climbed into the angel mecha, settling comfortably into its opulent and soft seat, with Xia Shirhan accompanying him. Naturally, she had to join Tian Ziqi. How else could she experience the thrill? However, before they could feel any excitement themselves, the employees from the repair department, maintenance department, modification department, and the security detail had already sensed a rather intense thrill. If Tian Ziqi's earlier rendezvous with the little enchantress was a minor stimulus, then their shared ride in the mecha was a significant jolt. This thrill surged in waves, creating an extraordinary sensation for everyone present. Once Tian Ziqi and Xia Shirhan departed, the crowd immediately converged, chattering animatedly in gossip, reaching an unprecedented climax together. After all, isn't life itself about striving to create such fleeting moments of intense pleasure? Yet, once the climax subsided, everyone returned to their normal routines. Meanwhile, Tian Ziqi piloted the Angel, racing with Xia Shirhan toward the outskirts. In truth, the Jinxia company lay within the suburban expanse, albeit in a more prosperous area. The mechas and hover vehicles were quite numerous, and Tian Ziqi sought a particularly tranquil mecha-exclusive passage, adjacent to the suburban dump. Upon arrival, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Indeed, this was the very place he had first set foot in on the central star of Huaxia, invoking an unprecedented sense of homeliness, despite its being a refused site. Following Xia Shirhan's directions, Tian Ziqi maneuvered the mecha swiftly, and from a distance, he spotted a dozen mechas seemingly awaiting their arrival. Upon noticing the Angel, as approach, they all turned their gazes toward it. Xia Shirhan stifled a laugh inwardly. The fool pretending to be crazy was indeed here, and he had summoned so many accomplices. How delightful. Tian Ziqi couldn't help but chuckle as well, realizing that this little girl had evidently orchestrated her plans well. Although he prided himself on his audacity, caution was wise, as their thoughts swirled. The mecha halted before the crowd. Xia Shirhan remarked, "Why do we keep encountering them?" Tian Ziqi replied again, "Do you know them? Indeed, the one at the forefront harbors ill intentions toward me. It's quite bothersome." "Tian Qi, could you teach them a lesson for me?" Tian Ziqi shook his head, stating, "I am merely a mecha repairman, not a bodyguard." "Humph, what a shameful excuse for a man. A coward," Xia Shirhan taunted, yet her expression betrayed a hint of delight. "So, you're afraid? That will make it easier for you to be beaten later." Tian Ziqi smiled, fully aware that he would not be deceived by her little tricks. However, a newfound perception of Xia Shirhan formed in his mind. Could it be that she was leading him here to incite the wrath of that group against him? This way, she could use the opportunity to distance herself from him while simultaneously punishing him. Such a clever ploy to kill two birds with one stone. Tian Ziqi couldn't help but harbor a slight admiration for Xia Shirhan, recognizing her cunning nature despite her young age. Nevertheless, these were merely his speculations, and the truth awaited verification. He decided to play along with this little girl to see what kind of antics she would conjure. Perhaps due to the Angel mecha remaining stationary for too long without any exit, the opposing group began to feel a sense of unease and approached. Xia Shirhan, sensing an opportunity, promptly opened the mecha's cockpit door and descended via the automatic lift. "Xiaohan, is that you?" Zhuang Zifeng inquired with a smile. Xia Shirhan retorted coldly, "What a lunatic. How is it possible to encounter you everywhere? You truly ruin the mood." Zhuang Zifeng maintained his placid smile, displaying immense courtesy and composure. "That can only mean we are destined to meet." Coughing, Tian Ziqi nearly choked on his own saliva. How could this fellow be so shameless? In truth, Tian Ziqi's own words were infinitely more shameless, yet he felt no embarrassment when he spoke them himself. Hearing someone else utter such phrases, however, was utterly awkward. "Who?" Zhuang Zifeng's previously warm demeanor darkened, his voice laced with suspicion. "There's someone else in your mecha? It sounds like a man. Why should you care?" "Who do you think you are?" Xia Shirhan retorted defiantly, her true nature as the little enchantress on full display. Though Tian Ziqi thought she seemed more like a streetwise girl. "You are destined to be my woman," Zhuang Zifeng declared grimly, his words biting with intensity. In Jinghua City, every young master from prominent families knew that Xia Shirhan was the object of his affection. Anyone daring to approach her was challenging him and his family. Given their family's considerable influence and strong ties to the Huaxia government, one would do well to consider their standing before opposing them. Consequently, while many wealthy young men harbored designs on Xia Shirhan, none dared act upon them, thus explaining her lack of male friends throughout her life. She had even fewer female companions. The only one who frequently spent time with her was her elder sister. Xia Shiyun, however, now that her sister had taken on the role of executive president at Huaxia, her days were consumed with work, leaving little time for her younger sister. "Whose woman? Please do not insult me," Xia Shirhan replied dismissively, clearly unimpressed. This only served to further infuriate Zhuang Zifeng, who dared not act against her but instead shouted toward the Angel's cockpit, "You inside, get out here." Silence emanated from the mecha, and Zhuang Zifeng, taken aback, grew even more enraged. The occupant of the mecha had the audacity to disregard his command, a profound insult. No one in Jinghua City had ever treated him with such contempt. Enraged, Zhuang Zifeng, a young man brimming with vigor, was quick to act when provoked. He dashed past Xia Shirhan, advancing toward the mecha, teeth gritted as he declared, "Fine, if you want to come out, I'll come up myself." Tian Ziqi, sensing the impending confrontation, prepared to confront the adversary. Observing Tian Ziqi's demeanor, Zhuang Zifeng couldn't help but feel a slight twitch on his face, as his originally fair and pristine complexion turned a shade reminiscent of pig liver. Nevertheless, as long as he could encounter others, he feared not the revelation of his true identity. Once his real identity was known, would it not be possible to tailor solutions based on individual circumstances? However, judging by his rough work attire, he seemed utterly disconnected from the lineage of nobility. It is prudent to exercise caution in these times, where pretentious individuals abound. Some courtesans masquerade as innocent schoolgirls. While certain students adopt a seductive allure reminiscent of courtesans' point, one cannot solely rely on appearances to ascertain a person's true identity. The ancient wisdom that one should not judge by looks, and that the sea cannot be measured by a mere gourd has been understood for millennia. "May I inquire who you are?" Zhuang Zifeng asked, and although the phrase included a polite inquiry, the context bore no semblance of courtesy. It was merely a residual effect of habitual pretentiousness, albeit a somewhat positive one. Tian Ziqi chuckled and turned to Xia Shirhan, saying, "Shirhan, who do you think I am?" He decided to leave this perplexing question for her to answer, as long as the truth came directly from her lips. Tian Ziqi would dare to do anything, and when the time came, he could simply walk away, leaving her to bear all the responsibility. Heh? Xia Shirhan pondered for a moment, glancing at the visibly restrained Zhuang Zifeng, and with a cheerful smile declared, "Oh, he is Tian Qi, a humble mech technician at my family's Jingxia Mech Company, and he possesses a rather formidable mech of his own. He resides in the company dormitory, and he is my current boyfriend." Just like that, Tian Ziqi cursed inwardly. This little enchantress was quite ruthless, not only bestowing upon him the title of Xia Shirhan's boyfriend, thereby attracting the animosity meant for him, but also divulging details such as his name, identity, status, and residence. It was as if she were openly declaring to others that he was merely a minor character, devoid of status, wealth, or power, an easy target for anyone wishing to confront him. Truly, the little enchantress lived up to her name. Zhuang Zifeng lowered his head, disappointment and frustration evident as he closed his eyes, appearing as if he had suffered a tremendous blow. After a few seconds, he lifted his gaze to Tian Ziqi and asked, "Is what she said true?" Tian Ziqi contemplated for a moment, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He decided to play along, remaining silent while simply smiling. He then wrapped his right arm around Xia Shirhan's delicate waist and pulled her close, their bodies fitting together intimately. "You wish to inquire about the truth? The best way to demonstrate it is through tangible actions." If Xia Shirhan were to reject him or display even a hint of dissatisfaction, it would indicate that their relationship was not as close as she had claimed. As Tian Ziqi's strong arm encircled her, Xia Shirhan immediately felt a twinge of discomfort, her body stiffening as her already rosy cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, betraying her apparent shyness. In reality, however, she was seething with anger. This Tian Qi was truly shameless, seizing the opportunity to take advantage of her, leaving her with no words to counter him. If she opposed him now, her lie would be instantly exposed. Was there even a need for explanation? Xia Shirhan thought this through, glancing at Zhuang Zifeng's grim expression, and a sudden resolve surged within her. Instead of pushing away the shameless rogue, she closed her eyes and embraced Tian Ziqi's waist tightly. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and defiance. In that moment, they appeared to be a pair of affectionate lovers, deeply enamored with one another. Yet, inside, Xia Shirhan was fighting against her nausea, continually reminding herself, "This isn't real, this isn't real. It's merely a hug with a stuffed toy bear." Enough. Zhuang Zifeng could no longer contain himself. He had long desired Xia Shirhan, a fact well known among the upper echelons of Jinghua City. Yet now, this girl not only disregarded his advances but also brought a man of such lowly stature to provoke him. No, the most infuriating aspect was that this fellow, with his disheveled hair and filthy work attire, could hardly be considered a man of beauty. Was he truly inferior to such a person? Zhuang Zifeng's frustration boiled over. However, he dared not act against Xia Shirhan, for doing so would forever sever his chances with her. Thus, he directed all his anger towards the man before him, determined to make him understand the boundaries of his actions and the things he ought not to even contemplate. "You," Zhuang Zifeng declared, pointing at Tian Ziqi, "come here." What do you want me to come over for? Can't you see I'm quite comfortably embracing? Tian Ziqi thought to himself, entirely disregarding the command, maintaining his tight hold on Xia Shirhan, his hands exploring her slender waist. Xia Shirhan suppressed her resentment, struggling fiercely against his grip, but it was far too tight for her to break free. All she could utter was, "Brother Qi, you are the most handsome, coolest, and most amazing man in my heart. Go, show him what a perfect man truly is. No need. As long as you recognize that I am a genuine man, that suffices. I care not for the opinions of others." Tian Ziqi replied shamelessly, "No, Brother Qi, you must prove it. Not just to me, but to him, to them, to the entire world. You are a perfect man. If you continue to be enamored with my gentleness and lose your direction as a man, I will leave you forever. Go, Brother Qi," Xia Shirhan insisted, struggling even more vigorously. "All right then," Tian Ziqi relented, pulling Xia Shirhan closer, one hand supporting her head as he whispered softly in her ear, "Look at you. So anxious you're sweating. Heh, don't treat everyone like fools. You, my dear, are the true simpleton. I will let you off this time, but if you dare misbehave again, just wait and see how I will deal with you." With a mischievous grin, he released the somewhat astonished Xia Shirhan and strode purposefully towards Zhuang Zifeng. Upon witnessing Tian Ziqi's advancing figure, Zhuang Zifeng felt a sudden tightening in his chest. He had not anticipated that this man would dare to be so audacious. Seemingly disregarding him entirely, who exactly was this man? Were Xia Shirhan's words true? If this fellow truly intended to act, what should he do? Zhuang Zifeng's mind raced with these questions, yet Tian Ziqi's approach left him with little time to ponder, causing him to stand there in a daze, unsure of how to respond. Only when they stood face to face did Tian Ziqi abruptly halt, initially admiring the young man's composure, but upon closer inspection, he noticed the beads of sweat forming on Zhuang Zifeng's forehead. The admiration he had just felt for him dissipated in an instant, replaced by a smirk as he said, "What do you want?" The proximity between them was already close, and with Tian Ziqi being slightly taller, he naturally exuded an air of dominance. Yet, it was rather ironic that despite his imposing approach, he would ask, "What do you want?" The absurdity of the situation was palpable. However, considering Zhuang Zifeng's earlier demand for him to leave the mech, Tian Ziqi's question was not entirely unwarranted. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Zifeng's perspiration increased. He attempted to catch a glimpse of Tian Ziqi's face, but their closeness made it impossible without appearing cross-eyed. Moreover, Tian Ziqi's breath wafting towards him was quite unpleasant. Zhuang Zifeng took a few steps back, standing so close to another man, especially one clad in filthy work attire, was intolerable. This entire sequence of actions unfolded in mere seconds. The moment Zhuang Zifeng retreated, he had lost the upper hand. His entourage, a mix of men and women, surged forward, with several individuals sporting outrageous hairstyles shouting aggressively, "Kid, what do you want?" Tian Ziqi chuckled, addressing Zhuang Zifeng, "You called me down. How am I to know what you want?" He dismissed the group of flamboyant individuals with disdain, as a mere glance at them made him feel as if he were seeing ghosts. "Hey, you! What gives you the right to speak to our brother Feng like that? You must be tired of living." One of the flamboyant individuals shouted, their appearance a cacophony of colors and styles, with one even sporting a nose ring, making Tian Ziqi view them with disdain. "Jinghua City has never heard of your insignificant self. While we're in a good mood, you better scram." Tian Ziqi frowned, retorting mockingly, "With hair like yours, standing out in such a way, it's no wonder you're all in a perpetual state of fright. That's not your fault. But with such outrageous hairstyles, you can only aspire to be treated like grandchildren. To claim to be the Lord's is where you go wrong. A person, it is of utmost importance to possess self-awareness." "Oh, my apologies. I shouldn't have burdened you with such profound thoughts, for I just recalled that you are but a few monsters." "Never mind. Let us pretend I merely let out a harmless flatulence." A muffled giggle escaped from behind Tian Ziqi, belonging to the little sorceress. Tian Ziqi turned around and remarked, "If you wish to laugh, then laugh away. Otherwise, you might burst a capillary. Look at you, your face is flushed. I dare say you've ruptured quite a few." "Ha ha ha ha!" The little sorceress, chuckling, approached Tian Ziqi from behind, gently tapping his back with her fair, partially clenched fists and teased, "You're insufferable, always trying to make me laugh." Tian Ziqi blinked, thinking to himself that he had made her cry on numerous occasions. Suddenly, he heard a slicing sound near his ear, clearly indicating that someone sought to ambush him while he was turned towards Xia Shirhan. With a slight tilt of his head, he caught a glimpse of a cold glint, a dagger, a very sharp one indeed. Just in the nick of time, Tian Ziqi evaded the dagger's thrust, but the assailant, undeterred, swung it horizontally once more. Grasping Xia Shihana's slender waist, he bent backward with her, narrowly escaping the attack. Having failed twice to land a blow, the dagger's wielder remained unfazed. That moment, seeing Tian Ziqi's chest fully exposed, he lunged forward without hesitation, aiming the dagger at Tian Ziqi's heart. Bang! The dagger was swift and sharp. Yet Tian Ziqi's foot was swifter. Just as the dagger's tip grazed his work uniform, the assailant was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground several meters away. The sound of a heavy thud echoed from afar. Tian Ziqi felt a twinge of embarrassment and surprise. He was embarrassed by how he had unleashed 7/10 of his strength in a fit of anger and astonished that such a fraction of his strength could propel a 170 to 180-pound man over 10 meters, truly unexpected. Straightening up, Tian Ziqi ensured Xia Shihana stood beside him properly, while the fellow with the explosive hairstyle lay on the ground, clutching his groin and writhing in agony, unable to utter a word. Clearly, Tian Ziqi had rendered him impotent. Tian Ziqi shrugged and said, "My sincerest apologies. I did not intend for that to happen." Yet inwardly, he thought, "I intended just that." Zhuang Zifeng glanced at his companions behind him, then at the nonchalant Tian Ziqi. Seething with anger, he pointed a finger at Tian Ziqi and exclaimed, "You!" But Tian Ziqi offered him no opportunity, tightening his embrace around Xia Shihana's waist and said, "Xia Shihana, my dear, don't you think your man is impressive? Aren't you satisfied now? I've completed the task you entrusted to me. Shall we return home now?" He held her tighter, knowing that if he didn't, this little girl would wriggle free. Having aided her, he felt it unjust to shoulder all the blame. The responsibility ought to fall upon her, lest he find himself embroiled in yet another escapade, followed by a life on the run, which was not his desired outcome. After declaring this, he began to lead Xia Shihana towards the angel mech. Yet Zhuang Zifeng's countenance darkened. With his status and power, he would never allow some scoundrel to swagger away with the woman he admired after belittling him. This was the utmost insult. Clenching his fists, Zhuang Zifeng bellowed, "You two, halt! No one is leaving today." Hearing Zhuang Zifeng's furious shout from behind, Xia Shihana paused, her steps faltering, yet Tian Ziqi whispered, "Are we to stop just because he says so?" "Absolutely not. I absolutely refuse," Xia Shihana declared stubbornly. Allowing Tian Ziqi to leave so easily would be far too lenient. She yearned to see how Tian Ziqi would respond next and to further torment that arrogant lunatic. Tian Ziqi lamented, "Little girl, you must be earnest. If you refuse to leave, I shall promptly tell him that I am not your boyfriend. Merely a hired hand. But that's quite true," he added. "If you're so bold, then speak up. Let us see who he believes." Xia Shihana replied playfully, evidently concocting yet another scheme. Tian Ziqi chuckled. "Little sprite, I still don't believe I can't handle you." The two continued their hushed banter, completely disregarding Zhuang Zifeng, who, though furious, feared Tian Ziqi's prowess and dared not approach him, instead glaring at them with increasing malice. Let him stare. It wouldn't cost him a piece of flesh. Nonetheless, Tian Ziqi, out of a sudden kindness, turned to the visibly agitated Zhuang Zifeng and remarked, "Oh, you there, the lunatic, right? Why does your face resemble a liver? What? Angry? Who has incensed you so? All right, do not be vexed. I have some delightful news for you that will surely lift your spirits. That is, I am not Xia Shihana's boyfriend. I am merely an ordinary worker she has hired to deal with you. However, since you appear too inexperienced, I shan't trouble you, which should be good news for you, no? Oh, your face seems to have grown even more purple. Do not push your luck. A person's patience has its limits." Zhuang Zifeng was on the brink of collapse. "He is deceiving you," chimed in Xia Shihana hastily. "Tian Qi is actually a scion of a wealthy family, a polymath, adept not only in mech piloting and repair but also in ancient martial arts. However, he harbors an exasperating quirk, that is, he delights in masquerading as an ordinary person to stir up trouble, only revealing his true self when a confrontation arises. This is what one might call a pig disguising itself as a tiger, and it has nothing to do with me. Hee. One moment he is an ordinary employee, and the next a wealthy heir with an annoying obsession. This little sorceress certainly possesses a knack for weaving tales." Zhuang Zifeng could no longer contain himself, unleashing a primal scream of frustration, then pointed at Tian Ziqi, shouting, "Bring it on. I want you to beat him to a pulp. I will take responsibility if he dies." This fellow appeared so deserving of a thrashing. Even his facade of gentlemanly composure had crumbled, leading him to call for backup. a group of over a dozen individuals, mostly wealthy young men like Zhuang Zifeng, surged forward, brandishing steel pipes toward Tian Ziqi. Goodness, are you not overdoing it? If there is a grievance, it ought to be addressed. Before he could finish, the first of the assailants swung their alloy pipe towards Tian Ziqi's head. With lightning speed, Tian Ziqi seized the weapon, twisting it with force. The opponent, unable to withstand such immense power, relinquished his grip, and the 1-meter-long, 3-centimeter-thick alloy pipe fell into Tian Ziqi's hands, which he then swung down upon the assailant's head. Retorting, "You just mention grievances, and yet you strike my head. How fitting. I strike, I strike, I strike, bang, bang, bang." A series of rapid sounds ensued, and the assailant collapsed, cradling his head and rolling on the ground, howling in agony, truly a pitiful sight. The others hesitated to advance, witnessing such a grim spectacle, their eagerness dampened. "If you want to come to me, then I shall come to you." With that, Tian Ziqi charged into the ranks of the attackers. Resembling a whirlwind, provoking a cacophony of anguished cries, in less than a minute, he emerged in a clearing, with 8 assailants sprawled on the ground, clutching their legs and writhing in pain. How swift, how remarkably swift. In mere flashes, before their eyes could even register the motion, this fellow had leapt and toppled 8 attackers, striking their legs, both legs, mind you. This group would likely be incapacitated for a month. Zhuang Zifeng felt a chilling sensation trickle down his back. Tian Ziqi chuckled, stating, "Today, I offer you a complimentary lesson. Henceforth, take care of your legs, for not just anyone is worthy of your company. Ensure you associate with reputable individuals, and return home to find a respectable job. The world of the underbelly is not as easy as one might think, as the saying goes. Those who frequently roam the rivers and lakes are bound to be struck by blades. If you dwell in such a world, how can you not expect to face a beating?" Concluding, Tian Ziqi paid them no further heed, raising his gaze to fixate on Zhuang Zifeng, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he approached slowly. As Tian Ziqi advanced, Zhuang Zifeng, usually composed, suddenly faltered, retreating hastily a few steps, while his sister and several affluent friends behind him also appeared alarmed by Tian Ziqi's demeanor. As Tian Ziqi neared, Zhuang Zifeng shouted, "Do not come any closer, do not." If Tian Ziqi were to break his legs, it would indeed be a tragedy for Zhuang Zifeng. As he drew nearer, Tian Ziqi relished the thrill and excitement coursing through him. Sensing a devilish essence within himself, not only thirsting for the blood of others, but also deriving pleasure from intimidating them. How wicked! Just as he was about to reach Zhuang Zifeng, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Due to their proximity, Tian Ziqi was unable to discern the identity of the individual before him. Reluctantly, he took 2 steps back and was taken aback to discover that among the group stood a girl. The girl had her eyes tightly shut and turned her head away, displaying a visage of palpable fear. Yet, despite her trepidation, she courageously positioned herself in front of the others, extending her frail arms to shield Tian Ziqi. Observing this young girl, who appeared to be of similar age to Xia Shirhan, Tian Ziqi felt a flicker of emotion and astonishment within him. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, "Step aside. I do not harm women, and certainly not a girl." Upon hearing Tian Ziqi's words, the girl's tense nerves began to ease slightly. She opened her eyes and fixed a determined gaze upon him, resolutely declaring, "I will not allow you to harm my brother unless you first deal with me." Tian Ziqi chuckled, "And who might your brother be? And who are you?" "My brother is Zhuang Zifeng, and I am Zhuang Yiting," the girl replied. "Zhuang Yiting?" Tian Ziqi laughed heartily. "What a curious name. Are you attempting to play a part? Is it akin to your current demeanor? You are too much. I shall confront you," Zhuang Yiting retorted, her indignation transforming into a fervent energy as she charged at Tian Ziqi, striking with fists and kicking, even attempting to bite him in a frenzied manner. Tian Ziqi sensed that his jest had deeply wounded the petite girl before him. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, her fury resembled that of a lion cub. He glanced at her and then at the several boys behind her. Shaking his head, he said, "Forget it. I shall not hold it against them. Now, may I go free?" Zhuang Yiting paused, momentarily halting her nearly futile assault. Staring at him in bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed, Tian Ziqi scoffed, "A group that requires a girl for protection is hardly worth my time. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned away without sparing Xia Shirhan a glance. Yet, inwardly lamented, heavens, the distance to the company must be several dozen kilometers. In just 5 minutes, I could reach it in my mecha, yet with these legs, it would take me 10 times as long. What on earth is this madness? Here I am, shirking my duties, entangled in this farce with Xia Shi. I am not a heartless villain nor a notorious fiend. I am but a kind-hearted and honest individual. My goodness, did I truly engage in all of that just now? Absolutely not. It must have been someone else. Tian Ziqi mused to himself, disregarding Xia Shi as he prepared to return. Stop right there. Came Zhuang Zifeng's voice. Tian Ziqi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. This fellow was truly insistent. Every time he sought to avoid conflict, Zhuang Zifeng reignited the tension. One can endure only so much. Tian Ziqi thought, spinning around, ready to incapacitate him with a swift strike. But Zhuang Zifeng interjected, "You are correct. I am Yiting's brother, and I feel shame in requiring her protection. Thus, I challenge you to a duel." "A duel? Ha! You amuse me. You are no match for me," Tian Ziqi replied, suppressing laughter. "I will not engage in a physical fight," Zhuang Zifeng asserted, shaking his head. "I have heard from Xia Shi that your mecha piloting skills are exceptional. Therefore, I propose we compete in a mecha race. Are you willing?" Tian Ziqi grinned. "I have yet to encounter a situation I would shy away from. Even unarmed, I could best you, let alone in a mecha. No, I do not wish to fight you in combat, nor do I intend to pit our martial skills against each other. Let us race for speed instead," Zhuang Zifeng fervently insisted. "You may select any mecha you wish, and I shall utilize my hurricane." Tian Ziqi shrugged. "In a speed race, you are still no match for me. One can only ascertain that after we race," Zhuang Zifeng retorted, adding, "Let me be candid. My hurricane is equipped with the latest and most powerful civilian mecha engine. Should you defeat me, I shall no longer pursue Xia Shi and will leave whenever you are present. Conversely, should you lose, the same conditions apply, and Xia Shi must agree to be my girlfriend. Do you dare? Whether she becomes your girlfriend is of no concern to me. You must ask her," Tian Ziqi replied, glancing at Xia Shi. Xia Shi shot him an exasperated look, stating, "I do not consent to your wager. You may compete amongst yourselves, but do not involve me. I am not the one racing." Zhuang Zifeng, furious yet amused, laughed heartily. "Then let us compete. You against me. Do you dare?" Although Xia Shi had previously bested Zhuang Zifeng, she sensed that he was holding back this time, merely to provoke her. Yet, true to her nature, she would not be intimidated. If others dared to wager on her, she would accept their challenge. What is there to fear? "Do not forget that you are my defeated foe, and not just once. Do you truly believe my previous victories indicate my superiority? I merely played with you, not wishing to undermine your self-esteem." Zhuang Zifeng scoffed. Seeing Zhuang Zifeng's demeanor, Xia Shi nudged Tian Ziqi, saying, "Tian Qi, let us board the mecha and compete. I wish to see what skills this pretender possesses." Zhuang Zifeng laughed. "So, does this mean you both accept the wager? If Tian Ziqi loses, he must avoid me, and Xia Shi will become my girlfriend." Xia Shi shot Tian Ziqi a glance, her expression dismissive. "I have no objections." Tian Ziqi, observing Zhuang Zifeng's fervent gaze, felt a sense of helplessness. If he refused to accept the challenge, Zhuang Zifeng would undoubtedly persist. Thus, he shrugged and reluctantly agreed, "Very well, I consent." Although the various configurations of the Angel were top-tier products, it was primarily designed for women, and the cockpit was somewhat cramped. The two of them occupying the space might hinder the driver's performance. "Are you both certain you want to share this mecha?" Zhuang Zifeng inquired. Tian Ziqi smiled. "While the mecha is important, the pilot is of greater significance." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Enough of this chatter. Let us prepare for the race. You dictate the course. We shall traverse the city, proceeding in a straight line, with the finish line at the southern suburb spaceport, of course. You may choose any route you deem shortest, but you must avoid colliding with other mechas, vehicles, pedestrians, and buildings. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. The first to reach the southern suburb spaceport without any collisions shall be declared the victor." Zhuang Zifeng promptly outlined the course and rules. Tian Ziqi glanced at Xia Shi, noting her indifference, and nodded. "Very well, that works." He allowed Xia Shi to board the mecha first, then followed suit. Initially, Tian Ziqi wished to pilot the Angel himself, but Xia Shi insisted on taking the controls to secure another victory over Zhuang Zifeng, refusing to relinquish the driver's seat. Thus, Tian Ziqi reluctantly took a seat beside her, prepared to watch her compete. If she triumphed, that would be ideal. If not, he would have no choice but to step in himself. Such were his thoughts. The two mechas positioned themselves at the starting line, accompanied by a dozen other mechas, albeit slightly further back to allow ample space for the race to commence. The starting line. Zhuang Yiting's Fire Phoenix began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. With each second that passed, just as the final number echoed from the Fire Phoenix speakers, Both the Angel and Hurricane surged forth simultaneously, creating a buzzing wind as they sped southward. Observing this, the other mechas activated, following suit, their speeds varying significantly. Before long, they spread out along the lengthy mecha racing track. However, as this was not an official competition, their pace was inconsequential. Meanwhile, Xia Shihan and Zhuang Zifeng had already emerged as the leading figures of the mecha fleet, gradually widening the gap with the second group by several kilometers. Nonetheless, while Jinghua City was expansive, it was not the largest city in the Huaxia Alliance, merely ranking within the top 10. The city's maximum width stretched 300 kilometers, while the minimum was still over 100 kilometers. A testament to the enormous population growth. In the absence of traffic, traveling from the city center to the suburbs in a hovering vehicle at a speed of 100 miles per hour would still take over half an hour. To traverse the city, one must follow the road, which would take at least 2 hours, as the terrain is not consistently smooth. There are always twists and turns along the way. At this moment, Xia Shihan encountered a minor setback, for as the mechas approached the city center, their numbers increased significantly. Unavoidably, Xia Shihan found herself compelled to reduce her speed. Originally, she had a velocity of over 300 miles per hour in the suburbs, but now it dwindled to merely 100 miles per hour. Despite this reduction, she still felt it was somewhat rapid, for although the proportion of individuals possessing mechas was relatively low, in a population as vast as that of Jinghua City, even a small percentage represented a considerable number. For instance, with a total urban population of 30 million, if only 5% own mechas, that would amount to 1,500,000 mechas. Once these 1,500,000 mechas ventured out, they predominantly operated within the city limits, making the center exceedingly congested. Xia Shihan, being a young girl, despite her quirky personality and penchant for pranks, harbored a fear of danger and a fondness for her beloved mecha, prompting her to decrease her speed. However, Zhuang Zifeng, like a man possessed, though he too slowed down, was still noticeably much faster than Xia Shihan, maintaining a speed of at least 150 miles per hour. Though the road was crowded with mechas, that purple hurricane effortlessly navigated through the gaps between them, swaying its rear end to create a distance of several hundred meters from Angel. After a series of deft maneuvers, it distanced itself by a full kilometer, and with a few more twists, the hurricane vanished from Xia Shihan's sight. According to the arena monitors, the hurricane was now leading Angel by over 2 kilometers. Feeling a rush of anxiety, Xia Shihan immediately sought to accelerate, but found herself hindered by 2 mechas traveling parallel ahead, annoyingly positioned close enough together to block the path, but not so close as to allow her to pass between them. The gaps on either side offered no safe passage either. Xia Shihan hastily activated her speaker, exclaiming, "The 2 mechas ahead, move aside. Make way." Ironically, upon her request, the 2 mechas drew even closer together, effectively sealing the route. Attempting to maneuver around them was thwarted by their S-shaped trajectory, as one of them dismissively retorted, "Why should we move just because you say so? Who do you think you are?" Fuming with indignation, Xia Shihan glanced at Tian Ziqi and lamented, "Are these 2 fools sent by Zhuang Zifeng to deliberately obstruct us?" Tian Ziqi chuckled and replied, "That possibility cannot be dismissed, but your tone is rather impolite as well." Xia Shihan, incensed, shot back, "Mind your own business. Humph, those 2 scoundrels are asking for trouble." With that, she prepared to accelerate and force her way through, only to be restrained by Tian Ziqi, who exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten the rules of the competition? Colliding with any mecha counts as a failure. If you wish to fail, don't drag me down with you." Xia Shihan giggled mischievously and said, "I don't care about that. That guy's been pretending to be foolish and has lost to me several times. In the end, he still doesn't enforce the results. I'll just use this as an excuse to ignore his so-called rules." He, Tian Ziqi, adopting a serious demeanor, countered, "You are you, and I am I. You are just a little girl. And while it may be fine for you to be unreliable, what about me? I, Tian Qi, am a man of integrity, a model citizen of Jinghua City known for my honesty. I must take this seriously. Besides, would you want to see your beloved mecha get dented?" Xia Shihan paused, momentarily taken aback by his words, and shot him an exasperated glance before asking, "So what do you suggest I do?" Tian Ziqi grinned and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to witness my mecha piloting skills? Then take a seat and let me handle the controls." After a moment of contemplation, Xia Shihan nodded. "All right, it's in your hands now. My reputation and your credibility are at stake, so don't let me down." As she slowed down to adjust her mecha's operations, she shifted her position slightly. Tian Ziqi took over the controls with a slight smile, instructing, "Just watch and keep quiet, buckle up, and hold on tight. Otherwise, You might bite your tongue or hit your head when we accelerate. Xia Shirhan scoffed. Is it really that dramatic? Just start moving already. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a sudden force propel them forward, pinning her back firmly against the seat. Her heart raced as she experienced a sensation of weightlessness, followed by a jarring drop and a sudden lift, accompanied by a dizzying sway. Tian Ziqi's angel abruptly accelerated, leaping over the two obstructing mechas and swiftly weaving between several others, maintaining a breathtaking speed that exceeded 300 miles per hour. Wow, Superman, catch up! Exclaimed a typically cautious driver who had never exceeded the speed limit, excitement evident in his voice, though it was merely a fleeting exclamation. Oh my dear, look at Superman! Another man exclaimed, pointing in astonishment at the rapidly shrinking white figure ahead. It was a female mecha, and the occupant was not a Superman, but rather a superwoman. A sharp-eyed girl corrected him. Within mere seconds, Tian Ziqi's angel had surpassed the leading hurricane, quickly leaving it in the dust at twice its speed. Racing towards the southern suburbs of the city as if its rear were ablaze. Amid the congested mecha-filled city center, Angel continued to sway, accelerate, leap, and spin with dazzling agility, akin to a remarkably nimble gymnastics prince, or rather, a gymnastics princess within the mecha. After more than 20 minutes, Angel came to a stop at the space dock entrance in the southern suburbs, having left Hurricane far behind. Tian Ziqi finally withdrew his hands, which were on the verge of cramping, and with a hint of melancholy, shook his head, saying, It's been so long since I personally piloted a mecha that I've become somewhat out of practice. Sighing, he reflected that mecha piloting skills are honed through experience, and only by developing a connection with the mecha can one truly become one with it, rather than merely treating it as a tool. It seemed that, even when piloting Shenlong, he would need to take the controls himself, lest he risk regressing over time. Stretching his hands, he turned to Xia Shirhan, ready to declare their victory, but was taken aback by her appearance. Exclaiming, "What on earth?" Upon glancing at her, he was startled by her hair, which had transformed from a charming style into a chaotic explosion, each strand standing on end. Had this little sorceress styled her hair while he was focused on piloting? He wondered what mischief she was concocting. Unable to contain himself, Tian Ziqi exclaimed, "Wow, Miss Second, your hairstyle is so unique. Did you do it yourself?" Xia Shirhan, not having time to respond, hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt, stepped onto the automatic lift, and leaped down from the mecha. Before she even landed, she crouched down and began to heave. Observing her distress, Tian Ziqi swiftly exited the mecha, gently patting her back while offering her a bottle of water. Saying, "Rinse your mouth." Xia Shirhan accepted the bottle, taking a few sips to rinse her mouth, and asked, "Thank you. Where did this water come from?" "It's from the cockpit of your mecha. I noticed there was still half a bottle left. So I just took it," he began. But before he could finish, Xia Shirhan felt another wave of nausea wash over her, as the water had likely been sitting for at least 2 weeks. Normally, she wouldn't even drink water that had been left overnight, but this time. Fortunately, it didn't seem to have much effect, so she merely felt queasy without further vomiting. She patted her chest and leaned against Angel. Tian Ziqi chuckled, "Are you all right?" Xia Shirhan shot him a look, responding, "I'm fine. Or so I wish. Do I look fine to you?" In all honesty, after that wild ride, Xia Shirhan had not only vomited but felt as though her very soul had been on the verge of being flung from her body. This guy piloted the mecha with such ferocity yet such fluidity, effortlessly handling even the most complex situations, like a nimble monkey. Wait, her mecha was so beautiful. How could she compare it to a monkey? The monkey was him. Little did Xia Shirhan know that Tian Ziqi had faced far more perilous situations on Rabixi Star. Had she witnessed the thrilling scenes of him piloting the mecha while attracting mechanical beasts, she would surely have deemed today's competition as child's play. However, she had no opportunity to see it, so she could only speculate. Though she was still young, her mind was quite sharp. She squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Tian Ziqi as if she were trying to see through him. Yet, his innocent, carefree smile made him appear to be just an exceptionally ordinary person. "Where did you learn to operate a mecha so skillfully?" Xia Shirhan couldn't help but inquire. Tian Ziqi chuckled slyly, "That's a secret." Xia Shirhan pouted playfully, saying, "Just tell me, please, please." Tian Ziqi felt a stir in his heart and replied, "All right, actually, I learned my skills from video games." "Video games?" Xia Shirhan exclaimed with delight. "Is it mecha era?" Tian Ziqi recalled that Chang'an had once gifted him a game chip, which contained mecha control methods identical to those used in reality. Hence, he intended to use this game as a diversion, though he hadn't paid attention to its title. If it truly was called Mecha Era, could it be a sign of destiny, regardless of its name? Tian Ziqi nodded earnestly. Yes, that's indeed the game. I am learning based on it. Xia Shihan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I also learn mecha operation through games, just like a simulator. After mastering it, I often practice driving to hone my skills. I never expected that playing Mecha Era could lead to such proficiency. I must train diligently once I return. Tian Ziqi eagerly nodded. Yes, you must train hard. If you are impatient and seek quick results, it will be ineffective. Therefore, you must have a long-term training plan. As long as this little imp didn't bother him anymore, Tian Ziqi was willing to say anything. After chatting with Xia Shihan for a while longer and helping her tame her explosive hairstyle, they waited a few minutes until Zhuang Zifeng's purple hurricane finally arrived. At this moment, Xia Shihan and Tian Ziqi had delved deeply into their discussion about the game. Upon Zhuang Zifeng's arrival, she immediately urged Tian Ziqi to board the mecha and activated the angel speakers to announce to Zhuang Zifeng, "Playing the fool, are you dumbfounded? You've never beaten me in a match, so give up that hope. From today onward, wherever Tian Qi and I are present, you must steer clear. That's the game rule. And the old man at the space dock can attest to it. I won't waste my breath on you. Just know it. Goodbye. Oh no, it's best if I never see you again." With that, she turned off the speakers and urged Tian Ziqi to pilot the mecha towards Jinxia Corporation. Why let Tian Ziqi pilot the mecha? Because Xia Shihan yearned to experience that thrill once more. Inside the hurricane mecha, Zhuang Zifeng sat dazed, his expression vacant, lost in thought until his sister and friends arrived half an hour later, jolting him awake. Seeing the inquisitive gazes of his companions, Zhuang Zifeng's expression fluctuated as he said, "I arrived, but I didn't see them." Everyone rejoiced, bursting into laughter and congratulating Zhuang Zifeng. "Brother Feng, you were leading the mecha. Of course, you'll win in the end." However, Zhuang Yiting still inquired, "But where are they?" Before Zhuang Zifeng could respond, another chimed in. Maybe they saw Brother Feng in the lead and, unable to catch up, scampered away. "What about the results of the competition? What about the punishment?" one person asked. Zhuang Zifeng smiled bitterly. "Let us forget it. Without witnesses, our claims wouldn't hold water. Besides, with my abilities, as long as I don't let Xia Shihan win, I'll have plenty of opportunities." Yet, as he spoke, his heart felt even heavier. "Brother Feng, you're too refined and gentlemanly. If I had my eye on a girl, I'd go straight for it. Who has time to play games with her?" Someone grumbled. "Are you stupid? That's the daughter of the president of Huaxia Group. Go ahead, make your move and see what happens," another countered. Zhuang Zifeng raised his hand, halting the idle chatter. "This competition ends here. Let us not discuss it further. I have plenty of chances ahead, and clinging to this one serves no purpose. Let us not bring it up again, lest Xia Shihan hears and mocks us." "All right, fine." Although the others found Zhuang Zifeng's words somewhat unusual, they acquiesced. As Xia Shihan hurried back, she simply wanted to drop Tian Ziqi off at the company and return home to train in the game. Unaware of Zhuang Zifeng's shamelessness in distorting the truth, text 062. Game Training Method, Part 2. Setting aside Zhuang Zifeng's despicable behavior, Xia Shihan delivered Tian Ziqi back to the company and then headed home alone in the mecha. Upon returning home, she immediately dove into the simulation pod of Mecha Era, practicing the series of training methods she had learned from Tian Ziqi. Meanwhile, Tian Ziqi, whose sole purpose was to serve Xia Shihan, had nothing to do now and leisurely made his way back to his staff dormitory. Tian Ziqi's safe return, particularly with the second daughter of the group personally piloting the mecha, left everyone astonished. Though they refrained from expressing their feelings, their astonished expressions spoke volumes. Greeting the wide-eyed seniors who stared at him as if he were a ghost, Tian Ziqi returned to his dormitory. After freshening up, he happily headed to the company cafeteria for a meal. This carefree and pleasant lifestyle made him feel as if he had returned to his university days. The cafeteria was sparsely populated, reminiscent of the times he had skipped classes early to claim a spot, arriving early meant enjoying fresh, steaming rice and dishes, and sitting wherever he pleased. What a joy! Sipping soup before the meal. He began with a generous bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup before filling a plate with food and finding a table to sit. After watching Tian Ziqi consume such a large bowl of soup, the cafeteria manager, a disgruntled middle-aged man, reminded him, "Tian Qi, the company cafeteria is self-service. Why not take smaller portions multiple times? If you can't finish, your salary will be deducted as a penalty." Tian Ziqi looked up, smiling at the rotund man, thinking to himself, "At your age, you still want to cut my rations? Haven't you had enough yourself?" However, he refrained from mocking him, merely chuckling, "Am I not following your advice? I took a reasonable amount this time. Once I finish this plate, I'll have about 70% full. Still, taking more? That large plate of rice and dishes weighs at least 7 or 8 pounds. Eating another 7 or 8 pounds and still claiming to be only 70% full? Are you a pig? The manager's lips twitched in disbelief before he walked away, silently watching from afar, ready to impose a penalty if Tian Ziqi left any food uneaten. Unfortunately for him, Tian Ziqi finished the first plate and went for a second, adding 2 roasted chicken wings and a drumstick, leaving not a crumb behind. The manager was left stunned as he checked the empty plate. Seeing the manager's sour expression, Tian Ziqi felt a surge of satisfaction. Patting his belly, he remarked as he walked away, "Today, I'll just eat to 70% full." Overeating in truth, he was already stuffed. Suddenly, the manager grabbed Tian Ziqi's arm and said, "Tian, can we discuss something?" "Oh?" Tian Ziqi was taken aback by the manager's grip, wondering if it was because he had eaten too much and was being detained. The cafeteria's rule was clear: eat as much as one likes, as long as they don't take it outside. Who would venture out for a meal lacking hygiene and at their own expense when there was such a good cafeteria? The plump manager smiled. "Tian, how about we discuss a matter?" Seeing the manager's expression shift from displeasure to delight, Tian Ziqi felt a twinge of curiosity and nodded. "What is it?" "I noticed your astonishing appetite and speed. As if a whirlwind was consuming everything." "Hey, manager, why are you saying all this? I'm starting to feel a bit shy. Get to the point." Tian Ziqi interrupted, "Not here to receive compliments." Although that didn't seem like praise either. The manager chuckled. "There's a famous competition called Big Eater. As the name implies, it's a contest to see who can eat the most. I was wondering if you might be interested in participating." Tian Ziqi's eyes sparkled. "If it's a competition, there must be prizes." "What are they?" "The first prize is 10,000 Huaxia coins, and if you break the Big Eater record, you'll receive a small golden trophy of the Big Eater." The manager beamed. Upon hearing the prizes, Tian Ziqi grinned and pointed at the manager. "Come on, manager, be honest. What is your ulterior motive?" The manager hurriedly waved his hands. "I have no ulterior motive, truly none." "Really?" Tian Ziqi chuckled. "Then I'll go ahead and participate. Don't blame me if I win and you don't recognize me afterward." "Hey, wait, don't." The manager quickly replied, "Actually, I do have a motive. I just want that Big Eater trophy. Since Big Eaters are usually plump, the trophy is a small golden figure with a big belly, which I find quite appealing, so I was hoping you could break the record and then give me the trophy. Rest assured, I do not seek to take advantage. May I purchase it for twice the market price of gold?" After pondering for a moment, Tian Ziqi remarked, "Hee, that little golden figure of the Big Eater bears a striking resemblance to you, doesn't it? Are you perhaps considering acquiring a gilded effigy of yourself to display at home?" The portly manager chuckled awkwardly, clearly caught off guard by Tian Ziqi's perceptiveness, yet he hastened to clarify, "It is merely the belly that resembles mine. I am simply a collector, nothing more." Tian Ziqi had already devised a plan. 10,000 in cash plus a small golden figure, which appeared to be even more valuable. Not one to turn down an opportunity, he nodded and inquired, "When does the competition commence?" "I am willing to give it a try, though I cannot guarantee victory." The plump manager replied eagerly, "Every Sunday evening at 7:30, held at Jinghua Television Station. Registration is open from Monday to Saturday, and it will be broadcast live. You could even appear on television." "Xiao Tian, you are quite handsome." Tian Ziqi scoffed. "Handsome is merely one of my attributes. The most crucial aspect is that I'm a person of substance." After a casual chat with the manager, Tian Ziqi left with a smile. It was only Monday, with the competition set for Sunday, and as for registration, the manager would handle everything. Upon exiting the restaurant, Tian Ziqi received a call from Xia Han on his communicator, and he promptly answered. "Hello, little witch, what is it?" "Stinky Tian Chi, do not call me little witch. It is indeed Xia Han. Hurry online and teach me how to utilize game training. I feel as if my time here has been utterly wasted." With no progress whatsoever, Tian Ziqi chuckled. "I do not possess a gaming pod, nor can I connect to the virtual network. How can I instruct you?" In truth, Tian Ziqi could utilize the onboard light brain of the Shuang to play games. And with the capabilities of Xiaolong, he could easily access the virtual network. However, Tian Ziqi regarded himself as a law-abiding citizen, believing it best to follow the proper channels. Such a hassle. Just wait. After saying this, she abruptly cut the signal. Given Xia Han's nature, Tian Ziqi surmised that a brand new gaming pod would soon be delivered to his bachelor apartment, with wireless connectivity to the virtual network as well. Indeed, Tian Ziqi had underestimated Xia Han's capabilities. Just over an hour later, her angel had arrived at the entrance of the Huaxia Mecha Company, accompanied by a small delivery truck. Tian Ziqi could easily guess what was loaded onto it. Xia Han hurriedly found Tian Ziqi, and together with the gaming pod company's staff, they went to his apartment to set up the pod. Once installed, Xiaoshirhan said, "Log in and wait for me. I will contact you shortly." With that, she dashed off again. Log in? What account do I have? Tian Ziqi thought, having only played single-player mecha games before and never ventured into online gaming. He hurriedly entered the gaming pod, donned the Lightbrain helmet, and accessed the interface. Upon entering the Lightbrain interface, Tian Ziqi realized that the gaming pod did not merely provide virtual gaming.it, also allowed for web browsing, movie watching, music listening, downloading, and various other activities akin to the internet services offered by computers, albeit with far more advanced and powerful features. For instance, watching movies and music videos felt incredibly immersive, as if one were truly in that environment. The simple and soothing actions of playing movies and songs could even be controlled via brainwaves. However, playing the game Mecha era could not be controlled in this manner, as improper usage during intense and frantic battles could potentially harm the user's brain, leading to symptoms such as headaches and dizziness, with the most severe cases resulting in brain paralysis or even death. Furthermore, since Mecha era served as a simulation for mecha piloting and skill enhancement, the gaming pod was designed not to rely solely on brain commands. How could one operate a mecha without physical interaction? Thus, the operational platform within the pod mirrored that of an actual mecha control station, except for the fact that the pod itself did not move. As the gaming pod functioned as an educational tool, many users were novices in mecha operation, inevitably glancing at the control sticks and keyboards. Much like new drivers tend to focus on the steering wheel and gear shift, to prevent random misoperations, the gaming Lightbrain could adjust the transparency of its multidimensional simulation visual effects. At 0% transparency, the view was almost indistinguishable from reality, devoid of any illusory sensations. At 50% or higher, the scene became substantially more translucent, allowing users to see the manual operation platform before them. When transparency reached 100%, users would perceive no virtual visual effects. Naturally, the operational platform was primarily for mecha control. Other functions could be managed via brainwaves or voice commands, as these were relatively simple to use, though voice control could sometimes lead to amusing mishaps. For instance, while browsing a novel website, Tian Ziqi intended to locate a book titled The True Game of the Immortal World on his first attempt. He carelessly mispronounced the lengthy title, resulting in a failed search. Fortunately, on his second attempt, he articulated the title clearly and successfully found it, just as he was engrossed in the protagonist rapidly defeating monsters to gain experience. His communicator chimed. Without even needing to move a toe, he knew it was Xiaoshirhan, as they had exchanged friend requests after their initial communication, and he had set a distinctive ringtone for her. Hence, the sound emanating from his communicator was, "Master, Little Witch requests to speak with you. Master, Little Witch requests to speak with you." Fortunately, no one else was around. Otherwise, if Xiaoshirhan were to discover this, she would undoubtedly be furious. However, it was also possible she might designate him as a servant or some such. Adjusting the visual transparency to 80%, Tian Ziqi answered the call, and Xiaoshirhan's voice came through immediately, laced with irritation. "Hey, stinky Tian Chi, why did it take you so long to answer?" Tian Ziqi replied with a smile. "I was busy acclimating to the new gaming pod, so I momentarily lost track of time." "Oh, fine. I forgive you," Xiaoshirhan conceded before continuing. "By the way, my game name is 11959. You can search for me." Tian Ziqi looked at the string of alien characters, feeling frustrated. "Apologies, I cannot comprehend your name." Xiaoshirhan giggled. "Silly Tian Chi, you're out of touch. My name is Baobei Xiaohan." Tian Ziqi replied earnestly. "Isn't it better to use the Chinese characters? They are concise and clear, with no need for guesswork. You typically write simplified Chinese characters quickly using a machine. Yet if you were to write such complex alien characters, you would likely find it tedious." "Stinky Tian Chi, let us not delve into such serious topics. Tell me your name so I can find you." Xiaoshirhan huffed. Tian Ziqi responded. "I have yet to create a character. Is that so? I have already reached level 6 in mecha commanding, and you haven't even established a character? Didn't you say you played this training before?" Xiaoshirhan queried. "I used to play the single-player version," Tian Ziqi clarified. "Oh, well then, hurry up and create a character. Let me know once you're done." "Alright, I have decided that I will name my character Tian Chi. You should create it quickly. This game has a vast number of players, and you might not be able to secure the name you want. Many players have names that are just a string of numerical codes." "Very well, I shall create it now." Lowering the transparency to 0, Tian Ziqi entered the game login interface, scanned his iris, and proceeded to create a character, which would be bound to his identity and thus impervious to theft. Each individual could only establish one character at a time. If one no longer wished to play or desired to start anew, they could delete and recreate their character for further training. Please enter the character name, the system prompted. Tian Qi. Sorry, the name Tian Qi already exists. Qi. Sorry, the name Qi Gu already exists. Tian Qi Gij. Congratulations, the name Tian Qi Gij has been successfully registered, entering the game. As the system's voice echoed, the visual scene transitioned and Tian Ziqi took the opportunity to increase the transparency, addressing his communicator, registration complete. My name is Tian Qi Gij. Tian Qi Gij? Xia Shihan echoed. Yes, it's me, Tian Ziqi quickly confirmed. Xia Shihan remarked. Stinky Tian Qi, taking advantage of me. By age, I am indeed your elder brother. Dream on. Only sweet imaginings exist. Otherwise, there would be no fantasies, for dreams can just as easily turn into nightmares. I can't be bothered to engage in this trivial banter. Quickly enter the game. I have already sent you a friend request. Oh. Tian Ziqi responded with a brief acknowledgement, severing the communication signal and returning to the game. Indeed, a prompt appeared before him. Player 11959 has added you as a friend. Accept? Decline? Accept. Instantly, a name appeared in Tian Qi's friend list, marking his sole companion. The text read, 064, the universe's first rookie has been added as a friend. Shortly thereafter, an invitation to team up from Xia Shihan arrived. And with no choice but to comply, Tian Ziqi acquiesced. He then heard Xia Shihan's voice emanating from the channel system. I see you. Stay put. I will come to find you. Upon forming a team, the positions of other teammates were displayed, indicated by green dots on the map. On the expansive map, Tian Ziqi noticed a green dot approaching him. However, at her current pace, it would take several minutes. Seizing this opportunity, Tian Ziqi took a moment to survey his surroundings within the game. By hiding all toolbars, he found himself immersed in a simulated version of the real world. He was situated in the Jinghua City Central Plaza, which bore an uncanny resemblance to its real-life counterpart, save for one notable difference: the splendid weather. Such bright sunshine was a rarity in reality. The plaza and surrounding streets were teeming with various mechas, with some individuals having stored their mechs within spatial rings, a privilege unattainable in reality, marking a distinct divergence between the game and the real world. At that moment, Tian Ziqi piloted a new model mecha standing at a mere 2.5 meters tall. Rather than a true mecha, it resembled an oversized suit of armor, lacking a cockpit, with the character's limbs and body seemingly embedded within the machine. To illustrate, this new model mecha could be compared to a motorcycle in contrast to a car. One was a mere shell of metal, while the other encapsulated flesh within iron. Although this mecha could not be described as merely a shell of iron, much of its body remained unprotected, akin to riding a motorcycle without external defenses, rendering it perilously vulnerable to harm. Nevertheless, Tian Ziqi was unperturbed by these concerns. He vowed to exchange it for a fully armored mecha before retiring for the night. Upon reviewing his character information, he noted that, without exception, his base scores were all 0. When players first entered the trial arena for practice, the system assessed their performance and automatically calculated their base attribute points. Each stage's maximum score was 10 points, with 6 points signifying a passing grade. After glancing through the game information, by the time Xia Shihan arrived, Tian Ziqi had largely grasped the in-game details. Aside from the addition of various third-party tools, the core functions were similar to the single-player version. The mecha piloted by Xia Shihan was named Angel S-Wing, a female mecha standing 8 meters tall, with a pure white, sanctified body and a pair of expansive, immaculate wings unfurled behind her, creating a dreamlike appearance. Even more enticing to players was the fact that Angel S-Wing could fly. Of course, in reality, Angel S-Wing was also capable of flight. However, such formidable and specialized flying mechas were reserved for military and governmental use, unattainable by ordinary individuals regardless of their wealth. In principle, that was the case. Who could ascertain the identity of the person seated within the cockpit? Standing still and gazing upward in awe, Xia Shihan's Angel S-Wing towered over Tian Ziqi's new model mecha, more than 3 times its height. Yet, Tian Ziqi felt no sense of inferiority. That, of course, I've just entered the game. Give me a week, and soon it will be you all looking up to me. Although he thought this, Xia Shihan couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, Tian Qi, you look just like a large ostrich right now. Haha, it's too amusing. Xia Shihan's observation was indeed accurate. The slender legs of this new model mecha, combined with its relatively broad body, made its movements resemble those of a bird, leading many to refer to the new model mecha as a bird mecha. With a playful grin, Tian Ziqi replied, Not bad. These legs are quite alluring. TCH, enough of that. Let us get you leveling up, shall we? Xia Shihan suggested. Once you reach level 10, you'll be eligible to discard the new model mecha in favor of a rookie mecha. And you will receive a formal rookie standard mecha. Leveling up? Is that really engaging? Can't we directly challenge the honor rank? That's a faster way to level up, Tian Ziqi countered. Successfully completing a challenge not only grants you the honor title of rookie, but also immediately elevates your level to 10. Along with a rookie standard mecha. Are we going to challenge the honor rank now? With your bird mecha? Xia Shihan expressed mild surprise. Typically, no one would think so recklessly. However, you are not alone in this sentiment. There have been a few others who attempted this before, albeit with a low success rate. Yet, knowing you, I believe you can pull it off. Go for it. She was relieved at the prospect of not having to guide a novice, granting her the freedom to explore, yet she was eager for Tian Ziqi to swiftly advance to the rank of mecha commander, enabling her to train or compete within the same level rooms. With a smile, Tian Ziqi said, "All right, you go have fun." Watching Xia Shihan's retreating figure, he proceeded directly to the trial arena. The novice trial required players to demonstrate speed, reflexes, skill, and courage to advance to rookie status and obtain a rookie standard mecha. Upon entering the trial arena, he selected the novice trial venue, initiating the assessment, and was randomly teleported to a trial map devoid of other players. It seemed few opted for this arduous path to elevate their honor rank. Save for Tian Ziqi. At that moment, he stood in the safety zone of the trial arena, while directly across from him lay a chaotic obstacle zone. The true terror of the obstacle zone did not reside solely in the evident challenges. Lurking behind the obstacles were unforeseen dangers. This dual-layered challenge would truly test the mecha warrior's speed, reflexes, skills, and courage. The obstacle zone was fraught with abysses, quagmires, fiery pits, iron nets, towering walls, and massive boulders, each testing the operational capabilities of the mecha warrior. Faced with a chasm, would one muster the courage and speed to leap across? Confronting the towering wall and boulders on the other side, could one scale them while jumping over the abyss? Navigating the iron net required sufficient speed and skill to pass through, and when confronted with flames and quagmires, one had to accurately leap onto the stone pillars amidst the fire and mire. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences, falling into the depths of the quagmire or the blazing inferno, with no chance of recovery. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that this series of obstacles had to be traversed within 60 seconds to be deemed a pass. Exceeding this time limit would result in failure. This time constraint was logical. Otherwise, certain novices could take hours to complete the course. Naturally, these obstacles were designed for novices, limited to those with exceptional skills yet new to the game. Thus, even if the challenges were daunting and the mecha subpar, a skilled player could still navigate through relatively easily. Meanwhile, those lacking in skill would need to practice diligently until they reach level 10, at which point they would become proficient with the mecha. Taking a deep breath while observing the obstacle zone beyond the safety area, Tian Ziqi initiated his bird mecha and dashed forth with remarkable speed, propelling himself across the chasm and landing on the boulder on the other side. Upon landing, he barely touched down, leaping forward with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Akin to a master of martial arts or a birdman soaring through the AI art. As soon as he landed, he was already at the iron wire mesh, performing a roll to dissipate his momentum. Then springing to the ground like a swift lizard, swiftly navigating through the electrified iron net. Emerging from the iron net, he encountered a 100-meter-long expanse of fire and quagmire, with merely 20 stone pillars resembling plum blossom stakes. The mecha had to leap 5 meters each time to land on the next stone pillar. Otherwise, it would surely fall and face a game over. This distance of 5 meters was considerable. Yet Tian Ziqi sprinted forward, leaping effortlessly between pillars, landing with the steadiness of walking on solid ground. In the final second of crossing the finish line, the system excitedly announced, "Congratulations, Tian Ziqi, you have passed the assessment in 29 seconds. Congratulations, Tian Ziqi, you have shattered the universal record, becoming the universe's first rookie. Would you like to announce this to the world? Universe's first rookie? Should I announce it to the world? Of course not. Otherwise, my inbox will be inundated." Tian Ziqi selected no, but unexpectedly, the system still made the announcement. Player Tian XXX has broken the rookie record with a time of 29 seconds, becoming the universe's first rookie. A new page has been turned in the universal record, with the title Universe First Rookie being conferred upon Tian XXX. To his astonishment, the title of Universe's First Rookie was singular, having transferred from the previous record holder to Tian Ziqi. In truth, many mecha experts continuously deleted their characters to start afresh, yearning to shatter records and claim the title of Universe's First Rookie, underscoring the significance of such a title. Certainly, Those who aspire to attain higher mastery invariably seek to earn more prestigious titles, such as the universe's greatest warrior, supreme leader of the cosmos, premier general of the universe, and divine combatant of the cosmos, among others. Beyond the apex titles of the universe, there are also regional distinctions, such as the greatest of Huaxia and the foremost of the East and West. Some exceptional masters may even possess multiple titles of supremacy. At this moment, the cosmic channel buzzes with a cacophony of languages, refreshing at an astounding rate of hundreds of thousands per second, encompassing Huaxia, Ameri, and Japanese tongues. Expressions of awe, congratulations, speculation, and disdainful arrogance fill the air. Tian Ziqi felt fortunate that the system had concealed his name. Otherwise, his inbox would undoubtedly be inundated, potentially causing the game to lag unbearably. At that juncture, Xia Shirhan sent a message, inquiring, Tian Chi, could this player Tian XXX possibly be you? Tian Ziqi chuckled in response. Do you think that's feasible? Xia Shirhan promptly replied, I deem it impossible. Tian Ziqi was rendered speechless, saying, then that settles it. It's truly not you. Xia Shirhan continued. I assumed as much. We only parted for a few minutes. Focus on your training and reach the level of mecha commander swiftly, so you can teach me. Tian Ziqi found her statement somewhat awkward. It seemed rather peculiar for a novice to instruct a superior. Disengaging from the communication with Xia Shirhan, Tian Ziqi began to inspect his new mecha, which displayed the characteristics of the standard rookie mecha within his spatial ring. Standard rookie mecha, Blade Warrior, Grade G. Standing at 5.5 meters tall and weighing 8 tons. It is operable by those with a rank of Mecha Warrior Level 1 and above, with an honor level classified as Junior Mecha Warrior. Tian Ziqi's eyes lit up. Within the game, there indeed existed a grading system for mechas. This suggested that a similar hierarchy might also be present in the military, potentially even more intricate. Switching out, he logged into the official game website to review the mecha grading system. Traditional mechas are categorized into 10 levels, ascending from G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, to SSS, corresponding to the honor levels of mecha warriors from level 1 to level 10. Mechas surpassing the SSS level are designated with exclusive titles of Saint and God rank, corresponding to Mecha Battle Saint and Mecha Battle God, respectively. In reality, an ordinary mecha warrior could operate a God-level mecha. But within the game, a player's rank dictates the mechas they are permitted to pilot. For instance, Tian Ziqi is only able to pilot a Grade G mecha currently. Upon advancing to the rank of Senior Mecha Commander, he would attain level 6 Warrior Honor, allowing him to operate mechas ranging from Grade G to Grade B. Naturally, a novice's bird mecha could also be piloted, yet it is unlikely anyone would wish to be a bouncing bird man. Returning to the game, Tian Ziqi checked his character attributes once more. Name, Tian Chi Gij, character level, 10. Honor level, 1. Honor title, Mecha Warrior, Junior, piloting mecha, standard rookie mecha, Blade Warrior, Grade G, weaponry, alloy battle blade. The Grade G mecha signifies that its overall capabilities are rated as G, encompassing the defensive strength of the mecha's external armor, the energy shield's resilience, and the caliber of its engine, energy chamber, cockpit, and other factors affecting speed, strength, agility, and comfort, all rated at G, the lowest tier comparatively. Furthermore, the alloy battle blade utilized by the Blade Warrior is considered a low-grade weapon, lacking enhancements such as energy, ion, particle, photon, or electronic attributes. However, in comparison to higher-tier weaponry, the alloy battle blade still possesses formidable power. With sufficient force, it can effortlessly cleave through the external armor of mechas rated D and below. Following a successful challenge, Tian Ziqi's character level surged to level 10. Thus, his next course of action is to continue challenging himself, striving for level 2, 3, and even higher honors. Achieving honors beyond level 1 necessitates overcoming obstacles that are somewhat more arduous than the initial trial and defeating the mecha instructors at the end of each obstacle zone. Akin to the boss guarding each level, when Tian Ziqi endeavored to attain level 2 honor, he encountered another Blade Warrior, mecha, yet the opposing information indicated a level 3 mecha warrior, an advanced mecha warrior. Such an advanced mecha warrior appeared insignificant to Tian Ziqi. In his eyes, they were inconsequential. He leaped over the obstacle zone, brandishing his alloy battle blade as he charged towards the opposing Blade Warrior. Pushing his speed to the limit while weaving an S-shaped trajectory, akin to a whirlwind sweeping through. Upon closing in within mere meters, he executed a formidable slash, clang. A shrill and thunderous metallic clash resonated as Tian Ziqi unleashed a fierce strike. Yet the alloy battle blade could not withstand such immense force, shattering halfway and clattering to the ground. The opposing boss, Blade Warrior, had just raised its alloy battle blade when it abruptly froze. A distinct crack visible in its midsection. Boom! The blade warrior crumpled to the ground. Congratulations to Tian Ziqi for successfully advancing to level 2 Honor Mecha Warrior, elevating his level to 20. He was awarded the F-grade Mecha Giant Sword Warrior. Congratulations to Tian Ziqi for achieving proficiency level 1 in the basic move of Mecha Martial Arts, Blade Slash. Fortunately, with a new mecha at his disposal, Tian Ziqi avoided a disastrous fate, as the previous battle had cost him a weapon, and he possessed not a single coin. Without a new weapon, he would have to spend time completing quests to earn money. As for the basic move of Mecha Martial Arts, Blade Slash, it brought a smile to Tian Ziqi's face. The game intriguingly featured Mecha Martial Arts techniques. Since there were foundational moves, there must exist a systematic progression of beginner, intermediate, and advanced Mecha Martial Arts. He wondered what the pinnacle of Mecha Martial Arts could entail. Would it be akin to the legendary Dugu 9 swords, unleashing a divine blade that leaves no armor intact? Tian Ziqi further explored the game's resources regarding Mecha Martial Arts, discovering that such a system indeed existed, though it was contingent upon the player's operational skill, representing a hidden attribute. Given its concealed nature, the official game website did not explicitly mention it, yet discussions on game forums provided some analysis, albeit varying in applicability. Moreover, Tian Ziqi believed himself to be a martial arts savant in the realm of mechas, as he could effortlessly execute many mecha martial arts moves, though he seldom did so in real life to avoid excessive wear on the mecha. Reflecting on his real-world experiences with piloting mechas, he naturally recalled the existence of mecha martial arts, which were only found within specialized military mecha units, where these warriors were assigned to undertake particularly covert operations. Given the secretive nature of this information, what he could access was inconsequential, lacking significant detail, so he merely skimmed through before closing the browser. Nonetheless, he recalled Annie and Josili. The mecha squad led by Annie was indeed a special unit. However, it struck him as odd that he had never witnessed any remarkable mecha combat techniques from them, leaving him to wonder whether they reserved their skills for private display or if their combat techniques were rather mundane, so ordinary that he had overlooked them entirely. Enough of these thoughts. Returning to the game, Tian Ziqi donned his new Giant Sword Warrior and embarked on a fresh path of challenges. Unexpectedly, the mecha he faced for the level 3 honor challenge was a D-grade mecha known as Doom Shooter. Piloted by at least a level 4 mecha warrior, categorized as a junior mecha commander, Tian Ziqi felt a twinge of frustration, for the Doom Shooter was a ranged attacker, equipped with a 100mm rapid-fire machine gun, a high-tier electromagnetic cannon, and the most formidable weapon of all, a doomsday sniper rifle capable of precision strikes, making it a bane for low-grade, defensively weak mechas. However, for Tian Ziqi, whose agility and unpredictable movement patterns rendered him elusive, the doomsday sniper rifle posed little threat. As he deftly maneuvered through the hail of bullets, he took a slightly circuitous route but quickly closed the distance to the Doom Shooter. When a ranged mecha is approached by a close-quarters attacker, it faces inevitable doom. With a powerful swing of the alloy giant sword, Tian Ziqi severed the Doom Shooter's signature weapon, the Doomsday Sniper Rifle, in a single stroke, following up with 2 more swift slashes. He dismantled the rapid-fire machine gun and electromagnetic cannon, then began to dismantle the Doom Shooter, as if toying with a helpless opponent. The external armor of the Doom Shooter was pried open. The system chimed with celebratory notifications. Tian Ziqi achieved yet another victory. Tian Ziqi ascended to level 3 Honor Mecha Warrior, qualifying as a senior Mecha Warrior. At this juncture, the honor level was but a step away from Xia Shihan's requirements. Tian Ziqi, undeterred, persevered and undertook the challenge of the 4th level once more. By the time Tian Ziqi completed the challenge and ascended to the rank of a junior mecha commander, having spent a little over an hour, it was already past 6 in the evening. He intended to inform that girl, Xia Shihan, but found that she had already logged off. As dinner time approached, Tian Ziqi decided to log off as well to partake in his meal. After dinner, Tian Ziqi returned online to continue his challenges, yet Xia Shihan was still absent, preoccupied with her own affairs. Thus, he resolved to focus solely on his pursuit of honor levels. However, the challenges grew increasingly arduous as he progressed, consuming more time. Throughout the entire night, from 7 in the evening until 7 the following morning, a span of 12 hours, he managed to complete merely 3 challenges, successfully navigating the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels, which elevated his honor level to that of a junior mecha warrior. Reflecting on his relentless endeavors, Tian Ziqi mused, "Am I truly the legendary one who triumphs 7 times in a night?" He then logged off to have breakfast. Although he felt no fatigue, he recognized the necessity of sleep for the body's restoration. After finishing his meal, he dutifully lay down, only to drift into slumber the moment his head hit the pillow. As the saying goes, what one thinks during the day, one dreams at night. Tian Ziqi found himself dreaming of the climactic final challenge. The intensity of that last competition was nothing short of brutal. Having advanced to the rank of a senior commander earlier in the night, he was taken aback to encounter a level 10 mecha commander during his ascent to the rank of a level 7 mecha warrior. The shock of facing a level 10 mecha commander was profound. The commander's skills, equipment, and mecha were all of SSS grade, whereas Tian Ziqi's were merely A grade. The commander's offensive capabilities were indisputable, with long-range attacks saturating every corner of Tian Ziqi's position, leaving him with no option but to retreat into the obstacle zone. In a desperate attempt, he engaged the commander with a level 200,000 long-range particle cannon. But the outcome was as one might expect. The mecha commander's firepower threatened to obliterate the obstacle zone, while Tian Ziqi's particle cannon barely succeeded in neutralizing the commander's energy shield. Just as despair crept in, the mecha commander, perhaps underestimating the situation, ceased its remote bombardment and charged forward wielding the commander-grade sword, Starlight. In a moment of inspiration, Tian Ziqi brandished his new weapon, the particle light blade battle axe, and met the charge head-on. With a weapon longer by more than double, he did not dare to clash directly but instead utilized agility, evading and leaping, while occasionally firing shots at the commander. This strategy consumed a significant portion of the night before he finally brought the mecha commander down. When the commander fell and the system confirmed Tian Ziqi's victory, he found no joy in it. How disheartening, he thought, that such a struggle was required merely to ascend to the rank of a level 7 mecha warrior. Reflecting on past experiences and the present circumstances, he concluded that the online version of Mecha Age was significantly more challenging than its single-player counterpart, with stark disparities between the levels of mechas. Had he dared to confront the level 10 commander with his A-grade weapon, victory would have been assured long ago. Gazing into the future, he realized that achieving greatness without god-tier mechas and equipment would be an arduous endeavor. Unable to help but reminisce, Tian Ziqi pondered his simplistic dreams of a future where he could be with a beautiful girl, enjoy a life free from want, and possess a perfect mecha to play with. Among his aspirations, he had already attained one, owning the Shenlong mecha. Though its hardware was not exceptional, it boasted a unique artificial intelligence, Little Dragon. With Little Dragon by his side, even against the most formidable mechas, the Shenlong remained indomitable, ensuring his survival. Thoughts of Little Dragon flooded his mind. The dreamscape materialized with the Shenlong standing before him, its silver frame towering yet behaving like a playful child. Perhaps due to their long companionship, the imposing mecha playfully nuzzled against Tian Ziqi, eliciting a profound sense of pride and grandeur within him as he embraced it. To his surprise, the Shenlong squirmed slightly, playfully resisting, which only heightened its charm, transforming even its cold metallic exterior into something warm and soft, almost human-like. Suddenly, the Shenlong bit down on his shoulder in mock anger, prompting Tian Ziqi to instinctively release his grip. Clutching his shoulder in pain, and just like that, his dream shattered. Upon waking, Tian Ziqi opened his eyes to find a lovely girl with flushed cheeks and an air of indignation. Xia Han. Her exquisite face was a vivid red, eyebrows arched and her sparkling eyes wide open, her pristine teeth biting into her lower lip in frustration, her small fists clenched tightly as if confronting a rogue. She glaring at me? Tian Ziqi wondered. Xiao Han, what brings you here? Xia Han shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, were you pretending to be asleep just now? Deliberately? Ah? Tian Ziqi replied, bewildered. What do you mean deliberately? Observing the petite enchantress before him, memories of his recent dream and the tactile sensations rushed back to him. It dawned on him that the entity he had embraced in his dream was none other than this little witch who had mysteriously entered his dorm. In a wonder, she had squirmed and nipped at him. Yet, even with this realization, Tian Ziqi dared not voice it. The repercussions were unclear. Seeing his dazed expression, Xia Han sensed he truly was oblivious, which eased some of her embarrassment but did little to quell her anger. She hurled her handbag at him, exclaiming, it's already been ages, and you're still asleep. Tian Ziqi dodged the attack, countering, how was I to know how long it had been? I just woke up. Xia Han shot him another disdainful look. It's already 12:30 in the afternoon. You're such a lazy pig, Tian Ziqi scoffed. What kind of pig looks like me? That would be a terrible loss. What did you say? You dare to retort? Xia Han raised her tiny fist in mock threat. Tian Ziqi dismissed her with a scoff. Please, Miss Xia, Can I not sleep a little longer? I played games all night and only fell asleep at 8 this morning. I've only had a little over 4 hours of sleep. I am exhausted with that. He lay back down, intent on resuming his slumber. You were playing games? Xia Han inquired casually. What level are you at now? Could you possibly train a bit faster? As a senior mecha commander, I find it rather lonely at the top with no one to rival me. I see your skills are decent. Hurry up and reach the mecha commander level so we can practice together. Fine, once I'm well rested, I'll join you, Tian Ziqi mumbled. I leveled up to junior mecha warrior overnight. Good, Xia Han habitually praised him while simultaneously elevating her own status, but to her shock, she was caught off guard, exclaiming, "What? Ugh, you're so annoying. Just so annoying," Tian Ziqi grumbled, pulling the blanket over his head, wishing to muffle Xia Han's high-pitched voice. You must clarify what level you've reached. Is it really the mecha warrior level? I've been stuck at the mecha commander level for half a year. Teach me how to level up. Hey, why are you silent? Speak up. If you don't, I swear I'll drive you mad. Get up, get up, get up. Xia Han, upon hearing such thrilling news, was not about to let it slide. It didn't matter if Tian Ziqi was still asleep or otherwise occupied. She would ensure he answered her questions before he could do anything else. Indeed, this was the quintessential style of the little witch. However, Tian Ziqi remained tightly cocooned in his quilt, refusing to reveal himself, let alone answer her questions. Xia Han, embodying the spirit of a mischievous little witch, leaped onto Tian Ziqi's bed and began tugging at his blanket. Yet, Tian Ziqi held the quilt down firmly. Little did he know that this little witch possessed considerable ancient martial arts skills. With a sudden, forceful pull, she was able to dislodge him despite his weight of over 100 pounds pressing down. In her fervor, she lost her footing and fell to the ground. Unprepared, Tian Ziqi was yanked along by the blanket, rolling over and landing squarely on top of Xia Han Point. One cannot help but remark on the sheer melodrama of this situation. A remarkably fortuitous coincidence with a minuscule probability of occurrence. Yet it unfolded between the two of them that very day. It is undeniable that fate had intertwined their paths. At this moment, gazing at the beautiful face so close before him, Tian Ziqi's sleepiness vanished. His deep-set eyes locked onto Xia Han's enchanting gaze as he inhaled the faint, sweet fragrance of a young girl and heard her breaths grow gradually heavier. His eyes glimmered with a hint of bewilderment. Unable to withstand his penetrating gaze, Xia Han let out an almost imperceptible moan, tightly shutting her eyes and clutching the quilt that had fallen to the floor, her cherry-like lips quivering with tension. Faced with such an exquisite beauty, Tian Ziqi found himself entranced, as if he were discovering for the first time the captivating charm of this little witch. He could not resist leaning in closer. At that moment, his trembling lips finally brushed against her soft, cherry-red ones, filling his heart with a warmth and sweetness that had long been absent. Their lips melded together, the warmth of their four petal-like mouths pressed tightly, continuously caressing one another. Perhaps unwilling to leave it so simple, Tian Ziqi, in his daze, gently extended his tongue, launching an assault on her delicate, pearly teeth. Encountering slight resistance, he pressed forward, eventually delving into her warm, sweet mouth, playfully chasing her soft, slippery tongue. After a prolonged struggle, Tian Ziqi finally ensnared her sweet little tongue. She seemed to retreat in trepidation, yielding to his persistent advances until, cornered, she shyly engaged with him in a tender dance. And in that instant, both felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At this juncture, Xia Han's heart was in disarray. Although she appeared lively and cheerful, she was fundamentally a traditional girl with no experience in such matters. Amidst this invasion, she felt a twinge of anticipation, leading her to lose her sense of direction. Suddenly, she recalled her sister, who had always admonished her to uphold her virtue. Startled, she regained clarity, feeling the unwelcome tongue in her mouth, and with a surge of determination, bit down fiercely. A sharp pain shot through Tian Ziqi's tongue, causing him to cry out. The two, who had been entangled for so long, finally separated. Just as Tian Ziqi's first cry faded, a second, more anguished shout erupted, mingled with Xia Han's furious exclamations. Rogue! I'll make you pay for your misdeeds. Disgusting rogue, vile Tian Qi, shameless scoundrel, lecher. You stink. Xia Han's petite fists were clenched, raining down blows upon Tian Ziqi. But his sturdy physique absorbed the strikes with minimal impact, though he still played along with cries of ah, oh, ugh. After a considerable time, Xia Han finally exhausted herself, sitting beside him and rubbing her small hands, declaring, Vile Tian Qi, you're unbearable. Ugh. Tian Ziqi chuckled. Not at all. I brushed my teeth after breakfast before going to sleep. It's only been a few hours. You're infuriating, she retorted, rushing to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. Feeling slightly better. Truth be told, it wasn't as severe as she claimed. It was merely her mind grappling with the experience. Previously, Xia Shirhan had deemed kissing the most repulsive act, with two people exchanging saliva. It was utterly revolting. Yet this time, apart from the initial shock, she found herself oddly stimulated. No, I cannot think this way. I must remember what my sister said, that a girl must preserve her virtue and not let men touch her. Noticing that Xia Shirhan had been in the bathroom for quite some time, Tian Ziqi called out with concern. Second miss, are you all right? Humph, came her only angry response. Oh, as long as you're fine. I was worried you might do something drastic. He sighed in relief. However, this comment prompted Xia Shirhan to burst out, rest assured, even if my conscience were to plague me into self-harm, I would never resort to such measures. My mindset is perfectly sound. Humph. Tian Ziqi felt a wave of lightness wash over him. Humph. You owe me compensation, Xia Shirhan insisted, determined that this rogue should not escape without making amends, lest he think her easy to bully. How should I compensate you? First, put on your clothes and wash up, then I will tell you. She glanced at Tian Ziqi's bare upper body, her cheeks flushing at the sight of this insufferable fellow. Tian Ziqi stood up, grinning. What do you think? Not bad, right? He struck a couple of poses. Xia Shirhan kicked at him in annoyance. Stop that. Hurry up. I'll be waiting for you in the living room. 5 minutes later, having dressed and tidied up, Tian Ziqi entered the living room. The company-provided staff apartment was a small one-bedroom, one living room, one bathroom unit. Most occupants used it merely for rest, as meals were provided by the company cafeteria. Hence it lacked a kitchen, alleviating potential inconveniences for the company. Upon entering the living room, he plopped down on the nearby sofa, asking, What is it? Speak. Xia Shirhan, eager to ask, inquired, First, tell me, have you really been promoted to a level 7 mecha warrior? Tian Ziqi replied nonchalantly, Yes, being a level 7 mecha warrior isn't such a grand honor. There's no need for all the fuss. Of course, the level 7 honor isn't too high, but the key is that you achieved it in a single night. Do you understand what that signifies? I have attempted it for half a year and, with my skills, could not succeed. Yet you accomplished it in such a short time, and the guardian of level 7 is a level 10 mecha commander. To defeat a mecha commander indicates that you possess at least commander-level operational skills, or perhaps even the prowess of a mecha battle sage. Xia Shirhan's expression was animated as she leaned closer to Tian Ziqi. Gripping his sleeve, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Coughing awkwardly, Tian Ziqi thought to himself, not only a mecha battle sage. In his previous life, he was a mecha battle god. Given a divine-level mecha, defeating the mecha battle god would not be impossible. Of course, anything is possible, hence there exists a chance of failure, for reaching the realm of the divine demands extraordinary abilities. Clearing his throat, he suddenly asked Xia Shirhan, By the way, how did you gain access to my dormitory? Hee, do you think it difficult for me to acquire access rights to the smart lock? Xia Shirhan replied playfully, her demeanor sweet as she stood just inches away from him, seemingly having forgotten the previous awkwardness. Oh, I see. Unable to resist her innocent gaze, Tian Ziqi feigned contemplation, remarking, It seems the smart lock is rather lacking in intelligence. I should prop the door shut with the sofa while I sleep. Or else I might end up with a flower thief sneaking in and inadvertently tarnishing my purity, which would be quite troublesome. Ah, you're insufferable, utterly detestable. Vile Tianqi, Xia Shirhan exclaimed, her anger flaring as she realized who the flower thief was. Furious that she had lost her first kiss to this rogue, she felt utterly wronged. As she ranted, tears of frustration began to flow. Upon hearing a beautiful girl cry, Tian Ziqi felt overwhelmed, hastily saying, Please don't cry, don't cry. It was my fault. Isn't that enough? Humph, it's undeniably your fault, and yet you insist otherwise. Yes, it is indeed my fault. I am a rogue, a lecher, I am guilty, and I shall compensate you. Tian Ziqi hurriedly replied, lamenting how he had acted in a moment of confusion. Ultimately, it was his initiative. Can I request anything for compensation? Xia Shirhan asked through her tear-filled eyes, of course, as long as it doesn't violate the principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, morality, and reason. While these 5 words seemed simple, they effectively excluded the vast majority of requests, leaving only those that were reasonable and ethical. Not only would Tian Ziqi extend help to acquaintances like Xia Shirhan, but he would also assist ordinary strangers, as he was a commendable young man in the city. All right, then you need to log in immediately so I can check your level and afterward, you shall train with me. You must teach me daily, always at my beck and call, and no complaining about being tired. Regardless of hardship, you must face it with a smile. That's all I can think of for now. If I remember anything else, I will let you know. Okay. Xia Shirhan enumerated her demands in one breath. Tian Ziqi hesitated. Is that acceptable? Xia Shirhan's flirtatious charm overwhelmed Tian Ziqi, causing him to tremble involuntarily. His entire body tingling with sensation, he quickly replied, All right, I promise, but could you refrain from being so coy in the future? I simply can't endure it. As he spoke, he shivered once more. It appeared that the consequences of one's actions would eventually catch up, and the debts of a flamboyant lifestyle would only multiply. Upon revealing the gaming scene, Tian Ziqi found Xia Shirhan's voice transformed into a fervent excitement, her enthusiasm palpable. Tian Qi, brother, did you truly earn those titles like the universe's first rookie and the first warrior of Huaxia? Her eyes sparkled with wonder, exuding a captivating allure. Tian Ziqi nodded nonchalantly, indeed. However, Xia Shirhan's brows furrowed in indignation. But you deceived me yesterday, did I? Tian Ziqi replied, bewildered. You truly are forgetful, Xia Shirhan retorted, when the system announced the universe's first rookie. I suspected it was you, yet you denied it. Wasn't that a deceit? Tian Ziqi defended himself. I didn't lie. When you asked if it was me, I countered by asking if you thought it was possible. You believed it was impossible, so what could I do? Would saying it outright have killed me? Xia Shirhan, slightly exasperated, exclaimed, How can you be so powerful yet remain so modest? It's infuriating. I didn't say I wouldn't survive revealing it. But I feared you might laugh yourself to death, Tian Ziqi remarked, rubbing his nose sheepishly. Xia Shirhan contemplated thoughtfully, ultimately nodding. Surprisingly, that could indeed be a possibility. Enough with the vulgarities, Tian Ziqi sighed. But fine, I'll forgive you this time. She then pressed on, Now, tell me how you managed to defeat that level 10 mecha commander. His attacks filled the entire arena. How did you evade them? I took refuge in the obstacle zone. But he obliterated the obstacle zone. Didn't you retaliate? Never mind. Let me show you yesterday's gameplay video, he said, pulling up the recording for her viewing. Xia Shirhan witnessed Tian Qi's crafty maneuvers behind massive rocks, and the energy blasts from the mecha commander. Her heart raced with trepidation. Each time Tian Qi skillfully dodged the incoming fire, she gasped, clutching her chest, fearing her heart might leap from her ribcage. When she saw Tian Qi approach the mecha commander with unorthodox speed, prepared for close combat, she exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? Yet, as he danced around the commander, striking and retreating with precision, she found it absurd. The disparity between Tian Qi's mecha and the commander's was akin to comparing an egg to a pebble. She doubted an egg could ever shatter a stone. However, the more she watched, the more astonished she became. Although Tian Qi's strikes only chipped away at the commander's defenses, the commander, formidable as he was, could not land a blow on Tian Qi, who evaded effortlessly, wearing down his opponent. The lengthy video spanned several hours, showcasing Tian Qi's relentless endurance. He moved like a monkey, never pausing, while the commander, tragically, could not even graze him. After several hours of this, Tian Ziqi fast-forwarded to the final moments. Upon concluding the video, Xia Shirhan was left speechless, gazing at Tian Qi in disbelief. Is this how you cleared the level? Tian Ziqi adjusted the game's transparency to its maximum and smiled. This is merely a demonstration of endurance, a fundamental quality for any mecha warrior. If one cannot endure a few hours of continuous combat, they are not a true mecha warrior. In a past war, a mecha warrior operated for over 20 hours to survive, traversing mountains and valleys, enduring hunger and fatigue, and even when his hands cramped, he persevered until he single-handedly decimated the pursuing mecha squad. What are my few hours in comparison? Xia Shirhan pondered. Is it truly necessary for a skilled mecha warrior to undergo such arduous training? Those who attain mastery through rigorous training are often geniuses. Mediocrities may reach a certain level with effort, yet some cannot endure even that, making them less than mediocre in the realm of mecha. Such individuals are deemed worthless. However, this only pertains to mecha operation and does not reflect their capabilities in other fields. Xia Shirhan furrowed her brow, as if making a significant decision. All right, Tian Qi, teach me mecha skills. I wish to become a master like you, to possess your swiftness. Even if the enemy's mecha is formidable, and mine is inferior, I can triumph through skill. Do you believe I can succeed? Tian Ziqi considered her request. Admittedly, girls often lack the advantages boys had in this arena, but he hesitated to shatter her aspirations and nodded, "Diligent practice may not guarantee success, yet without effort, failure is certain. If you can endure the training, success is not out of reach." With his encouragement, Xia Shihan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with joy. Then, "Tian Qi, from today onward, will you teach me mecha skills?" Very well." Seeing her earnest expression, Tian Ziqi felt compelled to comply. "All right, let me explain it to you thoroughly." In the ensuing hours, Tian Ziqi meticulously elucidated various operational techniques, emphasizing that a proficient mecha warrior must possess a robust physique, agile hands, and a sharp mind. Only with such attributes can one ensure swift reflexes, endurance, and adaptability, essential qualities for a mecha warrior. Furthermore, a top-notch mecha warrior must also comprehend mecha repair, modification, and maintenance to keep their mecha in optimal condition, preventing any issues during critical moments. Lastly, an exceptional mecha warrior requires an outstanding mecha. Both the pilot and the machine must excel to achieve remarkable feats. Technical prowess alone is insufficient against an equally skilled adversary with superior machinery. Defeat is inevitable. For the entire afternoon, until dusk, Tian Ziqi imparted his knowledge of mecha techniques and experiences to Xia Shihan, even switching the game to public mode for a hands-on demonstration. He allowed her to log into his account for practice while he offered guidance. As evening approached, Xia Shihan remained eager for more, though Tian Ziqi's voice was nearly spent from hours of explanation. Reluctantly, she bid him farewell and piloted her mecha home, both agreeing to continue their training online later that night, laying the foundation for future lessons. Thus, in the days that followed, Xia Shihan became utterly engrossed in the game, honing her skills and often skipping classes to join Tian Ziqi. On weekends, they ventured to the outskirts. As the experience of real-world practice surpassed that of the simulation, she possesses an extraordinary talent, a nimble mind, agile hands, and a commendable physical constitution. Consequently, she adapts effortlessly to the various acrobatic maneuvers required in mech skills, such as jumping and rolling. After a little over a month of dedicated practice, Xia Shihan has made remarkable progress in her abilities, triumphing in 3 consecutive matches within the game and earning the esteemed title of Advanced Mech Warrior. During training, Tian Ziqi executes movements that are both splendid and flawless, captivating and steady, evoking profound admiration from Xia Shihan, who holds Tian Ziqi in high esteem. Once Xia Shihan masters a series of mech techniques, jumping, running, leaping, flipping, and rolling. She consistently expresses her gratitude to Tian Ziqi. In response, he simply offers a gentle smile, remarking, "These accomplishments are the fruits of your own labor. With persistence, your skills will surely reach greater heights." Every time she hears such encouraging words from Tian Ziqi, Xia Shihan feels invigorated. When not in training, she often visits the Jingxia Mech Company to learn about mech repair, modification, and maintenance from Tian Ziqi, often returning home covered in grime, yet feeling immensely fulfilled. Compared to her previous life, her current days are filled with exhaustion, dirt, and busyness. However, only Xia Shihan understands that in moments of idleness, she once felt so bored that thoughts of self-harm crossed her mind. Now, she has acquired formidable mech control skills and is capable of maintaining her own mech, which fills her with joy. Once, in her moments of boredom, she pondered the essence of happiness. Some may equate happiness with wealth, power, beauty, or a carefree existence, but Xia Shihan, having experienced countless days of leisure, does not subscribe to this belief. Yet, she struggles to identify what true happiness entails at last. She realizes that happiness is engaging in pursuits that ignite her interest and excelling in them, bringing her genuine joy. Individual joy is happiness. Shared joy between 2 individuals is bliss. Happiness is a profound delight. It is the act of sharing that delight with others. Once a mischievous girl plagued by boredom and a lack of familial affection, she has now learned to relish life. It is undeniable that the little sorceress is evolving, or rather, maturing. The little sorceress has come to understand the value of hard work, the joy of living, the importance of caring for Tian Ziqi, and the appreciation of her achievements. In just over a month, she has gained invaluable insights, and it must be said that she is indeed growing. The adult she is becoming will undoubtedly be a breathtakingly enchanting fairy. However, from the perspective of Xia Shiyan, this entire scenario transforms into something quite different. Xia Shihan has been skipping classes, engrossed in gaming, often leaving early and returning late, appearing disheveled. Even her busy sister, Xia Shiyan, who rarely has time to be home, notices her sister's unusual behavior. Xia Shihan is her biological sister. Their parents are perpetually occupied and seldom at home. They have lived together since childhood, and now that Xia Shiyan has joined the family business, She has even less time to spend with her. Xia Shihan had always been well-behaved at home, so Xia Shiyun had not paid much attention, but she is alarmed by her sister's recent oddities and feels compelled to intervene. However, the findings from her investigation leave Xia Shiyun astounded. Could it be that Xia Shihan's daily truancy and late-night escapades stem from a romantic involvement with a man? That man, undoubtedly, is Tian Ziqi. When Xia Shiyun reviews Tian Ziqi's profile, she feels a headache coming on. This individual lacks even a household registration. Investigations reveal that he rises later than a pig, eats more than a pig, and possesses a languid demeanor with little ambition. His only commendable attribute, the mech skills, becomes overshadowed by so many flaws. How could her sister associate with someone like him? It is utterly inconceivable. Is it possible that her sister, Xia Shihan, is experiencing an online romance? Instances of young girls falling victim to predators in real life due to online relationships are all too common. Xia Shiyun will not allow such a situation to unfold. Thus, she resolves to have a serious conversation with her sister and subsequently expel Tian Ziqi from the Jinxia company to prevent him from harming her sister further. Should he persist, she will resort to force and involve the authorities to deal with this unregistered individual. Once again, it is a day filled with joy and happiness. Xia Shihan has thoroughly enjoyed herself, returning home quite late. Upon arriving at her sister's villa, she greets her sister, who is seated on the living room sofa, before swiftly retreating to her own room upstairs. However, before she can ascend, her sister calls out to her. Xiaohan, Xia Shiyun calls, and upon seeing Xia Shihan turn to face her, she continues, "Come here. I have something important to discuss with you." "What is it?" "We can talk about it when we go to bed. Let's sleep together tonight." With that, she hastens up the stairs. Xiaohan, seeing her sister's dismissive attitude, Xia Shiyun feels a wave of disappointment, her voice rising sharply, which startles Xia Shihan and causes her to pause on the spiral staircase. Turning in surprise, "Sister, you?" Xia Shiyun realizes she has overreacted. After calming herself, she says, "Xiaohan, come here. I have something very important to say to you." "Sister, what's wrong?" Xia Shihan approaches, noticing her sister's troubled expression. Xia Shiyun replies, "Shouldn't it be you who is inquiring about what's wrong?" "I'm fine. Really?" Xia Shihan responds, perplexed by her sister's concern. "Fine? Look at you, leaving early and returning late, and knowing how worried I am. And just look at your clothes, so dirty. Were you rolling around on the ground?" Xia Shiyun continues, "Also, your homeroom teacher called me, saying you were absent from class. Now tell me, where have you been?" Xia Shihan sticks out her tongue and replies nonchalantly, "I went out to play." "Where did you go play?" Xia Shiyun presses on. "To our mech company. I'm learning mech control techniques, repair, modification, and maintenance." "Sister, I'm making significant progress. I can even maintain my own mech now." Xia Shihan beams with pride. "Nonsense." Xia Shiyun's voice rises an octave. "As a student, you should focus on your studies, not waste time on such frivolities. You've stopped attending classes, stopped dancing, and stopped practicing the piano. Look at how dirty you are. Do you still have a shred of dignity as a daughter of the Xia family?" "Xiaohan, your current state is deeply disappointing." "Sister." At last, Xia Shihan realizes that her sister's intention is not to have a heart-to-heart, but rather to scold her. Initially eager to share her progress with her sister in hopes of receiving praise, she is caught off guard by the reprimand. Words of defense get stuck in her throat, and with a choked cry of "sister," she can say no more. Her expressive eyes brim with tears of grievance, which begin to fall uncontrollably. "Don't cry. How dare you shed tears? As a young woman, how can you spend all your time with a man?" Xia Shiyun says, "You have brought great disappointment to me and our parents. Reflect on your actions, sister. You had someone follow me. You've gone too far." Xia Shihan finally cries out, "I'm sick of attending classes every day, then having to dance, practice the piano, and maintain my appearance. Do you have any idea how exhausting this is? You all never care about whether I am happy, joyful, tired, or lonely. You only care about my grades, my training outcomes, and the reputation of the Xia family. Why must all these demands fall solely on my shoulders? Besides, these expectations are not even necessary. You walked this path before. Surely you understand what that feels like. Have you forgotten that you once confided in me? Back then, you at least had me to share your burdens. But now, I have no one to confide in. When I come home from school, all I see is an empty house devoid of life. I feel lonely, I feel scared, and sometimes I even contemplate death. Truly, sister, please stop pressuring me. I don't want to continue this way. I'm exhausted. I want to live my own life. I want my freedom." After saying this, Xia Shihan runs out of tears, gently wiping the remnants from her cheeks. She turns to ascend the stairs to her room but suddenly stops and looks back. Sister, it's getting late. Let us sleep. Good night. With that, she walks calmly to her room, feeling a sense of tranquility. Watching her sister disappear at the top of the stairs, Xia Shiyun is momentarily taken aback. Why has her usually obedient sister suddenly become so assertive? Truth be told, at that moment, Xia Shiyun feels more dazed than angry. In fact, when she hears Xia Shihan express such self-assured sentiments, she experiences an inexplicable resonance in her heart. Those words strike a chord within her. They remind Xia Shiyun of her own past. There was a time when she, too, shared many grievances about life, yearning for freedom, albeit with less fervor than her sister now exhibits. She merely confides in her younger sister occasionally, without exhibiting any overt rebellious behavior. She is a girl with a tender heart, incapable of defying her parents' wishes in pursuit of her own freedom. Ultimately, she chooses obedience, acquiescing to all her parents' arrangements, including her studies, interests, and career. This compliance renders her life mechanical and rigid, devoid of vitality and fluidity. In contrast, her sister has consistently followed her own path, never perceiving any fault in her choices. However, today, her sister's words and resolute gaze reveal that she has matured, demonstrating both understanding and independence. Xia Shiyun cannot help but wonder what kind of person could instill such wisdom in her sister within just over a month, making her appear to have grown significantly overnight. Tian Ziqi, a name so ordinary, perhaps overly simplistic, but Xia Shiyun is exceedingly eager to meet this individual. At this moment, Tian Ziqi is lying in bed, counting his cash. Having worked less than half a month last month and a full month this time, he is pleasantly surprised by the substantial paycheck. Although he heard from Secretary Wang that the annual salary is 200,000. Upon counting, he finds a neat sum of 15,000. Calculating further, his monthly salary amounts to 20,000, and for 1.5 months, it totals 30,000. After the company deducts half, he is left with 15,000. Thus, the actual annual salary is not 200,000, but rather 240,000. However, while others receive their pay directly into their bank accounts, Tian Ziqi must collect cash in person. As he lacks an identification card and cannot open a bank account, with 15,000 in hand, plus an additional 5,000 earned from Xia Shihan, he has a total of 20,000. Clutching this thick stack of Huaxia currency, Tian Ziqi feels a flicker of excitement, planning to repay Xiaowan double tomorrow and then indulge in a shopping spree at the supermarket for snacks and beverages. After all, the little witch often shares her snacks with him, and he cannot be seen as merely a freeloader. That would be an embarrassment, unbecoming of a man. Having organized his money, he wraps himself in a cozy blanket and drifts off to sleep. The next morning, around 10, Tian Ziqi awakens, enjoying a restful slumber without the obligation to work. After a night spent counting money until his hand cramped, he relishes the luxury of waking naturally. For over a month, he has been roused early by Xia Shihan, but today, she has not come. Could something have happened? Or perhaps she is experiencing her monthly cycle, but that cannot be right, as she just had it 2 weeks ago. Upon reflection, Tian Ziqi realizes he is merely aware of Xia Shihan's physiological cycle by chance, not because of any intimacy that would warrant such knowledge. Unable to reach her via communication device, he resigns himself, thinking, little girl, it's not that I am being lazy. Rather, you have chosen not to come, so I shall enjoy my own holiday today. With that, he rises, dresses, and heads to the cafeteria, recalling that he has not visited in quite some time, as Xia Shihan has been treating him to meals wherever they go. Entering the cafeteria, he makes a beeline for the lunch counter, and as it nears 11 o'clock, he decides to combine his breakfast and lunch. However, before he can approach, he is obstructed by a massive slab of meat. Oh dear. His brow furrows, and his expression darkens. Just as he prepares to confront the obstruction, he looks up to discover that the rotund figure is a familiar face. Prompting him to soften his demeanor, Manager Pang, what a surprise to see you here. Indeed, the individual is the manager of the cafeteria, whom Tian Ziqi cannot name but recognizes by his size and position. Manager Pang, with an expression of feigned indignation, points at Tian Ziqi and exclaims, well, Tian Ziqi, you've finally graced the cafeteria with your presence. I thought you had abandoned us. It seems you truly missed me. Manager Pang, I must admit, I am flattered. Tian Ziqi grins. Flattered? You? With how busy you are, I would wager you are preoccupied with artificial insemination, Manager Pang retorts. How could you say such a thing, manager? I assure you, I am still a chaste maiden, Tian Ziqi replies earnestly. Just you? Enough of this nonsense. Let's get to the point, Manager Pang insists, dragging Tian Ziqi towards a nearby chair, indicating a desire for a lengthy discussion. Not having had breakfast yet, Tian Ziqi wonders if he can endure this. All right, manager, you sit down first. I will fetch something to eat so we can chat while I indulge. I am absolutely famished. You glutton, go ahead and serve yourself. I will have someone bring you food. Manager Peng instructs a nearby server before turning back to Tian Ziqi. You are always so eager to eat, yet you seem to forget the task I entrusted you with. The task you entrusted me with? Tian Ziqi pauses, suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. Oh no, manager, how could I have forgotten about that? Manager Peng chides him. Do not lament. It is too late for that. The best course of action is, at that moment, the server arrives with a large platter of food, which Manager Peng places in front of Tian Ziqi. Eat. Tian Ziqi eagerly seizes a spicy chicken leg and devours it, clearing the meat in one swift motion. With his mouth full, he mumbles, What do you mean by the best course of action? The best course of action is to participate in another competition. Luckily, the show airs every week. Manager Peng replies, filled with anticipation. Sure, no problem. Tian Ziqi agrees without hesitation, adding a compliment about the food's flavor. Quite delicious. Could you please be more serious? Manager Peng expresses concern over Tian Ziqi's casual demeanor. Am I not serious? Tian Ziqi retorts, Are you serious? Tian Ziqi, uninterested in this frivolous exchange, finishes the last morsels on his plate, wipes his mouth and hands, then stands, declaring with utmost seriousness, I promise you, this Sunday, yes? That is tomorrow. Since time is of the essence, please register me right away. I have matters to attend to, but I will certainly participate in the competition. Good. You better keep your word and not leave me hanging. Manager Peng calls after him as he hastily exits the cafeteria. Rushing to the mecha docking station, Tian Ziqi reflects on how tight his schedule has become. Just when he thought he had granted himself a day off, more responsibilities arise, compelling him to hasten. With this thought in mind, he hops into the Divine Dragon and sets the autopilot for the Huimin Pharmacy, where Li Xiaowan works. Upon arriving, Tian Ziqi disembarks, adjusts his attire, and strides toward the pharmacy. The familiar mecha has already caught Li Xiaowan's attention, and upon seeing Tian Ziqi enter wearing the uniform of the Huaxia Mecha Company, she feels a tinge of nervousness. You? Why are you here again? Li Xiaowan asks, eyeing Tian Ziqi. So, you've finally decided to reveal your true identity? Tian Ziqi is taken aback. True identity? Have I concealed my identity? Why do you say that? Seeing his feigned ignorance, Li Xiaowan rolls her eyes but, reassured by his gentle tone, relaxes and smiles. Look at your outfit now, and then consider the mecha outside. Remember how you drove it before. Haha, so you are not some wealthy tycoon? Merely an employee of the mecha company? That mecha must be one you repaired yourself, and now you're sneaking out for a joyride while the owner is away. To be honest, Tian Ziqi finds her assessment amusing. In this guise, he feels quite satisfactory. After all, why pretend to be a wealthy man? Now she understands he is just an ordinary worker, and the mecha is merely a vehicle left at their company for repairs. Listening to Li Xiaowan's words, Tian Ziqi chuckles. What are you imagining? I never claimed to be wealthy. I was genuinely broke back then. You are the one jumping to conclusions. After a moment, he continues, I've received my salary. So I've come to return the money I owe you. Li Xiaowan's eyes widen in surprise. You really intend to repay me? Of course, Tian Ziqi replies, glancing at her. Thank you for covering my medical expenses last time. How much was it? A little over 5,000. Let's just say 5,000, Li Xiaowan smiles. She is not affluent, so 5,000 is no small sum for her. That he has come to repay her personally is commendable. She never expected him to return the money, so she is content to forego the cents. Very well, here is 10,000. Take it. Tian Ziqi presented a neatly stacked pile of money to Li Xiaowan. 10,000? Why give so much? Li Xiaowan was thoroughly befuddled by this fellow. I mentioned it before. I said I would repay you double. No need for further discussion. Just accept it. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, he thrust the money into Li Xiaowan's hands and dashed out of the pharmacy. Li Xiaowan felt uneasy about accepting such a substantial sum, as she was not the type to be swayed by money. Realizing this tactic, she quickly maneuvered around the counter and pursued him. Hey, wait, stop, the money? In her excitement, she managed to utter only a few fragmented words, but alas, Tian Ziqi had already leapt into his mech and sped away. Naturally, Li Xiaowan could not chase after a mech. She stood there, a mix of irritation and amusement, helplessly watching the silver mech disappear from view. At that moment, a pristine white beast-like police mech, the Snow Leopard, happened to patrol the area. Observing Li Xiaowan's demeanor and listening to her shouts, it spotted the rapidly retreating silver mech. The The snow leopard immediately revved its engines and charged towards the silver humanoid mech. Inside the snow leopard, Lin Xiao's exquisitely beautiful face radiated an inexplicable excitement, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue from exhilaration, enhancing her allure. As she gazed at the silver mech ahead, her eyes burned with a fierce intensity, akin to a keen-eyed leopard stalking its prey. She murmured to herself, "Humph, little brat, I've finally caught up to you. This time, I shall charge you with robbery." At that moment, Tian Ziqi had yet to realize that his act of repayment was on the verge of turning into a calamity. "Brother Tian, be aware. You have been targeted," Xiaolong suddenly exclaimed. "What? Is that so? Could it be that Xiaowan is a robot? Can she actually track me?" Tian Ziqi queried in confusion. "Of course not. Just take a look for yourself." Xiaolong replied, pulling up a virtual image. Upon seeing it, Tian Ziqi couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, how familiar this beastly mech looks. Why is that inspector always hounding me instead of overseeing the police?" After pondering for a moment, he grinned and said, "All right then, let us play a little game." He casually took control of the mech, guiding the Shenlong at a leisurely pace towards the outskirts, ensuring he maintained a speed that would prevent the snow leopard from blocking him. Opting instead for paths dense with mechs and winding roads, Lin Xiao struggled to keep pace with Tian Ziqi and her snow leopard, but despite her efforts, she could not close the distance. Fortunately, she managed to remain within a reasonable range to follow him. A thought crossed her mind. If she could track him to his residence, it would be much easier to apprehend him. Determined, she resolved to keep her distance and follow. However, gradually, she noticed that the number of mechs around them was dwindling, and the space was becoming increasingly expansive. Unbeknownst to her, she had followed him to the northern outskirts. On the broad suburban track, even from a distance, the distinctive snow leopard police mech would be impossible to overlook. Sure enough, on a spacious stretch of road, the Shenlong suddenly came to a halt, turned around and with arms crossed, beckoned to Lin Xiao's snow leopard, as if to say, "Come here, little lady." Surprised by the mech's animated gesture, Lin Xiao felt a surge of anger towards this individual, who was evidently toying with her. He had lured her to this desolate area, and she could only wonder what his intentions were. Regardless of his motives, as an inspector, she was tasked with overseeing the law, and she would not shy away from confronting an ordinary suspect. With resolve, Lin Xiao advanced towards him, intending to overpower his mech. To her astonishment, the silver mech suddenly retreated 2 steps and commanded, "Stop." What left Lin Xiao speechless was that she actually complied without hesitation. The initiative was entirely in his hands, and Lin Xiao felt quite frustrated. Nevertheless, her curiosity was piqued. She was eager to see what this suspect intended to do. With a soft click, the hatch of the silver Shenlong mech opened, and Tian Ziqi gracefully descended onto the ground, nonchalantly tossing his hair as he leaned against the leg of the Shenlong. Grinning at Lin Xiao, "Inspector Beauty, we meet again." Lin Xiao, momentarily speechless, finally declared, "I am here to apprehend you. I suspect you of traffic violations, illegal modifications to your mech, and robbery. Please accompany me to the police station." With a serious expression, Tian Ziqi replied, "Miss, regardless of whether I am guilty or not, you must provide evidence. Furthermore, your pursuit of me is rather impolite. Here I am, out of my mech, while you remain comfortably seated in yours. That is the height of rudeness. I lament the presence of someone of your low caliber within the police system." "You?" Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. She detested individuals who were slick-tongued yet lacked substance, akin to a duck that had been boiled to the bone yet remained obstinately quacking. She was tempted to run him over with her mech, but knew she could not act unethically as an inspector. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao opened the hatch of the snow leopard mech and stepped out with poise. Observing Tian Ziqi clad in the attire of an ordinary worker, she couldn't help but chuckle. "I thought you might have some remarkable abilities, yet you are merely an ordinary mech worker. You certainly managed to carry it off well. It appears you are driving someone else's mech, huh?" Lin Xiao was not one to hold on to notions of hierarchy. She viewed everyone as equal, which was why she would assist elderly individuals across the street or guide lost souls. However, encountering this pretentious fellow, she couldn't resist the urge to throw a few jabs at him to help him recognize his place and dispel his delusions of superiority. Upon hearing her words, Tian Ziqi pouted, adjusted his attire, and glanced at Lin Xiao's uniform, chuckling as he remarked, "We are both in uniforms, you and I. The only difference lies in the nature of our work. I serve the owner of the mech, while you serve the public. Essentially, we are both in the service industry, are we not?" As he spoke, he grinned while unabashedly staring at her figure, his gaze fixated on her ample bosom, which the uniform seemed to accentuate. making it appear as if it might burst forth at any moment. Pervert. As a woman, Lin Xiao's first instinct upon feeling his unabashed stare was to protect herself. So she crossed her arms, bestowing upon Tian Ziqi the illustrious title of pervert. Tian Ziqi chuckled, dismissing her indignation. The winds rise and the clouds soar. All men are indeed lecherous. If a beautiful lady does not mingle with men, she might as well stay at home with her nunchaku, a fine poem. Truly, the ancients do not deceive. Why the nunchaku? Lin Xiao could not help but inquire, but then she realized something, her face flushing crimson as she quickly spat a few times and reached out to grab Tian Ziqi. You scoundrel! Your presence in society is a disgrace to civility and an impediment to social progress. I must take you in for reformation. Tian Ziqi deftly dodged her grasp, exclaiming, Whoa, I didn't realize that a beauty could employ the grabbing the milk dragon technique. I must not be caught, for if I am interrogated, I dread to think of the repercussions of my ambiguous identity. I didn't expect your mech skills to be so adept. It seems you have some tricks up your sleeve? Lin Xiao said, her eyes lighting up as she intensified her attacks. Who would willingly engage with you? Perhaps you have been lonely for too long, and now you wish to play with anyone you catch. That is rather bold. I cannot abide such a woman, Tian Ziqi replied earnestly. Besides, I have pressing matters to attend to, unlike you, who seems to be perpetually idle. Oh wait, I just remembered. You cannot be idle because you lack. As he spoke, Lin Xiao launched a series of 10 attacks, all of which Tian Ziqi deftly evaded without lifting a finger. Silence! Lin Xiao, provoked by his crude banter, increased her assault significantly. Tian Ziqi chuckled. I shall not be silent. I must speak. I must speak. In a moment of carelessness, he was ensnared by Lin Xiao, who managed to inflict a scratch on his cheek, leaving a faint mark that began to seep blood. Lin Xiao, elated by her success, giggled. This is the consequence of not keeping your mouth shut. Tian Ziqi's expression hardened, and he declared, You dare to mar my handsome visage? I shall make you experience the repercussions of harming my face. Tian Ziqi intertwined his fingers dramatically, his radiant starry eyes sparkling with intensity, causing Lin Xiao to shiver involuntarily, a sense of foreboding washing over her. The narrative unfolds as Lin Xiao gazed into Tian Ziqi's luminous eyes and the slight curve of his lips. Despite her unease, an irritable resolve surged within her, prompting her to strike with a direct punch aimed squarely at Tian Ziqi's infuriating visage. However, Tian Ziqi was not one to allow her to succeed so easily. Should he falter again, the repercussions would far exceed a mere scratch, undoubtedly resulting in a pair of panda eyes. With a swift motion, Tian Ziqi extended his hands, meeting Lin Xiao's punch head-on. Upon contact, he immediately yanked her back with a force reminiscent of a Tai Chi maneuver, simultaneously extending his right leg forward to obstruct her lower body's advance. In an instant, Lin Xiao found herself propelled forward. Her feet unable to align properly due to Tian Ziqi's leg blocking her path, resulting in her collapsing against his right leg, her taut form accentuated in an embarrassing display. Rendered defenseless by such a humiliating position, Lin Xiao felt a surge of indignation and shame, struggling fiercely to regain her footing. Yet, Tian Ziqi's right arm secured her tightly, his left hand massaging her waist, which left her utterly weakened, though unable to suppress her laughter. Don't tickle me. Ha ha. Stop. Lin Xiao realized to her dismay that Tian Ziqi harbored a wicked sense of mischief, exploiting her laughter by targeting her sensitive spots, sapping her resistance. With a fierce demeanor, Tian Ziqi declared, Now you understand my prowess, don't you? I warned you against following me, capturing me, and even ruining my appearance. As he spoke, his fingers continued their mischievous assault, eliciting peals of laughter from Lin Xiao, who found herself in a state of disarray, her uniform wrinkled and disheveled, a scene bordering on scandalous. Please, just let me go. Allow me a moment to breathe. Lin Xiao gasped, her laughter turning into a soft whimper as fatigue washed over her. She had never envisioned such an absurd scenario occurring, especially with a stranger who bore the marks of a potential criminal. This realization stirred a profound anger within her. Tian Ziqi, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, retorted, All right, promise me this. If you continue to pester me, I shall release you. Pester you? How shameless. This man is utterly without dignity. Lin Xiao felt herself nearing the brink of exasperation, confronting the audacity of his actions while he brazenly accused her of harassment. Very well, then release me, Lin Xiao thought to herself, determined to drag him to the police station instead. You said it yourself, a gentleman's word is his bond. Fine, I will let go. As she spoke, Tian Ziqi reluctantly loosened his grip, helping her rise, unaware of the implications of his actions, until he realized his hand rested inappropriately upon her chest. I asked that why it feels so soft and pleasant, Tian Ziqi mused internally. His hand inexplicably moving, inadvertently squeezing her generous form. You lecherous rogue. I shall retaliate. Lin Xiu, now truly infuriated, hurled herself at him, striking with the fury of a wronged woman. Tian Ziqi, recognizing his blunder, refrained from retaliating, opting instead to evade her blows while pleading, I didn't mean to. It was unintentional, truly, scoundrel, cretin. Lin Xiu's fury escalated, tears welling in her eyes as she battled against the indignity of her situation. Feeling utterly humiliated as an inspector, one feared even by the police, being subjected to such treatment by a man like him. Perhaps it was her resilient nature or her fiercely protective pride that drove her to such extremes. Igniting a sense of urgency in Tian Ziqi, he realized he could not allow this to escalate further, for if she lost her composure entirely, he would indeed find himself in a predicament. As Lin Xiu lunged at him once more, Tian Ziqi ceased his evasions. Her flailing arms struck his face repeatedly, the sharp sound of slaps echoing in the air. Suddenly, he seized her wrists, gazing fiercely into her eyes, declaring, Is that enough? Enough? I harbor a hatred so profound that even your demise would not quell it. I shall end you. Lin Xiu struggled anew, her hands bound, her attempts to retaliate thwarted, in a moment of desperation. She kneed upward with all her might. Tian Ziqi felt a rush of alarm as he barely avoided the impact, realizing just how close he had come to a significant injury. Infuriated by her audacity, he bellowed, Enough of this nonsense, and with a swift motion, placed her firmly across his thigh, delivering a resounding slap to her pert rear. Lin Xiu gasped in shock, her protests abruptly silenced as the world around them grew quiet. Yet this tranquility was fleeting. She soon resumed her struggles with renewed vigor, the cacophony of slaps reverberating as Tian Ziqi's hand met her with increasing intensity. Strangely, a peculiar sensation coursed through her, one that bordered on exhilaration. Eventually, Lin Xiu ceased her resistance, instead sobbing quietly, her heartbreak evident, causing Tian Ziqi's heart to tighten. In a moment of unexpected tenderness, he delivered another slap, adding, Cry again, and I shall continue. With a soft exclamation, Lin Xiu stifled her cries, suppressing the sound to a mere whisper, feeling utterly defeated and even a hint of fear toward him. Are you still misbehaving? Tian Ziqi admonished, adopting a tone reminiscent of a chastising partner. His authority palpable, Lin Xiu, biting her lip in silence, shook her head, fearful of further repercussions. Sighing, Tian Ziqi asserted, All right, this is your promise. I shall assist you in standing, but should you misbehave again, I will spank you once more. As he helped her rise, he made a conscious effort to avoid any further inappropriate contact. I want to go home, Lin Xiu whimpered, her voice laced with sorrow. Very well, off you go. Tian Ziqi waved her away, reminding her, remember, obey the rules and cease your mischief. As Lin Xiu slowly boarded the snow leopard and secured the cockpit, Tian Ziqi mused to himself, relieved that he had managed to bring this spirited beauty into line. Glancing at his hand, the sensation of her softness lingered, a reminder of the fiery encounter they had just shared. This should not have happened, he thought, pondering what actions Lin Xiu might take once she returned home. Manipulating the mech, he stealthily approached the motionless Xuebao, lying on the ground. The manner in which he did so was undeniably insufferable, yet one must admit that for a mech to execute such lewd and lifelike movements is indeed a rarity in the world. Hey, don't play dead. I want to be fooled, Tian Ziqi called from a distance of 10 meters. He, truly unresponsive? Be careful that while you're in a stupor, I might just, he threatened. But alas, there was still no reaction. A thought struck Tian Ziqi, and he commanded the mech to draw closer to the Xuebao. Crouching down to inspect it, a sense of foreboding welled up within him, prompting him to exclaim, Xiaolong, open the cockpit door. All right, Xiaolong replied, extending its massive finger to press a small button on the cockpit door of the Xuebao. Curiously, it asked, Brother Tian, you're not really planning to, are you? Cut the nonsense, just open the door. Tian Ziqi retorted, his irritation evident. The cockpit of the Xuebao opened with a click, revealing a startling sight. The enchanting Inspector Lin Xiu lay within, utterly still. Tian Ziqi quickly leaped down from the Shunlong and onto the Xuebao. Reaching out to check Lin Xiu's delicate nose, a heavy sigh of relief escaped him. Thankfully, She was breathing and had not succumbed to fate. The sight of Lin Xiu lying there had initially terrified Tian Ziqi. Fearing that such a beautiful life might be extinguished by his hands, he had never been one to harm flowers, being a law-abiding citizen at heart, and so this predicament filled him with urgency. Now, it seemed that as long as she still lived, the situation could be managed. He carefully lifted Lin Xiu from the mech and returned to his own, instructing Xiaolong to head straight for the nearest hospital. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the hospital, and Tian Ziqi entrusted Lin Xiu to the emergency staff, promptly paying a deposit of 5,000. Fortunately, he had brought all his money today. Otherwise, he would have had to call the police, which would undoubtedly lead to his capture. After settling the deposit, Tian Ziqi felt uneasy and summoned Li Xiaowan to assist in caring for Lin Xiu, though she offered to return the money he had lent her. He declined, thinking it would be better for her to look after Lin Xiu while he made a swift exit. After all, if not now, when? He quickly parked Lin Xiu's police mech, the Shuabao, in the hospital's mech parking area, leaving a message for Li Xiaowan to relay to Lin Xiu before disappearing entirely. Upon returning to the company, it was just around noon, and after a long day, Tian Ziqi felt a pang of hunger. He hurried to the company cafeteria, only to be intercepted by the plump manager. "Oh, I sent you this, brother Tian Qi? What brings you to this state?" The manager exclaimed, astonished. "You didn't think that participants in the big eater competition were all plump, did you? Are you trying to puff yourself up?" "What an unexpected surprise," Tian Ziqi replied bashfully. "I just need to eat something and then go home to freshen up. I want to look sharp on television tomorrow. After all, I'm both a powerhouse and an idol." "Well, among us middle-aged men, you're certainly the most dashing," the manager generously complimented. "Of course, I'm the most handsome in front of a bunch of middle-aged men." "Do I really need you to point that out?" Tian Ziqi said, dismissing further chatter as he skipped off to grab his meal. After lunch, and receiving the manager's reminders, Tian Ziqi dashed away, needing to prepare an outfit for his television appearance the next day. As he drove his mech out again, he suddenly thought of Lin Xiu, wondering if she had awakened. Would she immediately seek out 100 mechs to crush him into pieces? Sigh. It seemed he must tread carefully today. Perhaps he should buy some clothes and return to his dorm to lay low. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu lay in a regular hospital room, being cared for by Li Xiaowan, and fortunately, her condition was stable. In truth, she had suffered no serious harm. It was merely her anger and the violent jolting that had caused her to faint, and she merely required some recuperation. Yet the true culprit had fled, leaving a young girl to tend to her. What a predicament! Initially, Lin Xiu assumed the girl was a close friend of Tian Ziqi and intended to give her a hard time, but after hearing the girl's introduction, she felt a sense of shared sympathy rather than animosity. How infuriating it was that this same guy had called upon a girl he had bullied to care for another victim of his mischief. However, upon learning of Tian Ziqi's urgent efforts to get her to the hospital, pay the fees, and arrange for care, Lin Xiu felt her anger diminish significantly, especially when she realized that he had been so anxious that he had emptied his pockets for her treatment. Lin Xiu felt a flicker of gratitude, recognizing that for someone of Tian Ziqi's means, that sum was considerable. Nevertheless, he had bullied others, and it was only right that he faced some consequences. Thinking of Tian Ziqi's misdeeds reignited her fury, and as she took a sharp bite of the apple Li Xiaowan had peeled for her, she muttered through clenched teeth, "You think these actions can absolve your sins? This matter is far from over." The following morning, Tian Ziqi, once again, awoke late, only stirring as noon approached. Reflecting on how he had been so worried the night before that he couldn't sleep seemed rather laughable now. After washing up and donning the new casual outfit he had purchased the previous afternoon, he made his way to the cafeteria for a meal. He felt a surge of excitement for the day ahead, grateful that he had managed to wake up in time to see the sun. The plump manager was equally exhilarated, relieved to finally see Tian Ziqi, hoping he wouldn't flake out on him this time. Under the manager's guidance, Tian Ziqi consumed a large bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, which would not only nourish him but also leave him hungry again by the afternoon, ensuring he would be ravenous by the time of the show. After resting in his dorm for a bit, he was summoned by the manager to head to Jinghua television station. Since the time was still early, Tian Ziqi and the others waited in the lobby arranged by the Big Eater program team. Unable to bear the stuffy atmosphere any longer, Tian Ziqi excused himself to the restroom and slipped outside for some fresh air. Standing in the expansive corridor of the Jinghua Broadcasting Building, he gazed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling crowd outside. Just as he contemplated expressing his thoughts, he was startled by the sudden rush of hurried footsteps. Turning his head, he saw a throng of reporters and camera operators surrounding a female celebrity, creating a somewhat congested scene even in the spacious corridor, a testament to her popularity. The star, appearing to be in her 20s, was undoubtedly a rising star given the fervent attention she received. Yet, her youth and fame did not seem to inflate her ego. Despite the thronging reporters making it challenging for her bodyguards to maintain order, she retained a professional smile, her lips curving gently. Responding calmly to their inquiries, "Miss Ouyang, how long do you plan to stay in Jinghua?" A reporter asked that a few days, perhaps, she replied with a smile, avoiding specifics. "After participating in Superstar, will you have any other arrangements?" Another inquired that you'll find out after the recording of Superstar, she said, still not providing concrete answers. "Miss Ouyang, when will you hold a personal concert in Jinghua? We're all looking forward to it." A reporter fond I too look forward to holding a concert in Jinghua, but I must adhere to my company's arrangements, she replied with a subtle smile, offering a relatively formal response. "Miss Ouyang, it is said that you have a close relationship with the popular young star Bai Chuming. Will you visit him during your stay in Jinghua?" A reporter dropped a bombshell. "We are both artists under the same company," she stated, indirectly clarifying their relationship was merely professional, leaving her intentions to visit him shrouded in ambiguity. "And may I ask, Miss Ouyang?" As a crowd pushed past Tian Ziqi, he was shoved into a corner of the corridor. He attempted to evade the throng but found himself pressed against the glass wall, feeling quite dejected. Unexpectedly, the celebrity glanced in his direction and offered him an apologetic smile, which instantly enveloped Tian Ziqi in a refreshing warmth, making him oblivious to the feet that had stepped on his own. What an exquisite aura she possessed, noble yet approachable, evoking a stirring in Tian Ziqi's heart. However, he soon self-deprecatingly chuckled at the realization that her smile was merely a professional gesture, extended to all that at last. When the swarm of reporters dispersed, Tian Ziqi sighed in relief, adjusting his clothes and shoes while shaking his head. "Ah, these reporters are relentless, but I suppose it's understandable, dear Tian. I finally found you. I thought you had flaked on me again." Manager Peng rushed out from the lobby, clearly anxious that Tian Ziqi had fled. Tian Ziqi chuckled. "I merely found the lobby stifling and stepped out for some fresh air. No need to worry." After a brief pause, he pointed at the crowd ahead and inquired, "By the way, is that female celebrity named Ouyang very famous? You don't recognize her?" Manager Peng looked at Tian Ziqi with an expression of astonishment that surpassed his reaction to the celebrity. "She is none other than Ouyang Shui, a multi-talented star of the new generation, dominating the realms of film, television, music, and advertising, captivating the hearts of young men and older gentlemen alike. Often referred to as the male killer. Ouyang Shui." Tian Ziqi repeated, admitting that he had not been following the entertainment industry lately. Internally, he mused, "If I were to mention icons like Andy Lau or Jackie Chung, you probably wouldn't recognize them either." Manager Peng gazed at Tian Ziqi in disbelief, saying, "No worries, it's commendable for young people to focus on study and work." With that, he patted Tian Ziqi on the shoulder and returned to the studio. Before the show commenced, the director briefed each contestant on the essential rules of the program, after which the show began. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our latest episode of..." The host extended the microphone toward the audience, who collectively shouted, "The Great Eater." The host continued, "In this episode, we have 10 contestants. Judging by their physiques, they all possess considerable appetites. Oh, pardon me, there is also a slender young man here, lacking a prominent belly. I wonder if he is just here to enjoy the feast?" Laughter erupted as the host added, "Just kidding. He too is a registered contestant. Regardless of whether one is portly or slim, as long as you possess a healthy appetite, come join our competition. We have a prize of 10,000 Huaxia coins, and if anyone breaks the record, they will earn a coveted golden trophy for the Great Eater. Without further ado, let us commence." As the host finished speaking, Tian Ziqi and the others took their positions behind a long table. The ceremonial staff then placed enormous platters in front of them, each laden with 100 roasted sausages. By this time, Tian Ziqi was already quite hungry. Gazing at the steaming, glistening sausages, he could not help but swallow hard, suspecting his companions were in a similar predicament, likely having skipped lunch. The host then declared, "The rules are simple. Within 1 minute, the contestant who consumes the most wins. Our record stands at 81 sausages. Should anyone surpass that, the golden trophy is yours." Contestants prepared as the countdown began. 3, 2, 1, go. "Hey, that slender fellow has already started," the host noted, observing that Tian Ziqi remained motionless. He felt compelled to remind him. Tian Ziqi disdainfully glanced at the other contestants, and after 3 seconds, he began devouring the sausages with fervor, swallowing 5 in one mouthful, eliciting gasps from the host and the audience. Wow, 5 at once. Does he think he is a beast? The host quipped, be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. However, to everyone's astonishment, despite his cheeks bulging, Tian Ziqi continued to stuff in more, 2 at a time. At a rate of 1 every second, it was a wonder how he managed to swallow such quantities. With only 50 seconds gone, Tian Ziqi stepped aside, hands on hips, leisurely chewing his food. The host could not resist commenting, "Ha! It appears that being slender has its drawbacks. This young man has thrown in the towel. Look at his plate. He has merely a handful of sausages left, while the other contestants still have more than half remaining. It seems he is confident in his victory and has relaxed." They proceeded to count down the final 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the new great eater is our contestant number 5, Tian Ziqi. He devoured 82 sausages in 1 minute, setting a new record. In reality, he achieved this feat in under 50 seconds. Truly a champion. Tian Ziqi, Tian Ziqi, Tian Ziqi. At this moment, Tian Ziqi had fully swallowed his food. Upon hearing his name called, he raised his hands in a casual wave. The host lavished him with praise, stating, one must not judge a book by its cover. Despite his slender appearance, Tian Ziqi has triumphed over many robust competitors. He is not only the great eater, but also the great mouth. I wonder just how large his mouth truly is to accommodate such quantities. After a few more remarks, the host handed the microphone to Tian Ziqi, saying, Tian Ziqi, please share your acceptance speech, When is the award ceremony? Tian Ziqi bluntly asked. The host paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. It seems our contestant Tian Ziqi is quite straightforward. Very well. Let us proceed with the award presentation. The actual competition lasted merely a minute, yet the time before and after extended over half an hour. Though there were other activities post-award, Tian Ziqi had lost interest, opting to take the trophy and prize money before leaving. He entrusted the trophy to Manager Pang. Keeping the cash for himself, Manager Pang, beaming with delight, remarked, Brother Tian, you truly are remarkable, by the way. Is your stomach all right? No worries, just ensure you hand me the money for the trophy later, Tian Ziqi replied. He was a pragmatic individual. While money wasn't everything, it was certainly essential, especially after spending 15,000 in a single day, plus 2,000 on clothes. That's no problem at all, I've already prepared the check. You can collect it directly, a check? How can I collect it without an ID? Just give me cash instead. Manager Pang, though slightly confused, agreed. All right, I'll get the cash for you. He then drove his hover car to take Tian Ziqi back to the company. Tian Ziqi's participation in the Great Eater competition caused a sensation, astonishing not only the viewers of the show but also several individuals, including Xia Shihan. While channel surfing, she inadvertently spotted a familiar face and was taken aback by Tian Ziqi's incredible appetite. She recalled how he often shared his food with her, feeling a surge of emotion. No wonder he was so slender. It was because he hadn't been eating enough. After 2 days apart, she found herself missing him. In a hospital room, Lin Xiao and Li Xiaowan were engrossed in the television, chuckling at the host's commentary. Li Xiaowan remarked, I once thought he could eat 3 servings of dumplings. Which was impressive, but this is astonishing, Lin Xiao added with a smile. I hope he doesn't overdo it. At a certain special mecha unit's base in the Huaxia Alliance, the personnel were dining while watching the Great Eater show favored by Jocelyn. Upon seeing the familiar face, they were all momentarily stunned. Indeed, the mecha expert had arrived at Central Star. Watching the nonchalant Tian Ziqi on screen, who had just won an award, Annie's voice trembled as she said, Jocelyn, I believe we need to mobilize once again. 077. The big boss knocks at the door to in the new week. Xia Shihan had been confined for 2 full days. With class time approaching, keeping her locked away was no longer feasible. She had been exhausting herself over the past 2 days. Xia Shiyan thought it best to have a word with her. Xiaohan, it's time for school. Pay attention in class and come home early. You're not a child anymore. University entrance exams are around the corner. You wouldn't want to miss your chance, would you? Xia Shiyan spoke earnestly, stepping into the role of both sister and surrogate mother in the absence of their parents. Got it, sis, Xia Shihan replied obediently, recognizing her sister's good intentions. She couldn't afford to be haughty, so she acted in compliance. Oh no, I'm running out of time. I'll eat breakfast on the way. With that, she snatched the bread and milk from the table and rushed out, seemingly in a hurry to get to school. However, after running a short distance, her mecha, Angel, quietly veered toward Jingxia Company. Upon arriving at the company, she found no trace of that insufferable fellow, undoubtedly still sleeping in. Navigating her way to Tian Ziqi's apartment, she stealthily opened the door and entered his bedroom, where she found him sprawled on the bed. his tousled hair reflecting his carefree spirit, furrowing his brow, lost in slumber. Xia Shirhan carefully closed the door, placed her backpack down, and gently sat beside his bed, her gaze fixated on Tian Ziqi's face. Over the past couple of days, she had found herself reminiscing about this fellow countless times. He had played with her, indulged in her whims, shared meals with her, taught her the intricacies of mech control, and instructed her in mech repair techniques. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed an attachment to him. A single day without witnessing his mischievous smile left her feeling as if something vital were missing from her life. However, at that moment, he furrowed his brows, perhaps troubled by an unpleasant dream. Strangely, Xia Shirhan felt a pang of emotion, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shrouded in a misty blur, unable to resist, she reached out to gently caress Tian Ziqi's face. The moment their skin touched, the slumbering Tian Ziqi suddenly jolted awake, springing into a series of intricate and fierce movements. Leaving Xia Shirhan no time to react before he had her subdued. Startled, Xia Shirhan's eyes widened in terror as she gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar Tian Ziqi, rendered speechless. The sorrow that had lingered within her now spilled forth in tears, making her appear exceptionally poignant. Just moments before, Tian Ziqi had been lost in dreams of the harsh life on the planet Libixi, rendering him acutely vigilant. Upon sensing an external touch, he instinctively reacted, restraining her without a second thought. However, as he recognized the intruder to be Xia Shirhan, he hastily released her, awkwardly exclaiming, "Xiao Han, what are you doing here?" Gaining her freedom, Xia Shirhan, somewhat vexed, retorted, "Who else could it be? Well, how come you're here? Look at me, I haven't even gotten out of bed." Tian Ziqi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Upon noticing the tear streaks on Xia Shirhan's face, he expressed surprise. "Why are you crying?" Those who weep the most dread the concern of others. A quiet sobbing session often passes when there's no one around, for she understands the need to be strong when relying solely on herself. However, hearing someone express genuine concern might provoke an outpouring of emotions, relieving her of the burden of suppression. At that moment, upon hearing his words, it was as if her tear ducts had been unleashed. She flung herself into Tian Ziqi's embrace and began to sob uncontrollably. "Hey, don't cry. What happened? Tell Brother Tian, and I will help you out. Just don't keep crying. Speak up," he urged, holding the delicate beauty in his arms. His heart racing with anxiety. What could be troubling her? Wasn't her family wealthy enough to handle anything? Unbeknownst to him, Xia Shirhan's distress stemmed from the pressures imposed by her sister. Xia Shirhan continued to weep, refusing to divulge her reasons, while Tian Ziqi could only hold her close, allowing her silent sorrow to flow. Sometimes, tears need no explanation. A cathartic release of pent-up anguish can bring immense relief. Teo aid her comfort. Tian Ziqi gently patted her back, encouraging her to let go of her pain. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. With a resounding crash, the door to Tian Ziqi's bedroom was forcefully kicked open, revealing a stunningly beautiful and coldly elegant office lady standing at the threshold. Her expression one of fury as she beheld the sight of Tian Ziqi cradling the weeping Xia Shirhan. The shock rendered her momentarily speechless. Behind the office lady stood Fan Tong, the general manager of the Jingxia Mech Company, who appeared to be cautiously accompanying this formidable woman, suggesting she held significant authority. In Tian Ziqi's arms, Xia Shirhan was inconsolable, her eyes now swollen and red, truly a sight to evoke pity. However, her tears and snot had been carelessly wiped onto Tian Ziqi's pajamas. At that moment, the loud crash had startled Xia Shirhan, who initially felt inclined to rage, but upon recognizing her sister, her tears abruptly ceased, and she sorrowfully called out, "Sister." That single utterance of sister diminished half of Xia Shiyun's fury. Upon witnessing her sister's tear-streaked face, the remaining rage dissipated significantly. She immediately instructed Fan Tong, "You may carry on with your duties, as if you have seen nothing." Fan Tong quickly acknowledged her directive. "My subordinate merely escorted Miss Xia to the apartment entrance. I know nothing else," and hurriedly departed. Xia Shirhan wrapped her arms around herself, her gaze fixed on the two individuals on the bed, who were still in a close embrace. Pain flashed across her face as she couldn't help but raise her voice slightly. "What are you two still doing? Hurry up and get dressed. I'll be waiting for you in the living room." With that, she turned and left, her high heels clicking away. Tian Ziqi looked at Xia Shirhan, shrugged, and remarked, "She's your sister. Does that mean she is my boss's boss? The ultimate big boss?" Xia Shirhan stuck out her tongue. Feeling a twinge of trouble but also a thrill akin to being caught in a scandal, She scrunched her delicate nose and said, "Yes, Tian Qi, now that my sister has caught us, what are we going to do?" Tian Ziqi playfully swatted Xia Shihan's backside, saying, "What is there to worry about? You're still a little girl. You think too much. We've done nothing wrong. We are innocent." Xia Shihan gasped, playfully chastising Tian Ziqi. "How can you say that? You've been touching, hugging, and kissing me. You've practically taken all the advantages." Tian Ziqi was taken aback, realizing that Xia Shihan was indeed quite perceptive. Reflecting on their interactions, he acknowledged that aside from the final step, they had indeed crossed many boundaries. What to do now? Just then, the female boss in the living room seemed to have overheard their playful banter and grew even angrier. "You two, get out here immediately. What are you dawdling for?" Xia Shihan glanced at Tian Ziqi, unable to suppress a cheeky grin, promptly rising from his embrace, while he hastily dressed, bracing themselves for an impending storm. In the living room, the female boss, Xia Shiyun, sat on the sofa, awaiting the two to emerge and explain their situation. To her dismay, they continued to linger inside, indulging in flirtation, which naturally irked her. That insufferable man dared to take advantage of her sister, an act she could not tolerate. Once they emerged, she would undoubtedly reprimand them thoroughly and ensure that the scoundrel was expelled from the company, never to be hired again. As the door swung open, Xia Shihan cast a worried glance at Tian Ziqi, who merely smiled and assured her, "Don't worry, I'm here." What is the big deal with the boss of the conglomerate, however? Uttering those words caught the attention of his superior's superior. The conglomerate's big boss, who fixed him with a piercing gaze, as if to slice him apart with her eyes. Yet Tian Ziqi remained unfazed, gently guiding Xia Shihan towards the sofa opposite the big boss. Once settled, he cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, addressed cough, "Hello, Miss Xia Shihan's sister." "Miss Xia Shihan's sister? You may simply refer to me as Director Xia," Xia Shiyun replied coldly. "This is not a work-related matter. We are discussing family issues." Tian Ziqi, maintaining his serious tone, retorted, "As Xia Shihan's sister, do you truly know her? Even if it's a family issue, it's our internal affair. You need not concern yourself with it." Xia Shiyun replied icily, "And who are you to interfere?" "I'm not interfering," Tian Ziqi scoffed. "Xia Shihan is my good friend. I merely care about her. But I can see that, although you are her sister and kin, you do not truly understand or care for her, which is precisely why she came to me in tears. If she cannot express her genuine feelings to you, perhaps you should reflect on your failures as a sister." "You speak nonsense. You were the one who made her cry." Xia Shiyun suddenly realized she had come to confront him, only to find herself being lectured. "I was meaning to ask you, what is your relationship with Xia Shihan? You are with her every day. What are your intentions?" Tian Ziqi chuckled. "Do you think I have ulterior motives? I don't care what your intentions are or what you've already accomplished, but from this moment on, please stay away from my sister and cease your entanglement with her." Xia Shiyun shot him a cold glare, then added, "Moreover, from this moment on, you are no longer an employee of Jingxia Company. Please collect your paycheck from the finance department today and leave." "Sister!" Xia Shihan, who had remained silent, suddenly called out with a weepy voice, "Sister, please don't do this. Be quiet. You skipped class to meet someone here. I will discipline you later." Xia Shiyun coldly interrupted her. Hearing her words, Tian Ziqi laughed heartily, addressing Xia Shiyun with a nonchalant air, "Director Xia, you have failed miserably in your role. You cannot even manage yourself, yet you dare to oversee others? That is quite astonishing. I suppose if you weren't born into the Xia family, you would likely be a naive little girl now? That is none of your concern." Xia Shiyun replied coldly, "I will tell you once more. Go to the finance department to settle your accounts and leave." "Hee, do you really think that now that I've left the company, Xiaohan won't seek me out to play? You are far too naive." Tian Ziqi chuckled and shook his head, saying, "On the contrary, my departure from the company has granted me even greater freedom. I could lurk at your doorstep waiting for Xiaohan, or even throw stones at your windows just for fun. Once Xiaohan finds me, we could run away together, or simply linger in some obscure corner of Jinghua City where you would never find us. I believe that when you realize Xiaohan is missing, your anxiety will only escalate. Don't even think about calling the police. It would be futile, for I am not kidnapping Xiaohan. She is willingly seeking my company. But the places we choose to play are beyond your reach." He grinned mischievously and added, "Tell me, would such a scenario be to your liking?" Xia Shihan, standing nearby, lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Yet Tian Ziqi knew that this little girl was likely struggling to suppress her laughter. Xia Shiyun, on the other hand, was shaking with anger. She had not anticipated that this rogue would be so audacious as to hatch such a scheme. It was utterly despicable. Typically, Men would scurry away when faced with her, but here she faced a tough nut to crack. Fine. If he's a tough nut, I shall approach him with softness. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Xia Shiyun declared, 1 million. Please leave Xiaohan alone. Tian Ziqi cast a disdainful glance at his female boss and retorted, 1 million. Are you belittling me or your sister? 10 million. Xia Shiyun suddenly increased the offer tenfold. As long as you agree to leave Xiaohan, 10 million is yours. Tian Ziqi's disdain grew even more pronounced. 100 million. Xia Shiyun confidently stated a new price, a sum that many strive for a lifetime to attain. No one could withstand such a vast amount of money without faltering. Xia Shiyun cautiously raised her head to observe Tian Ziqi, terrified that he might actually take the money and leave. She understood that this scoundrel Tian was in need of cash, and perhaps he might indeed acquiesce to her sister's demands, taking the money and abandoning her. Tian Ziqi chuckled, albeit coldly, as he gazed at Xia Shiyun, gradually closing the distance between them to no more than 20 centimeters before slowly stating, you, born into wealth, might believe that money can solve all problems. No, let me enlighten you. Matters that can be resolved by money are trivial. The real challenges are those that cannot be solved with currency. Dear General Manager Xia, I feel a profound sadness for you. I am ashamed of your worldview. With that, Tian Ziqi swiftly distanced himself from her, laughing heartily as he said, I could leave right now, but I do not want your money. Money is not omnipotent. I wish to convey to you that wealth is not infinite. Instead of frantically chasing after billions, resulting in family separations, it would be far better to spend time cherishing your loved ones, like your sister Xiaohan. She is quite solitary and proud, with few friends to rely on, leaving only family. If family does not accompany her, she will inevitably remain isolated. His words left Xia Shiyun momentarily speechless. Clearly, he spoke with reason that struck a chord within her. She stood there, lost for words, unsure how to refute this audacious yet rational fellow, perhaps even not wishing to contradict him. After speaking, Tian Ziqi glanced at Xia Shiyun, smiling as he said, Xiaohan, I must leave now. You must heed Brother Tian's advice, study diligently, get along well with your classmates, and listen to your parents and sister. I will come to see you often. All right? He affectionately tousled Xia Shiyun's hair, then turned with a flourish, preparing to return to his room to gather his belongings. Stinky Tianqi, I don't want you to go. I don't want you to leave. Xia Shiyun suddenly cried out, rushing to Tian Ziqi's back and tightly clutching his waist, her eyes, still red from weeping, now brimming with fresh tears. Hearing Xia Shiyun's heart-wrenching cries, even Tian Ziqi's strong heart felt a pang of sorrow, a warm, tender feeling that made him want to cry alongside her. Alas, he was too kind-hearted. He could not help but pat Xia Shiyun's arms around him, offering comfort. Do not worry, Brother Tian will always be by your side. Even if I leave the company, my legend will continue to circulate. Xia Shiyun could not help but let out a laugh through her tears. Stinky Tianqi, you are so annoying, making me laugh at a time like this. Wow, come on. How old are you? Still sniffling. It's fine to sniffle, but please don't wipe it all over my clothes. Tian Ziqi feigned a pained expression. Who told you to make me laugh? Who told you to leave? Xia Shiyun retorted, but upon catching sight of her sister's gloomy expression, she promptly fell silent, though her little hands still clung tightly to Tian Ziqi's waist, refusing to let him go. Tian Ziqi chuckled and said to Xia Shiyun, rest assured, little one, I am only leaving Jingxia company, not you. I can visit you anytime. All right, that's not good. Xia Shiyun pouted stubbornly. At this moment, Xia Shiyun was still reflecting on Tian Ziqi's words. Observing Xia Shiyun's intimacy with Tian Ziqi, she was at a loss for how to respond. Though she found Tian Ziqi's arguments reasonable, she was too proud to concede. With a stamp of her high heels, she snapped at Xia Shiyun. Xiaohan, are you coming with me or not? Xia Shiyun looked at her sister with a sense of grievance, softly calling out, Sister. Xia Shiyun, in a fit of anger, declared, Fine, very well. I shall no longer concern myself with you. By the end, her voice cracked with emotion as she turned and ran off, prompting Xia Shiyun to let out another heart-rending wail. Sister? Tian Ziqi, unwilling to see the little girl distressed, urged, quickly go after your sister. She is only looking out for your best interests. Do not mind my feelings. I am already quite satisfied with this. Xia Shiyun cast a worried glance at Tian Ziqi and said, Then you promise me? You won't leave. All right, I promise I will not leave you. Tian Ziqi smiled, and as he watched Xia Shiyun dash out the door, he sighed, slapping his forehead and sitting down on the nearby sofa, pondering for a long while before muttering to himself, What on earth is going on? The ups and downs of life come too swiftly. It's truly exhilarating with that, He turned back to his room, packed his few belongings into a bag, and left the room with a sense of nonchalance. After locking the door, he went to the logistics department to return the keys, greeted the human resources department, and then visited the finance department to collect 2 months' wages, with an additional month as pay as severance. Finally, he drove his mech, Shenlong, stylishly towards the company gate. Laughing heartily as he stepped out, he thought, we are not mere weeds in this world. If this place does not keep me, there are surely other places that will. Tian Ziqi's mood was just like that. With 2 months' wages, he could manage for a while. The most pressing matter was to find a rental room. As he departed Jinxia Company, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar police mech, Shuebao. It was obvious that Lin Xiu was once again pursuing him. Pretending not to notice, Tian Ziqi maneuvered the Shenlong to slip away, but Shuebao quickly followed suit, both mech owners silent as they sped ahead of each other. Finally, upon reaching the city center, the density of mechs became overwhelming. Tian Ziqi's Shenlong deftly navigated through the throng, while Shuebao struggled to keep pace. Reluctantly, Lin Xiu had to break the silence, her displeasure evident as she called over the comm channel. Hey, Tian Ziqi, stop right there. Hey, when did I acquire such a young mother? Tian Ziqi laughed. And why should I stop for you? Lin Xiu was momentarily at a loss for words, her anger flaring as she retorted, if you keep running, I will activate the sirens to chase you down and alert all nearby patrols to surround you. Even if you manage to escape, you won't live peacefully. You will spend your days in constant fear. Tian Ziqi chuckled, dismissively replying, who said I was trying to escape? Go ahead and surround me. I have nowhere to stay anyway. Living in a prison sounds just fine. Despite his bravado, Tian Ziqi found a mech parking spot near a central plaza and parked the mech. Shuebao silently followed suit, parking beside Shenlong, and then Lin Xiu emerged from her vehicle. Tian Ziqi, feeling rather unenthusiastic, lethargically asked Lin Xiu, I say, Inspector Lin, why do you keep trailing me? Is it because I spanked you? And now you expect me to take responsibility? Mentioning her backside made Lin Xiu's cheeks flush with heat. With her brows furrowed, she snapped, Shut up, be careful. I could charge you with speeding, illegal modifications to your mech, robbery, and even assaulting a police officer. Assaulting an officer is a serious crime, you know. A conviction could land you in prison for 10 to 20 years. Tian Ziqi, unaffected by her words, maintained an air of disdain and remarked, Well then, go ahead and arrest me. I just happen to be without a place to stay. 10 or 8 years, how wonderful that would be. Food, shelter, and even clothing and props provided. SK. Observing Tian Ziqi's seemingly longing expression, Lin Xiu was rendered speechless, her expression quite peculiar. She had not anticipated the existence of such a person in the world. Her earlier threats had seemingly struck a chord with him instead. You wish to go to prison, but I shall thwart your desire. Lin Xiu shot him a contemptuous glance and declared, If you wish to go, I shall ensure you do not. It would be a waste of food. Given how much you consume, Tian Ziqi chuckled. So you saw me on television? Indeed. One would not discern that you lack the physique of a pig, yet you can eat even more, Lin Xiu teased in response. Tian Ziqi laughed heartily. You flatter me, truly you do. You hold pigs in too high a regard. They could never match my appetite. Hee. Lin Xiu could not help but burst into laughter. Thus, I refuse to let you go to prison. What a challenge it would be to sustain you there. Let you wander outside instead. Starve, thirst, freeze. Really? Is it that cruel? Tian Ziqi feigned surprise. Lin Xiu, hands on her hips, replied proudly, That's just how ruthless I am. Noticing Lin Xiu's ample bosom, which seemed on the verge of bursting from her clothing, Tian Ziqi kindly cautioned, Cough, cough. We are both public figures who have appeared on television. We ought to maintain some decorum and not expose ourselves. Lin Xiu's cheeks flushed. Mind your own business. My style is just like this. Regardless, I won't feed you. Tian Ziqi gazed at Lin Xiu's ample chest and muttered softly, Not eating is fine, as long as there's milk to drink. What did you say? Lin Xiu's eyes widened in anger, her brows furrowing, clearly having caught a hint of Tian Ziqi's words. Tian Ziqi quickly changed her tune. Oh, nothing. I was merely saying that you should endure. Let the gentle breeze caress the mountain ridge. She then glanced towards the headquarters of Huaxia Bank across the central square, hastily shifting the topic. No matter your strength, I shall boldly rob the bank. Surely that would qualify me for imprisonment? Lin Xiu shot her an incredulous look. Oh, do you possess the ability to rob it? The security measures at Huaxia Bank are formidable. An elite mech squad is stationed there. Along with over 100 armed security personnel, only a madman or a fool would attempt to rob Huaxia Bank. Just then, The ground shook as two deafening explosions erupted from within the bank building. A section of the tempered glass windows shattered, sending shards raining down from above, causing chaos among the crowd nearby, who fled in terror. In a way, such perfect timing. Tian Ziqi glanced at Lin Xiao, noticing her serious demeanor, and chuckled. So, do you think those committing this act are madmen or fools? Lin Xiao shot Tian Ziqi a glare and hurriedly climbed into the snow leopard, meticulously reporting the situation to the command center. She then turned to Tian Ziqi. You stay here. I must assess the situation. With that, she drove the snow leopard out into the fray. Tian Ziqi sighed and shook her head, climbing into the divine dragon. Muttering resignedly, you are such a foolish woman. As she piloted the divine dragon, she quickly caught up with Lin Xiao. Listen, don't get too close, or the consequences could be dire. Tian Ziqi cautioned Lin Xiao, who was in the snow leopard. Seeing Tian Ziqi insist on following her, Lin Xiao grew impatient. Why did you come up here? Go back. Shouldn't you be the one to return? Tian Ziqi retorted disdainfully. You think you can catch criminals without mastering the basics of mech operation? Humph. I know you excel in mech control, but capturing thieves is our job as police. You need not interfere, Lin Xiao added. And you'd best keep your suspiciously modified mech at a distance. Otherwise, if our police mistakenly identify you as one of the robbers, I certainly wouldn't want to see you harmed. Tian Ziqi pondered for a moment before grinning. All right, I won't interfere. I'll just follow along and watch the spectacle. Suit yourself, but if you get hurt, I won't be responsible. With Tian Ziqi determined to accompany her, Lin Xiao ceased her objections. The distance was covered in mere moments, and the crowd had already dispersed from around the Huaxia Bank headquarters. However, the human penchant for spectacle remained unchanged, as even from hundreds of meters away, onlookers peered out from what they believed to be safe distances. In this advanced era, police response times were not instantaneous. When Lin Xiao and Tian Ziqi arrived, aside from the bank's own security personnel, no one else was present. To be frank, the bank's security forces held a certain disdain for the police, viewing them as an unprofessional force. Most of the security staff were retired military personnel, well-versed in handling various situations. Among them, the elite mech squad stationed at Huaxia Bank consisted of highly skilled mech soldiers, far surpassing the police in capability. Thus, when Lin Xiao arrived driving her police mech, the squad leader of the elite unit promptly halted her. With a polite demeanor, he addressed Lin Xiao. Apologies, ma'am. For your safety, please refrain from approaching the building. Lin Xiao found herself at a loss for words and retorted. I am a police officer. The leader, unfazed, replied. I am aware you are a police officer, his tone dripping with condescension. Tian Ziqi chuckled. Look at that. How embarrassing for you. Mind your own business. Lin Xiao shot back at Tian Ziqi, then continued to the leader. Excuse me, but the situation here falls under our jurisdiction as police. Please do not obstruct me further, or it will be considered interference with official duties. The leader sighed with resignation. Very well, do as you wish. Just be careful and try not to complicate matters for us. We do not wish to expend additional resources on rescue operations. After a brief pause, he added, I still hope you can assist in maintaining order here, as that is the role of the police. With that, he piloted his armed mech away towards the rear of the bank building. Tian Ziqi laughed. I say, Xiao, we should comply and maintain order here. It's much safer. Lin Xiao glared at Tian Ziqi. Are we merely here to maintain order? That fellow has fled. There is likely a situation ahead. I will follow him. If you wish to maintain order, then stay here. With that, she drove the snow leopard after the armed mech. Tian Ziqi countered. Leave the order maintenance to the city management. It's safer for me to follow you. Otherwise, if I end up alone, the terrorists might mistake me for a police officer, and the police might think I'm a terrorist. I'd become the target. With that, she hurriedly followed Lin Xiao towards the back of the bank building. The Huaxia Bank headquarters was vast. Aside from the main building, there were staff residences, the security forces' quarters, recreational areas, and, notably, the rear entrance to the bank. As they rounded the building, Tian Ziqi's eyes immediately fell upon two enormous armed mechs. The Reapers alongside a group of standard armed mechs, the Braves. Especially those two giant Reapers, towering over 10 meters, wielding scythes nearly 8 meters long, stood out amongst the 7 or 8 meter tall standard mechs, resembling two hulking muscle-bound men amidst a crowd of children. Their superiority unmistakable. At this moment, the rear entrance of the building had been blasted open, leaving a gaping hole in both the door and wall due to a rocket attack. Two enormous modified Grim Reaper mechas stood menacingly at the entrance, their scythes of death swinging continuously, effectively blocking the majority of security personnel from entering and posing an imminent threat to the lives of the brave warriors. Inside the building, Several terrorists armed with firearms had already stormed in, launching a ferocious assault on the bank's interior. Apart from a handful of security guards inside the bank, who were valiantly resisting and temporarily preventing the terrorists from accessing the central systems, external security personnel were utterly incapable of making their way in. Meanwhile, the mech special forces team was engaged in a relentless offensive against the two titanic mechas in an effort to eliminate them swiftly, allowing other security personnel to enter and eradicate the terrorists within the bank. All Brave Warriors mechas were targeting the Grim Reaper mechas, while the hundreds of other security personnel found themselves unable to mount a meaningful counterattack, taking refuge behind cover to avoid exposing themselves to the onslaught of the terrorists' armed mechas, which could easily spell their demise. Despite the clear numerical advantage of 10 against 2, the ferocity of the enemy's mechas was overwhelming. The 10 Brave Warriors appeared feeble, their weapons, battle blades and spears, unable to even approach the Grim Reapers, rendering any attempts to breach their defenses futile. In this critical moment, the 10 Brave Warriors suddenly surged forward, startling Tian Ziqi, who recognized the courage of these mech warriors. It seemed they were willing to exchange lives in the heat of battle, yet, with their slender frames, it would not be an easy task to match the might of the formidable Grim Reapers. To speak of the Brave Warriors' armed mechas, they indeed possessed considerable prowess, yet before the formidable Grim Reapers, their attempts to assert dominance fell flat. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to launch an assault. For it was their duty. At that moment, several Brave Warriors, wielding an array of suitable weapons, charged forth in a coordinated attack against the two Grim Reapers blocking the entrance. The air was filled with the glint of blades and the flash of gunfire as their weapons converged upon the Grim Reapers. In a fleeting instant, their attacks struck the imposing mechas, yet the Grim Reaper, enveloped in a flickering black energy shield, absorbed the blows without a hint of breaking, leaving the warriors astonished that their fervent assault had failed to even dent the energy barrier. Retreat! The captain of the mech team urgently commanded, recognizing the futility of their engagement against the behemoths. However, before his words could fully resonate, the scythes of the Grim Reapers began to swing, their 8-meter-long blades extending the range of their assault significantly. The dark red blades at the tips, each over 2 meters long, were more than capable of severing the life of any mid-sized mech. As the scythe swept toward a brave warrior that had failed to retreat in time. The unfortunate mech was cleaved in half without a sound. Only a faint hissing echoed as it crumpled to the ground, utterly incapacitated. "Number 5! The captain cried out in anguish, the sight of his teammates' demise wrenching at his heart. In a moment of despair, he could not suppress his grief. Yet, unexpectedly, the chest armor of the bisected Brave Warrior suddenly opened, and a figure emerged, scrambling out and dashing frantically toward the ranks of Brave Warriors. It was number 5. He was still alive. "Cover him!" the captain shouted, but the two Grim Reaper mechas seemed indifferent to pursuing a defenseless mech warrior. Instead, they redirected their attention to the other Brave Warriors charging toward them, swinging their scythes with a menacing grace, radiating an eerie dark red glow akin to hellish flames, capable of annihilating any foe in proximity. A piercing screech erupted, reminiscent of twisted metal or cutlery scraping against porcelain, a sound that grated on the nerves. Leaving Tian Ziqi inside the divine dragon mech feeling agitated. Glancing over, he witnessed a brave warrior whose heavy legs had been struck by the scythe. Though not severed, they had been severely mangled. It seemed the alloy of the legs was significantly thicker than that of the torso. Thus, while the Grim Reaper could cleave the waist, it could not sever the legs. Even so, that brave warrior, now rendered immobile, lay on the ground struggling yet unable to rise. It appeared that maintaining a stable stance was far more challenging than adopting a wobbly or awkward posture. After incapacitating this brave warrior, the Grim Reaper paid him no further mind, resuming its search for the next target. To everyone's surprise, the stranded brave warrior, despite his plight, displayed indomitable spirit, launching a laser spear like a javelin toward the back of the Grim Reaper. With a sharp hiss, perhaps due to the Grim Reaper having sustained damage from previous attacks, the energy shield was momentarily weakened, allowing the determined brave warrior to pierce the remaining barrier, embedding the spear into the broad back of the Grim Reaper. This sudden turn of events caught the Grim Reaper off guard, prompting it to glance back at the crippled mech. This seemingly trivial gesture sent a jolt of alarm through Tian Ziqi. Foreboding ill tidings, indeed, the Grim Reaper, enraged by the audacity of this insignificant foe, seized its scythe with both hands and swung it down like a farmer tilling the earth, aiming to cleave the fallen brave warrior in two. "Number 8! The captain cried out in horror, but it was too late for number 8 to evade the oncoming strike. With a thunderous crash, the scythe's blade penetrated the brave warrior's chest armor. Crashing into the ground, the armor, unable to withstand such a tremendous force, exploded into countless shards, scattering across the ground. A mournful wail erupted from the remaining mech warriors. Number 8, the ever-optimistic and jovial member of the team, had been lost, his body nowhere to be found. How could they not be driven to madness by this loss? With a collective roar, the captain issued a rallying cry. Brothers, avenge number 8. Charge, in an instant. The remaining 8 mechas surged forward, their energy weapons raised, aimed squarely at the unshielded Grim Reaper. Their singular objective was now clear: to eliminate this Grim Reaper in retaliation for their fallen comrade. Yet, sometimes, sheer numbers do not dictate the outcome of a battle. It is the quality that ultimately reigns supreme. The 8 brave warriors surged forth like a pack of fierce wolves, yet they faced a Grim Reaper that was a far more ferocious beast, an apex predator. Even if this tiger bore a scratch, its claws and fangs remained sharp enough to shred any challenger. As the 8 brave warriors approached from all directions, the Grim Reaper whirled its scythe, creating a protective barrier with a diameter of 20 meters, rendering the weapons of the brave warriors ineffective. Meanwhile, the other Grim Reaper remained at the rear entrance, thwarting the entry of additional security personnel. It seemed they regarded the ordinary mech warriors as little more than playthings, only retaliating in response to the provocation of the crippled brave warrior, faced with the lethal defenses of the Grim Reaper. The 8 brave warriors found themselves momentarily stymied, circling the perimeter. The captain, resolute, declared, "All in, utilize a swarm tactic." Without regard for his own safety, he led the charge directly toward the central Grim Reaper. Tian Ziqi shook his head, sensing impending doom, and as the brave warriors surged forward, the divine dragon began to move as well. As soon as Tian Ziqi's divine dragon sprang into action, he was taken aback by the swiftness of the snow leopard, which darted into the fray. "Damn it, crazy woman!" Tian Ziqi cursed internally, urgently calling out, "Lin Xiu, are you out of your mind?" Lin Xiu shot him a disdainful look and retorted, "Apologies, but I am a police officer." Good grief, police officers are supposed to maintain order, not dive headfirst into chaos. Regarding this fiercely principled yet somewhat stubborn woman, Tian Ziqi found himself utterly speechless. "What business is it of yours, if you're so afraid? Go hide," he thought, watching as she vowed to capture the band of robbers. Just as Lin Xiu's words faded, a colossal object suddenly hurtled toward her from ahead. Before she could evade it, the massive entity struck her with a resounding thud, sending her tumbling aside. Quickly regaining her footing, she was astonished to discover that the enormous object was none other than the upper half of a mighty mech. To her shock, she observed that the previously vibrant bar of mighty mechs lay scattered on the ground, with 4 of them incapacitated, the one that had struck her being the most severely damaged. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 intact, mighty mechs were retreating in a state of panic, while a Reaper mech seemed to be in a bloodlust frenzy, pursuing those fleeing mighty mechs. With a series of sharp sounds, it swiftly felled another mighty, and its next target was none other than Lin Xiu's snow leopard. As danger loomed closer, Lin Xiu fought against the fog in her mind and commanded the snow leopard to move. To everyone's astonishment, the snow leopard did not retreat. Instead, it charged directly at the oncoming Reaper. What madness is this? Tian Ziqi thought, unable to contain his disbelief at Lin Xiu's reckless decision. He activated the divine dragon and surged into the fray. The Reaper, noticing the diminutive, cat-like beast mech daring to advance rather than retreat, scoffed with disdain. Without regard for the pilot within, it swung its scythe, which had claimed countless mech lives, towards the little feline mech. As Lin Xiu witnessed the enormous weapon descending upon her, fear gripped her heart, yet there was no time for terror. In a moment of panic, she directed the snow leopard to dodge just in time, narrowly evading the Reaper's scythe. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the scythe executed a swift arc in midair, the dark crimson blade now bearing down upon her once more. Lin Xiu could not suppress a scream, for in that instant, she perceived the approach of death with startling clarity, shaking her pure heart to its core. She instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable. The sounds of metal clashing continued to echo, reverberating close to her ears. After a prolonged moment of stillness, she realized she felt no pain. As the cacophony of impacts began to recede, Lin Xiu's curiosity piqued, compelling her to slowly open her eyes. The first thing she did was touch her face, discovering herself unscathed. Her taut nerves finally relaxed as she turned her gaze to the source of the noise, only to witness Tian Ziqi's comparatively smaller silver mech darting around the towering Reaper, executing circular maneuvers while incessantly attacking. The sounds she heard were the result of the silver mech's feet striking the Reaper. In that moment, the once formidable Reaper was utterly at the mercy of the silver mech's relentless assault, unable to retaliate, as it remained elusive behind the Reaper, landing kicks to its rear and delivering blows to its vulnerable spots. Frustrated by its inability to catch even a glimpse of its assailant, the Reaper let out a roar of indignation, rolling on the ground in an attempt to confront its foe, only to find that the nimble silver mech had once again evaded to its rear. Continuing the relentless assault, "Curse it!" the pilot of the Reaper bellowed. "If you have the guts, face me head-on. Hiding behind others is hardly the mark of a true master." Tian Ziqi chuckled nonchalantly, replying, "I may not be a master, but I excel at delivering swift kicks to behinds. If you prefer to label me as a butt-kicking expert, so be it." Despicable, shameless, trash, the Reaper began to hurl insults indiscriminately, but Tian Ziqi ignored them, continuing his relentless assault. The energy shield of the Reaper had long since dissipated, and the blows it endured were taking a toll on the pilot inside. In desperation, he called for assistance. "Jack, you incompetent fool, why aren't you helping? Quick, lend a hand." In the squad channel of the Reaper, mechs, another Reaper chuckled with glee. "Old Sam, weren't you supposed to be the strong one? How is it that you can't even handle an unarmed opponent? You're truly disappointing." "Fine, if you want to take over, just step back and let me handle this," Old Sam replied. "I don't wish to bully someone alongside you." "Hey, Old Sam, don't underestimate this one. He may seem harmless, but he's quite capable. Let's work together to take him down, just to be safe." "Enough chatter. Even if we're to work together, I want to have my fun first. You've had your turn for far too long." "It's my time to play," Jack retorted with a chuckle. "Fine. You take him on alone. I refuse to endure another kick to my backside," Old Sam shouted as he sprinted toward Jack. Despite Jack's lighthearted banter, he approached the battle with utmost seriousness, charging forward with the scythe of the Reaper. Tian Ziqi, initially enjoying the playful kicks, was taken aback when his opponent suddenly fled, clutching its rear. He had intended to chase after it, but upon seeing the newly arrived Reaper, adorned with a thick energy shield and brandishing the radiant scythe, he cursed under his breath, "Cursed will battle," and swiftly turned to flee, knowing that his kicks would have little effect against an opponent fully shielded. Tian Ziqi picked up a scattered spear from the ground and turned back with a grin, ready to face the new Reaper. As the Reaper charged at him with unwavering momentum, Tian Ziqi thrust the laser spear forward with all his might. The two weapons clashed, producing a piercing shriek, and his inferior spear shattered into two pieces. Yet, to Tian Ziqi's delight, the scythe also suffered a notable dent, reducing its overall potency. However, even diminished, the scythe was still far too powerful for a mech to withstand. As the Reaper pressed its attack with renewed vigor, Tian Ziqi hurled the broken spear like a javelin and fled, seeking a nearby one-handed ion blade. The spear missed its target, but it did create a brief moment of hesitation. By the time the Reaper had dodged the spear and turned to pursue him again, Tian Ziqi was already poised with the ion blade in hand. Observing the Reaper gathering strength, it surprisingly ceased its pursuit, fixing its gaze on the silver humanoid mech before it. With a sinister smile, it declared, "Kid, your skills are commendable, but merely commendable today. I shall show you the true prowess of a mech martial artist." With that, the Reaper swung its scythe with great force, creating a gust of wind as it lunged at Tian Ziqi. The Reaper leaped high into the air, its massive scythe raised in a commanding stance. And as it reached the peak of its ascent, the blade glowed with an intense red light. Descending with an unstoppable force, it executed the move known as Reaper's Descent. Though it appeared intricate, the sequence of actions was completed in the blink of an eye. Within mere seconds, the scythe was upon Tian Ziqi, its overwhelming aura pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Lin Xiao, anxiously watching from the sidelines, felt her heart race. Why was he not reacting? Had he been stunned by fear? Yet, Tian Ziqi remained remarkably composed, a scornful smile playing on his lips. "Is this what you call the ultimate technique of a mech martial artist? It's utterly pathetic, too slow, too weak, not even comparable to a mere monster." As he uttered these words, memories of vanquishing mechanical beasts on Rabasai Star flooded his mind. Faced with the overwhelming hordes of mechanical foes, he had not felt fear then. How could he possibly feel it now against such a solitary opponent? As the scythe of death was poised to strike the head of the divine dragon mech, and as Jack, the master of death, revealed a victorious smile, and as the crowd was on the verge of gasping in astonishment, Tian Ziqi sprang into action, as still as a rock and as swift as lightning. Just as the scythe of death descended, the divine dragon mech ghosted sideways, narrowly evading the mighty blow. Then, with a sudden surge of power, it leapt high into the air, mimicking death, and with both hands gripping the ion blade, it fiercely swung it towards the unprepared death, the Godslayer technique. You are a death mech, are you not? Then I shall create my own move, aptly named the Godslayer technique. The ion blade, sharp beyond measure, cleaved through armor as effortlessly as a chef's knife slices through a watermelon in the blink of an eye. The 3-meter-long ion blade pierced the energy shield surrounding death, resulting in a blinding flash of light that erupted, momentarily blinding onlookers. As the brilliance faded, the energy shield of the death mech vanished without a trace, while the razor-sharp ion blade continued its relentless assault, slicing through death's external armor with the ease of cutting through fruit. A metallic grinding sound resonated, followed by a series of explosive booms. When the light finally dissipated, the two mechs stood eerily still in the arena, resembling lifelike models. The ion blade in Divine Dragon's grasp had vanished, while death emitted flickers of sparks. After a few seconds, Tian Ziqi shook his head and turned to leave. Behind him, the cockpit of the towering death mech was seen to have a diagonal fracture, a gaping wound stretching from the left shoulder to the lower right waist, becoming increasingly pronounced until, with a thunderous crash, it collapsed. Inside another death, old Sam appeared exceedingly anxious. He was well aware of Jack's capabilities. If even the fully operational death under Jack's command could not withstand a single strike, then he too stood no chance. Upon witnessing the opposing mech disdainfully shake its head and turn away, old Sam was seized by an overwhelming panic, for the small-sized mech was heading directly towards him. There was no time for hesitation. Taking advantage of the fact that this foe was unarmed, he charged forward. Chishu Wang, old Sam thought to himself, his resolve hardening as he sprinted towards the silver mech, completely forgetting that, even without any weapons, this silver mech could easily hide behind him and strike him down. However, faced with the specter of death, old Sam could think of nothing else. As death surged forward, Divine Dragon adeptly bent down, retrieving a new ion blade from the ground. The scattered weapons were remnants left by the recently defeated brave mechs, a testament that their failures were not entirely in vain, as they had provided Tian Ziqi with an abundance of weaponry to choose from. Upon seeing the silver mech suddenly pick up an ion blade, the death mech, which had just bolted into action, came to a screeching halt, its scythe poised defiantly before itself, adopting an air of imminent confrontation. Tian Ziqi chuckled, performing a few flourishes with the ion blade in hand, and playfully addressed his opponent. "Hey, you there, still want to fight?" Old Sam was rendered speechless. Of course, he did not wish to continue the fight. Yet, as a member of the Free Alliance, he could not show weakness or surrender. For that was the very tenet of the Free Alliance, death before dishonor. Noticing his opponent's silence, Tian Ziqi continued. "I advise you to exit your mech. It might allow you to live a little longer." "Humph, whether I die today or by your hands, the end result is still death. I would rather perish freely than live in disgrace. Come, let us engage in a frenzied battle." Old Sam suddenly erupted, abandoning all caution, raising the scythe of death, and charging madly towards Tian Ziqi. Madness, they are all mad. Tian Ziqi sighed in resignation, forced to retaliate. His opponent's reckless, life-defying state compelled Tian Ziqi to retreat and defend multiple times, during which he even lost 2 ion blades and a laser spear. Ultimately, however, Tian Ziqi relied on a pair of metallic hammers, bludgeoning his opponent into submission with relentless strikes. When death fell, security personnel opened its cockpit door to reveal a terrorist who was bleeding from all orifices. He had been literally beaten to death. After the battle concluded, Tian Ziqi struck a flamboyant pose, gazing at the bloodied robber, despite his heart feeling a twinge of sympathy. After all, humanity is but flesh. He silently shook his head and turned away, leaving the bank security to clean up the aftermath. Meanwhile, more security personnel rushed into the bank building, for it was imperative to swiftly neutralize the robbers who had infiltrated the interior. Otherwise, they could take hostages or commit indiscriminate slaughter, a scenario best avoided. Tian Ziqi cared little for such matters, making his way towards Lin Xiu, as his intervention had merely been to save those in immediate danger, unable to bear the sight of their potential demise. As for the individuals inside the bank building, he felt no obligation to involve himself. Out of sight, out of mind, it was best to leave this place quickly. However, upon glancing back, Tian Ziqi was taken aback by the sight of numerous police officers who had already arrived in response to the alarm. Accompanied by throngs of reporters, seeing Tian Ziqi had defeated the colossal mech, they surged forward, encircling him before he could even make a move. "Hero, you are our people's hero," someone praised. Tian Ziqi mused to himself, "Damn, I'm not even dead yet, and I'm already being hailed as a national hero. It seems the true heroes are few and far between. Most are etched into monuments. Hero, could you please share details about the battle? Hero, did you defeat the robbers all by yourself? Hero, would you be able to step down and accept a face-to-face interview? Hero, how old are you this year? Are you married? Do you have a girlfriend?" Hero, faced with such a cacophony, Tian Ziqi surprisingly felt no annoyance. Rather, he gladly addressed each inquiry from the reporters. The battle was intensely fierce. Even I was engulfed in it and couldn't fully grasp the situation. I suggest you ask the bank security personnel. They can provide clearer details. Aside from myself, those security personnel also exerted their utmost efforts, even risking their lives to combat the robbers. Here, I extend my respect to them. After a brief pause, Tian Ziqi continued, "However, in order to protect my privacy, I cannot engage with you face-to-face. I can only answer your questions here, so I ask for your understanding. As for my marital status, I prefer to handle that myself. Furthermore, this area remains hazardous. There are still terrorists inside the building, so please retreat 200 meters to avoid any potential harm." Boom. Just as he finished speaking, an explosion erupted from within the bank. The glass windows of several floors shattering, cascading to the ground as if the entire building trembled. A chorus of screams ensued, prompting Tian Ziqi to shake his head in disbelief. Taking advantage of the chaos, he whispered to Lin Xiu in the channel, "These reporters are terrifying. I'm leaving now, but I'll find time to play with you later." He then dashed along the bank's edge, escaping from the other side. "Where are you going? I still have questions for you," Lin Xiu called out anxiously over the channel. Surrounded by colleagues and superiors in their mechs, she was temporarily unable to break free, watching helplessly as he turned a corner and vanished from view. She could only shout after him, straining to push her way through. "Meeting you is never as good as reminiscing. If fate allows, we shall meet again," Tian Ziqi exclaimed dramatically as he continued his flight. The swarm of reporters, realizing the hero's mech was fleeing, pursued him relentlessly, demonstrating the inherent danger and challenge of their profession, especially as field reporters. At this moment, the journalists surged forward, shouting in unison, "The hero is running away. Everyone, chase after him." They called out to gather more colleagues, believing that in the face of danger, having more people around would lessen the odds of misfortune befalling themselves. Tian Ziqi rounded a corner behind the bank, emerging at the front, finally shaking off the throng of reporters and onlookers. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he was met with a sight that astonished him further. The front of the bank was now surrounded by a multitude of police cars and armed mechs. Suddenly, a voice boomed, "Attention, you have been locked on. Immediately exit your mech, or we will open fire." "Damn it, there's no escaping now," Tian Ziqi mused internally, astonished that the police in this world possessed such remarkable technical prowess. They arrived not during the most intense moments of battle, but rather at the conclusion of the most critical and perilous confrontation. One cannot deny the impressive nature of these officers, however, even with a multitude of armed police directing their firepower towards him. He realized that if he desired to flee, he could easily do so. Yet, such an action might arouse suspicion and lead to unnecessary complications. After contemplating, Tian Ziqi chose to remain still and refrain from any rash movements. Resisting impulsive actions did not preclude him from speaking. So he earnestly declared, "In truth, I am a good person. Enough of the chatter, get off that mech at once. Otherwise, we will indeed launch an attack on you." A police officer shouted, his anxiety palpable, as he sensed that this individual standing alone before him remained unfazed. Reminiscent of many who engaged in suicidal attacks with unnerving calm, the possibility of this seemingly unarmed anomaly resorting to such desperate measures heightened his tension. "I assure you, I am a good person. A truly good person," Tian Ziqi insisted solemnly. "The real villains have already been dealt with. Only a few minor players remain inside the building. Why are so many of you blocking me here?" "For heaven's sake," he exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. "You dare to assault an officer? The officer retorted, I warn you once more. If you do not come down, we will take the most severe actions against you. Assault? How have I assaulted anyone? Tian Ziqi exclaimed, bewildered. I am simply standing here. How does that equate to assaulting an officer? You have assaulted an officer with your words. The officer countered, adamantly. At that moment, Lin Xiu happened to approach from behind the building. Overhearing the exchange, Deputy Director Wang, he truly is a good person. There must be some misunderstanding. Ah, so he is a deputy director, Tian Ziqi thought, realizing why he was so arrogant and articulate. Assaulting with words? I merely uttered an exclamation. Do you intend to chase me across the stars if I simply leave? Despite Lin Xiu's supportive remarks, Deputy Director Wang remained unmoved, responding in a bureaucratic tone, no, given the characteristics of his mech. I now suspect he has close ties to the robbers. Inspector Lin, please instruct him to disembark immediately. Deputy Director Wang. Inspector Lin, please carry out the order. Wang interrupted, leaving Lin Xiu no choice but to fall silent. Expressing her stance through her silence. Although she was on his side, Tian Ziqi discerned that Deputy Director Wang was not of a benevolent nature. He appeared to be exceedingly narrow-minded. Not wishing to make Lin Xiu a target for his ire, Tian Ziqi chuckled. Let us not prolong this, I will come down. It's really no big deal with that. He slowly opened the cockpit door and descended onto the ground. At that moment, a throng of individuals surged forth from the rear of the bank building, brandishing cameras, microphones, and other equipment. Clearly a group of intrepid journalists. Upon seeing them, Tian Ziqi felt a surge of joy. In that instant, he no longer viewed the journalists as a nuisance. With their presence to testify and promote his cause, what could he possibly worry about? However, this also meant his identity would be exposed. While he would undoubtedly gain fame, he was simultaneously anxious about becoming a target for the so-called Free Alliance members. As the multitude of journalists arrived, Deputy Director Wang Guohua, the Vice Director of the Jinghua City Police Department, suddenly adopted a more solemn demeanor. Ah, it seems I must prepare for another television appearance, he thought, adjusting his uniform. Observing Tian Ziqi descend from the distinctive mech, he felt less anxious, thinking, now that you are out of the mech, capturing you will be exceedingly simple. I might even showcase my impressive demeanor before the media. Thus, Deputy Director Wang adjusted his attire and stepped down from his hover vehicle, intending to wave to the journalists while feigning irritation, instructing them to vacate the area as it was a dangerous scene of apprehension. However, the reporters, including several striking women, immediately surrounded the young man. I finally see the impact, one exclaimed. Wow, the hero is so handsome. Another added, such a dashing young man, a true hero from Huaxia. Look, the hero is waving at me. No, he is clearly waving at me. Hi there, hero. As Tian Ziqi found himself encircled by the incessantly prying journalists, he could not help but wave back, internally thinking, dear angels and gods, your timing is impeccable. Once the reporters surrounded him, they seized the opportunity to bombard him with questions. The journalists wielding microphones were predominantly female, while their male counterparts focused on carrying cameras and other equipment. With the microphones in the hands of inquisitive women, their curiosity about the young and handsome hero reached its peak. Hero, why did you run earlier? We wouldn't have harmed you. Hero, do you have another mission? Or are you simply a nameless hero performing good deeds? If you wish to be a nameless hero, why are you now waiting here for us? Hero, please respond to our inquiries. Faced with the barrage of questions from the enthusiastic female journalists, Tian Ziqi felt no annoyance. Instead, he listened attentively while observing the deputy director, who stood by the vehicle, looking somewhat dazed. Amused by the situation, he exhibited remarkable patience and began to address their inquiries one by one, replying nonchalantly, in fact, I am quite a humble individual. I did wish to perform good deeds without recognition. However, it seems that in this world, good people who do good deeds are met with police hostility. Ah, how tragically disheartening. My heart feels quite cold. Tian Ziqi then recounted the circumstances that led to his being detained by the police. Some reporters from major television stations were equipped with portable broadcast equipment, enabling them to directly transmit the footage they captured to television networks, subsequently broadcasting it worldwide in real time, with only a slight delay. Consequently, viewers from channels like Huaxia Television News Channel and Jinghua Television were now witnessing the armed bank robbery incident. At that moment, within the Xia household, the Xia sisters sat in their living room. Xia Shirhan was apologizing to her sister, not because she had done anything wrong, but because she wished to prevent her sister from feeling sadness or distress. She was inherently kind-hearted and did not want her loved ones to experience even a trace of unhappiness. However, Her infatuation with Tian Ziqi had left her sister feeling disappointed and upset. Since Tian Ziqi had promised not to leave her, she hurriedly pursued her sister home to apologize. The two beautiful sisters, one not working and the other not attending school, were sulking at home over their feelings for a certain scoundrel. "Sister, please don't be angry, all right?" Xia Han implored softly. She felt a deep closeness to her sister and only wished to see her happy and content, willing to endure her own grievances to spare her sister further pain. Xia Shiyun held the remote control for the virtual high-definition television, appearing to ignore her sister as if genuinely engrossed in a program. Yet, the channels on the virtual screen changed aimlessly, indicating that she was not truly watching television. Rather, she used it as a facade to express her desire not to engage further. Seeing her sister incessantly switch channels, Xia Han understood that she was indeed listening intently and still cared about her. "Sister, please don't be angry. We are sisters, after all. How can sisters be mad at each other?" Xia Shiyun sighed, placing the remote down. Turning to Xia Han, she gently ruffled her hair but maintained a serious tone. "Xiao Han, I am not angry for no reason. Its because, Sai, you are not a child anymore. Soon you will be heading to university, and you will be an adult. At that time, I will no longer interfere with your life. But until then, as your older sister, I have the responsibility to look after you. Our parents entrusted you to me, and I must take that responsibility seriously, right? A young lady should learn to protect herself, to have self-respect and dignity, shouldn't she?" "Yes, you are right, sister. I will definitely take care of myself and maintain my dignity, not allowing any vile men to approach," Xia Han declared, biting her lip, thinking to herself. "For now, I will defer to you. I will endure." Recalling the advice of Tian Ziqi, Xia Han could not help but smile knowingly. "How can you still laugh?" Xia Shiyun shot her sister a glare, which only prompted Xia Han's smile to widen. All right, dear sister, it's pointless to hold a grudge any longer," Xia Han chuckled. "Let us just watch some television," observing her sister's adorable and slightly submissive demeanor. Xia Shiyun's irritation began to dissipate. After all, how could sisters harbor resentment against one another? Faced with her sister's endearing antics, Xia Shiyun, who already held a great affection for her, sighed in resignation and said, "Fine, I won't be angry anymore. Let us watch television." With that, Xia Han reached for the remote to change the channel, but was swiftly stopped by Xia Shiyun. "Wait a moment, sister," Xia Han exclaimed, quickly seizing the remote and fixating her gaze on the screen. Xia Shiyun, puzzled, remarked, "Heh, little Han, since when did you start caring about national affairs? You're actually watching the news." She turned her attention to the television, where a man surrounded by reporters appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized, oh, isn't that the scoundrel? No wonder her sister was so engrossed. Casting a glance at her sister, Xia Shiyun sighed in exasperation but continued to watch the unfolding events on the screen, eager to see what this man, who had just vehemently criticized her, could possibly do to garner such media attention. On the television, Tian Ziqi was answering reporters' questions. When he mentioned his humble demeanor, Xia Han couldn't help but stifle a laugh, stealing a glance at her sister only to find her equally engrossed in the broadcast. She then stuck out her tongue and resumed watching the man's performance. The crowd around him erupted with cries of "hero," and the reporters prefaced their questions with the same title. Even the most oblivious individual would recognize that this hero was none other than the calm and composed young man on screen. Not to mention the astute Xia sisters. "Look, sister, he is a hero. Tian Qi is a hero," Xia Han exclaimed. Xia Shiyun shot her sister an incredulous look, instinctively wanting to ridicule Tian Ziqi. However, after a moment's contemplation, she found herself at a loss for words and could only continue to watch the television in silence. Meanwhile, the scene remained lively as the robbers inside the bank were ultimately thwarted by the security personnel who surged in, resulting in the demise of the entire gang without a single survivor. The armed bank robbery case culminated in a resounding victory, with Tian Ziqi hailed as the greatest hero. As most of the reporters had exhausted their inquiries regarding Tian Ziqi, the focus shifted to his mech. "Hero, is your mech a civilian model? How could it possibly outmatch such formidable armed mechs? Even if your mech is one size larger than a standard civilian model, it pales in comparison to those at least classified as Class A armed mechs. What gave you the audacity to challenge them, when the lives and property of the people are at stake? As a passionate youth, I believe it is my duty to step forward. I think many like-minded individuals would also rise to the occasion," he declared boldly. Though Tian Ziqi had accepted the media's attention, he took the opportunity to embellish his statements. Regarding the mech, he remarked, You could say it's a civilian mech that I personally modified. The level of a mech is indeed crucial in battle. But it is not the sole determinant of victory, and no matter how powerful a mech is, if its pilot lacks skill, its combat effectiveness will diminish significantly. Conversely, even a standard civilian mech can achieve extraordinary feats in the hands of a skilled pilot. The implication was clear. The victory in this battle was primarily due to his own capabilities. Of course, the mech itself is also important, he continued. Even a master pilot cannot hope to triumph over the worst civilian mech. Thus, the mech's quality is still quite significant in this operation. My mech played a crucial role. It was our synergy that led to our ultimate success. Tian Ziqi spoke with an air of conviction. Listening intently, a reporter inquired, "So, you claim that this mech is your own modification? Could you recommend some good civilian mechs?" Tian Ziqi pondered for a moment and replied, "Honestly, I believe my skills in mech repair and modification are among the best in the world. I have traveled across the stars in search of a suitable mech, but I was disappointed. Many civilian mechs produced by various companies cannot withstand my demands. Even the simplest maneuvers, like a 720-degree flip followed by a 540-degree rotation, would lead to minor issues and significant wear and tear, which has been quite frustrating, resulting in wasted money on mechs that I eventually discarded." He feigned seriousness as he began to weave his narrative. "However, after arriving in Jinghua City on Central Star, I discovered a mech company called Huaxia. There, I encountered excellent mech components, and I couldn't resist the allure of their quality, leading me to modify my mech. Unfortunately, I lacked the funds, so I worked there briefly as a lowly mech repair and modification technician, but I no longer work there." After a brief pause, Tian Ziqi added, "However, for the sake of everyone obtaining good mechs, I personally recommend Huaxia's products. While they may not be perfect, among the civilian mechs I have encountered, Huaxia's offerings are commendable." The intent of this advertisement was unmistakable. It was likely that after this broadcast, Huaxia's sales would soar. Such a wide-reaching media presence certainly has its benefits, Tian Ziqi mused internally. "Sister, that scoundrel Tian Qi is advertising our family's products," Xia Shihan remarked with a smile, turning to Xia Shiyun. "It seems this fellow isn't entirely useless." Xia Shiyun shot her sister a sidelong glance and replied, "Well, at least he has a bit of conscience." Xia Shihan stuck out her tongue playfully and resumed watching the television. Another reporter asked, "Oh, considering what you've shared, your identity and background are indeed shrouded in legend and mystery. Are you not one of us from Huaxia? With black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, I am forever a Huaxia person." Tian Ziqi proclaimed proudly, then added with a hint of embarrassment, "However, I often venture into the cosmos, so I do not reside frequently within the human realm. Currently, I am a stateless individual, but I will always take pride in being Huaxia." A spontaneous round of applause erupted from the crowd, as this statement resonated deeply with their hearts. At that moment, the reporters had nearly exhausted their questions when suddenly, a group of fully armed police officers pushed through the throng. Followed by a rotund figure, Deputy Director Wang Guohua. Noticing the reporters' intense focus on Tian Ziqi, Wang was displeased at it really necessary for so many reporters to swarm over someone who merely defeated two robbers? Shouldn't they be interviewing someone who has truly made a difference? After all these years as a police officer, I've captured countless criminals. If he is a hero, then surely I must be the hero of heroes. Despite knowing that maintaining the image of the police was crucial, Wang's bureaucratic mindset caused him to dismiss the reporters entirely. He addressed Tian Ziqi in a condescending tone, "Comrade, we suspect that you have illegally modified your mech. Please accompany us to the police station for an investigation and record." Tian Ziqi's heart sank at the unexpected turn of events. He hadn't anticipated such audacity from Deputy Wang, especially in front of so many media representatives and live cameras. Although Wang's words seemed to carry a semblance of validity, Tian Ziqi knew that if this were reported, it could lead to headlines portraying him as a rogue hero, undermining his reputation. While mentally cursing the deputy director, Tian Ziqi maintained a calm demeanor and replied with a faint smile, "Very well, I am a good person and will cooperate with the police. This mech has been with me for a long time. I have used it to defeat countless criminals, and it is a symbol of justice. I believe the public is wise and will not be deceived." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in supportive cheers, opposing the police's actions against a hero. Yet, Deputy Wang, feeling cornered, ordered his men to take Tian Ziqi away. In an instant, the entire Jinghua city was thrown into an uproar. How should the people respond to the injustice faced by their hero? The outcome is self-evident. The populace is in an uproar. In the main text, 087, the heroes of the people, 2 in 1. There is a palpable disdain for these imbecilic police officers, who fail to appear when criminals are at large but are quick to wrongfully accuse the innocent. Do not allow our hero to be taken away. Protect the hero, prevent his persecution. Protect the hero, protect the hero, protect the hero. The surrounding crowd, filled with indignation, chanted in unison. In desperation, Deputy Director Wang explained, "We are merely taking him for a statement. There will be no other issues, so please rest assured. Protect our hero, restore his freedom, overthrow the corrupt officials." Clearly, Deputy Director Wang's words fell upon deaf ears. Do these violent institutions truly believe the people are unaware of their tactics? Perhaps our hero, lively as ever, is being led into the police station now, only to be carried out lifeless tomorrow. That time, they might fabricate an excuse, claiming this people's hero died of asphyxiation, choked on water, or committed suicide by hanging with a mere strand of hair. What a grave injustice that would be. Wang never anticipated that this explanation would only stoke the flames of public resentment further, which ignited a quiet fury within him. He then bellowed, "The police are performing their duties. Anyone who obstructs us will be considered an accomplice and taken away." His tone was brazen, yet such arrogance in front of the media is not commendable but rather foolish. It is likely that this foolish deputy director will soon face dismissal, though if he has influential backing, he may be reassigned to another department as a director, as the overall commander of this operation. His orders were absolute, and the armed police were compelled to comply. The armed police pointed their weapons at the crowd, causing the timid to scatter. However, some brave souls remained undeterred by the police's firearms, their anger only intensifying. As taxpayers, they contribute monthly to support these officers, only to find the guns turned upon them, which deepened their sense of betrayal and fury. Amidst the crowd, an individual of notable stature could not contain himself and hurled his shoe, striking Deputy Director Wang squarely. Enraged, Wang shouted, Who dares to assault an officer? Arrest them." Yet, with so many people around, identifying the perpetrator was impossible. Others, witnessing this, erupted in laughter, further inciting Wang's rage. He contemplated intimidating these obstinate citizens once more. But before he could utter a word, a torrent of shoes rained down upon him, forcing him to retreat in haste, shielding his head. Upon finally reaching his vehicle, he barked, "Take him away! Get this troublemaker out of here." The people's government cannot point its weapons at its citizens. Despite Wang's arrogance, even if he had 10 times the audacity, he would not dare order his subordinates to fire upon the crowd. Leaving a portion of his men to manage the scene, Wang took another group with him, escorting Tian Ziqi to the police station. The public's fury was palpable, yet they were powerless against the might of the state, forced to watch as the police machinery carried their beloved hero away. Many unwilling citizens followed the departing police vehicles, heading towards the location of the Jinghua City Police Department. The unfolding events were broadcast live by the Huaxia television news channel to every corner of the world with satellite signals. When Xia Shihan witnessed the detestable police taking Tian Ziqi away, her heart raced with anxiety, and she urgently turned to her sister, Xia Shiyun, saying, "Sister, Tian Qi has been arrested by the police. I must rescue him. You saw it too. He was clearly doing good deeds when those wicked officers apprehended him. It's infuriating. Sister, you must find a way to save him. He was just promoting our family's business." Xia Shiyun hesitated for a moment, recalling how Tian Ziqi had dismissed her so easily, contemplating letting him languish in the police station for a while to temper his dismissive attitude. However, considering the harsh and unjust treatment he might face, she replied, "Very well, we shall go to the police station immediately." With that, she took Xia Shihan into her hovering vehicle, speeding towards the police station. The speed of Xia Shiyun's hovering car far surpassed that of ordinary civilian mechas, capable of exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour on designated high-speed tracks. However, in the congested city, the pace slowed considerably, and it was not long before they had to stop 2 kilometers from the police station's entrance due to the overwhelming crowd. It wasn't that Xia Shiyun wished to avoid entering the police station. Rather, the throngs of people amassed outside were simply too numerous. She was taken aback, realizing just how popular this individual was. Glancing at her sister, Xia Shihan, she smiled and remarked, "Little Han, see? Are you still worried?" "I'm worried because I can't see Tian Qi," Xia Shihan replied anxiously. "Sister, should we go down and walk?" Xia Shiyun chuckled softly, saying, "Silly sister, do you really think we can push our way through such a surging crowd?" "What should we do then?" Xia Shihan pleaded, her eyes darting between her sister and the crowd ahead. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Sister, let us fly in." Xia Shiyun shot her sister an exasperated look. The hovercar is only permitted to fly at ultra-low altitudes. If we soar over their heads, we will surely be met with their ire. Please, just fly in. I beg you, Xia Shihan implored. After a moment's deliberation, Xia Shiyun bit her lip and conceded, fine, I will grant you this one request, but you must promise to study diligently and gain admission to Huaxia University. All right. Having said this, she felt somewhat unscrupulous for taking advantage of the situation. I promise. I'll agree to anything, Xia Shihan eagerly replied, for nothing was more pressing than rescuing Tian Ziqi. The sooner she agreed to her sister's condition, the sooner they would reach the police station, thereby reducing the likelihood of Tian Ziqi facing harsh interrogation. All right, remember your words today. Brace yourself with that. Xia Shihan elevated the hovercar to 10 meters and propelled it into the police station's entrance like a rocket. At that moment, a multitude of armed police were stationed at the entrance, anxiously guarding against the throngs of citizens. Yet, the people were wise. They merely gathered for a peaceful protest and did not assault the police station, making their actions entirely legitimate. Furthermore, more and more individuals arrived, filling the streets surrounding the police station for 5 kilometers, placing immense pressure on the facility. The guards felt the weight of this pressure. As the guards grappled with the tension, a luxurious hovercar soared down from the sky, landing smoothly within the police station's courtyard. The guards shouted in unison, swiftly surrounding the vehicle. Who are you? Step out. They demanded, their voices tense, as numerous dark gun barrels were trained on the hovercar. Observing the multitude of weapons outside her window, Xia Shihan apologetically addressed Xia Shiyun, Sister, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. Xia Shiyun smiled and shook her head, gently patting her sister's head. Sit tight. I'll go take a look with that. She gracefully opened the car door and stepped out. A beautiful woman can mesmerize most men. And when such a woman possesses an air of nobility, it can induce feelings of inadequacy in ordinary men. As Xia Shiyun stood serenely amidst the guards, they instinctively lowered their weapons. Miss Xia? What brings you here? One of the guards recognized her, for she was a prominent figure within Jinghua City and well known in elite circles. Xia Shiyun offered a slight smile and replied, I apologize. But as you can see, there are far too many people outside, and I urgently need to speak with your director. Thus, I had no choice but to do this. It should not cause too much of a problem. Right? The guard glanced at his comrades before replying uncertainly, There's no problem. Xia Shiyun smiled again, saying, Great, I'll park the car aside and then go find your director. You all continue to hold your posts. Without further ado, she returned to her vehicle, and the guards parted to allow her passage. After finding a suitable spot to park, Xia Shiyun and her sister proceeded towards the police station building. Given her stature, she had dealt with such institutions on numerous occasions, albeit only with the top officials. She merely needed to converse with those in power. Upon arriving at the director's office, she noted the presence of several individuals, with the director currently in a fit of rage. Wang Guohua, you are nothing but a useless lump, failing to bring any honor to the police department and only tarnishing our reputation. Look outside. Do you see how many people are gathered? How do you intend to explain this to them? What is there to explain? Just arrest them. Wang Guohua scoffed, showing utter disdain for the common folk. Arrest? There are no fewer than 100,000 people here. How can we possibly do that? Each of them could drown you with but a single spit. The director, filled with exasperation, pointed an admonishing finger at Wang Guohua's head. Hurry, release him and apologize to the public. From this day forth, even your deputy director shall be temporarily released. Director, surely you jest? I have accomplished quite a bit. How can you simply dismiss me? Wang Guohua protested with discontent. To say class dismissed is one thing. Do not presume that I alone will agree. My uncle will not stand for it either. The director's expression shifted, a hint of irritation surfacing. Do not casually invoke your uncle. You ought to bring him some honor as well. Yet, despite his words, the director's tone softened slightly as he inquired, How do you propose we resolve this situation? In my view, these rioters have grown excessively arrogant, daring to besiege the police station. Perhaps a show of force is in order. We could mobilize the armed police to apprehend some of them. Once a few are taken, the rest will surely flee in fear. Wang Guohua scoffed, his belief in the bureaucratic hierarchy deeply ingrained. Do as you see fit. I shall leave this matter in your hands. The director shook his head, secretly thinking. Let chaos ensue. The larger the mess, the better. In the end, it won't just be you, a mere deputy director, who suffers. Even your ministerial uncle will find himself in a predicament. The political strife within the Huaxia alliance is steeped in history, with infighting being a common trait among the Chinese, be they ordinary citizens or high-ranking officials. The director perceived this as a rare opportunity and thought, let this fool make a mess. Others will surely come to rectify it. Director Gao, upon hearing the police chief's words, Xia Shiyun could no longer contain herself. She entered the office and exclaimed, Director Gao, as the police chief of Jinghua City, you cannot simply turn a blind eye to your subordinates. This is utterly irresponsible. Director Gao frowned, pondering who had the audacity to claim he was neglecting his duties. Upon turning, he was somewhat amused to see Xia Shiyun. Little Xia, what brings you here? He was well aware of the formidable connections her family possessed. Not merely their wealth, Director Gao, I am not here to meddle. I only wish to take one person with me, and I ask that you grant this request from your junior. Xia Shiyun spoke earnestly. I assure you, this individual is not a lawbreaker. Director Gao replied with a smile, Little Xia, feel free to express your concerns. Who is this person you wish to claim? Tian Ziqi, Xia Shiyun declared. It is the individual recently apprehended by Deputy Director Wang. He is an employee of our company, and I am obligated to ensure he is treated justly. He is a law-abiding citizen and a hero of the people. This can be verified on television or through the news station. Since you vouch for him, I shall take your word for it. You may bring him. No. Before Director Gao could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Guohua. This man is the instigator of the public unrest. We cannot release him. The true instigator of the unrest is you. Isn't it? You shall not malign brother Tian Ziqi. Xia Shihuan interjected, unable to restrain herself. Silence, you little brat. What do you know? Wang Guohua snapped back. Director Gao furrowed his brow and cautioned, Deputy Director Wang, please be mindful of your words and actions. Wang Guohua cast a glance at Director Gao, remaining silent, but his face betrayed a sinister discontent. It was evident he held the director in low regard. As a deputy director, his audacity to confront the chief so brazenly showcased the formidable power he wielded behind the scenes, indicating he did not view the director as a figure of authority. No, this man cannot be released. He lacks nationality, residency, and identity. Until we clarify his status, how can we know he is not in league with those robbers? It could all be a ruse to elicit sympathy. And perhaps there is a larger conspiracy at play, Wang Guohua asserted with grave seriousness. Listening to Wang Guohua's remarks and observing Director Gao's grim expression, Xia Shiyun felt a sense of helplessness. She hadn't anticipated that even Director Gao could not resolve this issue. Deputy Director Wang was truly overstepping. What a pity it is that your vivid imagination is not channeled into writing novels. Suddenly, a cold voice from outside interrupted, and moments later, a small squad of individuals clad in the uniforms of a Central Special Forces unit appeared at the office door. Leading them was a strikingly beautiful woman named Annie. Annie surveyed the room with her indifferent gaze, ultimately locking eyes with Director Gao. She approached him slowly, presenting her credentials for his inspection, and declared, Director Gao, I am here to retrieve someone. Upon reviewing her credentials, Director Gao felt a surge of relief. He knew this troublesome situation would ultimately rest upon Wang Guohua's shoulders. Ah, so it is Captain Annie from the Alliance Headquarters Special Operations Team. I am Gao Shou, the police chief of Jinghua City, and I warmly welcome your arrival. Regarding your request, I certainly have no objections, Director Gao spoke with a smile, wiping the perspiration from his brow. May I inquire as to whom you wish to retrieve? For the Alliance's Special Operations Team, aside from officials from the headquarters, all Alliance officials regard them with a certain reverence. Born from the legends surrounding their operations, one of their duties is to execute orders directly from the headquarters. Having apprehended numerous corrupt high-ranking officials and undertaken numerous assassination missions across alien worlds. These individuals serve the headquarters, and although she is merely a captain, she might not even regard national ministers or heads of state. Of course, this is merely legend. One should neither wholly trust nor completely dismiss such tales. It is wiser to believe that some rumors hold a grain of truth. Annie nodded lightly, handing him a photograph. This is Tian Ziqi, the individual in this image. The Xia sisters glanced at the photograph simultaneously, their hearts racing in shock. The person in the image bore an uncanny resemblance to Tian Ziqi. Their names were also strikingly similar. Could they be twins? Confronted by such a formidable beauty, the Xia sisters felt a sudden surge of anxiety, as if something precious was about to be seized from them. Director Gao took the photograph, chuckling as he said, Ah, so it is he. Very well, very well. Though he spoke amiably, he privately mused. What is this young man's true identity? Why are both the Xia family and the Alliance's Special Operations Team so intent on claiming him? The Xia family is understandable. It is said that this young man works at their company, and it is only natural for a boss to wish to reclaim a talented employee. But why would the famed Special Operations Team seek him as well? Is there some hidden agenda? Recalling the young man's remarkable feat of single-handedly thwarting two A-level assassins from the Free Alliance without a single shot fired, Director Gao could not help but suspect that this young man might be affiliated with the Special Operations Team or possess an even more mysterious background. Thus, he smiled and said, "So it is he. This young man is a hero, and I hold him in high regard. However, my subordinates have acted poorly, leading to many misunderstandings that resulted in his summoning to the police station. I shall have him brought to my office at once." No. Wang Guohua, having repeatedly erred, found himself trapped in his own missteps. Despite knowing he was on the wrong path, he could not veer away. He faced multiple charges, including illegal modifications of armed mechs, speeding, and assaulting police personnel. He could not be released. Ha! Annie scoffed disdainfully, her expression devoid of warmth. "Who are you to speak?" "I am." Wang Guohua began to assert his identity, but Annie coldly interrupted. "In this police station, I recognize only the police chief." Implicitly, she conveyed that he had no authority to speak here. After a brief pause, Annie continued to address Director Gao. "Director Gao? The privileges of the Alliance's special agents may be few, yet they include possessing armed mechs, unregulated mech speeds, and the oversight of administrative personnel. Would you not agree?" Director Gao quickly nodded. "Captain Annie is absolutely correct. The Alliance laws grant special leniency to its agents." Annie unhurriedly responded. "Very well then. Do the charges levied against him still hold any validity?" "Of course not." "Hooray. Tian Ziqi is saved." As soon as Annie finished speaking, Xia Shihuan exclaimed in delight, shaking her sister's hand excitedly, clearly overjoyed. "How do you intend to prove his identity?" Wang Guohua stubbornly pressed. Annie could not help but chuckle coldly. "Do you truly believe that an Alliance agent must prove their identity to you? Do not think that just because you are an Alliance agent, you can behave so arrogantly," Deputy Director Wang retorted. "I suspect you are merely impersonating an Alliance agent, colluding with Tian Ziqi, and I can arrest you on the spot." Annie scoffed. "If you have the gall, then by all means try." Having spoken, he immediately disregarded the rotund man and solemnly addressed Director Gao. "Director Gao? Where are the people I requested? Why hasn't Tian Ziqi arrived yet?" "I'm here," came a voice, brimming with enthusiasm. "Ah, the power of the people is indeed formidable, and heroes arise from among them." Tian Ziqi's voice heralded his presence before he physically arrived, exuding an excitement that belied the humility expected in a police station. "Let me see which angelic sister has come to my rescue." Upon hearing the familiar voice of Tian Ziqi, Xia Shihuan could no longer contain herself and rushed out of the director's office. She gazed at the calm and relaxed figure of Tian Ziqi and exclaimed, "Tian Qi." Yet, she could utter no further words, and no additional words were necessary. The single utterance of Tian Qi, laden with myriad emotions, profoundly moved Tian Ziqi. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and embraced Xia Shihuan's petite form tightly. "Little witch, what brings you here?" Nestled in Tian Ziqi's embrace, Xia Shihuan felt an overwhelming warmth. Upon hearing his question, she lifted her gaze to meet his fair face, slightly disheveled hair causing her to feel a wave of dizziness. "Tian Qi, are you all right? I've been so worried about you. Now that I see you're safe, my heart is filled with joy." "Foolish girl, what is there to worry about? You should have faith in me. No matter how dire the circumstances, I shall always be fine," Tian Ziqi replied with a smile. Xia Shihuan nodded earnestly. "Yes, I certainly believe in you, but I still can't help but worry." Hearing such tender words, Tian Ziqi found himself at a loss for further remarks. His heart fluttered, and lowering his gaze to the exquisite and sweet visage nestled in his arms, he could not resist saying, "Xiao Han, you have moved me profoundly. I am so happy. Come, let us share a kiss." "No." "Oh, you are insufferable." Xia Shihuan giggled while playfully evading him. The light, dry cough broke the moment, and Xia Shiyun appeared at the office door, fixing her gaze on the two. "What are you two doing?" Her eyes, still disapproving as they lingered on Tian Ziqi, conveyed her disdain for this man who shamelessly took advantage of her sister. Labeling him an unrepentant rogue, her words, the pair immediately felt a wave of embarrassment and parted. Tian Ziqi remained unfazed, but Xia Shihuan's cheeks were flushed crimson. To be honest, despite their long acquaintance, the two had never embraced so passionately or appeared so intimate. If their previous relationship could be described as ambiguous, then their recent actions were undeniably intimate. For reasons unknown, their closeness today felt as natural as water flowing, indicating a profound connection between their hearts. Tian Ziqi chuckled softly and said, "We were merely reminiscing about our reunion, sharing a pure embrace. Please, do not entertain any impure thoughts." "Do I seem to have impure thoughts?" Xia Shiyun thought to herself, wishing to confine this man for a few more days to prevent him from bothering young women, while he audaciously accused others of impropriety. Noticing Xia Shiyun's finely tailored office attire and the rise and fall of her chest, Tian Ziqi finally managed to divert his gaze and said earnestly, "Regardless, I must thank you for facilitating my escape. Don't thank me. I wouldn't help someone like you." Xia Shiyun shot back with a glare, her feelings a mix of confusion. "Besides, do I possess such capabilities?" "Oh? Who then possesses such remarkable abilities?" Tian Ziqi inquired with curiosity. "Tian Ziqi?" A cold, sultry voice echoed as a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a fitted uniform stepped forward, her gaze piercing into Tian Ziqi's eyes. "The first time I could not save you. This time, I shall ensure your rescue." Annie's words instantly illuminated the situation for those present, revealing that there was indeed a story between the two. As Tian Ziqi recognized the newcomer, his smile gradually faded, replaced by a tone of sardonic mockery. "Ah, it is our illustrious Captain Annie. My apologies for the oversight." It seemed he had never expressed admiration for anyone. Thus, the concept of apologies felt foreign. Annie frowned slightly, her icy demeanor thawing just a touch. "Tian Ziqi, are you blaming me? Why would I blame you? What right do I have to do so?" Tian Ziqi chuckled. "You were under no obligation to take me with you. Of course, I possessed the capability to return alone. It was merely a trifle more troublesome." A hint of sadness tinged Tian Ziqi's smile, as memories of his confinement in a cramped mecha cockpit flooded back. Those days, he had refrained from eating, drinking, or even relieving himself freely. He had barely experienced the comfort of lying down in those moments of despair. He had almost resigned himself to death. Yet, he persevered and ultimately arrived at Central Star. "Brother Tian." A deep voice resonated suddenly as a robust man appeared at the office door, clad in a similarly fitted uniform to Annie's, albeit considerably looser. "Brother Tian, Brother Tian." As the middle-aged man's voice echoed, several more men in Mecha Special Forces uniforms emerged at the office entrance, greeting Tian Ziqi. He was momentarily taken aback before smiling broadly. "Old Gao, Xiao Gang, my brothers, you all came. I am truly surprised." As he spoke, he approached the group, embracing each in turn. "Come, Old Gao, let me hug you. I've missed you so much." "Xiao Gang, come here for a hug. I've already completed that game you recommended." "Annie, never mind." Tian Ziqi hesitated, sensing Annie's icy gaze, and opted to embrace his brothers instead. Gao Xili playfully thumped Tian Ziqi's shoulder. "You, surprised? You've completely disregarded our captain." "You've misunderstood her." Tian Ziqi waved dismissively, chuckling. "What's done is done. There's no need to dwell on it today. Let us celebrate our reunion with a drink, and we shall not stop until we are fully intoxicated." "What do you say?" A cough interrupted him as Gao Xili glanced at Annie and replied, "There will be plenty of opportunities to drink. We primarily came to escort you out. Even if we hadn't come to help, you would find a way to leave this police station. How could such a small place possibly confine you? But the captain insisted she must come and assist you." "Old Gao, I'm not as formidable as you make me out to be." Tian Ziqi replied with a smile, glancing at Annie before continuing. "Well then, since you are here to rescue me, may I take my leave now?" "Of course, no problem," Gao Xili affirmed eagerly. "Good, then let us depart. We shall find a place to chat, perhaps the Longxing Hotel." "Old Gao, I have truly missed you all," Tian Ziqi said, throwing an arm around Gao Xili's shoulders, and the two began to exit together, prompting a bemused smile from Gao Xili, who found Tian Ziqi's antics even more peculiar than before. "Tian Qi," Xia Shirhan suddenly called out, her urgency clear. She had hoped her sister would come to her aid. But upon realizing the formidable friends Tian Ziqi had, including a strikingly beautiful and proud woman, her perception of him shifted, leaving her feeling somewhat estranged. However, seeing Tian Ziqi prepare to leave without a word, disappointment washed over her, and she couldn't help but cry out, "Where are you going?" "Tian Qi." Gao Xili looked between Xia Shirhan and Tian Ziqi, perplexed. "Brother Tian, when did you change your name?" Tian Ziqi chuckled sheepishly. Hee, it's just a name I use at work. Think of it as a stage name." Turning to Xia Shirhan, he added with a smile, "Xiao Han, focus on your studies at home. I will return to see you." "No, I want to go with you," Xia Shirhan exclaimed, grasping Tian Ziqi's hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "And you are called Tian Ziqi, aren't you? Why did you deceive me?" "Oh dear. This," Tian Ziqi stammered, witnessing the growing tears in Xia Shirhan's eyes and the increasing sorrow on her face. He smiled gently. "Silly girl, I already told you. That's merely a name I use for work. It belongs solely to Jingxia Mecha Company." I will always remember the first day I joined the company when a naive little girl innocently asked me countless questions, seemingly ignorant of everything. However, in truth, her real identity was that of a little witch feared by everyone in the organization. Haha, little witch, just know that Tian Ziqi is me, and I am Tian Ziqi. Do not concern yourself with anything regarding Tian Ziqi. Well, from now on, I shall call you Tian Ziqi. Xia Shihan, wiping away her tears, broke into a smile, yet playfully retorted, who said I am a little witch? I am clearly very obedient. It is you who bullies me. Tian Ziqi chuckled as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, you used to be a little witch, but now you've become a silly girl. Tian Ziqi is the Tian of girl, and the girl belongs to Tian Ziqi. All right. Xia Shihan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she glanced up at Tian Ziqi. The moment their eyes met, she bashfully buried her head in his embrace and murmured softly in his ear, whatever you say goes. I will listen to you. Her voice, akin to a whisper of a mosquito, was barely audible, devoid of the former charm of the little witch as Tian Ziqi held the lovely maiden in his arms. He felt a surge of beauty within, only to inadvertently catch sight of Xia Shiyun's frosty expression, which caused him to pause for a moment. He immediately shot her a provocative glance, and regardless of how infuriated Xia Shiyun appeared, he hastily lowered his head and said to Xia Shihan, all right, Xiaohan, be good and go home with your sister. I have some matters to attend to. I will come find you once I am finished. Shall I? Xia Shihan reluctantly left Tian Ziqi's embrace, a hint of disappointment in her tone as she said, you promised, you know. If you don't come to play with me, I will. Humph. The consequences will be dire. You must keep your word. After pondering for a long while, she could not devise a punishment for Tian Ziqi, so she resorted to adorably threatening him. Certainly, Tian Ziqi laughed, escorting Xia Shihan back to her sister, and then waved goodbye as he departed amidst the throng of mecha agents surrounding him. As they descended the stairs, the police station's loudspeaker suddenly announced, we hereby issue a notice from the Jinghua City Police Department. We cordially invite the people's hero, Tian Ziqi, to return to the police station to bestow upon him the official medal of the city hero of Jinghua. Comrade Tian Ziqi, however, selflessly declines the reward, displaying a noble character that is truly commendable for all to emulate. Although Comrade Tian Ziqi refuses the medal, we shall still deliver it to his residence. This is hereby announced. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd gathered outside the police station. Ha! The police station can no longer withstand the pressure. Laughed one onlooker. Indeed, our hero possesses remarkable charisma. Another chimed in. Before long, our hero shall emerge. A third exclaimed, pointing towards the police station's entrance in excitement. Look, our hero is coming out. Wow, what a grand spectacle. Even the Alliance agents are personally guarding him. The people cheered, the crowd erupted in jubilation. This was a moment of great victory for the populace, a time to hold their heads high. This gathering, centered around the people's hero Tian Ziqi, would forever remain etched in their hearts. Nevertheless, that sentence feels a bit awkward. Regardless, the name Tian Ziqi resonated within the hearts of the people, his visage now indelibly imprinted in their memories. While his deeds may not have been earth-shattering, the people's response was nothing short of monumental. It was Tian Ziqi who united their hearts once more, elevating his status far beyond that of the complacent officers. Witnessing the surging tide of humanity, Jasili could not help but jest, Brother Tian, your charisma is indeed formidable. In less than half an hour, 30,000 people have gathered around. With humility, Tian Ziqi replied, it has been a while since I've drawn such attention. I never anticipated my influence to be so considerable. Alas, being handsome has its advantages. Upon finishing, he playfully tossed his hair. Ugh, Jasili and the others groaned in unison. Why are you all like this? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Tian Ziqi exclaimed, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing, just a habitual reaction to encountering a narcissist. We'll be fine after a moment. Jasili continued to retch. Well, that's good to hear, but do mind your posture when you vomit. It must be graceful and elegant, lest it tarnish my heroic image. Tian Ziqi insisted earnestly. Ugh, the group retched once more. After expelling the remnants of last night's meal, Jasili finally said, Brother Tian, hop into my mecha. Let us depart together. Tian Ziqi nodded, sure, but hold on a moment. I need to greet my fans. With that, he strode towards the police station's main entrance. At this juncture, the heavy alloy gates of the police station remained firmly shut. Unfazed, Tian Ziqi waved through the bars and called out to the crowd. Hello, comrades. Heroes. The crowd responded in kind. Thank you for your hard work, comrades. Tian Ziqi shouted again. It is worth it to suffer for our hero. The crowd cheered back. Seeing the joyous uproar, Tian Ziqi waved cheerfully, and once the nearby crowd quieted, he turned serious, stating solemnly, "Thank you all for your support. I, Tian Ziqi, am unworthy of such overwhelming backing with your support. My journey in this world is not in vain. Those here today are my brothers and sisters. It is because of your support that I can enter and exit the police station unscathed. Those who abuse their power will surely face the law's retribution. This is your victory. You have triumphed over corruption and vice. Society needs brave souls like you. I love you all." Pausing momentarily, Tian Ziqi continued. "Now, I must take my leave, and I kindly ask that you all return home. After all, reuniting with family is more important than my presence. All right, that is all I wish to say. Farewell, brothers and sisters." With a wave, he turned and stepped into Josili's mecha. The entire mecha squadron then slowly approached the police station's gates. The guards promptly opened the alloy gates, and a squad of 10 armed special mecha marched out. Heads held high. The crowd parted eagerly to allow the mecha squad to pass, and they followed suit, cheering and celebrating, creating a lively scene. It took them nearly half an hour to navigate through the throngs of people. Finally emerging from the sea of humanity, the 10 mecha saluted the crowd simultaneously before swiftly taking flight. At the Jinghua city base of the Alliance National Security Department, Tian Ziqi suggested they head to the Longxing Tianxia Super 7-star Hotel for a private room to chat and drink tea. Annie would undoubtedly oppose this, as the Alliance National Security Department maintains bases in major capital cities to ensure the secrecy and safety of its mecha special forces. Therefore, Annie's first choice would naturally be their own base. However, Tian Ziqi had merely been speaking casually and did not intend to pursue that idea seriously. He entered the Jinghua city base of the Alliance National Security Department aboard Josili's mecha. The Alliance government's premises were vast and spacious. After parking their mecha in their designated area, Annie and the others made their way to the Team Activity Center. Rather than an activity center, it resembled a public meeting and entertainment space. Surrounded by Josili and the others, Tian Ziqi found a sofa and settled down, accepting a can of cola tossed his way by Xiaogang. Gulping it down thirstily. After all that chatter, he was quite parched. Observing Tian Ziqi finish a can of cola in one go, Annie finally said, "Tian Ziqi, I would like to ask you a question." "Go ahead," Tian Ziqi replied simply, yet his gaze remained fixated on the empty cola can. "You?" Annie glanced at the distracted Tian Ziqi, swallowing the question she initially intended to ask, instead saying, "Are you still harboring resentment towards me?" "Resentment? What have I done to you?" Tian Ziqi suddenly lifted his head, fixing a playful gaze upon Annie, a smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. The intensity of his stare made Annie's heart race, causing her to instinctively avert her gaze. However, after a moment's contemplation, she bravely met his gaze once more, locking eyes with him. The two remained in a silent standoff, acutely aware of the tension in the air. Yet neither dared to speak. One was their unyielding, proud, and cold-hearted captain, while the other was an unpredictable individual, both formidable in their own right. The other team members exchanged glances, ultimately stepping back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Noticing Annie's resolute gaze, Tian Ziqi chuckled. "All right, I've already stated before that I understand you." "You understand me?" Annie responded. "Then can I take that to mean you no longer harbor hatred towards me?" That can be understood as such." Tian Ziqi self-deprecatingly smiled. "I have never hated anyone over that matter." "Then why did you treat me that way?" Annie asked. "I mean, can't you see me as a regular person? Your gaze makes me feel superfluous in front of you." "Not hating you does not mean I hold no prejudice against you." Tian Ziqi chuckled. "You always wear such an icy expression. Why should I greet you with a smile?" Pausing for a moment, Tian Ziqi remarked, I believe someone like you should be accustomed to the myriad gazes of those around you. Yet, I am taken aback by your current mindset. How peculiar, truly peculiar. What kind of person am I?" Annie retorted coldly, "Do we really need to discuss this?" Tian Ziqi replied, his expression earnest. "You? Please do." Annie felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze, but after a brief moment of bewilderment, she regained her composure. "Speak your mind about how you perceive me. It's not yet in my heart. There's no need to rush," Tian Ziqi teased with a smirk. "I've merely just begun to notice you." Regarding this alluring and enigmatic beauty, Tian Ziqi found himself perplexed. Her demeanor and personality embodied a realm of ice and snow, while her figure and attire radiated fiery allure. Thus, Annie represented a striking amalgamation of ice and fire, a significant contradiction. At one time, Tian Ziqi had thought of her as an aloof and haughty ice goddess, someone so vastly different from himself that he wouldn't even spare her a glance. They belonged to completely disparate worlds, separated by an insurmountable distance. The fleeting smiles they once shared in the kitchen of the Rabixi underground base had become mere wisps of memory, vanished without a trace, seemingly never to return. However, judging by her actions today, rescuing him and her assertion that she must save him the second time after failing the first, Tian Ziqi sensed that this icy beauty was not devoid of warmth. After all, they still had points of connection. She asked questions, and he provided answers. Well, you acknowledging my existence is already quite sufficient. Just don't delve too deep. Annie's cheeks flushed momentarily before she quickly regained her icy demeanor. This fellow was adept at playing with words, and she found herself unexpectedly stirred by his remarks. Tian Ziqi nodded, saying, I shall speak my mind, truly, but do not take offense. Annie took a deep breath and replied, Speak quickly. I assure you, I will not be angered. All right, Tian Ziqi contemplated for a moment, his expression serious. Upon first glance, I found you to be an incredibly alluring and fiery beauty. Indeed, you still possess that allure. Though your figure in uniform pales in comparison to the sensuality of that red leather ensemble. Yet, soon thereafter, I discerned that you are a person of unyielding rigor. No, rather, one who is exceptionally dedicated to your work. Selfless and resolute, I felt an insurmountable chasm between our characters, and to avoid feeling despondent, I chose to avert my gaze from you, as someone like you seems ill-suited for this world. Your eyes seem fervent. Oh, I meant to say, ill-suited for my world. However, it appears you possess a touch of humanity today, a slight improvement over the icy demeanor. Well, that concludes my evaluation of you. Should you desire more of my insights? Take the initiative to engage with me further. Annie couldn't help but scoff. Who desires to engage with you on a deeper level? Do you believe your assessment holds any significance? Though she retorted. Her heart raced slightly, only to calm herself and exhale. Fortunately, your evaluation is not overly hurtful. Tian Ziqi chuckled. Why would I offer a hurtful critique? Do I resemble someone who derives pleasure from inflicting verbal wounds? Please, do not judge a great man's heart by the standards of a petty woman. I fail to see the greatness in you. Annie replied earnestly. Tian Ziqi laughed heartily. The superficial cannot perceive depth. Only through profound interaction can one uncover the truth. Annie spat out again. Rogue. I did not anticipate falling into your verbal trap once more. Despite her inner frustration, she maintained her composure, having honed the ability to mask her emotions through years of practice, always cloaking her solitude and loneliness with an air of haughty indifference. Do you understand why I often present a frosty countenance? Tian Ziqi, though you possess a modicum of cleverness, you remain oblivious. In truth, I was once a girl who relished laughter, but alas, enough of this banter. Annie abruptly interrupted Tian Ziqi's unrestrained laughter. I have a question I wish to pose. Where do you find the time for all these inquiries? Tian Ziqi queried, noticing Annie's countenance had turned icy once again, prompting him to chuckle. Hey, I merely speak as the feelings arise, akin to the need to release pent-up gas. Just consider it as such and proceed with your question. Vulgar, Annie thought to herself but refrained from voicing it, realizing that expressing it might lead to another debate with him. Instead, she directly asked, I wish to know how you returned from Rabixi? Before Tian Ziqi could respond, Jasili chimed in, Indeed, Brother Tian, our return was delayed due to some malfunctions with our spacecraft, compounded by the inefficacy of the Alliance government, which further prolonged our absence. Be why the time we sought you out. You had vanished. We scoured the entire underground base and extended our search for miles, yet found no trace of you. We returned to Central Star, filled with regret, only to see you on television. It seems we are indeed fated. You cannot imagine the worry we felt for you. By the way, how did you arrive at Central Star? It's simply unbelievable. Chuckling, Tian Ziqi replied, I often embark on solitary adventures between the stars. Returning to Central Star alone is not remarkable. It's merely a bit uncomfortable, but let us not dwell on that. I demand you elaborate. Annie insisted, I wish to know. Indeed, Brother Tian, how did you manage it? The others echoed. Tian Ziqi smiled and said, Well, I actually returned aboard a mech, the Black Dragon. I merely coated its exterior with a layer of space insulation and equipped it with 8 rocket boosters. And that was that. Is it truly that simple? The group expressed disbelief. Can your energy module sustain such a journey? Your mech is not a genuine space mech. How can you traverse the vacuum of space? Tian Ziqi chuckled. It is indeed possible, albeit arduous. In truth, I hitched a ride on a cosmic garbage ship. A cosmic garbage ship? The group gasped in astonishment. Though he spoke so casually, they understood the immense resilience required for such a feat. Well, enough of this. I must retrieve my mech, Tian Ziqi declared. I find myself missing it already. Suddenly, Annie interjected, Tian Ziqi, I would like to extend an invitation to you, if I may. Oh? Tian Ziqi responded, intrigued. What sort of invitation? Perhaps a dinner date. That would be rather embarrassing. You overthink things? Annie interjected, I wish to invite you to join my team. Will you? Join your team? Tian Ziqi repeated, ensuring her seriousness as she nodded gravely. Very well, I shall retrieve my mech now and ponder this on my way back. I will provide you with my answer upon my return. Having said that, he bid farewell to Josili and the others before dashing off to fetch his mech. The area surrounding the headquarters of Huaxia Bank remained a bustling center of activity, with citizens gathering beyond the police cordon, while the personnel from the police and fire departments busied themselves with cleanup operations. In a room of the luxurious Jinghua five-star hotel, facing the bank's towering edifice, a pair of binoculars peeked through a slightly ajar curtain, revealing a pair of pure and pristine eyes observing the scene outside. The owner of these enchanting eyes was a young woman, seemingly in her blossoming youth, exuding an ethereal purity akin to that of an angel untouched by earthly concerns. Yet, her violet irises seemed imbued with an extraordinary allure. Capable of ensnaring anyone who dared to gaze into them, she quietly surveyed the world outside. A playful smile graced her lips as she mused, Old Wang, you have been nurtured by the organization for years. One would expect you to be seasoned and composed. Why, then, do you appear so flustered today? Were Tian Ziqi present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for this old Wang was none other than the vice director Wang Guohua, who had just moments ago sought to detain him at the police station. Tian Ziqi was taken away by a formidable figure, and Wang Guohua dared not utter a word of dissent. Even if he attempted to intervene, it would only serve to deepen his humiliation without yielding any tangible results. Therefore, when Tian Ziqi and his companions departed, Wang Guohua prudently chose to remain silent, watching them leave with wide eyes. After their departure, he abruptly slammed the door behind him, his destination now clear. Wang Guohua had been here for quite some time, reporting the events and Tian Ziqi's personal circumstances to the Holy Maiden. However, the Holy Maiden remained silent, and he did not dare to speak further, not even daring to draw breath, let alone gaze upon this angelic figure. Others may have been oblivious, but as a senior member of the Free Alliance, he had some understanding of the leadership within the organization. This angelic woman possessed a terrifying soul-capturing ability. Anyone ensnared by her violet gaze would be drawn into a nightmarish illusion, completely under her control. In her childhood, Wang Guohua had inadvertently gazed upon her a moment too long, resulting in his own immobilization and a harrowing experience that lingered vividly in his memory. Thus, he bowed his head deeply. And despite her breathtaking beauty, he dared not meet her gaze that moment. Upon hearing her speak, Wang Guohua hastily replied, Your Holiness, I am but a humble disciple, and I implore you to summon the Father and Mother for judgment. The true leadership of the Free Alliance lay with the Free Church, of which all members were core participants. Individuals like Wang Guohua were merely peripheral members. The woman referred to as the Holy Maiden smiled gently and said, Old Wang, is it not simple to seek punishment? The mother knows well whom to reward and whom to chastise. However, you are not to blame this time. I am aware that you have managed to slow the police response to a crawl, blocking the entrance of the bank to prevent the armored units from entering. You have done admirably. Alas, a self-proclaimed righteous hero has emerged from the shadows, thwarting our plans, but that is not your fault. Upon hearing this, Wang Guohua's previously anxious heart found a measure of calm, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. From the moment I laid eyes on that fellow, I found him quite bothersome. Moreover, he disrupted the father's plans, so I endeavored to imprison him by any means necessary to prevent further interference. Yet, I never anticipated that this individual would possess such a convoluted backstory. I still find it hard to believe. He continued, I no longer dare to act independently, so I promptly reported to the Holy Maiden. Perhaps this is fate. The Free Alliance has flourished for many years. It is only natural to encounter some setbacks. However, this failure will result in a temporary strain on our finances, and the Alliance's plans will inevitably undergo some alterations. All of this stems from that young man. The Holy Maiden maintained her enigmatic smile. But when she mentioned that young man, a flicker of malice crossed her features. He revels in the glory of being a people's hero, but he must pay a price. What commands do you have for me? Your Holiness, I shall devote myself entirely, Wang Guohua responded promptly. The Holy Maiden chuckled softly and shook her head. No, you need not concern yourself with this matter any further. simply attend to your own duties. Her words were exceedingly polite, yet Wang Guohua understood that he was deemed unqualified for this task. Very well, this matter does not pertain to you any longer. You may return, she stated nonchalantly. As for Tian Ziqi, there are others in the organization who will attend to him. Yes, Your Holiness, Wang Guohua replied before slowly exiting the room. Once he gently closed the door behind him, he let out a long breath, wiping his forehead before hastily departing. After Wang Guohua left, the holy maiden once again peered through her telescope, fixing her gaze upon the distant crowd. She retrieved several components from a narrow black box and swiftly assembled them into a laser sniper rifle, extending it slightly through a small opening in the window. Amidst the crowd, Tian Ziqi shielded his face with one hand, ostensibly to block the intense sunlight, but in reality, he sought to conceal his identity from the onlookers to prevent further congestion. Cautiously approaching the edge of the restricted area, he noted that he was still 100 meters away from his mecha. Contemplating briefly, he lifted the police barrier and calmly proceeded towards his mecha. The surrounding officers and bystanders were taken aback, and one officer exclaimed, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? This area has been designated a no-go zone. Unauthorized personnel must leave." As he walked, Tian Ziqi chuckled. "I'm not just any bystander. I'm here to operate my mecha." He pointed towards the machine still parked in place. "That's not allowed. This mecha is suspected of illegal modifications and must be taken back to the precinct for processing." "You cannot take it away," the officer interjected, stepping forward to block him. Tian Ziqi grinned mischievously. "You're behind the times. Go back and consult your captain before speaking to me. Wait for me to inform the captain." "Hey, stop right there. You can't go. If you don't stop, I will shoot," the officer warned, drawing his sidearm and aiming it at Tian Ziqi. Just as Tian Ziqi was about to halt, the ground beneath him suddenly erupted in a cloud of dust, a small crater forming where a bullet had struck. Startled, he turned back and exclaimed, "Damn it, you actually shot at me." The officer, equally bewildered, stammered, "It wasn't me. I didn't fire. I was just trying to scare you." "Not you?" A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Tian Ziqi, prompting him to roll forward without hesitation, making a hasty dash towards his mecha in an erratic path. The sound of another shot rang out, and the alloy trash bin he had been hiding behind was pierced cleanly through, a mysterious liquid oozing from the new hole. Tian Ziqi's heart raced. Had he been standing, he would have surely been drenched. Realizing the sniper's location, he took a dramatic glance at the bullet hole, then defiantly raised his middle finger towards that direction before sprinting away, zigzagging to evade further gunfire. The crowd outside the police line remained unaware of the attack on Tian Ziqi, and as they watched a man leaping and bounding in the open no-go zone, they erupted into laughter. When they recognized him as their idol, the people's hero, they began to applaud and cheer, shouting for more acrobatics. Hearing the crowd's cheers, Tian Ziqi felt a wave of despair wash over him. Thankfully, he had found temporary refuge behind a concrete flower bed. However, this flower bed was still 50 or 60 meters from his mecha. While this distance was not insurmountable, he could cover it in a few seconds. He knew that sprinting across such an open expanse could very well spell his doom. The ground was exceedingly flat, devoid of any obstacles, not even a small bump. "Damn, this pavement is too level," Tian Ziqi muttered to himself. However, he realized that even if the ground were uneven, there was no place to hide at this moment. Death remained only a possibility, but even the slightest chance was too great a risk for him to take. Glancing at the distant mecha, he called out, "Xiao Long, come here." Xiao Long had been in sleep mode within the mecha, a state that made the machine appear dormant to the outside world. Yet, he remained ever ready for combat. The sound of Tian Ziqi's voice, he swiftly switched to active mode, detected Tian Ziqi's location, and rushed over, spreading his legs and enveloping Tian Ziqi in a protective embrace. Tian Ziqi felt a rush of joy. He quickly leaped onto the mecha, and although another shot rang out, it was deflected harmlessly by the formidable external armor of the Shenlong. Once seated inside the mecha, a sense of security washed over him. He intended to shout out, but seeing the throngs of people before him, he chose discretion and instead directed the mecha to give a grand middle finger to the luxurious hotel across the way. Turning to the officer on the ground, he said, "There's a sniper in that hotel. He fired the shot just now. You probably won't catch him, but you can investigate for any clues." To Tian Ziqi, the sniper's precision indicated that their escape skills were equally impressive. He wanted to avoid causing unnecessary panic among the crowd and did not wish to trigger a massive police response that would only serve to alert the shooter to flee. It would be futile. By that time, the culprit would have already vanished. Rather than engage in fruitless endeavors, he preferred to return home for tea and conversation. Upon offering a reminder to the officer, Tian Ziqi chose to disregard further matters, merely expressing gratitude to the surrounding crowd before leisurely making his way towards the Alliance National Security Department's base in Jinghua. With a nonchalant air, he turned back multiple times, gesturing an obscene gesture towards the direction of the sniper, his robust finger on the mech standing out conspicuously. Within the confines of a hotel room, the radiant countenance of the holy maiden of the Free Church betrayed a hint of ire. Yet as she observed that individual clumsily mimicking a jester's antics with the mech, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his shamelessness. Reflecting on the matter, she acknowledged that this individual was indeed formidable. Having managed to escape her deadly aim, and he appeared utterly unfazed, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. Was it possible that her marksmanship had waned? Absolutely not. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that his prowess was genuinely extraordinary. Such strength transcended mere technical skills, physical prowess, or martial arts. It encompassed a formidable inner fortitude. In certain circumstances, this psychological resilience proved paramount. The fact that such a powerful expert would engage in such bizarre, even comical gestures left the holy maiden perplexed about the true nature of his character. She simply could not fathom it. Nevertheless, regardless of her confusion, it did not hinder her from acknowledging Tian Ziqi as a formidable adversary, one who had, in her heart, ascended to the rank of the most formidable opponent she had ever encountered, and perhaps the most intriguing one as well. Well then, let the games continue. Tian Ziqi allowed Xiaolong to pilot the mech, gradually making their way towards the Alliance National Security Department's base in Jinghua, while he reclined in the cockpit, contemplating the myriad events that had transpired over an extended period. From the moment he opened his eyes, fear and confusion had enveloped him. However, when danger loomed, it ignited his latent potential, revealing to him the capabilities of a game character. In the game, his character had attained the combat level of a mech war god, with repair skills reaching the mastery level of a mech repair expert, and his physical attributes had elevated to those of an elite special forces operative. These unexpected revelations bestowed upon Tian Ziqi the courage to persist amidst the desolation and squalor of the planet Rabixi. Fearsome beasts were not daunting. Mutated creatures posed no threat. Mechanical monstrosities were not intimidating. Even the crises of food and water were surmountable, as Tian Ziqi could resolve these dangers through his personal abilities, allowing him to confront them with remarkable composure. In those moments, he was almost carefree. However, upon arriving in human society, Tian Ziqi discovered that the resplendent central planet, teeming with life, evoked a myriad of emotional responses within him: gratitude, joy, helplessness, anger, and sorrow. Yet now, a subtle anxiety gnawed at his heart, in his mind. The bustling planet inhabited by humanity appeared far more terrifying than the desolate wasteland. Behind the facade of prosperity lay avarice, violence, drugs, and murder. The most frightening aspect was the myriad conspiracies lurking beneath the surface of superficiality. Alas, how naive I have been. Tian Ziqi sighed inwardly. I should find an organization. The sense of belonging to a group is quite comforting. With this thought in mind, he seized control of the mech from Xiaolong and briskly made his way towards the base. Upon arriving at the entrance of the base, Tian Ziqi found himself without the necessary clearance to enter, prompting Annie to personally emerge and escort him inside. Once inside, the two dismounted from their mechs, and upon gazing at Tian Ziqi's silver mech, Annie couldn't help but inquire, "Is this the very mech you used to return to the central planet?" Tian Ziqi replied with a smile, "Do you doubt me?" It was indeed hard to believe, and Annie, visibly moved, responded, "But I do believe in you." Tian Ziqi chuckled. "I never expected our proud Captain Annie to resort to flattery." Annie replied earnestly, "I am not flattering you. I genuinely believe in you. You possess a unique aura that commands respect." Tian Ziqi mused inwardly, "That is because you are already aware of some of my abilities. Otherwise, you would regard me with the same arrogance as others." Yet, he found amusement in witnessing the icy beauty before him gradually thaw, albeit only slightly. Glancing back at the mech, Annie continued, "So, this is the Black Dragon? Why has it turned silver? Is it due to that layer of thermal insulation coating?" Tian Ziqi nodded. "Indeed. However, it has now been renamed Divine Dragon." "Divine Dragon." Annie mused, then suddenly asked, "By the way, what is your response? You mentioned you would answer my question upon returning with the mech." Tian Ziqi nearly acquiesced immediately, but paused to inquire, "What benefits would joining your team entail?" "Benefits?" Annie replied, "You would enjoy significant privileges. such as the freedom to modify your mech at will. I will provide you with various advanced mech equipment, even larger and more sophisticated space mechs in daily life. You would also enjoy numerous exemptions, meaning that should you commit any crimes, you could evade prosecution. No, that is insufficient. A pure-hearted individual like me, who often does good deeds, would not engage in criminal activities. Tian Ziqi shook his head. I can join, but I will only be nominally your subordinate. In reality, I remain free. For any unreasonable orders you give, I reserve the right to refuse. What do you think? As my team member, how could you possibly defy orders? That would lead to chaos, Annie retorted. Tian Ziqi smiled. As long as your orders are reasonable, I will comply. However, if they are unreasonable, I have the right to oppose them. As for what constitutes reasonable or unreasonable, let the others judge at that time. Very well. Annie nodded. To be honest, I sense that you will not remain in my team for long. With your abilities, you will inevitably surpass me. Heh, such a beautiful woman as you. Everyone aspires to rise above. Tian Ziqi silently fantasized, though he feigned seriousness as he replied, even if I were to surpass you, I would first seek your consent. Without your permission, I would gladly languish in your team. Indulging in life's pleasures, so do you agree or not? Annie asked. Although Tian Ziqi had already resolved to join Annie's team, he pretended to ponder before finally nodding earnestly. All right, after careful consideration, I have decided to join your team. Captain, may our collaboration be fruitful. He extended his right hand. Annie reciprocated, saying, Welcome, Tian Ziqi comrade. Enough of that, let go. She shot a fierce glare at the audacious individual who had taken advantage of the moment. Yet it seemed ineffective. Subsequently, she led Tian Ziqi into the activity room, announcing to the group, Comrades, come and welcome your new teammate. New teammate? The crowd appeared bewildered until they caught sight of Tian Ziqi's beaming face, at which point realization dawned, and they rushed forward, enveloping him in embraces. Ultimately, Tian Ziqi found himself overwhelmed and unceremoniously pinned to the sofa. How embarrassing! This was utterly humiliating. Such occurrences must not happen again. If they do, it must be he who is on top. Once the commotion subsided, Annie spoke again. All right, we have completed our mission. Let us return. She glanced at Tian Ziqi, asking, Do you have anything else to organize? Tian Ziqi shook his head. No, thus far, Divine Dragon is my sole possession. I am ready to accompany the team wherever they may go. Is there anything you wish to say to anyone? Annie reminded him. Such as that girl we encountered at the police station today. This fellow departed without a word, displaying such callousness. You said she was a child. What more is there to say? Tian Ziqi replied with a smile. You're concerned for my affairs with her. Is there some ulterior motive? Annie shot him an exasperated look, reverting to her usual icy demeanor. Then I shall refrain from engaging in such trivialities in the future. Though her expression remained cold, it was evident that her heartbeat quickened slightly. She took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. The stoic expression had become her habitual mask to conceal her inner feelings. Tian Ziqi feigned melancholy. Ah, Captain, please do not be angered. I am merely unaccustomed to such attentiveness. While other children received calcium supplements from an early age, I was deprived of affection, and suddenly having your sunlit concern and inquiries overwhelms me. Oh, Annie acknowledged, seemingly forgiving him. Little did she know, Tian Ziqi's lips curled into a sly smile. Thus, as long as you shower me with care and concern daily, I will quickly adapt. Get lost? Annie finally realized that this fellow had been toying with her all along. She resolved to ignore him. He could say whatever he wished, and she would simply disregard him. Gauss and the others were astonished that this newcomer dared to tease the captain, yet he had been invited to join the team by her own initiative. With unanimous approval from the team members, so the captain would not truly be angry with him, in the hearts of the team members, a singular thought simultaneously emerged. The arrival of this individual could potentially breathe boundless vitality into their suppressed squad. Even the frigid captain might find herself melting away. Very well, Captain. I suppose I shall have a word with her. With a sudden expression of sincerity, Tian Ziqi remarked, Could I possibly borrow your communication device? I wonder if the organization provides such equipment. This would enable me to keep in touch with all of you. Casting a glance at Tian Ziqi, Annie remained uncertain whether he was genuinely sincere or merely feigning it. Thus, she refrained from lending him her device, simply stating, Let us head back to headquarters. We can reconnect then. Once we return, I will register your information at the Alliance headquarters, and you will receive a complete set of equipment. What? Does that mean we'll have to wait a while due to the time spent on the journey and registration? That sounds exceedingly torturous. Tian Ziqi chuckled, saying, Just let me borrow your communication device for now. Humph. Annie silently scoffed, thinking that his true colors were now revealed. However, she maintained her composure and replied, "Not for long. At our pace. We shall arrive at Huaxia City in less than an hour. I will personally handle your registration. And it will take only a few minutes. No need to rush." "Ah, so fast." Tian Ziqi chuckled awkwardly. "This speed is quite difficult to acclimatize to." "Hee, what kind of looks are those? Please don't stare at me like that. I might become embarrassed." "Then let us be off." Annie shot him a glance infused with a hint of allure amidst her cold demeanor, choosing not to waste any more breath on him, and led the way out of the activity room. One by one, the others boarded their respective mechs and proceeded toward the exit. This was a step toward a new life. 095. New recruits. The Huaxia Alliance, centered around the nation of Huaxia, is an amalgamation of multiple countries. In theory, it should be referred to as the Huaming or Hualian supermarket. Yet in interstellar contexts, it is still commonly referred to as the Huaxia Nation or simply Huaxia, reflecting the significant position Huaxia holds within this alliance. Huaxia essentially constitutes the entirety of the Huaxia Alliance. Initially, the headquarters of the Huaxia Alliance was situated in Jinghua City, but due to the overdevelopment of the urban area and the massive influx of people, which could easily lead to accidents, the alliance decided to construct a new city several hundred kilometers away from Jinghua City. This city has now become the political center known as Huaxia City. Though not expansive, Huaxia City boasts a relatively small population, yet a significant proportion of its area is dedicated to greenery. The city is clean, with fresh air, making it an exceedingly charming and livable locale. However, being a desirable place to reside does not imply that anyone can inhabit it. Initially, the inhabitants were either high-ranking officials of the alliance or affluent business magnates, along with their families. Only those with unblemished backgrounds, loyalty to the government, and support for its policies are permitted to reside here. After centuries of development, as officials retired and the wealthy descended into commonality, their descendants cannot automatically inherit positions of power or wealth. Thus, the population now includes hundreds of thousands of ordinary citizens, who form the majority of the city's residents. Nevertheless, the city still accommodates thousands of high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals. Moreover, another significant presence in this city comprises the alliance's military, which includes a regular force of 100,000, 33,000 amphibious special troops, 10,000 mech warriors, and 100 elite mech warriors. However, these military personnel are stationed within the Huaxia Military District located in the southwest of the city. Despite being a hub for officials and the wealthy, the cost of living in this city has not skyrocketed. There are no exorbitantly priced clubs for the affluent. It is not that they do not wish to increase prices, but rather they dare not. All hotels, supermarkets, and transportation services are operated by residents authorized by the government. Any unreasonable business practices will result in immediate closure or even expulsion from Huaxia City. Here, the shops practice fair trade, devoid of homicide, violence, drug abuse, prostitution, or other uncivilized elements. Anyone violating laws or ethical standards will be expelled from Huaxia City, ensuring that its atmosphere remains the most refined among all cities in the interstellar world. This is not an ordinary city, and it does not require excessive commercialization or flamboyance. There are even no structures exceeding 10 stories, and the airspace above the city is a no-fly zone, prohibiting any aircraft or flying mechs from traversing. All flying vehicles must land at the aerospace port located on the city's outskirts. Otherwise, they will face severe repercussions from the Skynet's defense system, resulting in instant obliteration. Tian Ziqi and his companions arrived via a small alliance airship, covering a distance of over 500 kilometers in just over half an hour, landing at the military aerospace port in the southwest of Huaxia City. Although referred to as a small airship, it could accommodate more than 10 individuals, along with all 11 mechs, leaving ample space. This small airship is specifically designed for special mech teams to execute missions or transport necessary supplies. Upon disembarking from the airship, the 11 individuals swiftly transitioned to their mechs and followed Annie to their base. At this juncture, they were already within the territory of the Huaxia Military District, albeit still some distance from the Special Mech Warriors' quarters. As the Alliance's Special Mech Warriors, they enjoyed the highest level of privileges. The barracks located at their base were the finest in the entire military district, strategically placed within the city to ensure prompt security for the Alliance headquarters. Driving their mechs at a slow pace through nearly the entirety of the military district, Tian Ziqi and his companions finally reached their quarters. This was an independent courtyard with several mech parking spots, accompanied by a two-story residence. The lower floors were designed to minimize travel time, and given the ample space of the special mech soldiers' courtyard, land usage was of little concern. The two-story building originally contained 10 rooms on the first floor, but one room had been converted into a meeting space for the team, leaving only 9 rooms occupied by the previous 9 men. Meanwhile, Annie resided alone in the upstairs room number 1, which suited her preference for tranquility. However, with Tian Ziqi's arrival, it was only natural for him to choose a room upstairs, which caused a sudden wave of annoyance within Annie. Annie led Tian Ziqi upstairs, stating, "Tian Ziqi, feel free to choose a room. Captain, no need to choose. I'll take the adjacent room, number 2. Tian Ziqi replied with a smile. "Absolutely not." Annie instinctively rejected, noticing the puzzled expressions of the others. She added, "I prefer a quiet environment when I sleep. Who doesn't like peace when sleeping?" Tian Ziqi replied with a chuckle. Annie quickly retorted, "I don't like having anyone beside me. I assure you. I want to be sleeping next door. You need not worry about that," Tian Ziqi quickly assured her. "Pa," Annie spat. "What I mean is, I don't want anyone living around my room. Do you understand?" "I understand, but, there's no but. I am commanding you to reside in room number 10, Annie stated with a serious tone. "Fine, I shall go, but I was merely joking. No need to take it so seriously." Tian Ziqi laughed, turning to mumble, "Wow, room number 10 is so far away. How will I find you to hang out? I suppose I'll have to go downstairs to join Lao Gao and the others." "What are you mumbling about?" Annie inquired with a frosty demeanor. "Oh, nothing. I was merely commenting on how splendid the sunlight is today," Tian Ziqi replied, looking up to notice the sun had just slipped behind a cloud, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Annie's lips curled into a faint smile as she coldly remarked, "Go check out your room. I'll call you shortly for registration." The room resembled a single-occupancy dormitory, featuring a spacious bedroom and a bathroom, along with a sizable balcony. The room was fully equipped with bed linens, blankets, a basin, towels, toothpaste, and a toothbrush, making it quite suitable for someone like Tian Ziqi, a vagabond. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, he lay on the bed for a while until he heard Annie calling for him, prompting him to jump up and follow her to the military district's administrative building. The person receiving Annie was a general with the rank of Major General, named Hua Tianwei, approximately in his late 30s. Achieving the rank of Major General at such a young age indicated his exceptional capabilities. Upon hearing about Tian Ziqi's situation from Annie, Hua Tianwei immediately took an interest in him and engaged him in conversation, finding common ground, which fostered a friendly rapport. Consequently, the subsequent processes of registration, documentation, and record-keeping proceeded smoothly, allowing Tian Ziqi to receive a complete set of gear, including a communication device, identification card, information forms, and access permissions. However, when Tian Ziqi received his information form, he was astonished to discover that not only was he not an honorary member of Annie's team, but he was also categorized not as an ordinary mech warrior, but rather as a full-fledged mech recruit. 096. A journey of 2. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Tian Ziqi exclaimed, dramatically presenting his information form to General Hua Tianwei. "A recruit? Are you certain there's no mistake?" General Hua chuckled, "No mistake whatsoever. Since you have never served in the military before, your status has been designated as that of a recruit. You must undergo a process to gradually ascend. Wouldn't you agree? You are yet to truly comprehend the essence of life in a military camp. Hence, I have arranged for you to undergo rigorous training in the boot camp. What are your thoughts on this? What is the use of it? After all, you will ultimately treat me like a mere trifle." Tian Ziqi rolled his eyes in exasperation and added with reluctance, "However, I still feel that I could directly join Captain Annie's team to carry out missions. I do not harbor grand ambitions. I would be content merely to enjoy a life of ease under Captain Annie's command. Your aspirations are indeed lofty. To enjoy such a life, you must first attain my level. One must make some contributions before reaping the rewards, do they not?" General Hua chuckled, saying, "But there is no rush. You may first hone your skills in the military camp for a few years before joining Captain Anne's team. By then, indulging in a life of ease will not raise any eyebrows. A few years? How many years does that entail?" Tian Ziqi lamented, "In truth, I do not wish for such a life of ease. Joining Captain Anne's team would allow me to make a far greater contribution, would it not? Am I to squander my prime years and abilities for years on end? Or worse, have them forever stifled?" "Ha ha! You rascal!" General Hua laughed. "You speak of both indulgence and contribution. Enough of your ramblings. Go where you are directed. As long as your performance is commendable, I shall promote you accordingly. The quicker you excel, the faster your elevation. Thus, fret not about your talents being suppressed. Of course, if you choose to languish, after a few years, you may leave without even a blanket to your name." General Hua chuckled, secretly amused, thinking, This sort of person needs a firm push. Hee hee. It seems I must arrange specialized training tasks for him. I am eager to witness the extent of his capabilities, as perceived by that little Annie. Moreover, only by drawing forth as much of his potential as possible can the Alliance assign him significant responsibilities. Very well, you may dictate the course. Tian Ziqi feigned despondency as he shook his head, before being led away by Annie from the administrative building. Observing Tian Ziqi's glum expression, Annie said, Tian Ziqi, I apologize. I had no inkling that things would unfold this way, with General Hua assigning you to the boot camp. Tian Ziqi shook his head and replied with a smile, It's quite all right, but why did you not speak up for me earlier? Annie shook her head. It would have been futile. The information forms and identity cards have already been issued, and your identity is now locked in. Even General Hua cannot alter such information within 3 months to prevent corruption. After a pause, Annie continued, However, I believe that General Hua taking the time to converse with you indicates that he holds you in high regard. So I surmise there must be a rationale behind his actions. Oh, Tian Ziqi pondered thoughtfully. All right, you may proceed to report to the boot camp of Huaxia Military University in your mech. You will begin with the most fundamental knowledge and political courses for recruits. And the school provides dormitories. Annie mused for a moment before, almost unconsciously, adding, however, if you wish to return to reside here, your room is still reserved for you. After speaking, Annie's heart raced as she internally questioned, Why did I express such sentiments? Is it to comfort him? Yes, it must be. Tian Ziqi's lips curled into a smile as he said, All right, since Captain Annie misses me so dearly, I shall return to visit whenever I can. Ha ha, get lost. After a day of preparation, the following morning, Tian Ziqi set off in his mech towards the boot camp for registration. The main campus of Huaxia Military University is situated within the urban expanse of Jinghua City. Yet the boot camp lies within the confines of the Huaxia Military District. Thus, Tian Ziqi would not traverse an extensive distance. However, within the military district, he could not speed recklessly in his mech and had to proceed at a measured pace, which would take over half an hour. The boot camp for new recruits differs fundamentally from those entering Huaxia Military University as students. The recruits at the boot camp are conscripted from across society, while new students at Huaxia Military University gain admission through the Alliance's higher education entrance examinations. In theory, the cultural refinement, knowledge base, and overall quality of Huaxia Military University students surpass that of the recruits at the boot camp. Therefore, the training direction for Huaxia Military University students focuses on cultivating officer-type candidates, emphasizing military management and related knowledge, requiring 4 years of training before entering the military for service. Conversely, recruits at the boot camp are typically non-officer personnel or special forces, concentrating on enhancing individual combat capabilities. Upon entering the boot camp, Tian Ziqi is already considered a soldier of the Huaxia army, and his purpose in studying there is to unlock his potential and harness his abilities to become a formidable combatant. Even though Tian Ziqi perceives himself as sufficiently powerful, he dutifully arrived at the boot camp. After submitting his identity card and information form at the registration desk to confirm his identity and leaving the form behind, he was granted admission without the need to pay any tuition fees, as all expenses were covered by the government. Tian Ziqi was assigned to the dormitory of the 2nd Mech Brigade, 2nd Division, 2nd Regiment, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Squad, 2nd Class. He thought to himself, this designation is rather absurd. As it is a case of rolling enrollment, upon arriving at the specified dormitory, Tian Ziqi discovered that 3 individuals were already present. In a mech warrior unit, each squad consists of only 4 members, with special forces having even fewer, and at that moment, the other 3 were lounging on their beds, meaning the remaining empty bed was undoubtedly his. As Tian Ziqi stepped through the door, the other 3 immediately sat up, and one tall, lanky roommate greeted him with a smile. Ah, you must be the new mech recruit. Indeed, greetings everyone, Tian Ziqi replied with a smile. The other 2 roommates also chimed in, Hello, welcome, number 2. What the hell? Is this for real? Tian Ziqi exclaimed in disbelief, thinking, my number is absurdly fitting. No, I must strive to excel and rid myself of this number as soon as possible. What's the matter? Is something amiss? The other 3 looked at Tian Ziqi, puzzled by his exaggerated expression. Oh, it's nothing. Tian Ziqi chuckled awkwardly. Are you all new recruits as well? What happened to the previous number 2? We consider ourselves new recruits too. But we've been here a little longer than you. I'm number 1. While the fatty N3 has been training here for a year, and 4 Eyes just arrived a month ago. The previous number 2 has successfully graduated. The tall, lanky one explained, Number 2 is our squad leader, who entered with me in fatty. He is diligent and talented, having earned the organization's recognition in just a year, and he won first place in the new recruit competition. So he has now joined a special mech team directly under the alliance. This K. As he spoke, the lanky one smacked his lips, appearing quite envious. Oh, I see. I didn't expect the previous number 2 to be so impressive. But this time, my performance will surpass his. Damn it. I must rid myself of this 2 titles swiftly. The lanky one smiled. Let me introduce myself. I am Song Hanji. Welcome aboard. I am Hilu. Everyone calls me Fatty. Fatty beamed, exuding a cheerful demeanor. I am Huaxia. 4 eyes, wearing glasses, said dully, giving off a lazy impression and seemingly disinterested in conversation, though his bright eyes behind the lenses were constantly darting around. Tian Ziqi? Tian Ziqi replied with a smile. By the way, who is the squad leader now? When do we train, and what are the training subjects? Song Hanji chuckled. I am currently the acting squad leader. You, Fatty, and 4 eyes are all deputy squad leaders. Ha ha! Our squad operates quite democratically. We discuss matters together. Fatty laughed heartily. Exactly. Any issues are communicated by old Song, and he bears the brunt of the blame. Hee hee. Come on, Fatty. Don't lead the new recruit astray. Song Hanji said hurriedly, then turned to Tian Ziqi. Don't mind him. I am merely the nominal squad leader. I handle the trifling tasks of relaying information. Just make sure you don't follow Fatty into trouble. As for our training subjects, well, we are mech warriors with a certain level of skill. Primarily, we focus on individual learning and training, and then we have a weekly performance review in our company to showcase our week's progress. If the results are not satisfactory, we may be sent for specialized training. Furthermore, once a month, we have a performance review for the entire battalion at the camp. During that time, there will be brigade leaders and even corps commanders observing and grading us. Those with high scores will naturally graduate smoothly. Tian Ziqi nodded. So, for those who don't wish to graduate, can they continue studying at the boot camp indefinitely? How could that be? Song Hanji replied. Those who fail to graduate in the first year must continue studying in the second year. And if they still do not graduate, they will be sent directly to the army as regular conscripts for 3 years before they can retire. What a harsh reality, Tian Ziqi exclaimed in astonishment, his mind swirling with calculations. Should he merely linger here for 2 years, indulging in idle comforts, or should he expedite his graduation? Alas, if he were to graduate and fail to rejoin Annie's ranks, would that not force him into another unit, ultimately leading to his exploitation as mere labor? How ruthless indeed. The chubby fellow lamented. Oh, poor me. If I cannot graduate this year, I shall have to enlist as a volunteer soldier. What a tragedy, truly a damn tragedy. Song Hanji chuckled awkwardly and remarked, Ah, it is but we 2 seasoned veterans who lament. Do not lose heart. All it takes is diligent training, right? Tian Ziqi laughed, thinking to himself that the failures of these 2 were surely the result of their lack of effort during personal training. Indeed, we ought to strive harder, Fatty. Song Hanji declared earnestly. From tomorrow onward, we shall train in mecha martial arts as a class unit. Excellent, Fatty responded with gravity. Tian Ziqi had expected that the 2 would indeed put forth their best efforts. But to his surprise, Huaxia, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly interjected. You both said the same when I first arrived, yet you did not follow through. The duo, one stout and the other slender, suddenly wore expressions of comic dismay, casting disgruntled glances at Huaxia. You, 4-eyed brat, would it kill you to keep quiet? Just wait until I smash your glasses. Who is afraid of whom? Huaxia scoffed, clearly unfazed, as the combined might of the 2 hardly measured up to his own prowess. You 2 lazy fellows, I see right through you. Better prepare for a year of volunteering. Damn it, that's intolerable. Fatty retorted with indignation. How dare you expose my shortcomings in front of Xiaoqi? No more words. Tomorrow at 6 in the second training ground, I shall spar with you. I am always ready, Huaxia. Slender yet surprisingly resolute, replied. Tian Ziqi, observing the expressions on their faces, felt compelled to mediate. You 2 are roommates. There's no need to make it so tense, is there? Song Hanji smiled and replied. Huaxia is just being himself. We are accustomed to it. Fatty merely talks a big game. Even at 8, I bet he will still be in bed. Just like me. One must be well rested to train with vigor, Tian Ziqi blurted out. Wow, a kindred spirit. Fatty's expression shifted dramatically, and with a broad grin, he sidled up to Tian Ziqi, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Kindred spirit indeed. Let us sleep until 8 tomorrow, then what of the sparring? Huaxia asked nonchalantly. Who would spar with you? You lack skill. Sleep is far more important. Fatty feigned disdain, then glanced at Tian Ziqi and amended. If I must spar, it shall be with Xiaoqi. Clearly, his prowess far exceeds yours. And sparring with him will showcase my own abilities. Fatty chuckled lewdly, thinking to himself that finally a new recruit had arrived, and perhaps he could finally achieve victory. With a year of training under his belt, sparring with a newcomer seemed like child's play, save for that little rascal Huaxia, who had taught Fatty a profound lesson upon his arrival, leaving him utterly humiliated in front of all the recruits. Huaxia smiled faintly and said, "Fatty, are you planning to bully the new recruits as you have me?" Fatty, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Who, me? This is merely my way of showing concern and care for the newcomers." Song Hanji laughed, "Be careful, Fatty. One must remain humble, and I believe Xiaoqi is even more formidable than Huaxia." Indeed, Tian Ziqi concurred. 3 Fat, if you wish to spar with me, you must be cautious. I am quite formidable. And I assure you, I speak the truth. Observing Tian Ziqi's expression, Fatty laughed heartily, further convinced that Tian Ziqi was merely an inexperienced recruit. He waved his hand dismissively. No need for further words. We shall practice tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow happens to be the camp's demonstration, so I shall train you well to enhance your reputation within the camp. Fatty grinned wickedly. Wait, even a newbie like me must participate in the demonstration? Tian Ziqi shook his head helplessly. Fatty, you should be careful. We are all new recruits, after all. Rest assured. I promise I won't harm you, Fatty declared, thumping his chest as if envisioning his impending triumph. Fatty, why do you persist? Tian Ziqi had meant to caution him, implying that he was indeed quite skilled, warning Fatty to be wary of potential embarrassment, not to suggest that he should avoid harming him. Alas, it seemed that Fatty's confidence had swelled to an egregious degree in the presence of newcomers, leaving Tian Ziqi at a loss for how to proceed. After all, he had already asserted his prowess and reiterated his warnings. Yet Fatty charged forth regardless, leaving Tian Ziqi resigned to comply with his whims. Come the next morning, to everyone's surprise, Fatty awoke at 6 o'clock, a rarity indeed. Typically, mecha warriors enjoyed a higher status with more lenient requirements, permitted to arrive at the training grounds by 8:30. Fatty had always adhered strictly to the 8:30 arrival time, never arriving a minute early. However, this had often resulted in him missing optimal training slots, causing him to lag behind and remain ungraduated to this day. In truth, Fatty had never grasped the organization's intentions, as the absence of stringent oversight was meant to cultivate self-discipline among the recruits. As specialized soldiers, they needed to possess a keen self-awareness. Mandatory military management was not widely practiced here, while other recruits diligently trained early each day, leaving only Fatty to wallow in sloth. Unexpectedly, however, today he arose at 6. Rise and shine, everyone, Fatty bellowed after getting out of bed. Time to head to the training grounds. Hey, Xiaoqi, hurry up and get dressed. We need to find a prime spot for our sparring. Today is the camp's demonstration. Shut up, Song Hanji grumbled in dissatisfaction. What are you yelling about? Are you seeking death? Xiaoji, I shan't even mention you. As the acting squad leader, you not only fail to encourage the recruits to rise early for training, but you also dare to impede those who do. That is a grave sin, Fatty shouted. You moronic Fatty, keep your voice down or you'll regret it. Huaxia, already seated cross-legged on his bed, looking like he was meditating, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Fatty's loud ruckus. Four-eyed brat, I've endured you for too long. Why add moronic to my name? Just be yourself, and if you wish to meditate, then do so without your incessant chatter. Beware, should I lose my temper, I might just smash your glasses, Fatty retorted dismissively. Why Huaxia suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within. Oh really? Then why not come down here and try? He began to rise from his bed. I was merely jesting. There is no need to take it so seriously. Meditate as you wish. No one will mind, Fatty hastily reassured him. Why Huaxia ignored him. Slowly closing his eyes once more, continue to yell, and you shall see. Seeing Huaxia's eyes shut, Fatty began to flail his fists and kick his legs in a fit of frustration, mumbling to himself until he felt a small victory. By the time he was satisfied, Tian Ziqi had already finished dressing and grooming. Let us depart, Tian Ziqi suggested, first to the dining hall for breakfast. Onward, Fatty replied, and as they stepped out of the dormitory, he poked his head back inside, shouting, Four-eyed brat, wake up! He hurled a slipper toward Huaxia. Ouch, Fatty yelped, hastily retreating. Fatty, you're here? What brings you here so early today? Hey, Fatty, your makeup is quite unique. Looks like a shoe print. Indeed, it's a shoe print, one from those slippers sold in our military district supermarket. Wow, you noticed that? Impressive. Upon entering the training grounds, many of Fatty's acquaintances greeted him, as a veteran who had lingered in the recruit academy for over a year. He had garnered a modicum of popularity, and in truth, Fatty had become somewhat of a comedic figure within the academy, frequently finding himself in absurd situations. Yet, having been the subject of laughter for so long, he appeared to have embraced his role, his confidence having thickened over the past year. And no longer would he scamper away at the slightest chuckle. Instead, he now accepted the laughter with a sense of accomplishment. Hearing the greetings, Fatty smiled and waved to the crowd, adopting an air of leadership. You all arrived early as well. It is normal for us to arrive early. Your early arrival is what's unusual. Besides, today is the campus demonstration, the crowd responded with laughter. Oh, is this handsome fellow a new recruit? One remarked, I knew it, Fatty, you only rise early when there's something to gain. Turns out it's a new recruit. Another recruit chimed in, I recall there was a new recruit in Fatty's class about a month ago. Now he is even fatter. Haha, better watch out. Fatty laughed it off, saying, of course, I'll be cautious. I promise I won't harm him. As they spoke, they took leave of Tian Ziqi, unable to restrain themselves from saying, don't listen to their nonsense. Oh? Understood. Tian Ziqi chuckled inwardly. They selected the training ground of the 11th mech, opting for the centrally located F-class combat mech, Lingdong, each piloting a 6-meter-tall model. This particular combat mech, Lingdong, lacked energy weapons, relying solely on conventional alloy armaments, resulting in limited destructive power. However, its petite frame allowed for exceptional agility, making it particularly suitable for practicing reflexes and hand speed. While its offensive capability barely reached G-class, it was nonetheless rated as F-class due to its remarkable nimbleness. Once seated in their mechs, the portly figure appeared quite exhilarated. The two familiarized themselves with their machines as time slipped by. Suddenly, the loudspeaker within the venue announced, the camp's report drill is now commencing. Mech warriors, please board your mechs and prepare for combat training. It's starting, the portly one exclaimed with a grin. Make sure to perform well. There are leaders watching outside. An enormous display screen showcased images from numerous training grounds, each accompanied by an index chart. When a particular arena exhibited intense fighting or rapid mech movements, the index would soar, capturing the attention of the leaders. In the 11th training ground, Tian Ziqi lazily wielded his alloy sword and called out, Come on, Fatty. Watch out, Shao Chi. Here I come. Fatty chuckled, brimming with enthusiasm, though his demeanor appeared somewhat lewd as he charged towards Tian Ziqi, swinging his one-handed sword. Fatty's running speed was decent, quickly closing the distance of several dozen meters. However, it seemed that Tian Ziqi was unresponsive. A rookie is still a rookie. Finally, it's my time to shine. Fatty rejoiced internally, bringing his alloy sword down towards Tian Ziqi's head. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Fatty's target vanished. Just as he hesitated, an alloy sword was already pressed against the energy cabin at his back. Beep, beep, beep. The sensors on Fatty's Lingdong mech suddenly blared, indicating, energy cabin under attack. You have sustained heavy damage. Failure. Of course, this was merely a simulated damage scenario. During practice, students could not actually damage their mechs, as the academy lacked the funds to replace them. Fatty was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. From behind came Tian Ziqi's voice. Fatty, why put yourself through this? Damn. How infuriating, Fatty shouted, unable to contain his indignation. You liar. You are a complete and utter fraud. Outside, the index chart for the 11th small screen suddenly peaked, indicating that the movement speed had reached the mech's limits. This sudden change astonished the observing officers, who immediately replayed the video footage. Boss Master. The leaders quickly reviewed the recording, enlarging it on the main screen. They witnessed the mech's silhouette flash, not only evading the opponent's attack but also defeating them in a single blow. Appearing effortlessly accomplished, Lingdong, oh Lingdong, today has truly fulfilled its namesake. Retrieve this student's information. The commander of the 2nd Mech Division, who happened to be inspecting that day, was taken aback by such astonishing speed. A rookie? After glancing at Tian Ziqi's basic information, the division commander was puzzled. How could this student possibly be a rookie? Is there an error in the information here, or was what we just witnessed a mere illusion? Perhaps it was a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, perfectly executing that maneuver? The camp commander, equally perplexed, remarked, with his skills, it would not be impossible for him to directly join the special mech forces. How could he be a rookie, especially one who just arrived at the camp? Let's observe further. The commander replied calmly. In the arena, Fatty, filled with indignation, exclaimed, You fraud. How dare you pretend to be inexperienced? It's infuriating. Tian Ziqi chuckled. I already stated I was a master, a truly formidable one. But alas, you did not believe me. What can I say? Fatty pondered for a moment and declared, no, it must be an illusion. You definitely had a stroke of luck. Merely executing that move by chance. Let's go again, shall we? Tian Ziqi smiled. How about not? It would be quite embarrassing for you. Fatty insisted. Forget about that. My pride has already been forged. Just don't worry about me. Tian Ziqi shrugged nonchalantly. Very well. If you wish to experience the sensation of being defeated, then I shall indulge. Get lost? Fatty retorted. This time, can you let me? Tian Ziqi laughed. All right, I'll allow you to use one hand. Damn, we are using one-handed swords? So of course, one hand is sufficient, Fatty sneered. You should at least let me use both hands. Come on, Tian Ziqi exclaimed. That would be outright slaughter. Fatty chuckled. If you can defeat me while using both hands, I will immediately kneel before you in front of everyone and serve you, fetching tea and running errands. How about that? Tian Ziqi scoffed. You're not even a beauty. Having you serve me would be uncomfortable. Stop talking nonsense. Just answer me. Do you dare to let me use both hands? Fatty provoked. Heh, there is nothing I shy away from, Tian Ziqi replied playfully. Let us see if you can defeat me first. Fatty grinned, lifting his one-handed sword. Shao Qi, be careful. Here I come with that. He charged towards Tian Ziqi. Tian Ziqi smirked, then abruptly pushed the accelerator of the Lingdong mech to its maximum. With a hum, the petite Lingdong shot forward like a released arrow, creating an illusion of imminent collision, as if it would smash into Fatty's mech, causing devastation. This sudden shift and impact left Fatty tense, unable to suppress a scream. Before he could finish, Tian Ziqi had already pressed several keys on the control panel, causing Lingdong to dive down sharply, executing a sweeping kick to the side. Bang! Fatty's Lingdong arced gracefully, tumbling to the ground 10 meters behind Tian Ziqi, who rolled, dissipating the impact and standing firm. Meanwhile, Fatty lay helplessly on the ground, feigning death, overwhelmed by the blow. After a while, Fatty suddenly sprang up, eyes wide with madness as he charged towards Tian Ziqi. Brother. No, big brother. Master, Fatty earnestly implored. Please take me as your disciple. I've made up my mind to follow you, serving you in all matters. Fetching tea, doing laundry, running errands, and, let's skip the bedroom part. Whatever you command, I, Fatty, will wholeheartedly fulfill. Hearing Fatty's words and witnessing his antics, Tian Ziqi felt a chill run down his spine, yet he nodded slightly. As long as you don't act so disgustingly in the future, I suppose it's acceptable. Boss, master, I love you. Ugh, disgusting. Get lost. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, completed within mere seconds. By the time Tian Ziqi stood confidently with his arms crossed, the observing leaders outside finally reacted. If the previous display had been mere luck, this time it was undoubtedly skill. There was no doubt. This individual possessed extraordinary strength. The commander glanced at the camp leader and remarked, this fellow's background must be anything but ordinary. Implied within was the admonition that such a formidable figure had arrived at your camp without your awareness. And you even lacked comprehensive information about him. The camp leader appeared anxious, but the camp's instructor interjected, Commander, I've heard that Tian Ziqi seems to have entered the military district alongside the captain of the Tian-class special mech squad, personally received by General Wadianwei, who facilitated all his paperwork. However, it seems unexpected that this young man ended up in our camp. Isn't he supposed to be with Annie's Tian-class team? Oh, the commander pondered. If General Hua has given such instructions, there must be a reason behind it. For now, proceed as normal. Don't treat him with any special privileges. I will have a chat with General Hua later. The camp leader breathed a sigh of relief, promptly responding, Yes, Commander. Having a major general like you connect with General Hua is the best possible scenario. Otherwise, with this fellow's strong presence on his first day, who knows how to manage him in the future? Thankfully, we caught on early. Thus, a group of leaders appeared oblivious to everything around them, continuing to survey the conditions of various training grounds. The commanding officer assigned scores to the performances reported from each site before departing, while the battalion commander and instructor remained, announcing that the promoted mech warriors would engage in sparring demonstrations. Unlike the ancient Earth era, where a battalion of hundreds would gather in a vast parade ground for one-on-one combat competitions with onlookers surrounding them, the current era's demonstrations involve individuals training separately across various sites. Performance is assessed through various indices, providing an evaluation of the mech warrior's capabilities. Those who pass will advance and spar with opponents designated by the battalion. Although if the battalion commander is disinclined to assign opponents, computers can randomly allocate them instead. This latter method appears to be the norm. However, this time, while others were randomly assigned, Tian Ziqi found himself personally matched by the battalion commander with a sparring partner. Long Xianyuan, nicknamed Xian Yuan Long, seemed to have never participated in a second report demonstration sparring session, except for one occasion when a sparring partner fell ill and could not attend. He had spent all other times bored on the sidelines. This time was no different. He stood in the hall outside the training ground, gazing at the enormous virtual screen on the wall. Yet, unlike before, he was not bored. Rather, he eagerly focused on the image of Tian Ziqi's training site. Tian Ziqi remained in training area number 11, but his opponent had changed to another new mech warrior. This time, the mech he piloted was no longer the Lingdong, but had upgraded to the E-class, Warrior 2. The Warrior 2 is a versatile mech, meaning its attributes for attack, defense, evasion, and speed are relatively balanced. However, its rating is E-class, indicating that Warrior 2 is a mech of rather mediocre capabilities, in Tian Ziqi's perspective. A comprehensive mech that meets his driving standards should at least be rated A-class or above. Little did he know that across the entirety of Huaxia, or even the whole galaxy, A-class mechs are exceedingly rare, with the vast majority being below a dash class, AT this moment. Both pilots were operating Warrior 2 mechs, which placed them on equal footing in terms of equipment, eliminating any advantage or disadvantage. Under Long Xianyuan, may I inquire your esteemed name, brother? The opponent appeared very polite, sitting in his mech while greeting Tian Ziqi. Though his demeanor seemed somewhat incongruous for someone piloting a mech, such antiquated speech, however, Tian Ziqi bore no discontent, simply smiling as he replied, "Not tall, not grand, Tian Ziqi. You are too humble, brother," Long Xianyuan thought to himself. Dismissively smiling, Tian Ziqi? He had certainly not heard of him, let alone seen him. He assumed he could not be a formidable opponent. "Very well, brother Tian, shall we begin?" "I am ready at any moment," Tian Ziqi replied casually, which only deepened Long Xianyuan's contempt. The battle was about to commence, and this newcomer appeared so lackadaisical, devoid of any sense of urgency, truly a novice. Long Xianyuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. "The free combat is about to commence. I shall grant you 10 seconds to prepare." By stating this, he intended to give his opponent a moment to brace himself for the impending free combat, if only to cultivate a sense of seriousness. However, he was surprised to see his opponent still maintaining that relaxed demeanor. Humph, arrogance. Just remember not to accuse me of bullying later. You brought this upon yourself? Long Xianyuan thought to himself. At the instant the 10-second countdown concluded, Long Xianyuan's Warrior 2, fully charged forward with a savage thrust, aiming directly for Tian Ziqi's mech. In a flash, Long Xianyuan's vision blurred, and his target vanished. Startled, rather than halting, he accelerated forward, rolling on the ground before rising to his feet. Not far away, his opponent maintained an air of ease, merely raising the long legs of the Warrior 2, which caused Long Xianyuan's heart to tighten. Just as he was about to speak, Tian Ziqi preempted him. "Brother Long, you are indeed impressive, to have anticipated my kick." "How could it be otherwise?" Long Xianyuan retorted. "You lifted a leg so high, intending to kick me. But, are you not being overly presumptuous? You believe you can defeat me without weapons. Are you mocking me? That move is an affront to mech martial arts." This fellow was excessively rigid, Tian Ziqi chuckled. What constitutes mech martial arts? Whether it be the 18 dragon subduing palms or the dog-whacking stick technique, regardless of the style, the true hallmark of a good technique is its effectiveness in combat. Very well, I once thought newcomers were inexperienced, so I kindly refrained from using my true skills. Yet, I was mistaken. Today, I nearly faced humiliation at the hands of someone ignorant of mech martial arts. Now, I shall show you the allure of mech martial arts. Long Xianyuan feigned a casual smile, but his demeanor shifted to seriousness as he moved both hands. The Warrior 2 immediately brandished a single-handed alloy sword. Advancing towards Tian Ziqi with a series of intricate steps, the 4-meter-long alloy sword danced in his hand, creating a flurry of sword blooms that enveloped a 10-meter radius, making it seem as though blades were poised to strike from every direction. The cascading sword blooms appeared gentle, yet they concealed immense power, and, though they seemed to approach slowly, they rushed towards Tian Ziqi in an instant. Not wishing to defeat his opponent in one move, he feigned trepidation, maneuvering the mech to swiftly retreat, while the alloy sword relentlessly pursued him, shadowing his every move. Just when Tian Ziqi felt it was time, he suddenly advanced instead, thrusting the alloy sword back fiercely. In an instant, their blades intertwined, sparks flying. The clashing of metal rang out, a cacophony that would have induced severe distress in anyone nearby. Had the venue not prohibited spectators from approaching, and had the mechs not been nearly sealed. Yet even within the confines of their mechs, the piercing sound made Tian Ziqi grit his teeth in discomfort. "Ah!" Tian Ziqi shouted, as the alloy sword in his grasp seemed to resonate with his fierce spirit. Striking down with tremendous force, with a resounding clang, Long Xian Yuan's alloy sword was abruptly shattered in his grip. Victory was decisive. With the weapon in hand broken, Long Xian Yuan came to an abrupt halt. Staring at the remnants of his sword in disbelief, observing his opponent pause, Tian Ziqi retracted his sword stance, gracefully retreating a dozen meters. The sight of a several-ton mech being maneuvered with such elegance astonished the spectators who were observing this training ground. Long Xian Yuan's face fell in disappointment. Having been at the Rookie Academy for half a year, he had never anticipated being bested by a mere newcomer. Despite understanding the wisdom of not judging a book by its cover, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. Finally, he merely uttered, "You have won," before turning to leave. "You were quite impressive," Tian Ziqi sincerely remarked. "Heh, impressive?" Long Xian Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I couldn't even defeat a newcomer. I even broke my weapon. I have lost. Your defeat lies not in your technique, but in your mindset," Tian Ziqi replied with a smile. "You underestimated me, failing to regard your opponent seriously, and thus you have fallen short. Regardless of the adversary, one must not judge based solely on appearances. Only through combat can one truly ascertain an opponent's capabilities. Moreover, even after engaging, one may not fully discern their opponent's strengths, correct?" Long Xian Yuan stood in silence for a moment as if contemplating Tian Ziqi's words, then faced him, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. "Brother Tian, I have learned much. Please, no need for formality." Tian Ziqi clasped his fists together, grinning, unaware that his words would further ignite Long Xian Yuan's obsession, ultimately contributing to the emergence of a super mech master within the alliance. The battalion commander and instructor, who had been closely observing Tian Ziqi, were finally convinced of his genuine talent. Otherwise, Annie would not have invited him back. However, they were left pondering General Hua's intentions in placing him within the rookie battalion. This individual clearly belonged in the God of War training camp, the opponent arranged by the battalion commander for Tian Ziqi. Long Xian Yuan was considered the most capable among the rookies. Yet, without even showcasing his true strength, he had his weapon shattered by Tian Ziqi, indicating that Tian Ziqi was far from an ordinary rookie. The other newcomers paled in comparison. In the subsequent matches, Tian Ziqi advanced effortlessly, hardly needing to lift a finger as he progressed through the rounds to the final demonstration venue, garnering significant attention from the other rookies in the battalion. "Wow, this guy is too arrogant, letting his opponent fight with both hands," Rookie exclaimed, incredulous and somewhat resentful, wondering why that ostentatious individual was not him. Could he be from the God of War training camp? Rookie B speculated. Rookie C shook his head in disbelief, pondering, could he possibly be a new instructor? Ah, it is somewhat reminiscent, isn't it? Look, he is still admonishing others. The crowd responded in unison, believing the instructor's likelihood to be quite considerable. Yet, the newly enlisted recruit, Tian Ziqi, who could not be newer, remained resolute on the training field, diligently preparing for the performance report. Had he not been intent on piloting increasingly advanced mechas, he would have long since packed his bags and departed. However, once Tian Ziqi piloted the A-class mecha, known as the Hero, he never looked back, ultimately securing victory in the final battle with ease. Tian Ziqi mused, perhaps this is the finest mecha within the academy. An A-class is indeed impressive. This level of combat required little exertion. Tian Ziqi hardly lifted a finger, effortlessly eliminating one opponent after another, rendering this performance report the most uninspired in history. Nevertheless, this competition catapulted Tian Ziqi to fame. Over 90% of the recruits in the camp became his ardent fans, while the remaining 9% grumbled, disdainful of being mere fans of another, convinced of their own excellence and deserving of idol status due to their prowess. How perplexing! Then there was a mere 1%, like the bespectacled Yu Jia, who had not even contemplated such matters. He had not even attended today's performance report, choosing instead to meditate alone in the dormitory, leaving others oblivious to his cultivation. The instructor assigned scores to each recruit participating in the performance report before departing, as usual, without any special attention to a particular recruit. However, the camp leader felt it prudent to report the latest developments to the commander. Song Hanji and He-Lu, one slender and the other stout, closely followed Tian Ziqi back to the dormitory. The stout one, with an obsequious expression, exclaimed, "Boss, master, you must teach me." "And me too, boss," Song Hanji chimed in. Boss, I am utterly in awe of you. Tian Ziqi chuckled. What shall I teach you? Anything you deem worthy to impart, I shall eagerly absorb. Do not fear that my frail shoulders cannot bear it. Pour forth your wisdom, the stout one replied solemnly. With that feeble frame of yours, you dare speak of being frail? Tian Ziqi laughed heartily. Then, in a serious tone, asked, Do you truly desire to master the art of piloting formidable mechas? I have long wished for it. I dream of it, even. Song Hanji and the stout one replied earnestly. Tian Ziqi nodded, declaring, Very well, then I shall tell you. There are no shortcuts to mastering mecha technology. Only diligent study and relentless practice can forge one into an expert. Of course, I am an exception, but in a sense, my skills, though derived from gaming, are a result of those years spent in fervent practice. Thus, it can be said my skills are also the fruit of hard work, albeit of a different nature. An exceptional mecha warrior is undeniably forged through rigorous training. Tian Ziqi spoke earnestly. The difference between mecha warriors lies in their innate talent for piloting. Those endowed with talent grasp the mecha with greater finesse, while those less fortunate in talent can still manage competently. However, to ascend to a transcendent level, whether gifted or not, one must undergo relentless training. Effort does not guarantee success, but no one can succeed without effort. Song Hanji and the stout one exchanged glances, their greatest flaw being their lethargy. Observing their demeanor, Tian Ziqi smiled and said, To be candid, my skills stem from my training. I have piloted mechas for no less than 5 years. While that may not seem long, I have trained in high-difficulty and high-risk environments, which has greatly enhanced the effectiveness of my training. If you too do not overcome your laziness, prepare to serve as conscripts for a few years before returning home. He continued, frankly, I believe we are fated to share this dormitory, which is why I wish to impart a few words to you. As for others, I can hardly be bothered to waste my breath. Though you think I cannot sit quietly like you, Jia? Song Hanji nodded in shame, gritting his teeth. All right, boss, I promise to train diligently. And you? Tian Ziqi turned to the stout one. Since Song Hanji has pledged, what do I have to fear? The stout one replied. Tian Ziqi shook his head, saying, Hilu, you cannot merely agree because others do. You must cultivate a spirit of perseverance from within. Regardless of others, you must be true to yourself and hold fast to your own convictions. What the boss teaches is wise. Let us head to the mecha training ground. The stout one said earnestly. No. Tian Ziqi shook his head. You are not yet ready to pilot mechas in training. To master piloting, you must first cultivate your physical condition. Do you understand? Both the stout one and Song Hanji shook their heads. We truly do not understand, Tian Ziqi chuckled. To pilot a mecha, one must first possess good physical fitness. Otherwise, you will be unable to execute certain mecha techniques, and if the operation becomes too intense, you may not react in time. During this period, I will guide you through a series of endurance, strength, reaction, and adaptability training. Will you join me? Yes, we shall heed the boss. Both the stout one and Song Hanji nodded in unison. Count me in, suddenly chimed Yu Jia, who had been quietly meditating on his bed, drawing the attention of Tian Ziqi and the others. Why Yu Jia smiled slightly. I believe what Brother Tian says holds merit. Tian Ziqi nodded. Very well, let us be off. Our class has yet to act collectively. 102. Training method for the first time. The 4 members of the class gathered in the physical training room, a feat undeniably attributed to Tian Ziqi. Yu Jia had always been a rather indifferent individual. He cultivated his abilities through meditation and internal energy techniques, reminiscent of methods employed by practitioners of asceticism. However, this approach to cultivating internal energy was exceedingly slow, yielding results that merely brought a sense of calm, allowing him to remain unperturbed in the face of various challenges. Perhaps this was the greatest benefit of his practice. Upon hearing Tian Ziqi's discourse on external training methods, he found it quite persuasive. Thus, he proposed joining in the training, and, subconsciously, he began to harbor a growing interest in Tian Ziqi. Upon arriving at the camp's training facility, Tian Ziqi noted the sparse attendance. Perhaps the other mecha warriors had ventured off to practice mecha control, believing that the training room was merely for physical fitness and offered little assistance in mecha piloting. Moreover, even those present were engaged primarily with simple equipment, with few attempting to utilize the more advanced apparatus. However, this was fortuitous, as it provided Tian Ziqi and his companions ample equipment for their training. The expert has arrived. Upon entering the training room, many recognized Tian Ziqi, clearly having seen his true visage when he dismounted from the mecha. Expert, are you here to work out? Expert, can you teach us how to control mechas? After witnessing your performance, I feel utterly inept at piloting. Hard work and diligent practice are the keys. Tian Ziqi replied with a smile. To practice mecha piloting, one must first strengthen oneself. Only with a robust physique and adaptability can one execute advanced maneuvers with the mecha. Of course, our aim in piloting mechas is not solely to perform complex maneuvers, but to adapt effortlessly in perilous and intricate environments. This is one of the reasons for physical training. That makes sense. No wonder you are an expert, someone flattered. But why does your physique not appear particularly robust? Another questioned in confusion. Tian Ziqi chuckled. The energy of the body does not rely on outward robustness. It pertains to the body's adaptability, explosive power, and endurance. As he spoke, Tian Ziqi approached a punching machine, assumed a stance, and delivered a powerful straight punch. A resounding thud echoed, and the machine displayed a reading of 518 kilograms of force. Wow! The crowd gasped in astonishment. 518 kilograms. What does that signify? The average warrior could manage only a little over 200 kilograms at best, perhaps reaching around 300 kilograms with a vigorous strike. Yet, this seemingly slender individual managed to effortlessly deliver a punch exceeding 500 kilograms, as if he had scarcely exerted himself. How could that not astonish everyone? Slender yet muscular. Tian Ziqi grinned. That is what we call explosive power. Having surveyed the crowd, which comprised nearly everyone in the training room, he declared, if explosive power is so impressive, then the same applies to other forms of strength. For endurance training, we shall run 10 kilometers on the treadmill. However, I find treadmill training rather trivial. You all should carry backpacks and run several laps around the camp. That will provide a more grounded experience. Regarding adaptability, combat mechas often execute a myriad of intricate maneuvers, occasionally even performing rolls, flips, and ground tumbles. To train for such actions, one must engage in a chaotic spinning machine, where one must ascertain their orientation as well as decipher symbols, words, and sentences displayed on the walls. If you can still discern these elements while on the spinning machine, you have a solid reason for success. If all of this sounds appealing, you may proceed to the cockpit of a simulated mecha, adjusting your virtual view to various perilous environments, and let the mecha's programmed algorithms guide you through a run. If you can still recognize the way back, I can confidently say that your mecha control skills have undergone a qualitative leap. At the very least, there has been a significant improvement in adaptability and reflexes. Tian Ziqi spoke at length, providing detailed insights that left the surrounding trainees feeling exceptionally exhilarated. Who knew these seemingly simple devices could be utilized in such ways? His words imparted a wealth of knowledge, leaving them momentarily overwhelmed. Observing the crowd standing there in a daze, Tian Ziqi couldn't help but chuckle. All right, that's enough talk. Everyone, let's get to training. Master, what is the first device you wish to train on? A trainee inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Tian Ziqi replied, I still need to work on my endurance, so I might choose the treadmill. Just as he finished speaking, a throng of individuals rushed toward the treadmills, filling the limited number of machines available. Tian Ziqi was left speechless, exclaiming in exasperation. Actually, I hadn't finished my thought. I meant to say that while I might choose the treadmill, the best approach would be to simply jog a few laps around the camp. That grounded feeling is far more substantial than the soft tread of a treadmill. Of course, those already on the treadmills needn't dismount. The difference isn't too significant. With that, Tian Ziqi turned to the group, particularly eyeing the heavier individuals. I'm off to practice running. How about you all? I'm following the leader. So am I. The stout and lanky trainees quickly chimed in. Huaxia smiled slightly and remarked, since we came out together, it's only fitting that we train together. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, if I don't train alongside you, how will I uncover your secrets? Seeing that everyone from the second squad was following him, Tian Ziqi cheerfully declared, Great. Each of you should strap on 2 sandbags to your legs, and then we shall commence. He was the first to secure the sandbags and exited the training room. Soon, those who had initially missed out on the treadmills flocked to grab sandbags, mirroring the actions of the stout trainees as they prepared to head outside the training room. On the camp's grounds, a group of over 20 trainees clad in athletic gear was jogging along the path, chanting a rhythmic cadence of 1, 2, 3, 4, creating an unprecedented liveliness within the camp that intrigued those practicing mecha control techniques. Look, these fools are actually practicing running. Are they mecha warriors? Do mecha warriors need to practice running? Onlookers regarded the earnest runners with a mocking gaze, as if transported back centuries. Observing that some of these warriors appeared to be losing their composure, Tian Ziqi chuckled and said, Let them be. Pay no heed to their nonsense. In a month's time, you will notice a marked improvement compared to them. The crowd nodded in agreement and continued their earnest running. Yet another voice emerged from the mecha trainees. Oh, Isn't that the so-called expert from the second squad? What's this? After just one performance, you think you can become their leader? Upon hearing this, Tian Ziqi frowned, loathing those who seek trouble. Unable to contain himself, he raised his head and retorted disdainfully. Mind your own business. The main text continues with the confrontation between Tian Ziqi and a muscular opponent, leading to a challenge. Emphasizing the humorous and competitive spirit among the trainees, the narrative unfolds with banter and camaraderie, culminating in a wager that adds an engaging layer to their training experience. The two individuals seated themselves at a stone table on the edge of the training ground, each extending their right hand to grasp the other's firmly. With a mischievous grin, Tian Ziqi suggested, "For the sake of fairness, why don't you call it out?" The muscular man seized the opportunity without hesitation, declaring, "All right, get ready, 3, 2, 1, go." At the moment the command was issued, both exerted their strength simultaneously, and in that fleeting instant, their expressions transformed dramatically, particularly that of the muscular man. While Tian Ziqi maintained a serene smile, exuding an air of indifference to victory or defeat, the muscular man's self-satisfied grin vanished abruptly, replaced by shock, followed by a furrowed brow, and finally, a grimace akin to one who had sipped bitter tea. The muscular man was internally distraught. How could this lean fellow possess strength akin to that of a giant? Despite his own immense effort, he found himself unable to budge Tian Ziqi's hand even slightly, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his face. Nevertheless, he resolved to endure, thinking, "If I can't overpower him, I shall outlast him. Surely, he cannot hold on much longer." Thus, they persisted in their contest. Tian Ziqi remained calm and composed, harboring a flicker of admiration for his opponent's formidable physique, which evidently was not merely for show. However, he noted that the muscular man's prominent muscles were beginning to tremble, suggesting that his endurance might soon wane. With a playful smile, Tian Ziqi taunted, "What's the matter? Can't hold on any longer? Well, I suppose I shall no longer indulge you." Upon uttering those words, he exerted more pressure, and to the astonishment of the muscular man, he gradually forced his robust arm downwards, with a resounding crash. The stone table beneath them could no longer withstand the force of their contest and collapsed. As the table crumbled, the muscular man found himself thrust to the ground by Tian Ziqi, the destruction of the stone table seeming to herald Tian Ziqi's triumph. The onlookers were once again taken aback. The muscular man's strength was evident, yet they were equally astounded that this slender youth possessed a power surpassing that of the muscular man. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Tian Ziqi himself was similarly surprised. He had not realized he could exert such immense strength, capable of breaking a stone table with ease, leaving him perplexed. Yet he chose to keep this astonishment to himself, preferring to ponder it privately later. He hoped fervently that he had not injured the muscular man's arm. It would be a shame to waste such a formidable physique. Tian Ziqi reached out to the muscular man, asking, "Are you all right? Please, don't pull. It's broken. It's broken." The muscular man groaned in pain. Alarmed, Tian Ziqi quickly examined his arm and felt relieved, stating, "It's not that serious. It's merely a dislocation from excessive force." With that, Tian Ziqi gently assisted him to his feet. "What should I do now?" Before the muscular man could finish his thought, a sharp pain shot through his arm, causing him to break into a sweat and cry out in agony, truly a sight to behold. Tian Ziqi chuckled, "It's all good now. Go ahead and shake it out." The muscular man regarded Tian Ziqi skeptically but decided to test his arm. To his surprise, the pain had subsided, and he felt relieved as he swung his arm around, exclaiming, "Hey, this is incredible. It was merely a matter of realigning your bones. Nothing mystical about it." Tian Ziqi replied with a smile. In that moment, while helping the muscular man stand, he had subtly repositioned the dislocated joint without the latter's awareness, thus alleviating any psychological strain. A win-win situation. After completing this task, Tian Ziqi couldn't help but think, "How is it that I seem to excel at everything?" With his arm restored, the muscular man felt no further concern. However, he was troubled by one pressing matter. He was expected to bow and address Tian Ziqi as master. Clearly, the gazes of the onlookers shifted between him and Tian Ziqi, anticipating his compliance with the wager. After some contemplation, the muscular man inquired, "May I ask your surname?" "Tian Ziqi," came the cheerful reply, with Tian Ziqi thinking to himself, "Let us see how you respond." With a determined bite of his lip, the muscular man proclaimed, "Master Tian, please allow your disciple, Gao Bizalai, to pay my respects." He was about to bow when Tian Ziqi startled by the name, swiftly caught him to prevent the gesture. What did you just say your name was? I am Gao Bizalai. What of it? The muscular man replied. Tian Ziqi inquired, and what relation do you have to Gao Silly? He is my elder brother, Gao Bizalai responded, his eyes widening. Dio, you know my brother? Tian Ziqi laughed heartily. Not only do I know him, but we share a good rapport. It seems we are acquainted through combat. Ah, no wonder your names are so impressive. One is Gao Sinai, to kill you, and the other is Gao Busi and I, cannot be killed. How audacious. Huh. Gao Bizalai was momentarily taken aback. Wait, you are my brother's comrade? Then I shall call you brother as well. Is that acceptable, brother Tian? Tian Ziqi grinned, thinking to himself that this fellow was quite perceptive. Of course, you are my brother through Gao. Now I have both a big brother and a younger brother. Tian Ziqi mused that Gao Bizalai was quite amusing, akin to a playful child. Gao Bizalai, now noticeably more subdued, displayed an earnest demeanor before Tian Ziqi, even appearing somewhat naive. Brother Tian, where does all your strength come from? Tian Ziqi replied, do you believe me if I say I was born with divine strength? I believe you. Absolutely, Gao Bizalai responded earnestly. You do not appear to have trained for it. Really? You believe that too? Tian Ziqi chuckled, shaking his head. In truth, I trained for it. The notion of divine strength is merely a ruse, but with your slender limbs. Oh, no. I mean your physique is so well proportioned. How can such strength and endurance be possible? How did you train? Gao Bizalai asked, his expression sincere. Tian Ziqi laughed. Do you wish to know? Yes, Gao Bizalai replied eagerly, like a child yearning for knowledge. Then join me in training, Tian Ziqi proposed with a smile. All right, I shall train with you, Gao Bizalai responded, a hint of excitement in his voice. The others chimed in, Masters, can we join you in training as well? And us from the third company. Another group added eagerly. Of course, we are all comrades, Tian Ziqi replied with a chuckle. Thus, within the confines of the camp, over 100 trainees from 3 companies gathered together, united by an unprecedented trust in Tian Ziqi's methods, and began to train earnestly. They commenced with a 10-kilometer run, building leg endurance and lung capacity, then moved to the training room for boxing, enhancing arm stamina and strength, followed by ring exercises and pull-ups. Next, they practiced agility with unpredictable movements, and finally, they engaged in chaotic rotational training, day after day. The trainees of the second company immersed themselves in this rigorous regimen, returning home late, seemingly tireless. Over the course of a month, apart from the occasional nostalgic yearning for mechas, they remained focused on honing their physical capabilities, scarcely touching the mechas at all. After a month had passed, when they once again stood upon the training ground, Tian Ziqi observed a remarkable transformation. The trainees appeared significantly more formidable. Each pair of eyes sparkled with determination, their postures straightened, and they held their heads high. Even the chubby fellow had adopted a disciplined routine, rising early and retiring at 10 in the evening. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, he had shed 30 pounds, and while he had yet to develop the muscular physique of Gao Bizalai, his excess weight had begun to show signs of transformation into muscle. Unable to contain himself, the chubby fellow inquired, Master, it has been a month. May we train with the mechas now? Not yet. At least not all of you. Tian Ziqi shook his head. Next, we must conduct an assessment. If you pass this assessment, then I can say you have at least qualified for advanced mecha training. Oh, what kind of assessment? How will it be conducted? The crowd pressed eagerly. Tian Ziqi smiled. Follow me. And you shall soon find out. As they followed Tian Ziqi, they were once again astonished. Not only were his training methods unconventional, but the assessment itself defied logic. Before them stood rows of simulation machines resembling combat mechas. Ha, Tian Gu, are you not jesting with us? Gao Busi remarked, these simulators, I have been engaging with them since I was 8. Do you not tell me that you are using them to evaluate our capabilities? Indeed, Master, the portly one continued, these simulators are merely our training machines. How could they possibly be used for assessment? This master was becoming increasingly perplexing. No, he had never truly understood. Tio train endurance using such archaic and bizarre methods. Yet assess with such simplistic machines was utterly illogical. Tian Ziqi listened to the voices around him, which predominantly expressed disdain for the simulator. They typically bypassed such machines altogether, opting instead to pilot actual combat mechs. To now require them to use what appeared to be a rudimentary device for evaluation was nothing short of absurd. However, Tian Ziqi chuckled and said, do not underestimate the simulator. If any of you can complete the program I have set, I shall treat you to a meal at the Huaxia restaurant in the city. Oh, Tian Gu, splendid. We are entirely behind you. The crowd brimmed with confidence, thinking to themselves that this simple simulator would be a walk in the park. Heh, a grand feast awaits us. One individual jested, Tian Ziqi, make sure to bring enough cash. Otherwise, we might have to mortgage you for the bill. Who carries cash nowadays? Another quipped, just swipe a card. With 100 of us, we might just max out Tian Ziqi's card. The crowd erupted into laughter. When the time comes, if Tian Ziqi can't swipe his card, he might end up washing dishes. Having spent considerable time with Tian Ziqi, they knew he was formidable, but more importantly, they recognized his good nature. He was amiable and humble, never boasting or acting invincible, merely a friend and brother. Thus, they often teased him, and he took it in stride. Over time, they had grown accustomed to this camaraderie. Seeing the joy on their faces, Tian Ziqi found it amusing, thinking, "You are all so merry now, but soon enough, I shall have you in tears," with a sly grin. He corrected them, just to clarify, "Who said I would foot the bill?" Boss, did you not just say you would treat us?" The portly one asked, puzzled. Tian Ziqi chuckled, "I only said I would treat. I never specified that I would pay." The others expressed their contempt. Then who exactly is paying? Is it coming from the Unit S funds? Take your pillow and go. As if there would be reimbursements, Tian Ziqi retorted, slightly annoyed. This past month, due to the considerable commotion he had caused, the unit had to intervene, leading them to summon him to the commander's office several times. The commander, having learned from the captain that Tian Ziqi indeed possessed some talent, had merely had a friendly discussion with him, agreeing to allow him to lead the team for a month as a temporary instructor. After a month, they would review the results of his training. In subsequent meetings, Tian Ziqi had only reported on training conditions, leaving the rest unsaid, yet the new recruits speculated he might harbor some clandestine secrets with the commander. Tian Ziqi laughed. Reimbursements are out of the question. Then who is paying? They all inquired. Their daily meals in the barracks, while edible, had grown monotonous, and dining at a place like Huaxia restaurant was a dream they yearned for, hence their keen interest. I will treat, and everyone is welcome to join. However, only those who pass the evaluation will dine for free. Those who fail will pay double. How does that sound? Tian Ziqi asked with a smile. The crowd erupted in excitement, but one asked, Tian Dao, your training is so effective. I feel I have improved significantly, but what if most of us pass the evaluation, or very few do? Even if we pay double, it may not suffice. Tian Ziqi chuckled. That is not your concern. If you pass, feel free to enjoy. I will figure out the rest. All right, the crowd cheered. A promise is a promise. Indeed. Tian Ziqi laughed heartily and began the evaluation for the group he had trained for a month. Initially, the students were brimming with excitement, but after the first batch of 10 emerged, their expressions shifted as they struggled to maintain their footing, some even needing to lean against the railing, while others succumbed to nausea. They had never witnessed such formidable power from the simulator. What was happening? Were they truly overwhelmed or merely feigning? The recruits speculated, but the simulator, akin to a mech cockpit, was nearly airtight, preventing them from discerning what transpired within. Galbusi and the others waited anxiously for their turn, hoping to unveil the secrets once they took their seats. Finally, they reached Galbusi's group. As he settled into the simulator cockpit, he initially felt at ease. However, once the cockpit sealed and he fastened his safety belt, the surrounding virtual screens thrust him into a hyper-realistic world, and unease began to creep in. The virtual environment was perilous. Where was he? A garbage planet? The assessment criteria appeared before him. You find yourself on a garbage star, having gone a day without sustenance. You must capture a mutated rat to survive within 30 minutes. Capture the rat to pass. Failure will result in your demise. Additionally, if you struggle to keep pace with the rat, you may opt for the auto-tracking feature, which will lock onto the target. The text lingered momentarily before fading away, revealing a horde of massive, pig-like rats. Galbusi's spirits lifted, and he deftly maneuvered the virtual mech closer, only to see the rats scatter as he approached, vanishing into the vast garbage heap in a panic. He commanded the mech to pursue, relieved he had locked onto one of the rats beforehand. Yet, the terrain was treacherous, littered with debris, and the rat quickly distanced itself on the radar. Galbusi, in a moment of desperation, activated the auto-tracking feature, but immediately regretted it. The allure of an automatic pursuit was now a curse. He felt as if he were spinning out of control, even though he prided himself on being adept at such games. The dizzying sensation overwhelmed him. It is undoubtedly better to maintain control of the mech, however. Upon attempting to cancel the auto-tracking, he discovered it was impossible. The system's pleasant voice chimed in, auto-tracking is currently active. Cancellation is not permitted. Your iris is locked. Please do not close your eyes. Closing your eyes for more than 3 seconds will result in immediate failure. Please remain alert. Once the target is locked, you must execute the capture. Galbusi felt exasperated. He could not even close his eyes. With no other option, he focused intently, his body tense as he navigated the rapidly approaching obstacles in the form of giant garbage piles. It felt as though the debris was being hurled towards him. He persevered through this heart-pounding chase, somehow managing to endure. The auto-tracking was alarmingly swift, approaching speeds of 300 yards in such a chaotic environment, inducing panic within Galbusi. Nevertheless, he pressed on until the mech finally closed in on the targeted mutated rat. The system prompted, "Please execute the manual capture action." Damn, that's ruthless. Galbusi fought against the dizziness and nausea, quickly pressing a series of keys before gripping the control stick and lunging at the terrified rat. The mech's colossal hand swooped down, but in his anxiety, he miscalculated the force, crushing the rat in his grip. Congratulations, you have captured the assessment target, a mutated rat. You have successfully passed the evaluation. The system's delightful voice rang out as the mech gradually came to a halt, and Galbusi finally felt a wave of relief. After a brief pause, he hastily exited the simulator cockpit. How do you feel? Observing the pallor on Galbusi's face, Tian Ziqi chuckled. Well, it's not too bad. At least you didn't need to lean on the railing to come out, and you managed to complete the task. Galbusi shot Tian Ziqi a glance, striving to calm his spinning mind, and responded, Brother Tian, I must admit, I'm quite impressed with you. After a brief pause, Galbusi suddenly exclaimed with excitement. I did it. I finally did it. It wasn't easy. Not at all. Stop rambling. You're affecting the morale of those behind, Tian Ziqi retorted, giving Galbusi a gentle shove to the side as he continued directing the subsequent trainees to undergo their assessments. In truth, this testing environment mirrored the very process Tian Ziqi experienced when he pursued mutated rats on Rabixi Star, meticulously recorded by Xiaolong's intelligent brain, programmed into the simulation machine's optical cores. While this process was not particularly difficult, it posed a significant challenge for novices. The new mech soldiers still regarded themselves as mere recruits, feeling fortunate to grasp the fundamentals of mech combat. However, Tian Ziqi believed that was far from sufficient. In fact, it was a long way from being adequate. Such rudimentary combat skills would merely serve as fodder on the battlefield. Yet, if these trainees could acclimatize to such environments and speeds, they would possess at least a sliver of a chance for survival. Just a sliver indeed. This was merely Tian Ziqi's introductory course for them. No one could expect to succeed within a month. If they wished to advance further, they would need to exert even more effort, and Tian Ziqi would continually input additional virtual challenges into the simulation machines. One by one, the students entered the simulation machines. Yet most emerged crawling, with only a select few managing to walk out steadily. Astonishingly, among those who passed the assessment and maintained their composure, there was but a solitary individual, Uj, who typically kept a low profile. Tian Ziqi felt a flicker of surprise in his heart but remained composed, waiting until everyone had completed their assessments and had a chance to rest before cheerfully gathering everyone together. How do you all feel? How many of you passed? Step forward so I can see. As soon as Tian Ziqi's words fell, over 100 individuals in the camp responded, yet only a mere dozen had succeeded, including Uj, Galbusi, the plump Xiaoji, and Long Xinyuan, who had joined the training squad midway, alongside a few others. In Tian Ziqi's eyes, those who had passed were individuals who had consistently trained diligently, like the plump Xiaoji, whose potential was not exceptional, yet his proximity to Tian Ziqi in class and dormitory ensured daily encouragement and rigorous exercise, leading to the results they achieved today. Conversely, individuals like Uj, Long Xinyuan, and Galbusi were naturally gifted trainees, and Tian Ziqi had recognized their potential from the outset. Observing the majority of the group resembling deflated balloons, Tian Ziqi smiled slightly. Who was it that said passing would be a breeze and even expected me to foot the bill? Most wore expressions of dejection. Left speechless by Tian Ziqi's remarks, he straightened his expression, adopting a serious tone. What are these faces for? Are you unwilling to admit defeat? Brother Tian, we all failed the assessment. Does that mean we're not cut out for this? A trainee murmured softly. No. A man must never declare himself incapable. Tian Ziqi responded loudly. We are all men, full of vigor. Regardless of the challenges we face, we must boldly proclaim, I can do this. Pausing for a moment, noticing the amusement on the faces of the crowd, Tian Ziqi continued. For those who didn't pass, there must be reasons. Think about it. Even the plump Xiaola has shed 30 pounds. Can you truly claim you can't even complete your daily training? Boss, are you mocking me or complimenting me? The plump Xiaoji grumbled. Tian Ziqi chuckled. I'm complimenting you. Didn't you hear that? The plump Xiaoji blinked. I honestly didn't catch that. Laughter erupted among the crowd, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Seeing the gloom dissipate from their faces, Tian Ziqi smiled. All right, for those who passed, don't get too cocky. There's nothing to be proud of here. For those who didn't, you must strive to work harder than before. Do you hear me? We hear you. The crowd responded in unison. Excellent, that's the spirit. Tian Ziqi grinned. Now, I'll give you half an hour to return to the dorms. Freshen up and change clothes. We're heading to Huaxia restaurant for a meal. And for those who didn't pass, don't forget to bring your wallets. Dismissed. As they exited, Tian Ziqi and the others, beaming, made their way to Huaxia restaurant, a state-owned establishment originally intended for military and political dignitaries, where ordinary citizens usually refrained from entering. However, today, Tian Ziqi effortlessly led everyone inside. Perhaps it was because they recognized this group as soldiers. The meal was a jubilant affair, with those who had passed enjoying their complimentary feast, while those who hadn't also found their spirits lifted by the end of the meal, much to the admiration of Long Xinyuan and others who witnessed it. After the meal, they dispersed for some free time. Some returned to their dorms, while others went shopping. However, Tian Ziqi was called aside by Long Xinyuan. Brother Tian. As Tian Ziqi prepared to head back to the dorms, he noticed Long Xinyuan beckoning him, prompting him to send the others back while he walked with Long Xinyuan. What's the matter, Xiaolong? Tian Ziqi, accepting the respectful address, felt at ease. From an age perspective, Long Xinyuan was indeed a year younger. They had already acquainted themselves well enough at the dining table earlier. Tian Ziqi held Long Xinyuan in high regard. He was serious, meticulous, and incredibly hardworking, coupled with his commendable aptitude, making Tian Ziqi believe he would not be an ordinary mech warrior in the future. Brother Tian, I must admit, I'm genuinely impressed by you, Long Xinyuan stated earnestly as Tian Ziqi approached with a smile, appearing sincere and devoid of flattery. After all, someone with Long Xinyuan's character likely had no concept of insincere praise. After a brief pause, Long Xinyuan continued, I have never admired anyone as much as I admire you. Brother Tian, you are the first. Tian Ziqi smiled subtly. Pray tell, what have I done that earns your admiration? It was not that Tian Ziqi doubted him, but rather he was curious about Long Xinyuan's intentions. Long Xinyuan replied, firstly, your mech control skills are remarkably impressive. Even if I practiced for another decade or two, I doubt I could match your prowess. Secondly, your magnanimity is astonishing, as you graciously accept me and Gabusi. Thirdly, your training methods are direct and effective, not only enhancing our physical capabilities but also fortifying our perseverance. Fourthly, your rhetorical skills, sometimes humorous, at times serious, and at other moments fervent, profoundly resonate with me. Thus, I can genuinely say I am in awe of you. Recognizing the sincerity in Long Xinyuan's observations, Tian Ziqi chuckled softly and replied, your ability to articulate such thoughts indicates you are a diligent individual. In response to your points, I have a few words for you. Firstly, skills are cultivated through practice and heartfelt experience. You might very well become an interstellar renowned mech expert in a decade or two, so never underestimate yourself. Secondly, a man's heart must be expansive. Although you and Gabusi have engaged in competitions or verbal sparring with me, such behavior is understandable. I am not petty. I won't hold grudges over mere words, as that would be exhausting, wouldn't it? Moreover, we are all brothers in the same military camp. If we do not unite, and instead cause internal strife, it is detrimental to our nation. Of course, against our enemies, we must eliminate them at all costs. To show mercy to the foe is to be cruel to oneself. Listening to Tian Ziqi's words, Long Xinyuan inhaled deeply and nodded. I shall remember your words, Brother Tian. All right, let us head back, Tian Ziqi said with a smile. As they walked back to the military camp and approached their dormitory, they were greeted at the entrance by a throng of people. Tian Ziqi was taken aback. Wow, really? So many people. What is going on? Upon hearing Tian Ziqi's voice, the crowd turned to him, exclaiming, Brother Tian, hurry. The camp commander is here. Waiting for you? Oh? Tian Ziqi replied, quickly entering the dormitory. Upon entering, there was no mistaking who awaited him. The camp commander. Commander, what brings you here? Am I that old? The commander chuckled. I come bearing instructions from the division headquarters. Oh, what instructions? Tian Ziqi inquired with a smile. Could it be a pay raise? The commander rolled his eyes. Why do you always think about money? How mundane. The headquarters has awarded you the title of Best Honor Student due to your performance this past month. What do you think? I'm just an ordinary person, so naturally, I think of ordinary matters. Tian Ziqi responded, somewhat disgruntled. What good is this title? Can I eat or drink it? What privileges does it confer? Surely, this cannot be merely a verbal accolade? At the very least, one would expect some form of commemorative token, remarked the battalion commander with a chuckle. You rascal, believe it or not, there is indeed a prize. As he spoke, he retrieved a certificate from the hands of a guard stationed behind him, declaring, awarded to Tian Ziqi, in recognition of your exemplary performance and outstanding conduct at the new recruit academy. Hereby designated as the best honor student. With a mixture of amusement and discontent, Tian Ziqi accepted the certificate, exclaiming, this is rather underwhelming, isn't it? Just a bunch of empty promises. The battalion commander chuckled again and produced another item from the guard's possession. Upon seeing it, Tian Ziqi's eyes lit up, and he grinned, saying, Commander, this commemorative medal must be made of precious metal, correct? Indeed, it is crafted from pure 24-karat gold, weighing a hefty amount. What do you think? Would you like it? Absolutely. I desire it immensely, exclaimed Tian Ziqi, his eyes sparkling. This must be worth quite a sum, wouldn't you agree? Let me calculate the current price of pure gold. Even if you dared to sell it, I doubt anyone would be willing to accept it. The commander retorted with mock annoyance, I must inform you, this medal cannot be awarded to you just yet. Really, Commander, if it cannot be given to me, why flaunt it in front of me? Is this some sort of jest? Tian Ziqi protested, feeling both frustrated and amused. The commander laughed heartily, while it cannot be yours at this moment, if you continue to exert yourself and emerge victorious at the upcoming military competition, this medal shall be yours. The military competition across the entire district? Tian Ziqi inquired. When is it scheduled? 2 months from now. The commander replied mysteriously. Let me divulge an additional tidbit. Should you excel in all events during the competition, General Hua will not only promote you from recruit to a member of the elite Tian Special Mech Squad, essentially, an honorary member of Captain Annie's team, but he will also facilitate your further studies. Further studies, you say? I feel I have delved deeply enough already. Tian Ziqi mused internally, yet he nodded affirmatively, understood, Commander. I know what I must do. He was confident that even if the competition were to commence immediately, he could secure first place. Very well, I shall take my leave now. I will safeguard the medal for you, and when you win the championship, I shall present it to you as a crowning achievement. With a smile, the commander departed, contemplating how clever the general's strategy was to motivate Tian Ziqi to showcase his true capabilities. He was eager to witness the extent of this young man's potential. After all, he was one of their own from the 2nd Battalion. In the office of General Hua, Annie was fixated on him with an icy demeanor. Why do you persistently come to me? Girl, Hua inquired. General, you are aware of my purpose for visiting, Annie replied. Hua chuckled, indeed, you are here for Tian Ziqi. However, the reality is, he harbors no objections regarding the arrangements at the new recruit academy. What more do you seek? He is someone I have brought here, and it is my duty to protect him, Annie insisted. Hua shook his head. Are you not aware that I am doing this to safeguard you? You are the last descendant of my brother. I must ensure your safety. I understand, Uncle Hua. Annie responded emphatically, I know you care for me, but I am no longer a child. I trust my instincts, and I believe his character is inherently good. He does not require further trials from you. No. I intend to test not only his loyalty but also to bring forth his potential. You may not even be aware of all his secrets. Do you not wish to uncover more? Hua smiled that I aim to unleash his full potential and have such a formidable individual by your side to protect you. Would that not be splendid? Yet, what purpose does it serve to force out his potential? He remains himself, regardless of how formidable he becomes or how many secrets he possesses. He will always be who he is. What value is there in this? Annie countered that I seek merely a sense of peace, she concluded. Hua chuckled softly, his gaze filled with affection as if he were looking at his own daughter. Annie hesitated, her lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately settled on. Very well, I will comply. With that, she left the office without further discussion. Meanwhile, Tian Ziqi was fulfilling his promise, preparing to instruct those successful in their assessments on mech control techniques, while those who had not passed would continue their practice, returning to him for evaluation when they felt ready. Although the 2nd Battalion commander had informed him to prepare for the military competition, Tian Ziqi felt no need for additional preparation. His current capabilities would suffice during the competition. Engaging with the new recruits, discussing technical principles felt akin to revisiting his studies. To operate a mech, one must first ensure a clear and calm mind, free from any confusion. Looking at the group of recruits, Tian Ziqi remarked, only those with a lucid and composed mindset can ensure their actions meet the required standards. I believe Yuji has excelled in this regard. Wai Yuji smiled faintly, remaining silent as he listened attentively. Unfazed by honor or disgrace, splendid, Tian Ziqi continued, exceptional mech skills boil down to three essential elements: stability, precision, and speed. The order of these elements is also the order of learning mech techniques. Only when you operate the mech with steadiness can you ensure it functions without issues. When you can drive the mech steadily, you can guarantee precision in your maneuvers. If you struggle to maintain control, how can you expect precise actions from the mech? And only when you have mastered steady control. With movements and attacks executed accurately, can you gradually enhance your speed in driving, maneuvering, and attacking, allowing you to defend against concentrated assaults. They listened to Tian Ziqi's explanation. One of the recruits, a stout fellow, could not help but interject, "Boss, you're all talk and no action. We all know the theoretical knowledge. How about letting us practice firsthand?" "Very well," Tian Ziqi conceded. "I have just concluded my explanation, so let us proceed with practical experience. Would you prefer to engage in virtual training or real mech operation?" "Real mech, of course," they chorused in unison. Tian Ziqi grinned slyly. "Very well, this was your own request." Sensing his mischievous demeanor, the recruits felt a twinge of unease but decided to proceed. Knowing from past experience that Tian Ziqi would not allow them to switch to virtual training if they attempted to escape, they steeled themselves for what lay ahead. Tian Ziqi selected an obstacle course as their first training ground. The group piloted their mechs with agility while Tian Ziqi maneuvered his dragon. From within the mech, he communicated with the group. This obstacle course consists of 3 sections. The first section involves continuous traversal over obstacles. The second entails weaving through barriers, and the third focuses on rapid climbing. Each obstacle zone stretches 1 kilometer, and you must maintain an average speed of over 60 kilometers per hour, meaning you must clear each zone within a minute. Should you exceed this time, you may encounter unexpected surprises. With a wicked grin, he added, "Now, who wants me to demonstrate first?" The recruits exchanged glances, aware of his intentions. Nodding in agreement, they urged, "Boss, please, show us how it's done." Understanding their silent thoughts, Tian Ziqi nodded. "All right, I will demonstrate. Watch closely." With that, he activated his mech and dashed toward the obstacle zone. Upon entering, he surged to a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. The first series of obstacles comprised a row of low, irregularly positioned alloy pillars, each approximately 1 meter high, requiring the mech to elevate its legs above this height to clear them. Tian Ziqi moved with the grace of an acrobat, maintaining a speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, as his mech's massive legs barely touched the ground before leaping over the obstacles with ease. Following the continuous traversal, he approached the next section, which consisted of narrow alloy gates, only slightly wider than the mech itself. This negligible extra width allowed Tian Ziqi to glide through effortlessly without even grazing the edges, as he sped through the weaving section. A towering obstacle soon loomed before him, a vertical wall reaching 50 meters high. Without hesitation, Tian Ziqi leaped from several meters away, utilizing immense acceleration to soar over 30 meters. As he neared the summit, he pushed off a protrusion on the wall, propelling himself onto the peak. Glancing at the timer, he noted a time of 1 minute and 33 seconds. Applause erupted from the onlooking recruits, their cheers echoing in excitement at the fluidity of his performance, igniting a deep envy as they wished they could embody such prowess themselves. Tian Ziqi piloted the mech from outside the field to the starting point, then smiled and remarked, "Did you all see that? Who's going to take a turn this time?" The crowd erupted in applause, yet when faced with the prospect, they couldn't shake off a sense of trepidation. Tian Ziqi, noticing their hesitation, chuckled. "What's the matter? Afraid to go?" Gao Bushali, a bit flamboyant, had observed that there was little danger moments ago and boldly declared, "All right, I'll go." Little did he know, this decision would lead him to experience regret once more. The narrative unfolds with explosive humor, detailing Gao Bushali's tumultuous attempt to navigate the obstacle course in the mech, aptly named Lingdong. Despite his initial confidence, he soon found himself overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom as he traversed the course under Tian Ziqi's watchful eye. Inhaling deeply, he propelled Lingdong into the obstacle area, and as he crossed the starting line, the countdown commenced. At an average speed of 60 miles per hour, the pace was neither too fast nor too slow. Initially able to maintain this velocity, Gao Bushali soon felt a rising panic, leading to a series of missteps. He recalled Tian Ziqi's mantra of steadiness, precision, and swiftness, but, in his flustered state, found it increasingly challenging to keep his composure. Reluctantly, he eased off the throttle, inadvertently setting himself up for his first mishap. As the minute mark passed, Gao Bushali remained ensnared within the obstacle zone, and punishment swiftly followed. A metallic pillar, initially standing a mere meter high, shot upwards, lifting Ling Dong off the ground. The mech, which had been securely grounded, suddenly found itself suspended in midair, its feet dangling helplessly, caught between the pillars. One particularly unfortunate pillar positioned between its legs. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. As one jovial observer exclaimed, "Ha ha, he has been caught in a rather compromising position." Suspended aloft, Gao Bushili found himself in a precarious predicament, torn between the desire to descend and the fear of landing awkwardly. However, after a brief struggle, he fell from the pillars with a thud, landing unceremoniously between them. "Help me, boss," he cried, helplessly wedged upside down. Tian Ziqi chuckled and replied, "Your life is still a long way off. Just wait." "Seriously? This is too harsh," Gao Bushili retorted. "I feel like I'm about to burst." Tian Ziqi, still amused, responded, "Now you understand why I insisted you practice standing on your head. Had you followed my instructions, you wouldn't be in such a predicament." Thus, Gao Bushili remained trapped upside down for several minutes until the metallic pillars retracted, causing Ling Dong to crash back onto the ground. After a brief respite, he heard Tian Ziqi call out, "Get up quickly. If you don't, you'll be in for another rough ride." Hastily, Gao Bushili scrambled to his feet and dashed out of the obstacle zone. But as he faced the next series of interspersed metallic gates, he hesitated. "Brother Tian, are we sure there won't be any disasters with these gates?" he asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. Tian Ziqi replied earnestly, "As long as you follow my instructions, you'll be fine. But if you slow down on your own accord, I can't predict what might happen. Come on, I want to switch to a virtual training ground," Gao Bushili exclaimed. Tian Ziqi shook his head, declaring, "Since you all chose to practice in reality, you must see it through. Everyone must experience it at least once to truly understand the difference between real and virtual training." "But boss, we've already gained insight from watching Gao's practice," protested another. Tian Ziqi countered, "Merely observing does not foster real comprehension. You all must undergo the experience, otherwise Gao Bushili would claim I'm being unfair." "Yes, Brother Tian is right," Gao Bushili shouted in agreement. "Enough chatter, get on with it, or you'll end up regretting it even more," Tian Ziqi urged. Gao Bushili, steeling himself, proclaimed, "All right, it's now or never. 60 miles per hour. Here I go." With determination, he gripped the controls, propelling Ling Dong towards the next obstacle at a speed exceeding 60 miles per hour. Ling Dong, smaller than Tian Ziqi's Shenlong mech, had more maneuverability, but due to the increased speed and the erratic nature of the gates, Gao Bushili found himself swerving uncontrollably. At one particularly sharp turn, he miscalculated, resulting in a collision with a metallic wall, sending him sprawling several meters back onto the ground. "Get up, don't play dead," Tian Ziqi shouted. "If you don't move, you'll run out of time." The mention of punishment jolted Gao Bushili into action. He quickly regained his footing and resumed his dash, but miscalculating his trajectory, he charged towards another metallic gate just as it began to close with a resounding bang. His mech's head was caught in the narrowing gap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Laughter erupted among the onlookers as one quipped, "Ha ha, caught in the door." Another chimed in, "Oh dear, what a fate." Trapped and immobile, Gao Bushili felt his frustration rise, especially under the scrutiny of his peers. Just when the punishment seemed unbearable, the gate finally opened, allowing him to escape the obstacle zone. Frantically, he dashed towards a towering cliff, mimicking Tian Ziqi's earlier actions, only to crash against the wall with a resounding thud, leaving a shallow impression behind before tumbling back down. As the scene unfolded, Gao Bushili emerged from his mech, feeling as though he had traversed a treacherous path. Despite years of experience, he had never encountered such a maddening machine. After allowing the others to take their turn, Tian Ziqi addressed the group. "Now, would you prefer to continue in this realistic environment or switch to a virtual one for practice?" "Virtual training," they all shouted in unison. With a smile, Tian Ziqi replied, "Very well, today's session concludes here. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the virtual realm." The following morning, he led the group of promising students on a lap around the camp before guiding them to the virtual training room. Each participant settled into a simulator cockpit, fastening their seatbelts and initiating the preset program, joining a team channel. Within the channel, Tian Ziqi inquired, "Has anyone here played the GameMech era? Don't tell me none of you have." "I have," came the enthusiastic response. "I have also participated. I have already reached the 6th level of the Mech Commander. Ha! I can easily reach level 7 in Mech Warfare." Upon hearing about this highly realistic online game that has become a sensation across the galaxy, the students could not help but exclaim, "As mech students, they already possessed considerable mech control skills, So playing these mech operation games was indeed a piece of cake for them. All right, Tian Ziqi said. Since you have all played before, it makes things easier. Today's training will revolve around playing games, of course. We won't be playing the online version of Mech Era. Instead, we will be engaging with the single-player enhanced version. In the online version, you would have to level up and earn money to acquire better mechs, but the single-player enhanced version is different. Tian Ziqi had Xiao set up the game, configuring each account's character to the same level in mech, ensuring that their practice together would be balanced and effective. Single-player enhanced version. The crowd was somewhat perplexed and asked, will we be familiar with it? Can we operate it? Do we need to level up? Tian Ziqi chuckled. The control methods are identical to those of real combat mechs. Everyone's level is the same, and I have a main console that will connect you all to the same map. This map is quite rugged with significant dangers, which is precisely why I intend to gather you all in this environment to collectively face the threats. Since the boss has mentioned danger, it must be perilous, the chubby one lamented. Let us first observe a moment of silence for ourselves. Enough of your nonsense, let us get you in with that. He connected the chubby one's mech to the map. After a few seconds, a scream echoed. Oh, so many? Ah, the others had not yet entered the map and could only hear the chubby one's cries, their hearts filled with trepidation. What sort of map could provoke such a reaction from him? Boss, master, help! The chubby one continued to scream. I swear I'll never talk so much again. I connected you first to show my concern for you. Tian Ziqi chuckled. All right, seeing you so excited, I can't let you enjoy it alone. Let us all join in. I'll send you all to hunt monsters. It will be exhilarating. With that, he connected everyone to the map, and within 3 seconds, a chorus of screams erupted in the team channel. My goodness, what is this? What on earth are these? This is too absurd. Before them appeared hordes of machines, all capable of movement and moving at an astonishing speed, completely encircling them. They found themselves unable to break free. If members of Team Annie were present, they would surely recall encountering such a swarm of mechanical monsters on a certain trash planet. Indeed, this was the very game that Tian Ziqi had crafted based on their experiences. For elite agents like Annie and her team, these mechanical monsters posed a considerable challenge, but for these new recruits, it was an insurmountable obstacle, akin to a level 50 character with regular equipment attempting to challenge a level 100 ultimate boss. It would indeed be akin to delivering oneself as a meal. The students, amidst their screaming, indignantly exclaimed, Boss, if you want us to hunt monsters, you must provide us with the necessary weapons. Want weapons? Go fetch them yourselves. Tian Ziqi slyly replied, if you break through the monster horde, you'll find weapons aplenty. Setting himself to a neutral state, the mechanical monsters would not target him, allowing him to watch with amusement as the students were overwhelmed. The characters of these dozen or so students were all set to infinite respawn status, meaning that whenever they were defeated, they would instantly respawn at the same spot, continuing to endure the relentless assault of the mechanical horde. In the midst of the vast swarm, mechs were hurled into the air, crashing down with a thud only to flash white and resurrect, only to be thrown up again. While the mechs in the game wouldn't sustain any real harm or danger such as breaking or exploding. The simulation's realism combined with the cockpit's movements made it quite uncomfortable for those seated within. Fortunately, having passed Tian Ziqi's tests, they could maintain some clarity amidst the chaos. Among them, Huaxia was the clearest headed. Not only had he passed the tests, but he had also completed the obstacle course challenge, so when he respawned, there was a small gap around him. Seizing the opportunity, he maneuvered his mech through it, his movements reminiscent of a skilled dancer weaving through a series of gates, filling him with quiet delight. So this practice had real combat benefits after all, brothers. Follow me out, Yuzun shouted in the channel. However, before he could finish, a massive mechanical monster hurled him into the air, and he too transformed into a white light. Respawning. We need to break out and acquire weapons. Only then do we stand a chance of survival. Otherwise, we'll be stuck in this cycle forever. The usually quiet Huaxia had taken on the role of leader at this moment. Cover him. Block the attacks. The others instinctively used themselves as shields or distractions, charging in front of the mechanical monsters, sacrificing themselves to create space for Huaxia to escape. Observing their desperate yet commendable actions, Tian Ziqi shook his head and nodded simultaneously. He shook his head at the impracticality of such a strategy, which should not be employed unless absolutely necessary. He nodded, however, at their camaraderie, genuinely hoping that when they eventually faced real battle, they would exhibit such loyalty. As the chapter draws to a close, it hints at the challenges ahead. While the narrative unfolds further, after what felt like an eternity of self-sacrificial covering, Huaxia finally broke free from the horde. Outside, an array of weapons lay neatly arranged, including sniper rifles, mech machine guns, cannons, energy main cannons, mech missiles, and various close combat particle weapons, such as particle swords, spears, hammers, and more. Without a moment's hesitation, User equipped a 30,000 energy class main cannon, alongside an energy cannon, and unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles upon the relentless horde. This action stirred a hornet's nest. While the energy cannon blasts sent some smaller mechanical monsters flying, they proved ineffective against the towering giants, which immediately redirected their ire towards Yuja's mech. Like a porcupine, they unleashed a barrage of steel spikes and arrows. Yuja was unable to evade in time and was promptly defeated again. Fortunately, he respawned instantly, and the mechanical horde had dispersed slightly, allowing Long Xianyuan and the others to seize the opportunity to escape the fray, grab weapons, and commence their own relentless assault on the monsters. This battle endured for 8 or 9 hours. Yet countless mechanical monsters remained, seemingly endless. Noticing the students growing weary, Tian Ziqi felt compelled to conclude the game prematurely. How did it feel? He asked cheerfully as everyone exited the simulation pods. The chubby one looked bewildered and said, "Boss, I can't go on anymore. I think I've lost another 2 pounds. Right now, all I can think about is eating and sleeping. Indeed, you seem quite spent. Eating and sleeping are clearly 2 distinct matters." Tian Ziqi chuckled, however. "I still have something to convey." His expression grew serious as he continued, "High-level mech skills cannot be cultivated overnight or even within a year or 2. The reason I have you training daily in physical fitness, strength, endurance, and balance is intentional. You must not aim too high. Instead, focus on steady practice to achieve success. Remember the 3 principles I instilled in you: steady, precise, and swift. Have you all remembered?" In unison, the group nodded and exclaimed, "We remember. Good, you are dismissed. Tomorrow, all students will engage in simulation training together. We will switch maps." As they practiced for some time, the daily wear and tear took its toll, leaving many mechs in the 2nd Battalion unusable. And the repair team struggled to keep up. Thus, Tian Ziqi approached the battalion commander to report the situation. "Commander, we have no mechs left to use, and our simulation machines are nearly broken. How can we continue training?" "Oh, I will find a solution." The commander, now concerned, approached the division leader, stating, "Sir, our 2nd Battalion is facing dire circumstances." "Oh." The division leader replied with confusion, "What hardships are you experiencing when you have daily meals and good provisions?" The commander explained, "Sir, you may not understand, but Tian Ziqi is indeed a talent.